Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 290 Puppet of Order. Chapter 290 Puppet of Order. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert returned to his bedroom. It was already past 9 p.m. He didn't feel tired, so he entered the Nation of Disorder to conduct the experiment he had thought of when he returned in the afternoon. Sitting on the Iron Throne, he first glanced at the pool of water to make sure no one was praying to him, assuming Rafter hadn't arrived in Conant yet, or if he hadn't had time to go to the cemetery. Hobert beckoned towards the stone platform, holding the skull of the gold-horned evil creature in his hand. Its skull was nothing special, just like the skull of an ordinary animal, but the two golden horns were very unique, with very bright colors, a bit like the colored gold Hobert had seen in the Common Era. Hobert manipulated the skull, making it fly to the opposite side of the pool, then he mobilized the surging power of order, disorder, and distortion and piled them onto the skull. When these forces touched the golden horns, the three forces suddenly began to shape themselves. After a moment's thought, Hobert let these forces pile up on their own. After all, this was in the Nation of Disorder, and he could extract the three forces at any time. A few seconds later, a giant beast emitting a black, illusory light appeared in front of Hobert. It wore a black, gorgeous robe, had black, illusory hair, and its facial features were all black, but very clear, and the two golden horns began to emit a golden light. Overall, in addition to the indescribable magical feeling, it actually had a sense of holiness and divinity. Hobert felt it, and as he expected, he could use the connection between the Nation of Disorder and the monster to give the monster in front of him simple commands, such as attacking a target or protecting a target. After all, the monster was entirely composed of the power of the Nation of Disorder, but the two golden horns gave this monster very basic intelligence. Hobert was actually using the golden horns to control the power of the Nation of Disorder. This monster could also exist in the real world, and without a granting ritual, Hobert could directly project it into the real world based on the stars in the pool. Hobert clearly understood the abilities of this monster through spiritual perception, but the magnitude of its power was not clear. It would be best to find it an opponent to see what level of monster it was. After thinking for a while, Hobert thought of the vague figure sealed in the pool at the foot of the mountain, so he beckoned, and the vague figure appeared in front of the monster. Hobert ordered the monster to attack the vague figure. The golden horns on the monster's head shone brightly, and Hobert's constructed hall was immediately filled with a crazy atmosphere. This was a mental attack. For ordinary beyonders, as long as they saw the shining golden horns, their spiritual bodies would be injured. All the power of filth in spirituality and all the power of madness in the spirit would become boiling, and they could completely lose their minds at any time. This was a group attack skill, and its level was not low. The vague figure hadn't even reacted before it was hit by such a fierce impact, which made it look much fainter. Then the monster launched a second attack. It opened its mouth and let out a voice that seemed to be the most filthy sound in the world, causing the figure to instantly become corrupted. If he were a normal beyonder, he would already be an irrational, ugly monster. Hobert discovered that the Nation of Disorder seemed to be constantly providing power to the vague figure, so that he had not collapsed and had been recovering. This made Hobert sigh. Is there a better target in the world? Then the monster used the powers of order, disorder, and distortion on the figure one after another. This made the vague figure miserable. At first, he wanted to sit on the Iron Throne under Hobert's as usual, but later he seemed to have given up this idea and only wanted to escape the monster's attack range. Hobert nodded, satisfied with the effect of this experiment. He resealed the vague figure, who was already somewhat doubting his existence, back into the pool at the foot of the mountain, and Hobert drained the monster's power, and it returned to its original state of having no signs of life. Through the experiment just now, Hobert roughly understood that the golden horns had two abilities, mental attack and filthy speech. The levels of these two abilities were probably between Sequence 4 and Sequence 3. Hobert estimated that the gold-horned evil creature should be a Sequence 3 level monster, because the process of its descent was not completed at the time, so the two golden horns could only provide Sequence 4 to Sequence 3 level. Now that Hobert thought about it, he was still a little scared. Fortunately, he and the members of the Nighthawks team in Tinjin City stopped the descent process, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. In addition, the power of the Nation of Disorder also allowed the monster to use the three abilities of order, disorder, and distortion. Due to the limitations of the monster's level, the power of these three abilities was also between Sequence 4 and Sequence 3. Also, because this was the power of the Nation of Disorder, and the source of the power had a very high level, even if the power did not reach Sequence 3, enemies of Sequence 3 or even Sequence 2 could be affected by these three abilities. This monster could exist in the real world for about 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, it would collapse because the power given to it by the nation of disorder was diluted by the real world. The power in the golden horns was not inexhaustible either. Hobert estimated that it could still be used about 10 times. The success of this experiment greatly enriched Hobert's methods, and this could become Hobert's helper in the real world. Hobert could completely come to the nation of disorder, let this monster descend into the real world, and then use a sealing wax made of order crystal as a medium to guide the monster to its target. Before this, Hobert could either only be in the nation of disorder or only in the real world, but now he had a channel to connect the power of the two. This was like opening a brand new channel for Hobert. Hobert took out the eye he got from old Neil's ritual and the umbilical cord of the evil god's offspring he got from the Blackthorn Security Company in Tingen City from the stone box and experimented with them one after another. These two items also had the same effect as the golden horns. They could automatically shape themselves with the power of the nation of disorder, and the level of the monsters formed after the shaping was quite high, actually around sequence 2. Unfortunately, they had the will of God in them, and Hobert couldn't control them at all. The monsters they formed were constantly attacking indiscriminately. This made Hobert sigh. Such good things can only be used in specific situations. For the sake of easy distinction, Hobert named these 3 monsters separately. The monster formed by the golden horns was called Bull Demon King, the monster formed by the black eye was called Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, and the monster formed by the umbilical cord of the evil god's offspring was called Holy Infant King. Hobert put these 3 special magical items back into the box one after another, satisfied with the names he gave them. Then he tried to wrap the Black Emperor card with the power of the nation of disorder. Although he got a majestic Black Emperor image, it was as motionless as a statue, lacking sufficient spirituality. Wrapping a Beyonder characteristic with the power of the nation of disorder also yielded similar results. The resulting image had no autonomy at all, like a real puppet. It seemed that not all magical items could be used. Finally, Hobert suddenly thought, what would happen if the power of the nation of disorder was injected into the corpse of the ancient sun god? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 291, Digging Graves in the Mountains. Chapter 291, Digging Graves in the Mountains. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The morning mist in Backlund was at its thickest, making the entire winter in Backlund feel gloomy and damp. Thursday morning, Hobert rode in a rented carriage towards Order Square, his mood far from cheerful as he watched the people hurrying for a living in the mist, or the vagrants who looked like walking corpses. This morning, after getting into the rented carriage, he remembered that he already had the ability to travel, so why bother with a carriage? But he was already in the carriage, and considering how crowded Order Square was, using the travel ability might be too conspicuous, so he had to take the carriage after all. Recalling the astonishing idea from last night, Hobert was still a little afraid. What if injecting the power of the nation of disorder into the corpse of the ancient sun god revived the ancient sun god? Perhaps this was the resurrection opportunity that the undying bird, Greg race was desperately waiting for. Today, Hobert reconsidered this issue and felt that yesterday's idea was completely unnecessary. First of all, what he injected was the power of order, not the power of undying, which was incompatible with Greg-Race pathway. Secondly, the power of order did not have the ability to resurrect the dead, as depicted in a web novel Hobert had read. At best, these powers could only recharge a lifeless object, allowing them to regain brief spirituality and vitality, but this was not life, only a loophole in death that would not produce intelligence. It would not revive a certain ancient god. On the contrary, the power of order would also block some of the channels for that ancient god to revive. After all, it was normal for the Black Emperor to be resurrected through the loopholes in death found by the shadows of order, but resurrections of other significance would not conform to the relevant order. Hobert sighed, order is always so two-faced. Lost in thought, he arrived at Order Square, where Austin and his 6 team members had already arrived. In addition to Hobert, the new member, there was also a woman in her 30s named Lena joining the team. It was said that this lady, whose face looked as pale as a dead person, had rich experience in exploring ancient tombs, or rather, tomb raiding. Hobert guessed that she should be a Beyonder of the death pathway, but he couldn't tell her specific sequence yet. Once everyone was present, under Austin's command, they boarded 2 different carriages, and the group of 9 officially set off. There were many small Beyonder teams like this in Backlund. They were mainly divided into 2 categories. One was the mercenary team form, living a life of fighting and killing, or like Austin's team, searching for treasures of the Beyonder world. The other was an organization of teachers and students, with a relatively loose organizational structure, more like a mutual aid society. Hobert rode in the same carriage with Austin and Lena. Austin said, although this is the first day you 2 have joined our team, you are either retired officers or have inextricable connections with the military. I believe you know the importance of team discipline. Hobert thought to himself, sure enough, he wants to establish the captain's authority first. Lena nodded slowly beside him. Austin continued, I hope that in this operation, you can execute my orders without compromise. Many times, this may save our lives. Hobert smiled, that's no problem, but I also hope you can understand that respect is mutual. The implication was, don't plan to use me as cannon fodder. Austin frowned, but thought of Hobert's strength, it's good that there's no problem. He didn't seem to hear Hobert's last words. Next, Austin began to talk about some details of this operation. According to the clues, they found the ancient tomb in the mountains northwest of Backlund. The specific location was almost in East Chester County. Because there was no steam train directly to there, it was more convenient to travel by carriage, but it would take about 6 hours. Hobert looked at his pocket watch. They set off around 8 in the morning and would not reach their destination until 2 in the afternoon. Then he sighed in his heart, in order not to expose his specific strength, he could only take the carriage with them. It was nothing when he didn't have the travel ability before, but now that he had the travel ability, he couldn't use it, which made Hobert a little speechless. After the carriage had been traveling for more than 3 hours, they began to enter the mountainous area, and the surrounding population gradually became sparse. Around 12 o'clock, they stopped by the roadside for more than 10 minutes and ate some dry food or simple meals. The road gradually became desolate. At first, there was only withered grass on both sides of the road, and later the road surface also began to have grass. Because it was already winter, most of these grasses had withered, and a small part still stubbornly retained a touch of green. According to Austin, this was the road of the forest farm. After winter, it was the time for the workers to cut wood. The cut wood would be transported out of the mountains in the spring of next year. So the mountains were lively at this time, but there were few pedestrians and vehicles on the road. Until they could no longer see any people, they needed to walk the remaining road. The 2 coachmen would camp here and guard the carriages. Everyone carried some necessary equipment and food on their backs. There was almost no pause as they continued on their way. They were all beyonders, and each person didn't feel burdened by a large package of equipment. Soon, the group came to a hill. The view was good here, and they could clearly see a small basin in front of the hill. This kind of terrain was very common in this hilly area. The surrounding peaks surrounded a basin that could be seen to the end at a glance. A small river flowed through the basin, but it was a seasonal river. Now the river was very small, and you could see a few small lakes or large puddles left by the river water on the riverbed. Austin, who was walking at the front, said, "We can be sure that the ancient tomb is in this basin, but we have searched here carefully for more than a week and have not found any trace of the ancient tomb." Hobert asked Lena, "If we communicate with the surrounding spirits, can we find clues to the ancient tomb?" "The probability of getting clues is very low." Lena replied in a cold tone, "Most spirits don't care about these things. If it's a vengeful spirit in the ancient tomb, it probably won't need us to find him, he will come to us." Hobert nodded and said to Austin, "I'll lead the way ahead." As he spoke, he opened a black box and took out a bracelet with characteristics of the southern continent. This was the sealed artifact that easily allowed the holder to encounter ancient tombs. If he didn't actively use it, it had 2 negative effects. It was easy to be hated by undead creatures, the wearer would increasingly like to tell ghost stories, and the plots in the ghost stories were easily encountered by the holder. Hobert didn't care much about being hated by undead creatures, but he still wanted to avoid the point that the plots of ghost stories were easily encountered by the holder, so he would only wear it when it was most needed. So Hobert led the team in front, and a team member reminded him, "The road you chose is very difficult to walk. That means we are on the right path," Hobert said as he walked forward, hitting the obstructive withered grass with his cane. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 292, Chapter 292 Extraordinary Mechanism in the Tomb Passage. Chapter 292 Extraordinary Mechanism in the Tomb Passage. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Actually, Hobert didn't know where to go either. He was just letting his spirituality guide him, leading the way randomly, sometimes circling around, sometimes retreating. If it weren't for the fact that everyone else knew Hobert had an artifact that easily attracted ancient tombs, they probably would have kicked him out of the team long ago. After stopping and starting, Hobert finally stopped in front of a small lake on a riverbed. There was a small open space nearby where Austin and the others had camped before. It was now around 4 in the afternoon, so Austin left a few people here to build a camp, while he personally followed behind Hobert. Hobert walked around the small lake several times. He looked at the lake. The water was clear, and he could see the bottom at a glance. He didn't see any structures like entrances inside. Hobert handed the bracelet to Austin, "Take this and walk around. Don't have any specific purpose, just walk around randomly." Austin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Hobert to be so generous in handing over this sealed artifact to him. For Beyonder mercenaries, sealed artifacts are rare and good things. Even if they encounter them, they are generally reluctant to buy them. After all, buying potion formulas and main materials can cost them all their savings. What Austin didn't know was that Hobert had as many as 7 mystical items on him, and also a level 2 sealed artifact. Even Hobert's cane, the stone chip in his pocket, and the sealing wax stamp on his waist were all disposable mystical items. For Hobert, the ability of this bracelet was very tasteless, and he didn't even bother to name it. Austin left the camp that was under construction with the bracelet, but he came back after a while. Austin was also slightly stunned, left again, and came back after a while. Hobert smiled and said, all right, the entrance to the ancient tomb should be under this small lake. Everyone gathered in front of the lake, but no matter how they looked at it, it didn't look like there was an entrance to an ancient tomb. A team member guessed, could it be that the tomb door is blocked by stones and mud? If that were the case, it would be troublesome. They would have to drain the water first, then move the stones away, and transport the mud before they could enter the ancient tomb. Then everyone looked at each other, wondering who would dive down to explore first. It was already winter, and the lake water was icy cold. Even Beyonders wouldn't like this feeling, and for a while, no one was willing to go down. Lena suddenly said, I'll find a spirit to go down and explore. Everyone then realized the role of the new teammate. Lena took a deep breath, the whites of her eyes turned completely black, and she stood there motionless. Hobert guessed that this should be a Sequence 7 spirit medium. Then he roughly understood the strength of this team. Austin was a judge, his deputy captain was a briber, and the other members were all Sequence 8 and Sequence 9. After a full 7 or 8 minutes, the whites of Lena's eyes returned to normal, the tomb door is indeed below, and it's in a half-open state. The entrance is completely buried by stones and mud. Austin asked the question that everyone was more concerned about, it's in a half-open state. Yes, someone went in a long time ago. Lena said, but they seem to have encountered an unknown danger and died in the tomb passage. The Beyonder characteristics have been covered with dust. Everyone was stunned at first, then excited. Since the other party didn't succeed, not only were the treasures in the tomb chamber not taken away, but their Beyonder characteristics would also be the gains of this exploration. Austin asked, who will go down to explore the entrance? Several team members were enthusiastic and willing to go down and explore. Lena pointed to the highlands not far away and said, the underwater path is difficult to walk, why not dig open the tomb passage directly from there, we might as well enter the tomb passage. She walked to the highlands and pointed in the opposite direction of the camp, it's probably in this position. The tomb passage is quite wide, even if we dig a little off, it doesn't matter. Everyone quickly went to get tools, while marveling in their hearts that the two new teammates were really helpful. The ancient tomb that they had been looking for so long was quickly found directly to the tomb passage with the cooperation of the two new teammates. It wasn't yet the frozen soil season, and the soil here was very soft, but some intricate tree roots were more difficult to dig, but this was not difficult for the Beyonders. At dusk, everyone had dug through the tomb passage. They threw a torch in, and they could see the dead bodies and Beyonder characteristics that Lena was talking about not far away. Everyone discussed it and decided to have a preliminary exploration after dinner. At dinner, because there was already a bonfire, they could eat something hot, at least drink a cup of hot tea. During the meal, Austin made personnel assignments. The team's deputy captain, Roy, and 2 team members were on the ground to respond. Austin, Hobert, Lena, and 3 other team members went down together. After eating and drinking, everyone sorted out their equipment and lit the horse lanterns and torches to prepare to enter the tomb passage. Before the action, Hobert asked Deputy Captain Roy, do you have any candles? Roy was slightly stunned, candles are not as convenient as torches. Hobert said, my hometown has a custom that when entering the tomb chamber to open the coffin, you must light a candle in the northeast corner. Roy didn't continue to ask and found a candle for Hobert. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, a team member jumped into the tomb passage first, followed closely by Austin and Lena, then the other 2 team members, and Hobert brought up the rear. The tomb passage was only a little over a meter wide and 2 meters high. Walking in it felt a little oppressive. The tomb passage in front was only 5 or 6 meters long. In the approximate middle position, there was a skeleton, which looked a bit old, and even the bones had turned gray. On the skeleton, there was a gem-like Beyonder characteristic, which was very dazzling in the light. Austin, who was walking in the front, put it in a wooden box, I'll put it here first, and it will be distributed uniformly after we go out. He was saying this to Lena and Hobert. From now until the end of the division of spoils, it is a high incidence period of infighting. Then Austin checked the skeleton, it looks like it was killed by a sharp weapon. The skeleton's death time was too long, and it was impossible to see much useful information. Ahead was a corner, and at the corner there was another corpse, and the Beyonder characteristics were already covered with dust. The density of corpses was a bit too frequent. Austin said, from now on, cheer up. The team member walking in the front took out his revolver, took a deep breath, and led the way in front. But as soon as he passed the corner, the people behind immediately noticed that this team member became wrong. He looked at the front with fascination, what a beautiful scenery. While talking, he picked up the revolver and shot himself in the temple. All this happened too fast, Austin didn't even have time to stop it, this team member was already dead. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 293, Chapter 293 The World in the Painting. Chapter 293 The World in the Painting. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Now, Austin, who was at the front of the team, looked grave. He asked those behind him, "What did you see just now? Or did you notice any clues?" Hobert, who was at the rear, had been carrying the spirit wine glass, so he was constantly in a state of spiritual vision. He saw that the spiritual essence of the team member at the front was turning black, as if he had been attacked by a curse. However, Lena, who was behind Austin, said, "My spiritual vision didn't detect anything unusual." Hobert was taken aback by this statement. Could he have been mistaken? He examined the dead team member again, confirming that his judgment was correct. So, Hobert re-examined Lena, but subtly and without making it obvious, as if nothing had happened. Austin pondered for a moment. "I'll close my eyes and try going into the corridor ahead. If there's any danger, warn me immediately." This was a good idea, but it reminded Hobert of some unpleasant experiences. However, he was certain that there were no high-level monsters or sealed items from the death pathway ahead, otherwise, everyone in the tomb passage would already be corpses. Austin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stood at the corner. The two team members behind Lena quickly stepped forward, ready to pull back their captain if he tried to harm himself. Everyone held their breath for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Austin suddenly said, "I feel very curious, constantly wanting to open my eyes and look ahead, but I can resist the urge to open them by using beyonder powers." He returned, leaning on the wall, and breathed a long sigh of relief before saying, "Let's blindfold ourselves. As long as we don't look ahead, we can feel our way forward through the tomb passage and avoid this mechanism." Lena immediately agreed, "Good idea." But Hobert, at the back, said, "I don't think so. After we close our eyes, there will definitely be other mechanisms waiting for us. Perhaps the tomb owner's intention is for us to close our eyes, and then, without our sight, we'll step on other, more despairing traps." Lena frowned. "I've explored many ancient tombs, and generally, there aren't very complex mystical mechanisms. Blindfolding ourselves should solve the problem." Hobert smiled and shook his head. "I can't speak for ancient tombs of other pathways, but if you deal with an ancient tomb of the seer pathway according to common sense, you'll definitely fall into the tomb owner's trap." He pointed to the ground. "See that skeleton? The previous group of explorers also had someone die in this place, but why didn't any of the other explorers make it out alive? And on the tomb passage just now, an explorer who was seriously injured also died." When Hobert said this, everyone realized that the other members of the previous exploration team must have died in the tomb passages ahead, with only one person escaping with serious injuries, but they didn't make it out either. The muscles on Austin's chubby face twitched slightly. "What should we do then?" "I'll go to the front," Hobert said. "I'll lead the way." Austin was slightly taken aback, but still reminded him, "It's very dangerous." "Of course, I know," Hobert suddenly smiled. He had already made an assessment that the rank of the curse was not too high. Having reached the front, Hobert held the pocket watch key made of order crystal at his waist in one hand, and grasped his cane in the other. He stepped out of the corner of the tomb passage and looked ahead. The tomb passage ahead wasn't long either, about 3 or 4 meters. The light from the carbide lamp revealed an oil painting hanging on the tomb passage at the corner. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a lush green tree swayed in the wind, and as far as the eye could see, there was a verdant meadow. The clouds were low, like fluffy cotton candy that could fall from the sky at any moment. At the end of the meadow, there seemed to be a figure, but it was very, very far away, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly, not even whether it was male or female. "What a beautiful scene," Hobert couldn't help but exclaim. The people behind him were all shocked. Austin was even preparing to close his eyes and rush over to rescue Hobert. At that moment, Hobert saw the branches in the painting actually swaying, and the meadow was rippled by a gust of wind. Hobert even felt the cool summer breeze in the gloomy and damp tomb passage. The meadow seemed to suddenly leap out of the oil painting, and the tomb passage was filled with sunlight. Hobert felt as if he was in a sea of green grass and wildflowers. The pocket watch key in Hobert's hand prevented him from feeling any infatuation. Just then, the figure at the end of the meadow began to move. The figure moved quickly, approaching like a flash, and soon came into view. It only had the shape of a person, more than 2 meters tall, but it was emaciated, without a head or neck. Its eyes were on its chest, with no other facial features. This shape was somewhat similar to Hobert's impression of Xing Tian, but without Xing Tian's mighty and valiant, fearless feeling. Instead, because it was emaciated and its hands had sharp claws, it had an indescribable sense of eeriness. After Hobert saw those evil eyes, he immediately poured his spirituality into the pocket watch key, forming a wall of order in front of him. Clang! A small spark flashed on the wall of spirituality, blocking the monster's curse. Austin and the others behind saw the black crystal-like wall of order. They felt a strong sense of oppression and stepped back one after another. Especially Austin, who had a new understanding of Hobert's strength. For him, this was already the second magical item on Hobert's body. The monster that came out of the painting showed angry eyes and stretched out its claws to stab Hobert. Hobert drew his tang blade and rushed forward. Clang. The sound of metal collision was made. The monster was very strong, but apart from curses and claws, it didn't seem to have any other means of attack. Madness. Hobert used the ability of the psychological spoon. The monster immediately fell into a state of madness. Hobert stepped forward, blocked the monster's claw with his arm, and stabbed out one of its eyes in the chest with a knife. Hobert, strengthened by the zombie spoon, had arms as hard as steel. This claw only tore his clothes. The severe pain quickly woke the monster from its state of madness. Its other eye was full of fear. Hobert raised his knife and slashed from the monster's left shoulder to its right waist. The monster, cut in two, fell to the ground and struggled a few times before becoming still. Putting away his knife, Hobert glanced at the painting, which was still a beautiful landscape painting, and the scene inside still seemed to be able to descend into reality at any time. Hobert said to the people behind him, "Come over, this mechanism has been destroyed by me." Austin cautiously asked, "Is it okay to open our eyes?" Hobert said, "I'm opening my eyes right now." Everyone then turned around the corner and saw the appearance of the monster, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. When they looked at the painting again, it was indeed a beautiful landscape painting. One of the team members said, "Hey, at the end of the meadow, there seems to be a figure." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 294, Chapter 294 The Tomb Master's Curse. Chapter 294 The Tomb Master's Curse. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Wiping his tang sword, Hobert also went over to take a look. Sure enough, the figure in the depths of the grass was still there, but he didn't come out of the painting again. Hobert took the painting down, facing the picture towards the wall. The effect of the sealed item is still there. I need to go back and study it carefully to understand its ability. Now this painting will not bring danger to everyone for the time being. So everyone's eyes turned to the next section of the tomb passage. The next section of the tomb passage became much wider, and the length was only about 5 or 6 meters. At the end of the tomb passage were 2 tomb doors. In the middle of the tomb passage, there were 2 stone statues. The stone statues looked like ancient knights, wearing armor and holding severely rusted weapons. In front of the stone statues lay 3 skeletons. They seemed to have been cut in half directly, or split into 2 pieces. They looked very messy. It was only through the number of beyonder characteristics that it was known that they were 3 skeletons. Hobert held the tang sword to clear the way. When he was about half a meter away from the stone statue, the eyes of the stone statue suddenly turned scarlet. They waved 2 rusty weapons and slashed at Hobert. Hobert raised his sword to block one of the rusty weapons. He stepped forward and kicked one of the stone statues down. Austin in the back also pulled out a sword made of refined iron and blocked the attack of the other stone statue. After Hobert kicked down the stone statue, he continued to move forward, stomping on the head of the stone statue. The 2 red eyeballs rolled out a long way, and the stone statue completely lost its life. He then swung his sword and chopped off the head of the other stone statue, and that stone statue also remained motionless. Hobert's clean and neat offensive made the 2 team members behind him cast admiring glances. Then their attention focused on the 3 skeletons. As long as they entered a certain range, the stone statues would attack the people in the tomb passage. It was conceivable that if they had come in blindfolded, they would definitely be easily killed by the stone statues. Austin put away his sword, took out the wooden box again, and collected the beyonder characteristics on the ground and 2 pairs of red eyes. So far, they have harvested 5 beyonder characteristics, 1 sealed item, and 2 pairs of mystical materials. It can be said that this exploration has made a lot of money. The group walked past the stone statues and came to the tomb door. Hobert asked Austin, "What are you going to do next?" Of course, push open or pull open the tomb door. The strength shown by Hobert made Austin's tone a lot more polite. He had already decided that in addition to Hobert's choice, he would also give Hobert a trophy. After all, Hobert played a huge role in the exploration process. If that's the case, you can't push or pull. Hobert raised the tang sword and pierced it into the tomb door. The tomb door was made of blue stone, but under Hobert's sharp tang sword, it was like tofu. No, there is no tofu in the North and South continents. It was as fragile as fresh cheese. Hobert relied on his brute force to cut an irregular hole in the tomb door that could accommodate 1 person. With a gentle push forward, the cut stone slab was pushed inside. Austin raised the torch and looked in. Inside was a spacious tomb chamber, with a stone coffin on the inner side of the tomb chamber, and a row of burial objects on each side. In addition, there was also a rusty armor hanging on the wall, and a piece of animal skin that could not be seen what kind of animal it was. Was the tomb owner a military general during his lifetime? The armor was a personal item, and the animal skin was the fur of his favorite prey. After waiting for a while, it seemed that there was no danger inside. Austin was the first to enter, holding his sword in both hands, vigilantly looking at the tomb chamber. After a few seconds, he asked Lena, "Are there any wraiths?" Lena said, "No." Only then did everyone enter the main tomb chamber one by one. Hobert took out candles from his pocket and asked, "Where is the southeast corner?" Several people looked at each other, obviously losing their sense of direction in the winding tomb passage just now. Hobert was helpless, so he randomly found a corner that was not in the way and lit the candle, which was a little psychological comfort to himself. Austin and his two subordinates first looked back at the tomb door. There was a bolt on the lower part inside the tomb door, which looked like there was a mechanism. Then Austin asked a subordinate to guard the door, and he took another subordinate to check the burial objects. Hobert was not in a hurry to step forward, but intentionally or unintentionally stared at Lena. The harvest in the tomb chamber was not small, there were some gold and silver utensils and gems, and a necklace. Everyone's spirituality could feel that this necklace was a magical item, but its specific ability was not clear. The boxes containing the items were also antiques, which could be sold for a good price. Then, everyone turned their attention to the stone coffin. There was also a wooden box on the stone coffin, which was not locked. Austin opened it and saw a yellowed parchment paper in the wooden box, with the following written in Hermes language: "Open my stone coffin, disturb my sleep, you will be cursed, take the other burial objects and leave, this is the final warning." Several people looked at each other. In this beyonder world, curses are real. It's just that they didn't know if the curse would have expired after thousands of years. In the end, Austin said, "We're already here, how can we not see what's in the stone coffin?" So everyone moved the burial objects that had been obtained to the side, and Austin and two subordinates took crowbars to open the coffin. After a lot of effort, the coffin was finally pried open. Hobert also came over to help, and everyone successfully pushed the stone coffin. The things like the imagined gale blowing through, and the vicious curse echoing in the tomb chamber did not happen. Thump. The coffin lid fell to the ground, revealing the scene inside. To everyone's surprise, there was only a corpse and a thick, dusty book in the coffin. The tomb owner's beyonder characteristics were not here. He must have died of natural causes and was not buried with him at all. Austin muttered, "Bad luck." At the risk of being cursed by the tomb owner, there was nothing of value inside. At this time, Hobert suddenly noticed that when cleaning up the burial objects just now, it was Austin and a mercenary subordinate, but when opening the coffin, it became Austin and two mercenary subordinates. Looking at the direction of the tomb door again, the mercenary guarding the door was still there. A mercenary was created out of thin air. However, the light in the tomb chamber was dim, and it was not clear what the mercenary guarding the door looked like. Hobert clenched his cane, ready to leave the tomb chamber at any time. At this time, Austin also found that there were two subordinates around him. He took the dusty book out of the stone coffin and said, "Pete, I asked you to guard the door, so just guard the door obediently, go back." The young man called Pete seemed not to have heard Austin's words, and showed a strange smile. At the same time, in the direction of the tomb door, the mercenary guarding the door asked, "Boss, did you call me just now?" Everyone's movement stopped, and the temperature in the tomb chamber reached freezing point in an instant. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 295, Chapter 295, It's Really an Inside Job. Chapter 295, It's Really an Inside Job. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Pete, who was next to Austin, suddenly lost his thickness and became like a paperman. He opened his arms and rushed towards Austin, as if to give Austin a bear hug. Austin was too close to Pete, and there was no time to draw his sword or dodge, not even enough time to drop the cumbersome books in his hand. Just at this critical moment, a black blade shadow drew a beautiful arc on Pete. Because the blade was drawn too fast, the sound of the blade could be heard throughout the tomb. Pete was split in two, turning into two pieces of leather that looked like human skin and animal skin. The one who drew the knife just now was of course Hobert. He was originally ready to rush out of the tomb and leave this place, but he soon discovered that the animal skin hanging on the wall was gone. He immediately understood what was going on and drew his knife to save Austin. Human skin shadow. Hobert explained while putting away his knife, its characteristic is that it is the main material of sequence 6 level. At the same time, he sighed in his heart that Klein's pathway is really the spokesperson of mysticism. Just a beyonder creature with a certain amount of wisdom can create such a bizarre event. Austin had a feeling of surviving a disaster. Storm above, thank you for letting me recruit Hobert into the team. Hobert had saved him twice. Boom. Austin was about to thank Hobert when he heard a muffled gunshot from the direction of the entrance. Everyone's attention was drawn to the direction of the tomb door. Austin dropped the book in his hand. Quick. Return to the ground. He judged that this should be a warning from his teammates to the underground. Pete, the real Pete, who was guarding the door, rushed out first, followed by Austin and another mercenary. Lena and Hobert walked at the back. When passing the first corner, Hobert took the painting with him to see if it could be used later. When they arrived at the entrance of the tomb passage in the ground, Austin and others stopped. They did not rush out, but chose to wait and see. But there was no sound outside, which made Austin and the others worried about their companions outside. Just as everyone was looking at the entrance, Lena had a dagger in her hand at some point, and stabbed it towards Austin's lower back. Hobert noticed this and was about to kick Lena's wrist away, but Austin reacted one step faster and grabbed Lena's wrist, psychic piercing. Lena tried to dodge in pain, but was firmly grabbed by Austin. She gritted her teeth and summoned an undead, throwing it towards Austin. Exile. Austin exiled the undead, but still firmly grabbed Lena's wrist. Hobert, who was about to take action just now, took a step back and sighed in his heart that the mercenaries in his team are generally veterans. Although Austin looks very simple and honest, it is estimated that he had long suspected that Lena had a problem and had been quietly paying attention to her every move. And Austin made the wisest choice, to capture Lena alive when the situation outside was still unknown. Lena endured the huge mental pressure, and the whites of her eyes turned black. Whip of pain. While being careful of the new undead offensive, Austin intensified his mental offensive against Lena, trying to make Lena's spirit collapse and faint as soon as possible. Just when Lena was about to be unable to hold on, a giant sword composed of light suddenly pierced down from the tomb passage above Austin's head, so he had to let go of Lena and quickly dodge. Lena's desire to survive stimulated all her potential. She jumped up suddenly, grabbed the top of the tomb passage at the entrance, and jumped out. Boom. Pete fired a shot and hit Lena in the back. Lena's body obviously paused, but she still jumped out of the tomb passage. Hobert had already taken out the teleportation statue. He immediately sensed that there were several Beyonders guarding the entrance, and according to his feel, the one who stabbed the Dawn Sword just now should be a Sequence 5 Guardian. There are at least 2 Sequence SIXs among the other people. Although Hobert had the opportunity to move Lena back, he did not do so. He still needed Lena to convey some wrong information and make the enemy unprepared for a blink. Then Hobert thought that Austin and the others had obviously been targeted long ago, and an internal agent had taken the opportunity to sneak in when they were recruiting people. After they entered the tomb passage, he did not know what method she used to notify her accomplices who were waiting not far away. Since Lena, who had spiritual vision, did not remind that the dead mercenary team member committed suicide because of a curse, Hobert began to pay attention to her and guessed her purpose, so Hobert, who was mentally prepared, was not worried about the current situation. Let's rest for a while. Hobert said to Austin and others who were preparing to jump out of the entrance, there are many enemies outside. It is best for us to go out after they relax a little. Austin and the other 3 were slightly stunned, but still followed Hobert to the depths of the tomb. Hobert put the painting against the wall and actually leaned against the wall and sat down on the tomb passage to rest. We have consumed a lot of physical strength and energy just now, and it is difficult to maintain the best state if we rush out like this. That makes sense. Austin also sat down with Hobert. Hobert added, I have a magical item that can roughly determine that there are a total of 7 or 8 enemies outside, one of whom is Sequence 5. Austin looked surprised, and then a little desperate. After wandering in the Beyonder world for so long, he of course knew the gap between Sequence 6 and Sequence 5. Theoretically speaking, a Sequence 5 can deal with the 4 people in the tomb passage, and the 3 team members outside should have met with misfortune. Of course, Hobert could use travel to leave, but he wanted to try his new equipment through battle, so he decided to stay and fight, and it would not be too late to run if he really could not beat them. There are 2 options now. Hobert smiled, my magical item can also send you to the ground, so I suggest that we divide the spoils that are easier to carry here, and after reaching the ground, escape in different directions. The second option is that I send you to the enemy side to launch a surprise attack and try to complete a wave of counter kills. Austin pondered for a while before saying, let's divide these magical items and Beyonder characteristics. Those gold and silver utensils and jewelry are not easy to carry, so we don't need them. In his concept, even 2 Sequence SIXs would find it difficult to kill a Sequence 5, let alone the fact that the other party has other helpers. Austin added, according to the previous agreement, you choose first. This painting and that necklace belong to me. Hobert said. Okay. Austin almost ignored Hobert's request to choose 2 spoils, after all, this painting was also difficult for him to take away. Austin took out the necklace and handed it to Hobert, there are 4 of us in total, we will go in 4 directions later. Hobert smiled and said, don't get me wrong, after you escape, I will swagger out of the entrance and then start hunting. You're crazy. Austin looked surprised, Lena will definitely tell the enemies outside all our situation. Even if we go up first, we can lure away some of the enemies, they will leave 1 or 2 masters to guard the entrance. Hobert kept smiling on his face, I just want to have a hearty fight. Austin opened his mouth wide, not knowing if Hobert was crazy. Or was he crazy? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, Sudden Attack. Chapter 296, Sudden Attack. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Inside the tomb passage, Pete and another mercenary grew increasingly anxious, but Austin remained relatively calm, sitting across from Hobert and focusing on recovering his strength. Watching Hobert play with the necklace, Austin still found it hard to believe that a Sequence 6 was going to challenge a Sequence 5. After resting for about half an hour, Hobert suddenly stood up and asked, "Ready?" Austin nodded, rising nimbly and dusting himself off, his agility belying his size. Hobert held up the teleportation statue for one last reminder. Appearing suddenly from outside the entrance will catch the enemy off guard, but you can't afford to be caught off guard. Once you're up there, immediately identify your escape route and don't run towards the enemy. Austin asked, "What's the probability of victory for your counterattack?" Hobert pondered for a moment. "I'm reasonably confident that I can defeat them, and there might even be some gains, like the already heavily injured Lena." Austin seemed to make up his mind. "I want to join your plan." Pete and the other subordinate were both surprised. In their minds, Austin was a cautious leader, so why would he make such a risky choice today? Hobert was also a little surprised. "I have a way to escape in a critical moment. If there's danger, I'll leave the battlefield immediately." That would leave Austin alone, and the result was predictable. But the hesitation had vanished from Austin's eyes. "I have to try to avenge Roy and the others, otherwise, even if I escape the pursuers, the guilt will haunt me for the rest of my life." Besides, he had just thought about it, and the probability of escape was very small. It was better to fight to the death and gamble that Hobert really had the ability to fight a Sequence 5. Pete and the other mercenary were also fired up by Austin's words. "Captain, we'll join the action too." Austin patted them on the shoulders. "Good for you. But if you have a chance, you should still try to escape. You're still young." For a moment, the atmosphere in the tomb passage became both tragic and fervent. "All right, with all of you joining, the odds of defeating them are even greater," Hobert said with a slight smile. "Let me explain the battle plan I just came up with." As winter descended, the wilderness at night had become somewhat cold. The campfire at Austin's mercenary team's original camp was still burning, but no one was warming themselves by the fire. This was a simple trap. People in the dark would unconsciously be drawn to the light and instinctively move closer to it, especially when feeling insecure. The leader of this operation, the Guardian, leaned against a tree, a smile on his face as he stared at the entrance to the tomb passage. Although he wasn't a hunter, he knew how to hunt. In the Guardian's view, they now had an absolute advantage. The four prey below only had this one exit, and they just needed to wait patiently for the prey to lose their nerve and jump out. Forcing an attack on the tomb passage would not take advantage of their numerical superiority. Most importantly, the Guardian knew the situation of the four enemies in the tomb passage. The captain, Austin, should be a judge. There was also a new teammate named Hobert, suspected to be a hypnotist, because he had used the madness skill and had discovered Lena's problem early on, all of which were characteristics of a spectator pathway beyonder. In addition, he had a magical item that could create a black barrier, and a bracelet that easily discovered ancient tombs. These two enemies were not difficult to deal with because they were not good at close combat. The Guardian believed that the prey would definitely fight to the death tonight. If it was tomorrow, without water and food, they would lose their best condition. Just then, the Guardian's spirituality suddenly felt disturbed, which made him slightly stunned. Could it be that the briber, who had escaped earlier, had brought reinforcements? He hadn't heard of this mercenary team having any background. He looked at a companion, a Sequence 6 conspirer. A figure suddenly emerged behind the conspirer, holding a black saber and gripping the scabbard in his other hand. According to Lena's description, this person should be the new member, Hobert. At the same time, the ability Blink appeared in the Guardian's mind. Could the opponent be a traveler? The person who suddenly appeared was, of course, Hobert. He had given the teleportation statue to Austin and had Austin teleport him next to a Sequence 6. The main reason for giving the teleportation statue to Austin was that Hobert really didn't have a hand to hold it, and he didn't want to use a precious Blink opportunity at the beginning. The key was that he wasn't afraid that Austin would run away with the teleportation statue. After all, it had the aura of the Nation of Disorder, making it easy to find. Hobert's sudden appearance caught his opponents off guard. In the first couple of seconds of the battle, the Guardian and the others found it difficult to react effectively. He used the fastest and most direct attack method, thrusting the Tang saber forward, stabbing towards the conspirer. The conspirer retreated as hard as he could, while immediately causing layers of flames to appear on his body surface, but he was still half a beat too slow, and the flames on his body surface did not stop Hobert's Tang saber. Puffed. Hobert stabbed the conspirer in the chest. At that moment, the surrounding area of dozens of meters was enveloped in the light of dawn, and time seemed to suddenly jump from night to morning. The Sequence 5 Light of Dawn was much stronger than the Sequence 6. The Guardian, holding the Sword of Dawn and wearing the Armor of Dawn, charged towards Hobert. The injured conspirer, although filled with fear, thought that the sudden appearance of the enemy had startled him and didn't take it to heart. Logically speaking, such an injury was not too serious for a conspirer. He simply held the Tang saber, preparing to trap Hobert or force Hobert to abandon his weapon. Hobert didn't panic as the Guardian had imagined after failing to strike. Instead, he suddenly thrust the scabbard into the ground, order. In an instant, a tree more than 10 meters tall, with a crown spanning tens of meters, appeared in front of the Guardian. The Guardian was slightly stunned, holding up the Sword of Dawn to chop down the tree. Dong. A sound of heavy objects colliding was heard. The Guardian was surprised to find that the Sword of Dawn, which was as sharp as mud and could break through beyond her abilities, had not caused the tree the slightest damage. Taking advantage of this gap, Hobert pulled back the Tang saber, and the sharp blade cut off 3 or 4 fingers from the conspirer. In his hand that was originally holding the scabbard, there was now a piece of stone, disorder. The stone was thrown towards the Guardian and others who had come to support, and their beyonder characteristics were all affected to varying degrees. Weaken. The Guardian, whose Sword of Dawn was visibly dimmer, wondered, which pathway beyonder is this kid from? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 297, Chapter 297 Battle Sequence. Chapter 297 Battle Sequence. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. When Hobert used Weaken, his raid was already successful. The Guardian was obviously weakened, and the Disorder Stone also made him pause obviously, once again blocking his attack on Hobert. Another Sequence 7 who came to support was affected by the Disorder Stone and Weaken, standing there, trying to recover. And a Sequence 8 who came to support the Guardian lost control on the spot, his flesh and blood swelled up like a blown balloon. When he was underground, Hobert used the teleportation statue to find out the enemy's details. The enemy had a total of 1 Sequence 5, 2 Sequence SIXS, 2 Sequence 7s and 3 Sequence 8s. As Hobert expected, although his raid caught the enemy off guard, their combat literacy was not bad. They did not swarm all over to support. Only the Guardian brought a Sequence 7 and a Sequence 8 to support. The other enemies are still waiting near the entrance. This provided conditions for Hobert to cut the battlefield. After Hobert took back the knife, he quickly abandoned the conspirer, Blink, to the Sequence 7, and raised his hand with a knife. Only surprise was left in the eyes of the Sequence 7, and he couldn't react at all. Just when the Sequence 7 was waiting to die, a barrier emitting the light of dawn appeared in front of him, blocking the fatal blow for him. At the same time, Hobert felt a whistling sound behind him, and the fireball of the conspirer had reached behind him. So Hobert used Blink for the second time, dodged the fireball, and then used it again to come to the Sequence 8 guarding the entrance, and killed the Sequence 8 with a single knife. It wasn't that the Guardian failed to use Dawn Barrier to block Hobert's attack in time, but according to Hobert's estimation, he used Blink 3 times and moved a total of nearly 20 meters. Adding the distance between him and the Guardian before, this has exceeded the distance where Dawn Barrier can be used. At the beginning of the battle, a Sequence 8 had already died and a Sequence 8 had lost control. The Guardian reminded loudly, "Be careful. He is a traveler." This is a huge discrepancy with the information provided by Lena. Although Hobert also used some Beyonder abilities of the Black Emperor pathway, abilities like Blink are rarely encountered in Beyonder battles, and such magical items are even rarer. Compared with magical items, it is more likely that this isn't Beyonder of this pathway, so the Guardian judged that this is a traveler. As for the Beyonder abilities of other pathways, in the eyes of the Guardian, they should come from the recording ability of the traveler. The Guardian and the Conspirer are both very fast. During the time Hobert killed someone, they had already outflanked Hobert from the left and right. The Conspirer bent over and pressed on the ground. 2 fire dragons set off from his hands and quickly surrounded Hobert along the ground. Hobert was about to dodge when the Guardian holding the Sword of Dawn had already blocked Hobert's retreat. Although the power of the Guardian has been greatly weakened, Hobert will still not fight him in terms of strength. With another blink, Hobert escaped the siege of the Guardian and the Conspirer. But as soon as he reappeared, the fireball of the Conspirer roared and smashed over, and the Guardian strode forward again holding the Sword of Dawn, and once again blocked Hobert's retreat to dodge. So Hobert used Blink for the 5th time, but as soon as he appeared, he was still within the attack range of the Conspirer and the Guardian. The Conspirer, who had been moving, had an scarlet whip made of orange-red flames in his hand. There were barbs on the whip, and it lashed towards Hobert. The Guardian appeared in another direction of Hobert, and went to block Hobert again. The 2 people, one long range and one close range, cooperated very skillfully, especially the Guardian. He was wearing the Dawn armor, which made him look a circle fatter than others. He looked like a tank rushing around the battlefield, but his speed was very agile, even as fast as the whip that the conspirer lashed out. Their positioning is also very advanced. Hobert, who can only move 7 or 8 meters with each blink, will be within their attack range no matter how he blinks. The 5 blink opportunities have been used up, and Hobert has been completely suppressed by 2 enemies, distortion. Hobert's blink also pays attention to tactics. Although the last 2 blinks looked embarrassing, they led the Guardian and the Conspirer back under the Order Tree. With the blessing of the Order Tree, Hobert's distortion hits every time, and without any discount. The Scarlet Flame whip that the Conspirer lashed out suddenly turned to the Guardian. Hobert took advantage of this gap to avoid the 2 people's attack. The Guardian didn't pay attention to the Scarlet Flame whip at all. The Scarlet whip hit his Dawn armor and drew obvious cracks, but in the Dawn light, the armor quickly recovered. This is still the case when the Guardian is weakened. The Dawn armor will have cracks. If it is in full bloom, it will only ripple slightly. While the Guardian was still 2 or 3 meters away from him, Hobert already had a pocket watch in his hand. He grabbed in the direction of the Guardian, and the surroundings suddenly dimmed, and the light of dawn disappeared. This time Hobert stole the dawn light of the Guardian, which is equivalent to depriving the state that is beneficial to the Guardian. But Hobert will not use dawn light in battle, because that is equivalent to creating a favorable environment for the enemy. Madness. Just as the Sword of Dawn of the Guardian was about to fall, Hobert used a new ability. The sanity in the Guardian's eyes quickly disappeared, perfectly missing the close target. Although the madness used by Hobert seems risky, it is actually not very risky, because the Guardian is still in a weakened state. The key is that the Dawn Light can block most of the Beyonder abilities for him, but now the Dawn Light is gone, so Hobert succeeded with 1 blow. If the Guardian was in the Dawn Light, madness would not have much effect at all. The Conspirer, who had also rushed to Hobert's vicinity, moved the long whip in his hand to cover the Guardian. Distortion. Hobert distorted the target of the long whip again, and said in a deep voice, "Gate to the underworld." In the illusion, a bronze door with mysterious patterns appeared, and indescribable eyes looked out from the door, causing the fear in the Conspirer's heart to flood like a tide. The battle situation has twists and turns, and now it is beneficial to Hobert again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 298, Chapter 298 Laying the Foundation for Victory, Bonus 1. Chapter 298 Laying the Foundation for Victory. Thanks to Visionary Cipher for becoming a member, +5 bonus. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. From the moment that Tree of Order appeared, Hobert had been building an order that could enhance the power of the underworld. Not far away, the corpses of the mercenaries in the camp began to twitch again, and several times they were about to sit up again. While the Guardian was in a frenzied state, Hobert immediately used the ultimate move of the Spirit Wine Glass, Gate to the Underworld. The Conspirer was already wounded by the Tang blade, and he had been suppressing the fear in his heart and the discomfort of his spirit body. But at the moment when the Gate to the Underworld appeared, at the moment when countless indescribable eyes appeared, the fear in the Conspirer's heart and the injury from the Tang blade suddenly erupted at this moment. His whole body was like rusting, cold and stiff. Immediately afterwards, pale arms stretched out from the Gate to the Underworld, pulling at the Conspirer, and at the same time, screams that humans could hardly make directly hit the Conspirer's soul, causing him to tremble involuntarily. The Conspirer wanted to conjure flames to burn those pale arms, but because his hands were shaking so badly, the flames flowed out of his palms like water. Hobert took a step forward, ready to deliver the final blow, but the Guardian had recovered some sanity from his frenzied state, and he almost reflexively used the Sword of Dawn to block the blow for the Conspirer. So Hobert turned his blade, and with a single strike, he pierced the Guardian's armor. He realized that the material rank of the Tang blade was very high, and it was estimated that even the demigod-level armor of Dawn could be pierced with a single strike, but the light of Dawn of the Guardian was not the same. It would take at least 3 strikes to break it. The Guardian was taken aback. In his memory, the armor on his body had not suffered such a large area of damage for a long time. The Gate to the Underworld rapidly amplified the Guardian's fear, and the Guardian involuntarily took a step back. At this time, his reason had basically recovered, and while recondensing the armor of Dawn, he was surprised why a Gate to the Underworld appeared in front of him. Over there, one arm of the Conspirer had been pulled into the bronze gate, and a scarlet flame finally formed in his palm, but under the influence of the Gate to the Underworld, the scarlet flame quickly changed color, turning into a ghastly green. Not only did it have no effect on the pale arms, but it was also burning the Conspirer's spirit body. Hobert was preparing to deliver the final blow again. He felt his spirituality rapidly draining away. The Gate to the Underworld was very useful, but the consumption of spirituality was also very large. The Guardian once again used the Light of Dawn to block this blow for the Conspirer, and at the same time used the Light of Dawn to jam the Conspirer at the door, and began a spiritual tug-of-war with Hobert. Hobert's spirituality was definitely not as good as a Sequence 5, and coupled with the fact that the Sequence 7 state that was affected by the Disorder Stone had recovered a lot, he was pulling out his sword to help. After a little consideration, Hobert gave up summoning the Gate to the Underworld. The pale arms, the indescribable eyes, and the heart-wrenching howls quickly faded, became illusory, and soon disappeared. The conspirer was pale, covered in cold sweat, and collapsed on the ground. If it was just the Gate to the Underworld, it wouldn't have caused such a serious effect, but the Gate to the Underworld caused the Tang Blade's injury to completely erupt, and the conspirer had lost his combat effectiveness. If he doesn't treat the injury to his spirit body as soon as possible, he may not see the sun tomorrow. At this time, the Guardian's weakened state had been alleviated, his Sword of Dawn gradually became more solid, and he slashed heavily at Hobert. The Sequence 7 over there saw that the Guardian's offensive had become sharp again, and took out a revolver and fired 3 shots at Hobert's back. A new pincer attack formed. Unfortunately, this pincer attack was not as sharp as before. Hobert simply ignored the bullets flying towards him. Distortion. The Guardian's heavy slash deviated from the target again, and the bullets hit Hobert's back, but only made him stagger. Sequence 7, Weapon Master, was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect Hobert to be so versatile. He could even withstand bullets. Taking advantage of this gap, Hobert shouted towards the entrance of the tomb passage, "Now!" The battle situation was much better than Hobert had expected. Originally his plan was that while he was being besieged by Sequence 5, Austin and the other 3 would open a second battlefield as the second echelon. At that time, Hobert would use Blink, and Austin would use the teleportation statue, and strive to severely damage a Sequence 6 with the cooperation of the 2. But the current situation is that one Sequence 6 has lost combat effectiveness, and 2 Sequence 8s are dead and one is out of control, which greatly reduces the number gap between the 2 sides. Not far from Hobert's battlefield, Pete appeared suddenly holding an oil painting. Although it was in the dark night, the 2 enemies in front of Pete still saw the beautiful grass, trees, and the figure at the end of the grass under the summer sun. The 2 people exclaimed at the same time, "What a wonderful landscape." So the sinister-looking monster without a neck and head appeared and cursed the 2 people who exclaimed. The 2 almost simultaneously took out knives and guns, ready to commit suicide. Fortunately, they still had a companion who was not affected, a Sequence 6 spirit guide. He waved his hand, and 2 undead appeared next to the companions who were about to commit suicide, grabbing their hands holding knives and guns. Bang bang bang. Pete, who was good at marksmanship, fired 3 shots in a row and still killed the Sequence 8 not far from him. Seeing that his curse was not very effective, the monster raised its claws and grabbed at the Sequence 7 under the curse. The spirit guide was about to come over to help dispel the curse, but a big fat man jumped out of the tomb passage entrance, Death. Austin, who had been itching with hatred for a long time, used his most powerful attack ability as soon as he came up. The spirit guide did not dare to neglect, and summoned an undead to block this unavoidable blow for himself. Over there, Pete put down the oil painting and fired continuously to assist the monster, but unfortunately the monster's curse was not very strong, and the Sequence 7 had already escaped from the curse state, and then he rolled around in embarrassment, dodging bullets and the monster's claws. At this time, Pete's companion appeared. 2 mercenaries and a monster joined forces to attack the Sequence 7. The battle on the spirit guide's side was not optimistic either. Austin held the teleportation statue, using a whip on the left and a psychic pierce on the right, taking full advantage. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the forest, "Weaken." The spirit guide's power was immediately weakened, and Roy, with blood on his body, appeared pale on the edge of the battlefield. The Guardian saw everything on that battlefield. He never expected that the battle situation would suddenly take a turn for the worse. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 299, Chapter 299, Sequence 6 defeats Sequence 5, Bonus 2. Chapter 299, Sequence 6 defeats Sequence. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The Guardian looked at Hobert in front of him again, who was still unscathed. What was most annoying was that he had never seen such a useful distortion before, which was successful every time. The Sword of Dawn in his hand seemed to never be able to touch Hobert. Not only that, Hobert had been using distortion to influence Sequence 8, which had turned into a monster. The monster had been dealing with the Weapon Master, making the 2 of them fight separately. After a little consideration, the Guardian shouted, "Withdraw." As he said this, he stabbed out with his sword, taking the opportunity to distance himself from Hobert. Then, he strode over, picked up the conspirer, and was about to leave. How could Hobert let him succeed? Madness. The Guardian grabbed the conspirer and held him in front as a shield. Madness hit conspirer. The Weapon Master on the side also fired a shot, causing the monster to retreat. He took the opportunity to disengage from the battle and ran away, ignoring the others. On the battlefield over there, a barrier emitting the light of dawn appeared in front of the Spirit Guide and Sequence 7, helping them escape the battle as well. Hobert chased after them, flashing in front of the Guardian, wanting to kill the conspirer, who was being used as a shield, with one strike. However, just as the knife was about to fall, a layer of dawn barrier appeared in front of the conspirer again. Hobert was a little helpless. This was the Guardian's dawn barrier. Even a demigod-level frontal attack would find it difficult to break through this barrier. Under the cover of the Guardian, the spirit guide even conveniently picked up the Beyonder characteristic of the Sequence 8 that Hobert had killed at the beginning. Each time the teleportation statue in Austin's hand teleported, it would be blocked by the dawn barrier, making it impossible to keep the enemy. So, the group could only watch as the Guardian covered his teammates and left. The Guardian's choice was correct. Ever since the 8 of them were artificially divided into 2 battlefields by Hobert, the battle on Hobert's side had a great advantage for them. After all, Hobert was suppressed by the Guardian and had almost no power to fight back. However, the other battlefield was disadvantageous for the Guardian and the others. It was already a 2-on-4 situation, and they had no advantage in terms of numbers or sequence. They still had the opportunity to retreat calmly. If they waited a little longer, the Spirit Guide and Sequence 7 on the other side would not be able to hold on and would be killed one after another. Then, it would be their group besieging a Sequence 5 and a Sequence 7. The key was that the Guardian was not confident in quickly killing Hobert, otherwise the battlefield battle could continue for a while. Originally, Hobert wanted to use the reusable blink to kill one of the opponent's Sequence 7s, but after thinking about it, he gave up. The Guardian and his teammates had almost left the range of the Order tree, and the Guardian's Light of Dawn was about to recover. Hobert thought it would be a little risky to chase after them alone. In the blink of an eye, only a monster from the oil painting and the out-of-control Sequence 8 monster were left on the battlefield. Hobert raised his knife and killed the out-of-control monster first, then walked towards the monster with sharp claws, knife in hand. It seemed to have the memory of the previous monster, remembering being killed by Hobert not long ago. Seeing Hobert, the monster, who had been baring its fangs and claws, turned around and prepared to drill back into the oil painting. Hobert sprinted forward and killed the opponent with another strike. Austin and the others didn't know if they were experiencing a rebirth or if they couldn't believe the current result. They all stood there staring blankly at the weeds that had been ignited by the conspirer. It wasn't until Hobert gave Roy a healing spell that everyone came back to their senses. Roy noticed that his wound was healing rapidly. After thanking Hobert, he said, "Virgil is still in the grassland over there, but he may not make it." "Take me over to see," Hobert said, "as long as he's not dead, there's a chance to save him." Austin also reacted, "Everyone follow, we can't separate before returning to Backlund." If that Guardian and the others wanted to turn back and ambush them, they would definitely attack the straggling companions. While going to save people, Roy talked about what happened on the ground. Earlier, when Hobert killed the human skin shadow in the tomb, the camp was attacked by the spirit guide who had just escaped. Roy first gave a warning to the companions in the tomb, preparing to defend the camp and wait to join Austin and the others. However, the enemy's attack was too fierce, and Roy and Virgil, who were injured, managed to escape. They ran for a distance and found that the enemy did not chase after them at all, as if they had no intention of pursuing them. They had been here for more than a week before, and Roy was familiar with the surrounding terrain. He rested for a while in a hidden grass beach. Later, Roy saw the light of dawn emitted from the camp. He carefully sneaked back and happened to meet Austin jumping out of the cave, so he immediately joined the battle. Returning to the grass beach, Virgil was already dead, and his Beyonder characteristics had already been extracted. Everyone was silent in front of the corpse for more than half a minute, as if mourning, and as if lamenting the fate of mercenaries. Finally, Austin put away Virgil's Beyonder characteristics, and the other team members carried Virgil's body back to the camp. Hobert said to Roy and the others, "To prevent accidents, Austin and I will stay in the camp, you guys hurry up and transport the things in the tomb." Because of Hobert's performance in the battle just now, they were very convinced of Hobert's words and immediately jumped down to move things. Hobert found a dark gray stone emitting a strong stench around the out-of-control Sequence 8. This was the monster's Beyonder characteristic. To be precise, this should be a sealed artifact, because the Sequence 8 had lost control. Although it still had the appearance of an Beyonder characteristic, it could no longer be used as a normal Beyonder characteristic. Austin took the Beyonder characteristic of the Sequence 8 killed by Pete and handed it to Hobert. "This is your trophy. Even now, I still feel like the experience just now was a dream." Storm above, we actually drove away a Sequence 5 and his subordinates. Hobert was not polite and put away the Beyonder characteristic. If it was a head-on confrontation, we would definitely have no chance. The teleportation statue's surprise attack gave us a huge advantage. It was also in the surprise attack that we laid the groundwork for the enemy Sequence 6 to lose combat power. If the enemy had always maintained a lineup of 1 Sequence 5 and 2 Sequence SIXS, then this battle would have been difficult to win. Austin smiled, "Anyway, this is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life." As he said this, he put the bodies of the two subordinates together, then went to the tent to get a shovel, preparing to dig a hole on the spot to bury the bodies of his companions. When he opened the tent, he found, oh, it's Lena's body. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 300, Chapter 300 Candles in the Tomb, Bonus 3. Chapter 300 Candles in the Tomb. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert also went over to take a look and confirmed that it was Lena's corpse. She was leaning against her backpack, her eyes wide open, her face as pale as wax. Soon, Austin determined the cause of Lena's death, wrist-slitting suicide. Lena's wrist was a bloody mess. The dagger used to cut her own wrist was on her body, and there was a pool of blood under her body, as if all the blood in her body had flowed out. Her other hand, stained with her own blood, wrote a phrase on the tent. Because it was written very sloppily, Hobert took a long time to recognize it. What Lena wrote was, "Curse in the dream." Hobert and Austin exchanged glances, neither of them understanding what this meant. If just talking about curses, Hobert would first think of the tomb owner's curse, but what does that have to do with dreams? Could it be that the tomb owner's curse is in the dream? Or is this some kind of hint Lena gave to her teammates? Since Lena committed suicide, was it because of the monster in the oil painting again? In any case, Lena's suicide made Hobert remain vigilant. The tomb owner's curse may not be entirely a scare tactic. Austin lifted Lena's body, found the iron shovel and left the tent. Hobert carefully examined Lena's body, and then injected spirituality into the spirit wine glass to try to communicate with the spirit. However, Lena had obviously been dead for more than an hour, her spirituality was already very weak, and there was no way to communicate with the spirit. Hobert got up and quickly walked towards the Sequence 8 who had just been killed by Pete. Now it has been more than 15 minutes since the death of the Sequence 8, but it is still possible to communicate with the spirit. The whites of Hobert's eyes disappeared, and he grabbed the other party's spirituality. He came to the world full of grey fog again during the spirit communication. In front of him was the blurry figure of the Sequence 8. Hobert asked, "Lena's death. Lena's death." After chanting 7 times silently, a picture appeared in the grey fog. Lena jumped out of the tomb passage in a disheveled manner, and she was carried into the tent by her companions. Although she was injured, it was difficult for a gun to kill a Sequence 7. Lena leaned against her backpack and reported the situation in the tomb passage to the Guardian with a natural expression. The picture changed, and when the tent was opened again, Lena's eyes were wide open and she had committed suicide. The spirit communication picture disappeared, and Hobert's vision was blocked by grey fog again. He recalled the picture he had just seen, which meant that Lena's companions didn't know when and why she committed suicide. The other party's spirituality was already very weak, and Hobert quickly asked the second question, "What organization are you from? What organization are you from?" Judging from the skillful cooperation between the 8 of them, they must be from a Beyonder organization, not temporary partners. After chanting 7 times silently, a new picture appeared in front of Hobert, but this time the picture was very blurry, and only a blurry figure could be barely seen. Hobert couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, but only heard the other person say, "Welcome to join the Intercia Mutual Aid Society. Our purpose is to help each other between wild Beyonders. Of course, we are not a charity organization, and we will also plunder the resources and property of other organizations, and even rob the property of the lone government if conditions permit. That's right, it's a disaster to hand over taxes to those fat-headed politicians to manage. Instead of letting them secretly put it into their own pockets, it's better to buy mystical materials and potion formulas from us." The picture shattered, the spirituality of Sequence 8 completely dissipated, and Hobert automatically withdrew from spirit channeling. Intercia Mutual Aid Society. Hobert shook his head, wondering if he was really the nemesis of evil. How could digging a grave provoke another terrifying organization in Lone? Hobert also recalled that the 8 Beyonders just now were basically from the warrior and hunter pathways, which completely conformed to their Faceac Empire background. As for the spirit guide, Hobert remembered that among the Judgment Group members he killed, there was also a spirit medium. Perhaps they all obtained the magic potion formula from the Church of the God of Combat. After all, the Death Pathway and the Twilight Giant Pathway are also adjacent pathways. Austin, who was digging a pit, asked, "Did you get any clues?" Of course, he could see that Hobert was communicating with spirits just now. Even if Hobert said that he could build a train, Austin wouldn't be surprised. Hobert didn't hide anything, they are from the Intercia Mutual Aid Society. The iron shovel in Austin's hand almost fell. Obviously, he knew the Intercia Mutual Aid Society, and also knew that he had gotten into big trouble. But after a few seconds, he returned to normal. "I didn't hear clearly just now, and I don't care where they came from. In the future, I will honestly stay in Backlund. No, I will stay in Backlund for the rest of my life." If he didn't have bad habits such as gambling, and didn't plan to advance, the gains from this grave excavation would be enough for him to spend the rest of his life. If it was an acquaintance, such as Zio or Furs, who made a similar reaction to Austin, Hobert would definitely tell her again that the people they had just driven away were from the Intercia Mutual Aid Society. If the other party pretended to be deaf, he would write it down and show it to them. It has to be said that Austin's choice was right. The main forces of the Intercia Mutual Aid Society are in Intercia County and Ahova County. As long as they stay in Backlund, they would not dare to retaliate blatantly. Austin continued to dig the pit. I'm more curious. I've been paying attention to Lena's every move. How did she contact her companions? Spirits. Regarding this point, Hobert understood after learning that there was an spirit guide among Lena's companions. The two sides must have been communicating through the spirits. For example, when Lena used spirit communication to drive spirits to explore the tomb door and tomb passage under the pool, she also drove a spirit to pass this message to the spirit mentor not far away, thus completing the communication. This can also explain why the first echelon of the enemy surprise attack on the camp was composed of Beyonders led by the spirit guide. For example, when Lena was caught by you, she also used a spirit to inform the spirit guide on the ground of her situation, and the guardian provided precise support under the guidance of the spirit guide. Austin nodded and connected these details together. At this time, in the tomb chamber, Roy and two mercenary members had packed up all the gains. When they were about to leave the tomb chamber, Roy glanced at the candle that Hobert had lit in the corner of the tomb chamber, and only a small section remained. Roy ignored the small section of candle and was the last to leave the tomb chamber. The tomb chamber returned to silence and dimness, with only the candle in the corner burning flickeringly, giving the tomb chamber a little bit of light. Suddenly, the candle light whooshed and became higher, and the color also changed to a creepy green. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 301, Chapter 301 Clues to the Frenzied Mage, Bonus 4. Chapter 301 Clues to the Frenzied Mage. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Roy and the others returned to the ground, where they buried their three companions. They took only some food, water, and their grave-robbing spoils. All their equipment was discarded, and they began their return journey that very night. After walking for more than an hour, they reached the location where they had left their carriage. The two coachmen had also been killed by the enemy, but fortunately, the enemy had not killed the horses or driven the carriage away. So, one of the mercenary team members drove the carriage, and the group continued on their way back. While two carriages had been needed to come, only one was sufficient for the return journey. Only after the carriage left the mountainous area did Austin return the teleportation statue to Hobert. Once they reached the plains, villages lined both sides of the road, making it unlikely that the enemy would launch another surprise attack there. Then, Austin laid out their spoils in the carriage and said to Hobert, "Thanks to you, we were able to bring all these things back. Choose a few more trophies for yourself." Hobert nodded and selected a pair of red eyeballs obtained from the stone statue, the wraith of human skin's characteristics, and a book from the tomb owner's sarcophagus. Hobert suspected that the eyeballs were likely the core crystals of the six-winged gargoyle, making the first two materials suitable for trading with the world at the Tarot Club. As for the book, since the tomb owner had taken it into the coffin, it likely contained important content or research results. Generally, Beyonders of the Seer pathway were half-scholars, making this a valuable piece of Beyonder data. As for the 5 Beyonder characteristics, Hobert glanced at them and saw that they were basically Sequence 9 and Sequence 8, possibly not even as valuable as the six-winged gargoyle's core crystals combined. After Hobert made his selections, Austin proceeded with the distribution. He divided the spoils into 7 portions, with 3 of them to be converted into pounds and given to the deceased's relatives. Austin then asked, "Mr. Hobert, if we need your help in the future, where can we find you?" Hobert gave the address of the law firm. Once everyone relaxed, they began to feel tired. Austin arranged the order for sentry duty and driving, then closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the sound of snoring filled the carriage. Hobert did not sleep. He observed Austin and Pete, the 3 people who had entered the tomb and opened the tomb owner's sarcophagus with him. Asleep, they showed no suicidal tendencies or signs of being harmed in their dreams. This made Hobert wonder, could the tomb owner's curse have ended with Lena? If so, Lena was truly unlucky. Hobert gazed out the carriage window, gradually hearing the crowing of roosters, seeing smoke rising from farmhouses, and watching as the sky slowly brightened, with farmers beginning their work in the fields. The horses had been pulling the carriage day and night and were very tired, so the group had not been able to return to Backlund overnight. As the outside of the carriage began to brighten, Hobert noticed that the scenery outside was somewhat familiar. At this moment, Austin knocked on the carriage and asked, "Is this the road back to Backlund?" Pete, who was driving, replied, "Boss, I took the wrong road, but I saw the road signs just now. This road also leads back to Backlund." Hobert saw an abandoned villa by the roadside. "I'll get off here." Austin was taken aback and knocked on the carriage again, telling Pete to stop. Hobert, carrying the oil painting covered in black cloth and his personal belongings, got out of the carriage. In a corner by the roadside, he injected his spirituality into the newly acquired necklace. This necklace possessed some of the abilities of a faceless. It could transform into another person's appearance, use paper substitute doll, perform divination, and create simple illusions. Hobert was not yet clear about the specific negative effects, but based on his spiritual perception, they were not too serious. Using the necklace's ability, he transformed into Pete's appearance and went to the abandoned villa he had just seen. This was the Henry family's villa. It was a case Hobert had taken on when he was Sequence 9. In this case, he had obtained the teleportation statue and established a cooperative relationship with the Nighthawks team. Now, this ownerless villa had become somewhat dilapidated. The police tape was still there, but the door frame of the villa was still empty, and the house was full of desolation. It was estimated that this villa would remain abandoned, as it was unlikely that anyone would buy it after people had died there. At this moment, Hobert's spirituality sensed that someone had come out of the villa behind him. He remembered that the owner of that villa was Mr. Polly. Sure enough, Mr. Polly's voice sounded from behind. "Young man, are you also here to find the owner of this villa?" Hobert was taken aback, also. He turned around and smiled slightly. "Hello, sir. Yes, I am a distant relative of their family. I haven't been in contact for a long time, and I happened to be passing by, so I came to take a look." "Have they moved away?" Polly sighed. "They're all dead." Then, Mr. Polly began to recount the process of discovering the Henry family's bodies. Perhaps because he had signed a confidentiality agreement, Mr. Polly only spoke about the general process and omitted some details that sounded like ghost stories. Seeing that the time was right, Hobert asked, "Has anyone else come looking for them?" "Yes, someone came to look for the Henry family some time ago and asked me about their situation." Hobert immediately thought, could it be someone from the Solomon family? He asked, "What did he look like? How old was he? I might know him." He looked quite old, with graying hair and beard, as if he had been traveling outside for a long time, but he looked very healthy, walking as fast as the wind. Hobert pondered for a moment, then took out the paper and pen he carried with him. "Does he look like this?" He began to draw the frenzied mage who had taken a orderwood in Tingen City. In this era when photography technology was not yet widespread, fine arts was a compulsory course in universities and liberal arts colleges. Almost everyone who had attended school for a few years could draw a few strokes. Hobert was no exception. Without the help of rituals, the portrait he drew had no artistic sense or the realism of a photograph, but it still captured the vicissitudes and weary look of the frenzied mage. Before he could finish drawing, Polly said, "Yes, yes, yes, that's the old man. You really know him?" Hobert smiled. "Yes, I know him." "Did he say anything else when he left?" Polly took out his pipe, packed tobacco into it, and thought for a moment. "He said some strange things, something about a family and how it was, and that he felt some disharmony, and that the source of the disharmony came from Backlund." Hobert nodded. "Thank you for providing the information." He planned to stay at home and in the office for the next few days, avoiding going out and running around carelessly, lest some frenzied mage find the source of disharmony. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 302, Adventure in the Dream World, Bonus 5. Chapter 302, Adventure in the Dream World. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for 150+ chapters advance. Hobert found a deserted corner and used travel to return directly to his bedroom in Empress Borough. Back in his familiar surroundings, Hobert finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was still early morning, and the kitchen was already bustling, but Christian hadn't gotten up yet. Hobert first placed the oil painting next to the desk, then changed his clothes and took a shower, preparing for a good nap. As soon as he lay down, he couldn't help but review yesterday's battle, and he was quite satisfied with his performance. However, the coordination of Beyonder abilities needs to be improved. 3 magical items were used for the first time in actual combat yesterday, and he wasn't very proficient with them. If he had some experience, he might have been able to kill a Sequence 6 yesterday. For example, the power of the Underworld Gate exceeded Hobert's imagination. Combined with the Tang Blade, it was simply a match made in heaven. But the speed at which the Underworld Gate consumed spirituality far exceeded Hobert's expectations. Also, the ability of the Spirit Wineglass to summon 2 undead assistants should also be put on the agenda as soon as possible. If he could summon 2 powerful assistants, yesterday's battle wouldn't have been so passive. In addition, there's the accumulation of Traveler's Knife and Record. If he records the abilities of a few more Sequence 5s and Sequence SIXS, it could also have unexpected effects. Thinking about it, Hobert, already somewhat tired, felt himself gradually falling asleep. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt a swelling in his lower abdomen, as if he needed to urinate urgently. Hobert turned over, but the urge to urinate didn't subside. He got up irritably, and was about to go to the restroom when he suddenly noticed that the oil painting was standing upright at the foot of the bed. Hobert was shocked. He clearly remembered putting the oil painting next to the desk. Then he calmed down and went to the restroom first, but didn't urinate much. Hobert understood that the feeling of urgency just now was a warning from his spirituality. It was conceivable that if he really fell asleep and entered the dream world, some unpredictable things would definitely happen. After a moment's thought, he knocked on Christian's door. When in doubt, find a backer. When in trouble, find a backer. Christian had just finished dressing. Seeing that it was Hobert, he smiled and said, "I thought I wouldn't hear your adventure story until tonight." Hobert smiled wryly. "I may have brought back a trouble." Christian was stunned and led Hobert into the living room. Hobert described his experiences of discovering the oil painting and the monster inside. Christian asked Dofus to go to Hobert's room and bring the oil painting over. He put his hand into the black cloth and touched the oil painting for a while. This oil painting seems to be connected to a dream, most likely the dream of a high sequence dot. Withdrawing his hand, Christian thought for a moment before saying to Hobert, "Go change into clothes suitable for battle. We have to go into the oil painting and take a look." Hobert nodded, got up and changed out of his pajamas, put on a shirt and windbreaker, and took all his magical items and sealed items. When he returned to the living room, Christian was also ready. He was carrying a briefcase in one hand, as if preparing to go to work. "I have a sealed artifact from a spirit warlock. He briefly explained and added, "Grab my arm." Hobert took a few steps forward and grabbed Christian's arm as instructed. Christian's other hand reached into the black cloth again and touched the oil painting, and layers of invisible ripples rippled through the surrounding air. A second or two later, the world in front of Hobert suddenly seemed to be splashed with the colors of an oil painting, becoming extremely unreal. Then the oil paint seemed to be smeared by something, becoming colorful. When these colors formed a new scene, Hobert found himself in a green meadow. Not far away was a large tree full of green leaves, and the green leaves rustled in the wind. This warm summer breeze blew on Hobert, making him feel infinitely comfortable and peaceful. The knee-high green grass seemed to be blown into waves, which almost made Hobert exclaim again, "What a wonderful scenery." "This is the dream world, don't pay too much attention to the details," Christian reminded. "Here, your abilities and the abilities of your magical items are still effective. For example, you can use travel to take us to the hall over there." Hobert followed Christian's finger and saw a pure black hall at the end of the grass. In the painting, that was the location of the monster's figure, but after entering the painting, the monster turned into a hall. That should be the root of the problem. Hobert grabbed Christian's shoulder, and the scene in front of him suddenly became unreal, but he didn't feel like he was entering the spirit world. There was just a flash in front of him, and the two of them appeared in front of the black hall. The Gothic hall looked tall, magnificent, and oppressive. There was no hall door in front of them. From the outside, the hall looked like a cathedral, but looking inside from the hall door, it seemed that they couldn't see the end of the hall. They could see that the floor of the hall was covered with tulips and azaleas of various colors. Although there was no wind, these flowers swayed back and forth, looking like a sea of flowers. In the distance, in the sea of flowers, there seemed to be many wooden statues standing. The wooden statues were also covered with flowers, giving them a strange beauty. The top of the hall and the walls were covered with realistic murals. Hobert saw that the content of the paintings was the monster with eyes on its chest, hunting and killing. Their prey included animals and humans. Christian stood at the door for more than 10 seconds, "There is no great danger." As he spoke, he took the lead and entered the hall. The monsters in the murals on the wall seemed to come alive suddenly, and together cursed Christian and Hobert. Christian clenched his fist, forming a layer of pure white bubbles around him and Hobert, blocking the curses of the dozen or so monsters. The monsters rushed out of the sea of flowers with their sharp claws. Just as Hobert was about to draw his knife, Christian used the Spirit Warlock's sealed artifact again, creating ripples of sleep. The monsters suddenly stopped, and like pieces of paper, were blown back into the murals by an invisible wind. Christian explained, "They are not real monsters. They should be the dream owner's impression of these monsters." The two of them continued forward through the sea of flowers and came to the wooden statues. Hobert quickly discovered that one of the statues looked exactly like him. There were also wooden statues of Austin, Pete, and enemies such as the Guardian. Not far away on the ground, there were two seriously broken statues piled together. Hobert recognized from their faces that they seemed to belong to Lena and the mercenaries who died in the tomb passage. The surrounding vines had begun to cover the two broken statues, and they would soon be covered by the sea of flowers. This suddenly reminded Hobert of Lena's reminder, the curse in the dream. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 303, Chapter 303 Beyonder Master Christian. Chapter 303 Beyonder Master Christian. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert recalled the hint Lena had written on the tent before she passed away. Seeing the scene before him, Hobert suddenly understood that Lena might have been a little delirious at the time and had used the wrong grammar. The hint should have been, the curse is in the dream. Moreover, this curse is actually the curse of the oil painting. Anyone who has seen or approached the oil painting will have their own wooden sculpture in this hall. In other words, regardless of whether the tomb owner's sarcophagus is opened or not, one will be cursed by the oil painting and silently killed in the dream world, or attacked by monsters again when weak. Lena was a beyonder of the death pathway, and her spirituality was more acute than that of beyonders of other pathways, so she probably understood the meaning of the curse before she died. Of course, her hint before death was not for Hobert and the others, but for her companions, because as long as they saw or touched the oil painting, they would definitely suffer the same curse as her. But how to solve this problem? Hobert realized at this moment that he didn't have much beyonder knowledge about dreams, and the problem he was facing was a mixture of dreams and curses, which made Hobert unable to find a good solution for a while. If not, he could only try to move the wooden statue from the hall to the real world. Christian, who was beside him, was also pondering with his chin pinched. After a while, he suddenly said, maybe that item might be useful. He opened his briefcase and actually stretched his entire arm into rummage. This made Hobert couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that the briefcase that Christian carried to and from work every day was also a magical item. After some rummaging, he finally found what he was looking for, a classical blower. This was a blower that looked like it was used by a blacksmith in the Middle Ages, with two handles and pleats in the middle like an accordion. Holding the two handles and squeezing them towards the middle would blow out a gust of strong wind. Christian threw the briefcase to Hobert. He took the blower and blew it towards Hobert's wooden statue. What blew out was a pure white smoke, and Hobert's wooden statue also seemed to turn into gas, tumbling and disappearing with the blown-out smoke. It really works. Christian explained, the oil painting collected some of the spirituality from you, so it can find you anytime, anywhere. The essence of this wooden statue is actually a wisp of your spirituality, and the blower in my hand can blow away the spiritual bodies of ordinary people. Blowing it with it will make this wisp of your spirituality disappear. Spirituality can be recovered, so it didn't cause any substantial damage to Hobert. Christian was about to open his briefcase to put away the blower, but Hobert quickly said, Father, those 4 wooden statues are teammates who survived yesterday's exploration. Let me blow away their wooden statues too. Christian took the briefcase and handed the blower to Hobert. Hobert picked up the blower and blew it 4 times in a row, and the wooden statues of Austin and others disappeared as well. As for the wooden statues of the Guardian and the others, Hobert certainly wouldn't care about them. Let them seek their own blessings. Hobert helped Christian put away the blower and realized that Christian was looking at the murals in front. The murals in front were completely different from the murals at the entrance. They depicted giant spiders with human faces and compound eyes. They were weaving webs, and under the webs were people and beasts with expressions of intoxication. Dream spirit spiders. Christian explained, their compound eyes are one of the main materials of the Soul Assurer potion. Your guess is right. The oil painting will use the power of the dream spirit spiders to sneak into your dreams and kill you in your dreams. Hobert looked at these spiders and thought of a certain unfortunate dragon king in childhood classics. In the Beyonder world, killing someone in a dream doesn't seem too difficult. Christian took off a gray button from his clothes. This is the sealed artifact from the spirit warlock that I mentioned earlier. I can use it to do some disguise. Christian injected spirituality into the button, and ripples rippled again with the button as the center, but this time the ripples were visible. After all, this is the world of dreams. Under the effect of the button, Christian and Hobert were like spiritual bodies that were overflowing spirituality, gradually fading away. Hobert could even see the tulips behind Christian through his body. Christian raised his hand and looked at his arm, very satisfied with his operation. Then he tried to enter the area in front, and sure enough, it didn't cause any changes in the murals. Following Christian's actions, Hobert realized that some of his previous ideas were really superficial. Christian's performance was more like a beyonder of the Black Emperor pathway, able to quickly find and exploit loopholes in the rules. Solving the problem of the wooden statues was like this, and avoiding the harassment of the dream spirit spiders was also like this. At the same time, Hobert realized, knowing is not enough just to see it, you must also have your own understanding. Currently, Hobert's state, in terms of force alone, is definitely more capable than others at his level, but in a mysterious beyonder world, being able to fight is just the most basic requirement. The more he came into contact with the mysterious parts of this world, the more he realized his lack of knowledge. Unfortunately, this kind of deficiency is difficult to make up for. He can only follow behind people like Christian and Isaac who have knowledge, watch more, learn more, and think more. Have you noticed that the prey in the murals includes people, beyonder creatures, and beasts? Christian's words interrupted Hobert's reflection. It's like in the eyes of the owner of this dream, there is no difference between humans, beyonder creatures, and beasts. He suddenly stopped. This seems to be a philosophical question. What is the difference between humans, beyonder creatures, and beasts? Virtue. Hobert blurted out almost. A strange pronunciation, what does it mean? Hobert suddenly realized that words like morality and social rules in Loanese couldn't explain what virtue is. This is one of the cornerstones of Eastern culture in his heart. Duke Zhou used this to distinguish between humans and beasts, but Western culture has never had a similar philosophical concept. In today's North and South continents, there is no similar philosophical concept, so many people think that the idea that slaves are two-legged livestock doesn't seem to be a problem at all. After thinking for a long time, Hobert said, it can be understood as the opposite of moral decay and lack of conscience. Virtue is not easy to explain, but lack of virtue is very easy to understand. Christian thought for a while, then smiled and said, a very good idea. The things taught in philosophy classes at universities are quite good. Hobert smiled guiltily. Neither the university he attended when he first arrived in this world nor the university in the AD era taught this. The former is because there is no such philosophical concept, and the latter is because there is no need to teach it, it is engraved in the bones. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 304, Chapter 304 The Throne in the Sea of Flowers. Chapter 304 The Throne in the Sea of Flowers. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert also noticed the problem Christian mentioned, and the clothing of the humans in the mural was completely different from what they wear now. He wondered if this was a dream of an ancient person. Perhaps he was born in the Dark Epoch, which is the second epoch. At that time, humans were not the masters of the world, and were still enslaved and ruled by some powerful creatures. So in the dream owner's concept, the status of humans is similar to that of beyonder creatures and beasts. The two continued to walk for a long time, and finally saw the end of the hall. At the same time, at the end of the hall, in the boundless sea of flowers, they saw a black stone throne. The murals in front changed again, turning into a barren wilderness. Demons with curved goat horns were gnawing on the prey in their hands, with blood flowing down the corners of their mouths, looking particularly hideous. Some demons were watching their prey fight and kill with great interest, and they were enjoying it. Christian touched the ring on her ring finger. These demons are likely to detect our disguise. Even if these demons are just the dream owner's impressions or projections, if they come out of the murals, it will be difficult to deal with so many of them. Hobert pondered for a moment. I'll use the psychological spoon to keep hypnotizing them. I wonder if it will work. Christian shook her head. The level of the psychological spoon is a bit low, not very stable. Hobert said again, it would be great if there was a mystical item from the sun pathway, which would just restrain the demons. Christian nodded in satisfaction. I happen to have a sealed artifact from the sun pathway. Hobert then understood that Christian was testing him to see if he had improved in this adventure. Christian took out a gold coin from his pocket. He stroked it with her hand, and the coin immediately emitted a dazzling light. The demons in the mural moved, all covering their eyes with their hands, or simply hiding behind rocks and trees. Christian held up the sun-like gold coin, as if illuminating the entire hall. The two continued forward and came to the throne. The black stone throne has a strange beauty in the midst of the bright flowers. It stood there quietly, as if waiting for its owner to return. After looking at it for a while, Christian suddenly said, this oil painting seems to be a mark, or a sign left by the owner of the dream to himself, leaving his beautiful memories in this dream. Hobert asked, what will happen if the owner of the dream returns to this throne? Christian shook her head, I don't know. He said, the owner of the dream is of a higher level than I expected. I hope our exploration has not disturbed him and has not given him any signs of awakening. Let's leave quickly before the owner of the dream discovers us. If there is a passage here connected to the dream owner, then his unintentionally projected will may contaminate us. Hobert nodded and used travel to leave the hall and return to the place where they first appeared. Christian ended the dream, and the two left the oil painting and returned to Christian's living room. He carefully put the Spirit Warlock sealed artifact and the button and gold coin corresponding to the Sun Pathway sealed artifact into his briefcase, and then looked at the oil painting covered with a black cloth and said, this is a very good sealed artifact, but use it well and don't be harmed by its power. Maybe you can find the Church of the Evernight Goddess or the Ferryman you know, and ask them to help you seal it again. The ferryman in Christian's mouth refers to Mr. Azek. Okay. Hobert already had an idea. Then, under the care of Christian and Dofus, Hobert returned to his room, relaxed his spirituality, and soon fell asleep, without encountering any curses or attacks from the dream. Christian didn't go to work until after 10 o'clock, and Hobert slept directly until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After getting up and having some lunch, Hobert carried the oil painting on his back and used travel to come to the rental house on Blanca Street. Hobert saw the bedroom on Blanca Street and sighed that it was really convenient to have travel, otherwise he would have to take a carriage for more than an hour to get here. He drew the curtains, lit a candle on the desk, and sacrificed the oil painting and the newly obtained necklace to the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first held the necklace in his hand. Using the level of the Nation of Disorder, he immediately knew the necklace's abilities and negative effects. Hobert had already sensed the abilities before: can transform into another person, sequence 6-level divination, paper doll substitute, can only be used once in 10 minutes, create illusions. The negative effects are: long-term wearing will unconsciously cause some habitual movements, spoken language habits, etc. of others, and then the personality will become more and more like others, gradually losing oneself, and losing oneself, will involuntarily revere fate, believing that everything is a fate-arranged ending, thus becoming drifting with the tide, without any positive emotions. Hobert suspected that the Beyonder who provided the Beyonder characteristics for this mystical item did not know the acting method at all, or he completely messed up the direction of his acting. Too much reverence for fate obviously does not truly understand the meaning of seer, and losing oneself obviously has not found the core elements of playing faceless. Overall, the negative effects of this necklace are not too serious, because long-term wearing generally refers to wearing it for years and months, and the negative effects may not appear after a year or two. Even if wearing it in moderation, such as wearing it for 2 hours and resting for 2 hours, these negative effects cannot be avoided. From the first time you wear it, it is counted into the long-term wearing process. Wearing it in moderation can only prolong the time for the negative effects to appear. Wearing it for 1 or 2 hours and resting for 1 or 2 months may effectively avoid the negative effects, but in that case, what is the use of this necklace? So Hobert summoned a surge of order power to wrap the necklace. After his resealing, although the negative effects did not change much, wearing it for 12 hours and resting for 3 hours could effectively avoid the negative effects. Hobert named the necklace the Faceless Necklace and officially included it in his mystical item army. Then, he took the oil painting again. Using the level of the Nation of Disorder, he also understood the oil painting's abilities and negative effects. The ability is: as long as you see the monster in the painting, you don't need to see it clearly; as long as your eyes have contact with it, it will immediately jump out of the painting, curse the person who sees it, and try every means, or take advantage of the other party's weakness or sleep, to kill the other party. Within 3 meters of it, you will be marked by it and invaded by it in your dreams, and suffer misfortune. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 305, Chapter 305 The Humble Baron. Chapter 305 The Humble Baron. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The negative effect of the oil painting is: the holder will irreversibly fall into a world of dreams. They will become increasingly drowsy, always dreaming about the content of the oil painting, until all the dreams are connected, and the holder will become a part of the oil painting. Hobert withdrew his spirituality. Whether it's the ability or the negative effect, it's easy to accidentally injure innocent people. It really needs to be resealed. He then mobilized the surging power of order to wrap the oil painting, so that as long as one doesn't enter the main hall in the oil painting, the owner of the dream won't be disturbed. Wrapped in the power of order, the grass in the oil painting swayed back and forth like the waves of the sea. Eventually, the grass seemed to give in and became still again. The resealing effect of the power of order is very good. The abilities of the oil painting are still those abilities, but Hobert, as the holder, can turn it on or turn it off. In the off state, it is an ordinary oil painting. Both turning it on and off require the power of the Nation of Disorder. These operations can be completed with things made from order crystals. The negative effects are not so serious, merely for Hobert, the holder of the oil painting. Only when within a 3-meter radius of the oil painting for more than 10 hours will one be affected by the negative effects. As long as the time spent near the oil painting does not exceed 10 hours each time, the negative effects can be effectively avoided. Because he has the aura of the Nation of Disorder on him, he has such treatment. At the same time, Hobert can also designate 3 people who will not be marked by the oil painting, which greatly avoids the probability of the oil painting accidentally hurting people. Hobert was very satisfied with these 2 seals today. He glanced at the oil painting again and then placed it on the stone platform over there. He might be leaving Backlund recently, and it would be quite inconvenient to carry it with him, so he might as well just put it in the Nation of Disorder. Back in the real world, Hobert put on the Faceless Necklace and went out of the rented house to go to work at the law firm. As soon as he entered the firm, Hobert saw Austin and others in the reception hall. They were all a little anxious, constantly looking towards the door. The moment they saw Hobert, Austin immediately bounced up from his chair. "Mr. Hobert, we finally waited for you." Seeing that their mental state was not very good, Hobert roughly understood what was going on. "Did you have dreams related to that oil painting?" The anxiety on Austin's face instantly vanished. Yes. Luckily Roy hadn't fallen asleep at the time and woke us up with cold water, otherwise we might have really died in the dream. Those spiders were really too difficult to deal with. It's okay now, go back and sleep peacefully." Hobert smiled and explained a few words simply. "The reason why such a thing happened is because that oil painting absorbed a trace of our spirituality." He looked around to make sure no one was there before whispering, I asked a master to enter the oil painting with me and dissipate our traces of spirituality, so the oil painting can no longer locate us. Austin enthusiastically grasped Hobert's hand. This is not the first time I've said this. Storms be praised, we were lucky to have met you, otherwise we really wouldn't know what to do. In any case, we owe you a favor. Mr. Hobert, if you need anything, you can feel free to ask us. I gave you the address before, and you will definitely be able to find me at that address. Hobert smiled and said, it should be said that we are all quite lucky. Fortunately, Christian is still at home to back him up, just as the saying goes, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Hobert smiled knowingly. If Christian heard this, he would be unhappy again. After seeing Austin off, Hobert went to his office. He first wrote a letter to Loretta, asking her to meet at the firm tomorrow. After finding a rented carriage and sending the letter out, Hobert was just about to deal with official business when Jessica came to report, Lawyer Hobert, a Mr. Sherlock is visiting. Hobert was stunned. Klein has arrived, please let him in. Klein, whose beard had grown to 4 or 5 centimeters long, pushed his glasses and entered Hobert's office. Lawyer Hobert, hello, long time no see. Long time no see. The two shook hands in a pretentious manner, and Hobert closed the door. How have you been recently? I've been fine. That Sunday, I saw someone who looked very similar to you at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. You must have seen wrong. After a few simple pleasantries, Klein lowered his voice and said, I'm here to ask if you have any channels to get mystical items of the Sun Pathway. I do know a friend who has a sealed artifact of the Sun Pathway, but he probably wouldn't be willing to sell it. What Hobert was referring to was the coin that Christian used in the morning. Theoretically, Christian doesn't lack money and doesn't need to sell his collection. Then he realized that Klein was preparing to help Miss Bodyguard fight. Klein asked again, I want to buy a mystical item for use in actual combat. Do you have any corresponding trading needs? I don't plan to sell, but I do have mystical items and sealed artifacts that I can rent to you. Klein was stunned. Aren't you afraid that I will take those mystical items and leave Backlund? Of course not afraid. Hobert smiled and said, you have prayed to that one for help. If I want to find your whereabouts, I just need to pray to that one. Klein thought, it seems I've been marked. He had been mentally prepared for this for a long time, so he wasn't surprised. Klein asked, what mystical items can I rent? Hobert pondered for a moment and explained the abilities and negative effects of the teleportation statue and the dream-stealing pocket watch. One is a sealed artifact and the other is a mystical item, both reaching the level of a grade 2 sealed artifact. Moreover, he had used these two items in front of Klein before, and it wouldn't reveal too much information about himself. Klein said, I'll think about it. He still wanted to find a mystical item of the Sun Pathway, because that would just happen to counter the enemy. After seeing Klein off, Hobert finally had time to deal with the backlog of official business. After work, he didn't return to Empress Borough, but had dinner at a restaurant and returned to the rented house on Blanca Street. Today, he was going to summon 2 assistants from the underworld and sign contracts with them. In future battles, they would definitely become his help. Back in his bedroom, Hobert lit the candles again, carefully recalled the incantation for summoning unknown creatures, and then redrew the curtains and built the wall of spirituality. He cleared his throat and gripped the spirit wine glass. In my name, I summon. Spirits wandering in the underworld, friendly spirits that can be driven, undead with rich combat experience. Whoosh. The candlelight suddenly became taller and thicker, turning dark green, and the surroundings suddenly became gloomy. 2 hands stretched out from the candlelight, as if tearing apart the thick and tall candlelight. In an instant, a person wearing a neat knight's uniform appeared in front of Hobert. If it weren't for the fact that one of his eyeballs seemed to have been flattened by a blunt object and the other eyeball was hanging outside his eye socket, looking only at his clothes, one would think that this was a noble knight. The other party asked in a gloomy tone, Humble Baron, is it you who summoned me? This night, I'm over here. This is a blind man. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 306, Chapter 306, Hobert's Messenger. Chapter 306, Hobert's Messenger. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Of course I know. The knight, whose eyesight wasn't too good, seemed to be putting on a brave face. What do you need me for? Hobert said, I originally planned to summon an assistant for the battlefield, but you seem to be seemingly prone to hurting his own people. Humph. The knight snorted, suddenly charging forward. Hobert quickly dodged, but this fell right into the knight's trap. He suddenly lowered his body, trying to sweep Hobert's legs. Hobert quickly jumped up, dodging somewhat awkwardly. The knight, however, was now holding a gleaming white sword, its tip right in front of Hobert's eyes. The knight sneered, You're dead. Hobert, ever adaptable, said, Sorry, I shouldn't have questioned your professionalism. Let's sign a contract then. The knight withdrew his sword. All right. Hobert had already prepared the contract, with clauses including not harming the contractor, obeying the contractor's tactical commands, and so on. The knight naturally demanded to share the spoils of war with Hobert, so Hobert added this clause, but followed it with, if no spoils are gained in battle, the contractor will not provide any compensation for this summoning. Because the undead was summoned using the spirit wine glass as a medium, the final part of the contract was the honorific name of the underworld itself. The home of all death, the hell hidden deep within the spirit world, the witness of the decay of all living things, one that solely belongs to the kingdom of death. The underworld would be the witness to this contract, providing it with notarization. Finally, there was the signature. Hobert signed his name, Hobert Jeffrey. The knight's long sword disappeared, and he signed his name, Hunter Van Jacob. The contract emitted a ghastly green light, indicating that the agreement had officially taken effect. Hobert said, the simpler the summoning incantation, the better. How about using knight as the incantation? Actually, he wanted to use blind man more, but he didn't seem to be able to beat the other party, so he'd better not say it randomly. All right. After saying that, Hunter disappeared, as if fading into the air. The reason Hobert signed the agreement with him so readily was that although the other party's eyes seemed not too good, he noticed that Hobert was a baron of corruption as soon as he appeared, so his level shouldn't be too low. Hunter seemed to be good at close combat. For the second undead, he should summon one skilled in sneak attacks or possessing strange powers. Hobert also thought it would be best if it could fly, to control the airspace. So he gripped the spirit wine glass and began his second summoning. In my name, I summon. A spirit wandering in the underworld, a friendly spirit that can be driven, an undead that can fly and has strange abilities. Whoosh. The candles turned ghastly green again, the flames tall and thick. A skeletal Pegasus appeared in front of Hobert. Its skeleton looked very strong and emitted a ghastly white light, clearly not an ordinary product. Looking at the length of the wing bones on its back, the wingspan should be 4 or 5 meters wide when opened, but because it was in the room, the wings were folded. In its skull, a ball of light flickered, indicating that it had intelligence. Hobert asked, you can fly, right? The skeleton nodded. What strange abilities do you have? Hobert looked at the skeleton, and the skeleton's dark eye sockets stared back at Hobert. The room fell into a long silence. After a long while, Hobert asked, you can understand my words, but you can only shake your head and nod, right? The skeleton nodded. Hobert felt the urge to cover his face. What have I summoned? A blind man, a mute. He asked again, can I ride on your back and have you fly me in the sky? The skeleton nodded. That was still good. Even if it didn't have too strong beyonder abilities, just being able to fly himself was pretty good. So Hobert signed a contract with it as well. The contract was similar to the previous one, but Hobert added a clause, if the contractor needs it, he can ride on the horse's back and take the contractor to fly in the sky. He still used the honored name of the underworld as a witness, and then signed his name. The Pegasus signed its name with a pen in its mouth. To Hobert's surprise, the Pegasus even had a name, Maximilian. After the Pegasus returned to the underworld, Hobert was about to clean up the altar when he suddenly thought that he was already sequence 6 and could try summoning a messenger. If he left Backlund, having a messenger would be very convenient. Even if there was no law firm as a base, he could communicate directly with Zio and others using the messenger. Hobert carefully recalled Klein's summoning of the messenger, and only needed to modify the incantation slightly. In my name, I summon. A spirit wandering in the void, a friendly creature that can be driven, a unique existence willing to become my messenger. Whoosh. The candle became even taller and thicker than the previous 2 times. A big guy came out of the candlelight, looking like a wooden box, but it seemed very long. After it fully appeared, Hobert discovered that it was actually an ancient black coffin. His eyes narrowed. When Mr. Azek took him through the spirit world before, coffins had appeared on the roadside. But immediately afterward, Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. After all, what he summoned was a friendly creature that could be driven. The coffins would look very thick and sturdy, and the style was simple and elegant. Judging from its appearance alone, it looked like something that ancient nobles could afford. He just didn't know if the coffin had become a spirit, or if the person inside the coffin had become a creature that could freely soar in the spirit world. After the coffin came out of the candlelight horizontally, it stood upright, and a muffled voice came from inside. Are you summoning me? It sounded like a female voice. Hobert nodded. Yes, are you willing to sign a contract and become my messenger? Sorry, I don't mean to offend you, I'm just curious. If I need you to deliver a letter, where should I put the letter? After all, coffins don't have hands. Who knew that the other party would answer, you can stuff it in through the cracks in the coffin. Hobert was immediately a little speechless, feeling like he was doing something disrespectful to the dead. The other party added, I can become your messenger, on the condition that the reward for each letter delivered is 3 donuts. What a strange reward. Hobert said, "That's fine, but I'm still curious, how do I give you the donuts?" Squeak. A crack opened on the side of the coffin, and a fair and slender hand reached out, with a bracelet on its wrist. It looked like a good thing. "You can give it directly to me. Then let's sign a contract." Hobert took out paper and pen from the drawer and quickly wrote a few clauses, roughly that she must not harm the contractor, must not peek at the letters, must not discard the letters, must deliver the letters as quickly as possible, and so on. Later, Hobert also added the reward requested by the messenger. As for the honored name that needed to be notarized, Hobert originally planned to use the honored name of the spirit world, but he suddenly realized that he didn't know the honored name of the spirit world. In the future, he could ask the Fool to be the witness, but it's not possible now. The Fool has very little control over the spirit world. So he changed it to the honored name of Red Light, Ir Moria, the inextinguishable light of the spirit world. The embodiment of infinite knowledge. The Red who wields authority and will. When signing the name, the hand in the coffin reached out again and wrote, "Beverly Heather Tudor." Hobert was stunned. Did he summon Christian's old aunt? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 307, Chapter 307, 1 Killing Every 10 Steps. Chapter 307, 1 Killing Every 10 Steps. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert didn't acknowledge any prior relationship with him. After the contract took effect, he asked, "Have we met in the spirit world before? Or rather, were you waiting for me there?" "Indeed," Beverly said. "I can sense a unique aura on you. You seem to be hiding a great secret." So that was it. Hobert had thought he was attracting creatures because of Mr. Azek, but it turned out they were drawn to the aura within him. Hobert simply smiled and didn't pursue the topic. He suddenly thought of another use for the messenger. "If I need help in a fight, can I ask for your assistance?" He wondered how skilled the Tudor family's young lady was in combat. "Yes," Beverly replied. "The reward is donuts, or a piece of wood from your cane." How much did she love donuts? Hobert roughly understood that Beverly could sense the aura of the Nation of Disorder on him and could also perceive the magical items produced by the Nation of Disorder. After the coffin returned to the spirit world, Hobert blew out the candles, tidied up his desk, and sat on the edge of the bed to rest for a moment. Just as he was about to go home, he suddenly heard a prayer from the Nation of Disorder. Hobert immediately entered the Nation of Disorder and saw the star representing Rafter flickering in the pool, spreading its spirituality. He saw Rafter in a cemetery. The grave had been dug open, and the coffin had been pried open. By the light of a bright lantern, Rafter held a wooden box containing the mutated fire rose spider and prayed to the Creator, "Mysterious and great being, I have come to Conant as you instructed and dug out the beyonder materials hidden in the coffin. What should I do next? Also, I feel that my every move is being watched. How can I get rid of them?" Hobert used true sight to look around and indeed saw two people watching from the depths of the cemetery. To Hobert's surprise, there was no ambush, only two people keeping watch. But then he thought about it, and it made sense. After all, this was just a wild beyonder organization, quite different from official organizations. They had limited manpower and couldn't deploy heavy forces here around the clock. Desi County, on the outskirts of Conant, in Boston Cemetery. Next to a dug-open grave, Rafter had a lantern beside him, its light illuminating his devout gaze, but the area below his eyes was covered with a strip of cloth. After the prayer, Rafter waited for a response from that great being. As for the people watching him, he didn't take them to heart. He knew very well that those two would wait patiently to see if he had any accomplices. Or perhaps some of them had already gone to report and were gathering more companions to come over. In any case, they wouldn't act for the time being. This made Rafter even more fearless. Now he could be sure that the Creator's mission must have a deeper meaning. He could feel that the material in his hand was of a high level, but such a powerful and mysterious being couldn't be attracted by just this one material. This should involve a struggle between beyonder organizations, perhaps even a battle at the level of gods. In that case, that mysterious being must have already arranged a way for him to escape, since this beyonder material was still in his hands. Although Rafter couldn't see the whole picture, he was excited to be involved in such a struggle, even if he was being used as a pawn. The Pound family hadn't played even the slightest role in the beyonder world for many years. While Rafter was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared on the tombstone next to him. This person wore a windbreaker, carried a cane, and wore a black crystal mask with occult patterns on his face. Rafter's heart trembled. This person's eyes were cold, as if he wanted to kill. Fortunately, he wasn't here to kill Rafter. The figure disappeared again, and then Rafter heard screams from the woods. Rafter looked in the direction of the sound. By the light of the crimson moon, he only saw corpses falling to the ground. A figure darted out of the woods, holding a short sword, his face full of horror, desperately trying to escape. But the masked man appeared in front of the men with the short sword like a ghost. The knife in his hand, which gleamed coldly even in the dark night, thrust forward, piercing the enemy's chest and exiting from his back. Rafter was shocked because the enemy's short sword also pierced the masked man's chest at the same time. The masked man pulled out his knife, and the enemy fell to the ground. Strangely, the enemy's short sword also fell to the ground. Although he had stabbed the masked man, he hadn't pierced the masked man's flesh. Rafter stood there blankly, not knowing what to do for a moment. The battle just now was clean and efficient, even far exceeding Rafter's understanding of beyonder combat. But what surprised Rafter was still to come. The corpse that had fallen in the woods suddenly got up and jumped out of the woods, then lay down next to the corpse of the enemy holding the short sword. The masked man stared at the two corpses for a few seconds. Soon, a magical light appeared on both corpses. The masked man seemed to pick up two items from the corpses, and then the two corpses rolled over and hugged each other. The masked man took out a glass bottle from his pocket, opened the rubber cap, and poured the liquid inside onto the corpses. A sizzling sound was incessant. At this time, the masked man came over and threw a black object to Rafter. Rafter caught it somewhat awkwardly. By the light of the lantern, he saw that it was a round plate made of black crystal, with mysterious symbols engraved on it. "Carry this with you, and the enemy won't be able to divine your whereabouts," the masked man said coldly. "Return it to me after you return to Backlund." Thank you," Rafter first thanked him, then asked, "How can I find you?" The masked man asked coldly, "Don't you report your whereabouts to the Creator?" Rafter suddenly understood, and then he was a little worried because he hadn't reported his process of coming to Conan to that mysterious, to the Creator. He wondered if the Creator would blame him. Thank you for the reminder," Rafter quickly thanked again. He felt that he had returned to his teenage years, understanding nothing and knowing nothing. The masked man stretched out his hand, and Rafter immediately reacted, handing the wooden box containing the mutated fire rose spider to the masked man. The stern masked man bowed slightly politely, and then disappeared into the night. Rafter stared blankly at the place where the masked man disappeared. It was the hooting of owls in the cemetery that brought him back to his senses. When he looked at the two corpses not far away again, there was nothing left. If it weren't for the short sword that fell on the ground, Rafter would have wondered if a battle had taken place in the cemetery just now. Everything just now made Rafter sigh. This is what an beyonder should be like, mysterious, powerful, and stern. When can I be as powerful as him? Wearing a mask and calmly killing two beyonders in the blink of an eye. If Hobert were to describe a similar mood, it must be, a great man should be like this. At this time, the figure sitting among the sharp swords suddenly appeared in Rafter's mind. Very good, from now on you can call me Creator. That great figure disappeared, and Rafter was a little excited. His efforts had been recognized by the Creator. But he quickly calmed down, checked that he hadn't left any traces, and quickly left the cemetery. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 308, Chapter 308 The Magical Uses of Travel. Chapter 308 The Magical Uses of Travel. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. About 5 minutes after Rafter left Boston Cemetery, several figures rushed over. Seeing that there was no one here, their leader ordered, "Search separately." If the target had left the cemetery, the two people responsible for tracking and monitoring would have left a mark. However, his subordinates quickly discovered the sword dropped on the ground and the empty coffin with nothing inside. The leader took out a pendant, which was a sealed artifact with the function of divination. After the leader's divination, the two subordinates responsible for stalking were already dead, but he could not divine who the murderer was, nor could he divine the target's whereabouts. He frowned. Again, I can't divine any clues. This was exactly the same as the situation when investigating the cause of death of the others. The leader asked one of his subordinates, "Didn't you say that the target didn't seem to be of a high sequence?" "Yes, judging from his physical strength when digging the soil, he doesn't seem like a beyonder of a very high sequence." The leader almost gnashed his teeth. "Then why can't I divine his whereabouts?" Backlund, Blanca Street. Hobert carefully examined the mutated fire rose spider in his hand. Something at sequence 5 is indeed different. It's so lovable just looking at it. As for why the enemy hadn't taken the mutated fire rose spider from the coffin, Hobert guessed that they probably only knew that there was something crucial to the Dawn Paladin in the coffin, but they didn't know exactly what it was. Moreover, after the Dawn Paladin died, rashly digging up the grave might attract the attention of the murderers who killed the Dawn Paladin and others, and would also leave traces of digging in the cemetery, making the murderers immediately realize that it was a trap. The Judgment Group still attached considerable importance to this trap, and there was at least one Sequence 7 and 2 Sequence 8 or Sequence 9 Beyonders responsible for stalking. For wild Beyonders, using such a lineup for stalking was already a luxury lineup. After all, Sequence 7 was already a backbone force for them. Even for official Beyonders, this was using a captain-level Beyonder for stalking. In general, there was nothing wrong with such an arrangement. However, when encountering Hobert, encountering the Creator, common sense seemed a bit pale. Before going to Boston Cemetery, Hobert used True Sight to clearly see the positions of the two Beyonders. The key was that he suddenly appeared with Rafter as the coordinate, and also used the blink ability to attack suddenly. The two stalking Beyonders didn't have time to make an effective response at all. Thinking of this, Hobert sacrificed the mutated Fire Rose Spider and two Beyonder characteristics to the Nation of Disorder. At Boston Cemetery, Hobert used the ability of the Spirit Wine Glass to manipulate the corpse. Because it was his first time manipulating it, he was still a little unskilled, so the person who ran out of the woods looked like he was hopping and jumping. Then he tried to manipulate the corpse to accelerate the condensation of the Beyonder characteristics. This ability was better than he imagined. The Beyonder characteristics condensed out in just a few seconds. Hobert planned to wear a mask in a few days to visit Bishop Utravsky, and by the way, kill some people to see if there was a chance to get the Sequence 5 potion. He guessed that the person in charge of the Tamara family in Backlund, the fat man who looked a little greasy and liked to smoke cigars, was likely a Sequence 5 mentor of disorder. While planning, Hobert used travel to return to his home in the Empress Borough, described yesterday's exploration in detail to Christian, and told him that the oil painting had been entrusted to the Nighthawks for sealing. Saturday morning, Backlund West Borough, Fainapotter Kingdom Embassy. A well-dressed butler reported to Ambassador Tim, who was having breakfast, "Gale has once again requested that we investigate Hobert's whereabouts yesterday." Tim frowned. Doesn't he have ears? Or does he not understand our investigation results? It is said that the trap Gale set up yesterday was seen through, and all the people responsible for monitoring were killed, and again, no information about the murderer can be divined. Idiot. Tim rudely cut the fried egg in front of him with a knife, such an important matter, and he actually used ordinary people to monitor. No, it was an interrogator and a warrior. The butler reported. Tim stopped the hand holding the fried egg and was stunned for a few seconds before asking, after Gale got the news, didn't he immediately go to support? It is said that he went immediately. The butler said, Conant City is an important stronghold of the Judgment Group, and there are many people. In order to make the trap play its ideal effect, Gale has even lived in the suburbs of Conant City during this time. The person who reported the news took about 10 minutes to see Gale. After getting the news, Gale gathered people in just 7 or 8 minutes, and then arrived at the cemetery in just 8 or 9 minutes. Only half an hour had passed, and the other party dug open the tomb, killed the stalkers, and left calmly. Tim put the cold fried egg into his mouth. It seems that the murderer had already seen through Gale's trap and gathered enough helpers, instead giving Gale a blow. Or the murderer is a Sequence 5, no, a demigod. If it's Sequence 5, it would be difficult to kill them silently. But if the other party is a demigod, why are they still so secretive? Tim wiped his mouth with a napkin and threw the napkin on the table. Find someone to inquire about Hobert's whereabouts yesterday, so that I can have full confidence in the next plan. Yes. The butler responded and left the restaurant. It only took an hour or two for the butler to report to Tim's office. I've inquired. Yesterday, Hobert worked at the law firm until after 5 o'clock, then had dinner at a restaurant on Blanca Street, and returned to the rented house at 6 o'clock. When Gale's subordinates were attacked, Hobert's room was lit, and this morning Hobert came out of the rented house on Blanca Street to go to work. Tim nodded. Tell Gale the investigation results. It can completely rule out Hobert's suspicion, and let him not affect my plan. At this time, Hobert was meeting Loretta in his office. Loretta sat opposite Hobert and asked, "What's the matter for asking me here?" "I've gotten into some trouble. I'm trying not to move around on the streets outside, so I called you over." Then Hobert began to talk about his previous experience of digging up graves. However, his description was quite different from reality. He only said that he went with a mercenary team to dig up an ancient tomb, but as a result, they encountered a double cross. Fortunately, the captain was strong enough and eventually killed 3 enemies and drove the enemies away. And the captain of the mercenary team knew those enemies, who turned out to be from the Intercia Mutual Aid Society, so Hobert was afraid of revenge, and didn't dare to go out on the street recently. Finally, he asked, "We seized a Beyonder characteristic of a spirit medium. I wonder if the Nighthawks are willing to buy it." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 309, Chapter 309 Lorada's Commission. Chapter 309 Lorada's Commission. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. That Beyonder characteristic of spirit medium was of course not from Lena, the mole of the Intercia Mutual Aid Society, but from when Hobert killed the Dawn Paladin before. Lena's Beyonder characteristic should have been taken away by her teammates in advance. At that time, the Dawn Paladin had a spirit medium assistant. After Hobert obtained his Beyonder characteristic, he just habitually crushed it into 3 Beyonder characteristics and never used them. Hobert had also carefully considered which channel to sell the Beyonder characteristic of spirit medium through. So far, the members of the Justice League do not have Beyonders of the Death Pathway, so it is not suitable to sell it there. Selling it to Byron would be troublesome if the Nighthawks found out in the future. After thinking for a long time, Hobert decided that selling it to the Nighthawks was the most appropriate. This is what the Nighthawks need, and with this tomb robbery experience, the source of the Beyonder characteristic can be easily explained. Otherwise, the grass on the Dawn Paladin's grave would be a foot high, and Hobert would sell the spoils to the Nighthawks. This is obviously distrusting the Nighthawks and fearing that the Nighthawks would leak the secret. Hobert certainly knew that once this kind of rift appeared, it would be difficult to repair. Therefore, he did not ask the Nighthawks to sell the Beyonder characteristic when he killed the Dawn Paladin. He planned to wait for a suitable opportunity to sell it. Lena's death gave him a suitable opportunity. After Lorata heard Hobert's transaction request, she said, "I can't make the decision. I can only ask for you, but I guess the captain should accept it, but the price." She smiled and said, "You are now a formal member of the Nighthawks. If you hand it in, you will definitely get a lot of merit." Hobert sighed and said, embarrassedly, "But I don't have the ownership of this Beyonder characteristic. If I can't sell it for a good price, the other members of the mercenary team will probably find other buyers. It is my duty to sell it to the Nighthawks as soon as possible." If Thomas were here, he would definitely find this sentence very familiar. Lorata gave a thumbs up. "This reason is really good. I don't think the captain will say anything, and I will give you an answer by tomorrow morning at the latest." Hobert nodded, "Thank you." Lorata did not leave immediately, but looked at Hobert with a smile. "You seem to have become stronger again." Hobert smiled. "We are all getting stronger every moment. I had a colleague before who was as talented as you." Lorata said, "Unfortunately, he died in a mission, and we have not been able to avenge him." Hobert was stunned. "Are you reminding me that my sharpness is too dazzling?" But the tone didn't sound like it. "No." Lorata took out a wanted order. "I just hope that if you have the opportunity in the future, you can avenge that colleague." Hobert opened the wanted order and finally understood why Lorata, backed by the Church of the Evernight Goddess, could not take revenge. This wanted order came from the sea. It was the wanted order for Admiral Dusk, Bielatov Yoan. The power of the Church of the Evernight Goddess at sea was relatively weak. Even if Archbishop Anthony of Backlund was sent, it would be difficult to find and kill a pirate general in the vast sea. Hobert looked at the bounty for Admiral Dusk again, as high as 36,000 pounds. How many berries would this be converted into? Cough cough, in terms of this bounty, the other party should be very strong. And Hobert knew from the other party's name that Admiral Dusk should be from the Fasak Empire, and was likely to be the spokesperson for this empire's interests at sea. It's hard to kill. However, Hobert saw Lorata's expression and believed that the dead colleague was definitely not just a colleague in Lorata's eyes. "If there is a chance, I will eliminate this enemy of the Church." Hobert did not refuse, nor did he say too much. Lorata nodded. "The Church has issued a notice a long time ago. If someone kills him, we will help collect the bounties from various countries, and will receive some help and rewards from the Church. I asked a few days ago, and the content of the announcement is still valid." After speaking, she got up. "Leave the wanted order with you." "Okay." Hobert put away the wanted order and sent Lorata away. Returning to the office again, Hobert took out the wanted order and glanced at it again. Since the other party was called Admiral Dusk, then he was likely to be in Beyonder of the Warrior Pathway. If it is a Admiral, then it is at least a Sequence 5. Recalling the Guardian he had just fought, and the difficult-to-break Dawn Barrier, Hobert felt a little toothache. He put away the wanted order. As he said, this entrustment was very difficult, and he would talk about it when he had the opportunity to go to sea. Although Hobert is not an adventurer at sea, he still prefers to help Lorata take revenge if he has the opportunity. This feeling is a bit like a colleague who gets along well asks for something, and there is no reason to refuse it outright, and help out if it is convenient. Of course, the key is that there is a lot of money to be made. There are currently 3 countries offering rewards for Admiral Dusk, namely the Lone Kingdom, the Fasak Empire, and the Intis Republic. It is estimated that the Fasak Empire's reward is a bit of a suspicion of clearing the relationship. Admiral Dusk is indeed in Beyonder of the Warrior Pathway. We have indeed been helping him sell stolen goods. He has indeed explored a lot of information for us, and even completed some battles that are beneficial to us, but we have nothing to do with him. Hobert just laughed at the Fasak Empire's approach. Except that the Fasak Empire's bounty is difficult to collect, the bounties of the other 2 countries add up to 70,000 pounds. Hobert smiled. "Don't dream about it before Sequence 5. The official business was quickly dealt with. Hobert wrote 4 letters, and then called Jessica over. "Keep these 4 letters for me first." Jessica took the letter and saw that the envelopes were written with Jessica, Barton, Zio, Sherlock. The envelopes of Zio and Sherlock also have addresses written on them. Hobert instructed, "If one day I suddenly don't come to work, and someone comes to investigate me, then you open the letter with your name on it, and give the letter with Barton to Barton, and send the other 2 letters to the address for me. When sending the letter, go through the firm's route, just like sending a letter to a client." Jessica nodded. "Okay." Then she asked, "Are you?" Hobert waved his hand. "Don't ask, I don't know anything if you ask." This is the truth. He took out a wooden box again. I won't go out recently, help me give this to carry. It contains 4 identical beyonder materials, enough to make a mystical weapon. Jessica nodded again. I will tell you. She was still a little worried about Hobert, but since Hobert didn't say anything, it meant that he couldn't help with the problems he encountered, so he had to keep his worries in his stomach. In the afternoon, Loretta and Thomas came to the office together. Thomas, who knew more extraordinary knowledge, would of course not hesitate to buy the beyonder characteristic of spirit medium. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 310, Chapter 310 Advice to Rafter, Bonus 1. Chapter 310 Advice to Rafter. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to CR0W for becoming a member, +5 bonus. I figured out how to name the tiers now. LOL, Reader tier, a Rhodes tier, and Hermit tier, gets you about 100 to 150 CH advance across 4 fanfics. Thomas offered a generous price, £1,400. He said to Hobert, if you obtain any beyonder characteristics or sealed artifacts during your future adventures, you can come to me to cash them out. Generally, I will give you the base price. This money is legal and tax-free, so you don't have to worry about being cheated. Especially for the Corpse Collector and Warrior Pathways beyonder characteristics, I will even help you negotiate a premium. Hobert asked, do you also collect Arbiter Pathways beyonder characteristics? Yes, we do, Thomas said with a smile. However, according to some treaties, we will resell them to the royal family. Rest assured, we will hide your information. This is another good way to fence stolen goods. After seeing Thomas and the others off, Hobert returned to his office, feeling that the preparations for leaving Backlund were almost complete. Now, all that's left is to find time to put on the mask and visit the giant bishop, and then cause a stir in Backlund. However, now that he has the travel ability, it would be even more exciting to leave Backlund and then come back to cause a stir. After getting off work, Hobert deliberately took a taxi carriage back to his home in the Queen's district. For the past 2 days, he had been returning to 192 Blanca Street after work, then using travel to return to the Empress Borough, and using travel again the next morning to return to Blanca Street and go to work from there. With 1 hour less of travel time each way, Hobert felt like he had a lot more time. However, he couldn't use this method all the time, or the servants in the Empress Borough would find out that young Master Hobert seemed to have lost his job, returning to his room after breakfast and only coming out for dinner in the afternoon. And over time, the neighbors on Blanca Street would also wonder why Hobert the lawyer hadn't been buying groceries or eating out lately. Hobert had originally planned to sleep in on Sunday, but he was woken up early in the morning by Dofus and, after having breakfast with Christian, they left in the family carriage. As for where they were going, Christian said they were going to a manor in the suburbs. After the carriage arrived in the suburbs, the air gradually became fresher, and Hobert began to admire the scenery outside. Christian, sitting opposite Hobert, suddenly said, "Do you see that mountain with a large pine tree? Be natural, don't stare at it." Hobert saw a not-so-small pine tree on a hill not far away, and its size could be felt even on the road at the foot of the hill. After confirming the target, Hobert nodded almost imperceptibly. Christian added, "If we get separated, we'll meet under the big pine tree." Hobert nodded lightly again without any change in expression. After leaving Backlund, don't trust anyone except me and Dofus. After Christian finished the sentence, he changed to another topic. Hobert also pretended not to have heard the previous words and chatted with Christian about other topics. Going to the manor in the suburbs was just a pretense. The group stayed at the manor until the afternoon, then took a few barrels of vintage wine and some game hunted by the servants in the manor, and returned to Backlund together. Back in his room, Hobert was still wondering what Christian and Dofus were up to. He had to admit, they were doing a really good job of keeping it a secret. So far, Hobert didn't have any clue. The more he couldn't guess, the more excited Hobert became. He felt that Christian must be planning something big. He completely trusted Christian. Since he was willing to let him stay, then he must have a certain degree of confidence in their actions. Hobert believed that he only needed to play it by ear and that there shouldn't be too much danger. That night, Hobert received a prayer from Rafter, who said that he had returned to Backlund. As expected, he had not encountered any enemies blocking him along the way, and he had not aroused the suspicion of the royal family after his return. So Hobert first used True Sight to confirm that Rafter was not being monitored, then he put on his windbreaker, put on the mask again, and used travel to come to Rafter's residence on Civilhouse Street. Rafter was kneeling on one knee, waiting for the creator's reply, when Hobert twisted the doorknob, opened the door, and came in, as relaxed as if he had returned to his own living room. Hobert's sudden appearance startled Rafter. However, Rafter immediately adjusted his emotions. He stood up and bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you for your help. This is your mystical item. It really helped me get rid of all the pursuers." On the way back, Rafter had fully used his imagination to imagine the battle initiated by the cemetery. He believed that it was only the beginning, and if he didn't have the black crystal in his hand, he would have been chased by enemies all the way. Hobert took the order crystal and was about to use blink to leave the room first when Rafter quickly asked, God, Mr. Blessed. He believed that the masked man in front of him was handling some mundane affairs for the Creator and should be the legendary Blessed. Rafter smiled ingratiatingly, I want to become stronger. Do you have any suggestions? Hobert coldly scrutinized Rafter, and after 2 or 3 seconds, he said, leave Backlund, leave the Lone Kingdom. After saying that, he left using travel. He had been here for a minute and could use travel again. Rafter was slightly stunned. This was indeed a good way. As long as he was in Backlund, as long as he was in Lone, he had to be careful, and he didn't even dare to advance to Sequence 7, because doing so might arouse the suspicion of the royal family. But, if he left Backlund, it would be difficult to fulfill the instructions of his grandfather, the Patriarch. In that secret ruin, there was a huge extraordinary fortune waiting for him to discover. Then he hesitated, should he ask the Creator for help? If he asked the Creator for help, he would only be able to get a very small part of that fortune, but if he didn't ask the Creator for help, that fortune might be buried forever in the underground of Backlund. Back in his bedroom, Hobert seriously thought about the whole thing and found that he had not left any traces in his contact with Rafter. In the future, he could consider helping Rafter a little, such as if he wanted to develop in the southern continent, he could use travel to help him get rid of the royal family surveillance. But that was all. Hobert felt an ambition in him that was not commensurate with his abilities. Such people easily mess things up. On Monday morning, Hobert did not go to the law firm to work, but took a taxi carriage to the Parliament building. Today, he was going to attend the meeting to formulate the labor law. As soon as he got out of the carriage, Hobert found that Jessica and several reporters who had made an appointment earlier had already arrived. Hobert shook hands with them and exchanged a few pleasantries before leading them in together and, under the guidance of the waiter, came to the designated meeting room. At the entrance of the meeting room, the waiter stopped the reporters. I'm sorry, gentlemen, only lawyer Hobert can attend this meeting. Hobert smiled and said, what's your name? Quincy, sir. Hobert said, today's Backlund Evening News, tomorrow's Observer, the Kingdom Under the Rule of Law, and other newspapers and magazines will publish such news. Mr. Quincy of the Parliament Hall, under orders, blocked the reporters who were concerned about the labor law. Is there any inside story in this meeting that cannot be known to the citizens of Lone? Is there any transaction that cannot be made public? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 311, Battle of Wisdom and Courage in Parliament, Bonus 2. Chapter 311, Battle of Wisdom and Courage in Parliament. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The attendant Quincy was sweating on his forehead. Of course, he knew that Hobert was not threatening him, but the councillors and representatives from all walks of life in the conference room. Please wait a moment. Quincy entered the conference room and reported to the councillors inside. The chief person in charge of formulating the relevant legal clauses was Count Wolf, a member of the upper house, along with 2 members of the lower house, 5 law professors, and 8 representatives from all walks of life. According to the Constitution, the person in charge, Count Wolf, was only responsible for coordinating relevant resources, urging the legislative process, and supervising the legislative process, and had no power to participate in the formulation of specific legal clauses. After a law is formulated, the House of Representatives and the upper house jointly vote to decide whether the bill is passed and takes effect. Throughout the entire process, the royal family, the government, and the military have no right to interfere. Count Wolf had just sat down when he heard the attendant's report and still smiled gently. Lawyer Hobert is quite different. Your Excellency, this is not in accordance with the rules, said Gusta, the president of the Backlund Chamber of Commerce. He was one of the 8 representatives from all walks of life. Other representatives also stated that specific regulations should not be made public during the formulation of laws and regulations. Wolf waited for everyone to finish speaking before saying, have you not noticed? Hobert is very good at using the power of public opinion. Barth, a member of the lower house and a major banker, said, it's just a few reporters. I'll meet with the presidents of the Backlund Daily and the Lone Citizens newspaper later. They won't dare to write nonsense. Barth also invested in 2 newspapers at the same time, and had a great influence in the press. You don't understand Hobert's intention at all, Count Wolf said. Hobert is protesting the way we are formulating the labor law. In fact, a rough draft of the bill had already been formed before this, and inviting Hobert at this time was indeed just to go through the motions. What Hobert was protesting was precisely this way of asking him to go through the motions. Gusta said, Your Excellency, I think this is the Parliament, not the court. We can no longer indulge such pests to harm the order of Backlund. The social representatives echoed one after another. Wolf still smiled and said to Quincy, okay, then insist on only letting Hobert in. However, there was already a hint of playfulness in his smile. As a good friend of Earl Hall, he had occasionally heard Hall mention Hobert. Count Wolf knew Hobert better than anyone else. Even if he had not confronted Hobert head-on like Gusta, Count Wolf's experience allowed him to have a deeper understanding of Hobert than Gusta. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Quincy came in again, wiping sweat. "Dear counselors, gentlemen, lawyer Hobert said that he has met Archbishop Anthony and Archbishop Oremic. If reporters are not allowed in, he is prepared to invite the two archbishops to participate in the meeting to ensure the rights and interests of the believers of the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of Steam and Machinery." Gusta said again, "This is not in accordance with the rules." But compared to the previous, this is not in accordance with the rules, it was obviously less imposing. In this world where divine power and political power coexist, the influence of religious figures is very great. At least Archbishop Anthony's influence is greater than that of a counselor. Although they have no right to interfere in the formulation of laws, they can organize believers to protest against new bills. In that case, the status and influence of all of you present who participated in the formulation of laws will be greatly affected, and even someone may be pushed to the forefront as a scapegoat to quell public anger. Of course, more importantly, everyone present more or less needs the protection of one of the three churches of the Lone Kingdom, or to provide them with honorary guarantees, expand their network, etc., so everyone is unwilling to be in opposition to the archbishops. The room was silent for 2 or 3 seconds, and everyone looked at the three counselors. "Let them all in," Barth sneered, "then show Hobert the bill we have discussed. If he glances at it, even if he just opens the cover, we will accuse him and those reporters of leaking unpublished legal documents. I remember this is a confidential document, enough to keep them in prison for a few years." Count Wolf did not expect that the seemingly boring work of formulating the labor law would be so interesting. He had this mentality of watching the show because his interests were not directly in conflict with the content of the bill. As a visionary aristocrat, he also made investments, but only in stocks, and did not participate in specific management. Also, because he was born into an aristocratic family, the rich and the workers were almost the same in his eyes, so he was not very concerned about the interests of the rich like Gusta, nor was he very concerned about the interests of the workers. For him, his only purpose was to expand his influence and improve his position in the political arena. After Quincy received clear orders, he went out again and invited Hobert and others in. Jessica, who followed in, felt that she had learned a trick. She also knew that lawyer Hobert had asked her to come today to broaden her horizons, so after entering the door, she honestly found a corner to sit down and prepared to continue learning how Hobert dealt with these so-called upper-class figures. Several reporters were a little flattered. They had only come today with a try-it-and-see attitude, but they did not expect that they could actually enter the Parliament building and enter the conference room where laws were made. Even if they could only listen in the corner, it would be enough for them to brag about for half their lives when they went back. After Hobert entered the door, he greeted everyone politely, as if he was not the one who had been blocking the door just now. In particular, one of the law professors was Hobert's former university teacher. The two exchanged compliments, which eased the atmosphere for a while. After Hobert sat down, Count Wolf even asked him, "Coffee or black tea?" Everyone was stunned. This seemed to be Wolf's subtle way of expressing his appreciation for Hobert, and also warning everyone not to go too far. Quincy, who had no political savvy, thought that this was his dereliction of duty, and that he had actually troubled the Count to ask Hobert what he wanted to drink, so he was a little apprehensive when he served the tea. After the meeting officially started, Barth winked at Gusta. Since Wolf had expressed his opinion, they couldn't go too far, but they still had to put Hobert in his place. Gusta nodded slightly and threw a document to Hobert. "This is the outline of the bill we drafted. You can take a look at it first, or you can show it to your reporter friends." Hobert didn't even touch it. "Sorry, I don't think this outline is appropriate." Gusta said, "How do you know it's not appropriate if you don't look at it?" According to normal procedures, the social representatives participating in the formulation of laws and regulations should include people from all levels that the law may involve. Hobert said, "However, it seems that there are only businessmen among the 8 people present, but no other subject, workers. So I think this legal outline is not appropriate and does not comply with relevant regulations. That's why I invited reporter friends to supervise. This is a question of the legal formulation process, not a question of specific clauses, so it doesn't count as leaking secrets." Count Wolf changed his sitting position to hide his smile. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 312, Chapter 312 It's Tarot Time Again, Bonus 3. Chapter 312 It's Tarot Time Again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Gusta felt that sense of frustration again. He simply stopped talking, feeling that his eloquence was far inferior to Hobert's. Speaking more would only lead to more mistakes and self-humiliation. Mainly, lower house member Basil argued with Hobert for a while, but he was quickly defeated. As the law professors present successively acknowledged that this was Hobert's legal right, the previously drafted bill was completely overturned. With everyone's votes, whether supportive or unwilling, the meeting decided that 4 of the current 8 representatives from all walks of life would lose their qualifications to participate, and 4 workers would replace them. After the meeting, Count Wolf specifically came over and patted Hobert on the shoulder. "Young man, very good." Hobert smiled and said, "Thank you for your support and affirmation." Wolf was very satisfied with this answer, which showed that Hobert understood his support in the dark. After the Count left, Hobert's teacher came over and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that in just a few months, you have become so brave, even braver than we old guys were back then and are now." Another professor also praised, "You are a ray of light shining into this foggy city. I hope you can dispel more of the mist." Hobert thanked them for their praise and left with the reporters at the end. When parting, Hobert instructed the reporters, "Please only write the results, not the process, and don't highlight my role too much." Most of the reporters also planned to do so, as they were unwilling to offend those congressmen and wealthy individuals. Only the reporter from the magazine, Kingdom Under the Rule of Law, asked, "Why?" Hobert casually found a reason, because that would be suspected of leaking secrets, which may affect the publication of your manuscripts. If you want to write about today's experience, you can write a series of reports or behind-the-scenes reports after the labor law is promulgated. In fact, he was afraid that he might accidentally do something big with Christian recently, which would affect the impression of the labor law in people's minds. Back at the firm, Hobert wrote 2 letters, one to Captain Acancer of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and one to Captain Thomas. The content was similar, describing the legislative process of the labor law and the difficulties it now faced, and asking them each to recommend 2 workers to the Parliament to participate in the formulation of the bill. Hobert was about to ask Jessica to help send the letters when he received an unexpected guest, Leonard Mitchell. This nighthawk with black hair and green eyes, who, like Hobert, liked to wear trench coats, was still a bit unkempt and still looked so poetic, but of course, he still hadn't created a single poem. Hobert warmly invited him in. "You've come to Backlund. Jessica, pour the guest a cup of black tea. Try my black tea, it's from home, very good." Leonard took a light sip. "The taste is indeed quite good." He could certainly feel Hobert's enthusiasm, which made him smile involuntarily. "Yes, I've been transferred to Backlund. I just arrived the day before yesterday. I heard from Ms. Daly that you work here, so I came to see you." As they chatted, the two of them talked about the battle that had happened in Tingen City before, which inevitably brought another wave of sighs. Leonard sighed, "Before I came to Backlund, I also attended the funeral of another colleague, old Neil." Hobert was stunned. "Old Neil, he. I remember him. What did he die of?" "A disease," Leonard said. "He almost lost control once before, but it was discovered in time and he was saved, but it caused great damage to his body. After the winter, his body deteriorated day by day. Finally, during a cold, his internal organ functions rapidly failed, making his body extremely weak, and even the treatment ceremony couldn't play a big role." Hobert sighed. "I didn't expect. In fact, it was twice that he almost lost control." Hobert didn't expect that he still couldn't save old Neil, and then a strong sense of fate filled his heart. Leonard smiled wryly. "This reminds me of a sentence from Captain Dunn, we are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches who are constantly fighting against threats and madness." Hobert said, "That's a very apt summary." He raised his teacup to Captain Dunn. Even though it had been a long time, Leonard was still a little choked up, to the captain. After chatting for more than half an hour and drinking 2 cups of tea, Leonard got up to leave. Hobert simply asked Leonard to hand over the letter to Thomas. Leonard smiled as he put on his hat. "By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet on becoming a full member of the Nighthawks." "Thank you." Hobert watched Leonard leave and sat back in his chair for a long time. He didn't react until it was almost lunchtime. He went to Jessica to get back the letter to Sherlock, opened it, and added the news that he had seen Leonard and that old Neil had passed away. Then Hobert resealed it in an envelope and gave it back to Jessica. In the afternoon, Hobert returned to Blanca Street as usual. He drew the curtains early, pretending to be taking a nap. At 3 o'clock, his eyes were covered by grey fog, and he reappeared in the giant hall that seemed to have remained unchanged forever. Justice Audrey greeted everyone one by one as usual, and then she submitted a few pages of Russell's diary. Just last week, she visited the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, but the fool Klein had also read these pages of the diary, but he still pretended to read them carefully to avoid being suspected. A few minutes later, Klein said, "You can begin." Audrey asked Hobert, "Mr. Emperor, your mood seems a little low." "I just heard some bad news before attending the gathering," Hobert smiled. "News that made me completely abandon some illusions." Old Neil's death also had a huge impact on Hobert. He had always thought that he was also the chosen one of this era, and that everything was possible if he operated properly. But today, Hobert realized how ridiculous these ideas were. In this world where gods exist, everything seems so small and fragile. Only by becoming a god, only after becoming a god, can one avoid being reduced to the straw dog of this world. Audrey said, "I hope you can properly solve the problems you encounter. If you have any difficulties, you can ask friends for help." Whether through the Tarot Club or the Justice League, as long as Hobert made a request, as long as it was within her ability, she would be happy to help. Thank you for your suggestion, Hobert smiled. I will handle this problem well. The trading session officially began. Hanged Man, Alger first said, Mr. Emperor, I hope to invite you to explore the second elven ruins I discovered with me. Hobert said, I am also very interested in this, but I may not have time in the next week or two. Magician first put her hand on her forehead. They are discussing exploring the ruins of the elves. Oh my god, I always thought the elves were a race in mythology. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 313, Chapter 313 The Deceitful Little Son, Bonus 4. Chapter 313 The Deceitful Little Son. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Alger was slightly stunned by Hobert's answer before saying, no problem. Are we going to discuss how to divide the spoils later? Or should we determine this issue now under Mr. Fool's witness? He had searched for another week and still couldn't find a safe sea route, so he had to ask Hobert for help. Of course, the spoils are divided equally, and I have the right of first refusal, Hobert said. However, I can promise that if I obtain something you need, I can give it to you and give me other compensation as appropriate. Alger breathed a sigh of relief. This way of dividing the spoils, especially with the Emperor's promise, was fair to him. The reason why Alger wanted to discuss how to divide the spoils at the tarot gathering was mainly because this exploration would definitely be led by the Emperor. If they didn't discuss it in advance, it would easily lead to conflicts when dividing the spoils. For example, if the Emperor was not satisfied with the spoils he received and left with travel, leaving him in the ruins, he would have no place to cry. And at the tarot gathering, with Mr. Fool's witness, it was equivalent to providing notarization for this transaction, which could give the Emperor some constraints. Alger smiled and said, thank you for your generosity. I will go and take care of other things first, and we will go explore when you have time. Okay. Hobert then asked, regarding the island I mentioned at the last gathering, is there any new news? Alger replied, I haven't landed yet, but I heard during the resupply that Vice Admiral Iceberg's second mate, Orpheus, appeared on the island. It is said that Vice Admiral Iceberg is very interested in the buildings on that island. Hobert pinched his chin and nodded slowly. At this time, Furs mustered up her courage and asked, Mr. Emperor, Mr. Hanged Man, did the elves and giants really live on the north and south continents? Hobert replied, that's right. We discussed this matter before. According to the Sun's description, the territory of the elves may be in the sea and islands between the current north and south continents. This can only be regarded as some anecdotes, not mystical knowledge, so Hobert chatted a few more words. As far as I know, there were still some giants and elves on the north and south continents during the fourth epoch. According to legend, some of the giants once took a large ship to sea to find their homeland, the Giant King's Court. And some of the elves went to sea to find their homeland. The son Derek quickly asked, did they succeed? I mean the giants who went to sea. Hobert said, if they had succeeded, you would have found a sea route to leave the forsaken land of the gods long ago. Forsaken land of the gods. First thought she had misheard, does that also exist? Hobert said with a smile, this world is much more exciting than you think. Furs nodded blankly, then suddenly looked at Mr. Fool at the head of the table. Mr. Fool was more powerful than she had imagined, and could even pull the sun from the forsaken land of the gods. But then she felt that staring at Mr. Fool like this was very impolite, so she quickly withdrew her gaze. Audrey watched all this with a smile, and suddenly sighed at the changes the tarot gathering had brought her. If she hadn't participated in the tarot gathering, she felt that she would be as ignorant as Furs. Then Furs asked, where is the forsaken land of the gods? Why haven't we discovered it all this time? We also discussed this before, Hobert said. It's probably in the east of the Sonia Sea, but don't think that you can find it just because you have a direction. As far as I know, it is full of twisted and crazy power, which is very dangerous. As for why we haven't discovered it, this information is worth £20,000, yes, a friendship price of £20,000. 20. First thought of her meager savings again, is this still a friendship price? Audrey recalled the information they had obtained last week that was worth £2,000, I can testify to this. Mr. Emperor's information is definitely worth more than its price. Oh, thank you. Furs felt a little unreal. What kind of information is worth £20,000? And it's still a friendship price. And it's worth more than its price. At this time, Derek said, Mr. Emperor, I want to know what happened to those giants who sailed from your world later. What reward do I need to pay? No reward is needed, Hobert said. Because the answer is already very clear, they are obviously not proficient in sailing, so they failed. It is said that they also carried the key to open the Giant King's Court, which also sank into the sea. Derek leaned back in his chair, a little lonely. Thank you, Mr. Emperor, I understand. Hobert comforted him. I also have a prophecy about that key here, which I can also give to you, under the arrangement of fate, the key to the Giant King's Court will eventually reappear in the world, and the door to the Giant King's Court will be reopened. Derek immediately sat up straight. Really? Hobert spread his hands. That's what I heard in the prophecy, but I don't know the specific time when it will reappear in the world and when the door will be reopened. Derek nodded heavily. Even if there is no specific time, as long as there is such a prophecy, there is hope. He recalled the location of the Giant King's Court. Could it be that the Giant King's Court can lead to the outside world? Mr. Emperor, how should I report this guess to the chief? Don't report it. Ah. If you suddenly know so much information, you will definitely be suspected by your chief, Hobert said. The most important thing is that he won't believe you anyway. It's better to just wait until you become stronger, deliberately explore in the direction of the Giant King's Court, and lie that you found clues there. At that time, your chief will definitely value this matter very much. You seem to be a light supplicant now, right? You have taken a solid step closer to finding out the truth. Yes, I am already a light supplicant and can participate in more distant patrol missions. Derek felt that Mr. Emperor's words seemed to make sense, but something seemed wrong. Furs could be sure that the son was not very old, which could be seen from the fact that his emotional changes were undisguisedly displayed in front of everyone. Relatively speaking, Mr. Emperor seemed very mature and scheming, and the son's emotions were completely under his control. Audrey smiled and watched everything in front of her. Of course, she could feel that although Hobert had a suspicion of deceiving, it was to protect little son. Klein behind the grey mist had a sense of seeing the Emperor drawing a big cake. He remembered that he seemed to be so easy to deceive when he was young. Derek paused and said, everyone still remembers that I mentioned before that we discovered the ruins of a fallen creator temple. We are preparing to explore there for the second time. It is expected that my ability will play a significant role, so I just passed the second round of assessment and was arranged into this mission. Does anyone have any suggestions for this? Alger said, my suggestion is, absolutely don't go. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 314, Chapter 314, Overthrow of the Political Commissar is now officially open, Bonus 5. Chapter 314, Overthrow of the Political Commissar is now officially open. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Derek was somewhat surprised by the Hanged Man's suggestion, no, don't go. Alger nodded, I remember the last time the fallen creator failed to descend in Backlund. You mentioned the ruins, didn't you? There was a statue of the fallen creator there. Derek nodded, yes. Furs weakly raised her hand and asked, are the fallen creator you're all talking about the same as the true creator? This was her second time attending the gathering, and she found that the other members were quite friendly, but the topics they discussed were too advanced, and she felt a little overwhelmed. However, through her experience just now, she also discovered that as long as she dared to ask, and as long as it didn't involve too confidential information, the other members were willing to answer her questions. Audrey replied, yes. In addition, I've learned from my subordinates recently that some people are worshipping the true creator in the docks in the East Borough. She had just visited the East Borough and the ports with Zio a few days ago, and it was shocking to her. At the same time, she learned from Zio's informants that some people were worshipping for the true creator. But in order to prevent Furs from realizing how she obtained this information, Audrey used, I learned from my subordinates, to confuse Furs. Furs had also heard Zio mention this, the true creator once tried to descend in Backlund. Yes, Audrey said. But it was stopped by the fools blessed. Furs gasped, I didn't even know these things. Hobert smiled and said, this reminds me of something the fool once said, this era, this Backlund, this East Borough, ports, and factory district, is truly a hotbed for evil god descents. Furs felt the urge to cover her face, I'm just a sequence 8, yet I'm discussing the issue of evil god descents with everyone. It's like a dream. Furs asked again, why is the true creator, no, the fallen creator, also proselytizing in the forsaken land of the gods? Hobert glanced at Derek, perhaps the people there are more desperate. As long as a god responds to them, they will believe in it. But this also highlights the preciousness of City of Silver. For thousands of years, they have still adhered to their beliefs and are still searching for hope. But the problem is with the god, what does it have to do with them? It's not like they made a mistake, why should they endure such suffering? Derek's emotions were like a roller coaster. When he heard the Emperor's first sentence, he was in despair. But when he heard the second sentence, he felt proud again. But when he heard the third sentence, he was first angry and wanted to refute the Emperor, but he didn't know how to argue, and in the end, he could only hang his head and sit there quietly. Klein thought to himself, if I had abilities like lightning strike, I would definitely strike the Emperor. It's not the first or second time he's blasphemed the gods. Has he considered the fool's feelings? Alger simply pretended he didn't hear anything. Audrey thought to herself, it's time for the blasphemy segment of each gathering again. But she still reminded, Mr. Emperor, some topics are not for us to discuss. Hobert just smiled. I have always been very respectful of the fool. After all, he is helping the people of the forsaken land of the gods regain their light and giving them hope. Such a benevolent god is worthy of our faith and worthy of our trust. Derek stared blankly at Mr. Emperor. He suddenly realized that after attending so many tarot gatherings, he seemed to no longer trust the omniscient and omnipotent God so much. Klein nodded slightly. This flattery is not bad. Okay, the magnanimous fool forgives you. The giant hall was quiet for 2 or 3 seconds before Alger said, returning to the previous topic, since there is a statue of the fallen creator in the ruins, it means that the people of that city-state once trusted this evil god. Even if the city-state has been destroyed, the evil god may still have some power left. For you, that is still fatal. The most important thing is that it is easy to bring some corruption back to City of Silver. Derek opened his mouth. It's so dangerous. Alger said, you can describe the city-state in more detail so we can jointly assess the degree of danger. Derek recalled for a moment before saying, besides the statue, there are also many incomplete murals and terrifying wraiths wandering around, but these have been cleared by the previous exploration team. I didn't see those murals with my own eyes. It is said that they record prophecies of the coming of the end and the fallen creator, saving believers, as well as corresponding bloody sacrificial rituals. In a certain mural, there are strange characters derived from Jotun. After roughly deciphering them, they mean Rose redemption. Alger said, with a statue, murals, and writing, I think the level of danger is very high. You shouldn't take the risk. Derek looked at the Emperor and saw that Mr. Emperor didn't speak, obviously agreeing with Mr. Hanged Man's opinion. Then what should I do? Derek was a little embarrassed. The task must be accepted. Alger smiled. Nothing is mandatory. Before this task, will you participate in patrols? Find an opportunity to deliberately get injured by a monster. You can refer to past examples in City of Silver for the specific extent. Audrey, Derek, and Furs almost simultaneously thought in their hearts, this is also possible. After a brief surprise and confusion, Derek said, but I don't have any patrol tasks recently. Alger, hey Ed, aren't you just becoming a light supplicant? You can pretend that you haven't controlled the potion's power yet and are in danger of losing control. In this case, I think the higher-ups in City of Silver will definitely not take a dangerous item that could explode at any time to explore, right? He carefully said, there is a trick to this. As long as you keep your spirituality in a relatively dry state for 2 consecutive days, you can experience auditory hallucinations and symptoms of losing control. If you don't continue to squeeze your spirituality afterwards, the situation will improve within a week and you won't actually lose control. Of course, considering that City of Silver definitely has ways and measures to treat those with loss of control precursory symptoms, recovery should be faster, so you have to estimate the time well, preferably starting 2 or 3 days before departure. Derek listened dumbfounded, and after a long time, he seemed to mutter to himself, yes, people with signs of losing control will be controlled and isolated at the bottom of the round tower to receive treatment. Klein at the head of the bronze table sighed in his heart, alas, a good, honest, and sincere child has been poisoned by an old fox. Audrey was also stunned and felt that she had learned a good lesson. Hobert thought to himself, Commissar Dow's level is really not to be underestimated. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 315, The World's Trading Intentions, Bonus 6. Chapter 315, The World's Trading Intentions. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to EtherGray314 for continuing to be a member, plus 5 monthly bonus. Hangman Alger, seeing that the son was still hesitant, continued, the risk of this exploration mission is very high, you know that. If you die in that half-destroyed temple, who else can find a way to expose the strangeness of Shepherd Elder Lovia? Who else can save City of Silver from disaster? The fallen creator is a true evil god. You didn't pretend to lose control and deceive others because of selfishness, you did it to save City of Silver. Compared to it, which is more important, your honor? Derek nodded solemnly, I understand, thank you, Mr. Hangman. Audrey and Furs immediately had the urge to cover their faces with their hands. Hobert and Klein sighed, what a gullible child. After this topic ended, the world suddenly said in a hoarse voice, Mr. Emperor, I have something to entrust to you. Hobert was taken aback, don't ask me to help Miss Bodyguard. But I don't have a schedule recently. He said, please speak. The world asked, Honorable Mr. Fool, I request a private exchange. The fool, Klein, at the head of the bronze table, slowly nodded, okay. Hobert suddenly had the feeling that he was watching a duet performance. After establishing a private communication channel between the two, the world asked, if the Beyonder characteristics are crushed, can the spiritual corruption of the evil god in the Beyonder characteristics be removed? Hobert replied, yes. He suddenly recalled that Mr. Klein had an marionettist Beyonder characteristic polluted by the true creator, and the world was born because of that Beyonder characteristic. The world asked again, if I entrust you to crush and be under characteristic, what reward do you need? Friendship price, £500. Believe me, there is no such price outside the Tarot Club. Hobert said, in addition, according to my experience, the corruption of the evil god will not disappear, but it can be transferred to other carriers while crushing the beyonder characteristics. In addition to the £500 reward, the corruption of the evil god also belongs to me. According to his previous experience in smashing the sealed items sacrificed by Elliot, this should be a magical item with a single ability but a high level, and there may be a limit to the number of times it can be used. Klein recalled the process of defeating marionettist Rosego with Miss Bodyguard before, and instantly understood the importance of evil god corruption. So he manipulated the world to ask, if I want to recover the evil god corruption, what kind of reward do I need to pay? £3,000. Hobert said almost without thinking. Klein twitched the corner of his mouth, so expensive. He manipulated the world and said, too expensive, the evil god corruption was also provided by me, which is equivalent to me providing the material, and you are only responsible for processing it. This is a very reasonable price. Hobert said, as far as I know, you can't directly use the beyonder characteristics polluted by the evil god, and you can't even use it as a sealed artifact. Klein sighed and sighed in his heart, sure enough, knowledge is wealth, Emperor knows so much in detail. He probably never dreamed that Emperor not only knew this, but also knew where this beyonder material came from, and when he would use it in the future, and so on. Hobert continued, there are indeed other ways to transfer the evil god corruption, such as using the magical items of the Marauder pathway to steal the evil god's corruption. But the requirements for mystical items are not low. At least items at the sequence 5 level have a certain probability of success, and that item will bear the evil god corruption and be scrapped. Do you think £3,000 is cheap? Or is a sequence 5 level magical item cheaper? Hobert spread his hands. I said, transactions at the Tarot Club usually give friendship prices. The world nodded, okay, I'll think about it again. With the previous cooperation with Hobert, Klein's current savings are enough to pay for this transaction, but he is not in a hurry to use the beyonder characteristics of marionettist. According to his plan, the savings in his hand are still a priority to buy the main materials of sequence 6. After ending the private exchange, the world launched a new transaction. Help me pay attention to the characteristics of human skin shadow. Hobert immediately said, I have it here. Everyone else was stunned. Didn't you just have a private exchange? Why are you still initiating transactions in front of us? Then everyone realized that what they were talking about just now was not this transaction. Klein was also stunned, and then he manipulated the world. Sorry, I forgot to ask you just now, give me a price. Hobert smiled and said, basic price, £1,200. A very reasonable price. How about completing the transaction after the party? I'll get it at night, I didn't bring it with me. The characteristics of human skin shadow are still in the nation of disorder. If the fool stares at Hobert after the party and waits for the transaction, it will easily expose the secrets on him. Okay. The world agreed. He doesn't plan to buy another main material for the time being, because the potion of magician has just begun to be digested, and his demand for the main material is not urgent. After this transaction ended, Derek launched a new transaction. Mr. Emperor, I want to know the detailed information about the fallen creator. How many main materials at the sequence 8 level do I need to pay? Hobert estimated, this information is worth about £2,000. I'll give you a discount. 9 main materials at the sequence 8 level, or 4 main materials at the sequence 7 level. A mix of the two is also possible. But please make sure that 3 or more are the same. Derek sincerely said, thank you for your care all the time. I will try my best to find the same extraordinary materials according to your requirements. Then he was a little embarrassed. I may have to pay you after a while. All my merits have been used to exchange for the main materials of Light Supplicant. No problem, you have always maintained good credit, and it doesn't matter if you postpone the payment. Derek breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your trust. At this time, the hangman suddenly said, I am also very interested in this information. Mr. Sun, can I listen in? Of course, it's not for nothing. I will help you bear a main material and pay Mr. Emperor £300 as a reward. In his concept, the information that Emperor asks for a price of £2,000 is very high-end information, and it is very cost-effective to hear such information for £300. The key is that since he cooperated with Emperor to sell information once, the funds in his hand have become richer. Now he also has the potion formula of Wind Blessed, and one of the main materials does not need to be purchased. In the case that he only needs one main material to be promoted, he still has some spare money in his hand. Of course, he must decisively take action when he encounters this kind of opportunity to obtain high-end information. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 316, Chapter 316 The Origin of Solomon's Empire, Bonus 7. Chapter 316 The Origin of Solomon's Empire. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The son Derek agreed to the hanged man's request almost without thinking, of course. Theoretically, according to the trading method invented by Mr. Emperor, the hanged man would have to pay at least £1,000 to participate in the transaction. However, Derek thought about the help and advice the hanged man had given him earlier, so even if the hanged man only made a symbolic payment, he would be willing to let the hanged man sit in. But if that's the case, it seems disrespectful to Mr. Emperor. After all, Mr. Emperor gave him a discount, but he used it to repay favors. So after Derek agreed, he scratched his head and asked, "Sorry, Mr. Emperor, I haven't sought your opinion yet." Hobert didn't care. As long as he had 9 sequence 8 level main ingredients, that was enough for him. Alger didn't go back on his word and directly equated one main ingredient with £300, which meant he immediately sold one main material. This was a profit for him. He said, "You pay most of the transaction fee, so you can decide." At this time, Audrey raised her hand. "Mr. Sun, at the previous tarot gathering, I also reminded you of some things. Can you also invite me to participate in this transaction? Of course, I will also help you pay for extraordinary materials. How about 2? I will pay Mr. Emperor £600 and replace 2 extraordinary materials for you." The reminder she mentioned was when the world first joined, she reminded the son of the approximate value of Beyonder materials, so that he could avoid suffering losses. Although Audrey's financial situation has been tight in recent months, she still has about £700 of gold coins and pocket money to freely dispose of each week. She used to use this money to order new clothes, buy jewelry, buy collectible works of art, etc. Now she spends all this money on the Tarot Club gathering. Hobert smiled as he watched all this. This time, he asked Derek for 9 main materials because he planned to cash out 5 to 6 of them, and the rest would be handed over to Carrie for processing if needed in the future. Considering that some materials might not sell for £300, he asked for 9. He didn't expect that the transaction had not yet started, and 3 pieces had already been sold. Moreover, this transaction was obviously more profitable than launching a group purchase. Derek saw that Mr. Emperor did not object and agreed, "Okay." Furs also wanted to join the transaction, but in the end, she sighed and leaned back in her chair, indicating that she had no interest in it. This reminded Hobert of a saying, "I only hate that my financial resources are insufficient." The world was of course not interested, so this transaction, in which Derek bore most of the remuneration, began. Klein sealed off Furs and the world's senses, then sat up straight and began to freeload. Hobert sorted out his thoughts. "I will mainly talk about the experiences and kingdom of the fallen creator, which I believe will be of great help to you. But I can't tell you his origin for this price, because the value of that information is too great, and you may find corresponding clues in future explorations. If you need it, you can trade with me later." Derek nodded. With limited knowledge, he was not really interested in the origin of the fallen creator. Klein and Alger noticed the Emperor's reminder. This point did not need to be said at all. Since the Emperor said so, it must have a deep meaning. At the moment, they kept this in mind and waited for the opportunity to verify it in the future. Hobert began, in the early 4th epoch, Solomon, with the support of the true creator, and Rose Redemption, became the Black Emperor, and established the Solomon Empire. Klein knew that the information here from the Emperor, worth £2,000, must be explosive enough. He didn't expect it to be so explosive from the beginning. Then he quickly analyzed the massive amount of information in the Emperor's sentence. The true creator seems to be very active in the 4th epoch. And the Black Emperor, in the history textbooks, Black Emperor Solomon, is actually Solomon's potion name. No wonder Mr. Dorr in Roselle's diary said that the powerhouses that existed in the 4th epoch were beyond imagination. There is no doubt that the true creator is a true god-level figure, then Solomon, who he supported, should also be a true god-level figure. What about the Blood Emperor? What about the Night Emperor? Are they also true gods? Also, since the true creator can support Solomon in establishing secular power, then what about the 7 gods, no, the 6 gods at that time? Did they also support their own regimes? Before, when the Emperor was talking about the reasons for the formation of the Berserk Sea, it was already possible to determine that the War of the 4 Emperors was a war of gods. Could it be that behind the War of the 4 Emperors, there is also a hidden game of the gods? Alger's shock was similar to Klein's, but he also noticed that the Emperor also mentioned Rose Redemption. This seemed to be the name of an organization, and the City of Silver exploration team also found this name in the ruins. What is the connection between this organization and the true creator? Audrey asked in surprise, "Mr. Emperor, are you saying that the true creator once existed openly in the northern continent? And the Solomon Empire in the history textbooks was actually established by Beyonders and Beyonder organizations? Just like the current royal families and nobles of various countries such as lone, secular dynasties have always been established by Beyonders or families." Hobert explained, the ancestors of the current royal families of the 4 northern continent countries were once subordinates of Solomon, or rather, nobles of the Solomon Empire. Audrey was even more surprised, but she also felt it was very reasonable. After all, behind the ordinary world, there is also a hidden world. If secular dynasties were not established by beyonders, they would have no foundation or ability to rule at all. Alger exclaimed, the origin of the 4 royal families can be traced back to the 4th epoch, or even the 3rd epoch. This is the foundation of these families. As long as they manage it carefully, they can be nobles for thousands of years. Hobert continued, as for the true creator's position in the early 4th epoch, you can refer to the current 7 gods. At that time, the true creator's church was the state religion of the entire northern continent. It was not until the 6 gods joined forces to destroy Solomon that the true creator became an evil god. Audrey finally couldn't maintain her spectator status. The true creator was actually once treated as a righteous god. This is too incredible. Compared to Audrey, who had her cognition subverted, Klein was much calmer. Sure enough, at the level of true gods, there is no distinction between good and evil at all. This world is really realistic. No, the world has always been so realistic. Alger had a question, Mr. Emperor, then the 7, no, the 6 gods. Why did the 6 gods at that time allow the true creator to become the state religion and allow Solomon to establish an empire? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 317, The Kingdom of the Fallen Creator, Bonus 8. Chapter 317, The Kingdom of the Fallen Creator. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert said to Hanged Man Alger, before answering your question, let me explain the Solomon Empire to the son. Everyone was stunned, only to realize that the son looked confused. The son in the Forsaken Land certainly didn't know about the Solomon Empire established in the 4th epoch of the northern continent. Considering that the son was the real financier, everyone remained silent, waiting for Hobert's explanation. Hobert said, the Solomon Empire was an empire established on the northern continent after the Great Cataclysm. The entire 4th epoch, lasting over 1,000 years, was a history of battles between 4 emperors. Solomon was one of them, and also the first to fall. The son Derek nodded, so, the true creator, is an evil god from outside the Forsaken Land. Hobert smiled, answering Mr. Hanged Man's question will also answer your question. He said, the 6 gods at the time couldn't cooperate at all for 2 reasons. One principle is that the Lord of Storms could never cooperate with the eternal blazing sun, and the Evernight goddess could never cooperate with the god of combat. Everyone understood that, affected by the law of similar sequence beyond characteristics conservation, the 6 gods really couldn't form a unified front. As for the second reason, Hobert smiled, it's contained in the origin of the true creator. This isn't part of the 2,000 pounds of information. Everyone was a little disappointed. It was like playing a guessing game, but they couldn't guess the answer. The emperor, who knew the answer, let everyone guess for a long time, only to tell them that he didn't plan to reveal the answer. But then everyone thought that the information they had heard so far was already worth 2,000 pounds, and the emperor was obviously going to reveal some more high-end information. In any case, they felt they had made a profit. Especially Klein, since he hadn't spent a single penny. In short, 3 of the 6 gods always wanted to completely eliminate the true creator, but they restrained each other and couldn't fully commit. Hobert continued. The other 3 originally had no intention of eliminating the true creator, but after seeing the bloody sacrifices of the true creator's church and the spread of corrupt and insane power, they also decided to restrain the true creator. So, under the combined attack of the 6 gods, the Black Emperor, Solomon fell, and the true creator was driven by them to the Forsaken Land. Hobert's last sentence was like a warhammer hitting everyone's chest. After 2 or 3 seconds, everyone reacted. Klein, no wonder the true creator always wanted to descend. It turns out he wanted to return to the northern continent, and he was almost sealed in the Forsaken Land by the gods. Since the emperor used the word fall, then Solomon was a true god-level existence. Alger was a little excited. He had been pursuing this kind of high-end intelligence. This is a secret between the gods. I know it today. Audrey, in addition to being surprised, was also relieved. The 6 gods should have abandoned their contradictions and driven away the true creator first. Derek asked incredulously, Mr. Emperor, are you saying that the true creator came to the Forsaken Land long after the Great Cataclysm? That's right, Hobert replied. As far as I know, a large number of loyal believers and angels loyal to the true creator went with the true creator. The true creator's kingdom is somewhere in the Forsaken Land. Even now, the Aurora Order still regards the Forsaken Land as a holy land. I remember Mr. Hangman mentioned before that a member of the Aurora Order disappeared into the Sonia Sea with his son. They went on a pilgrimage. That was a long time ago. The son had just joined the Tarot Club not long ago. During the information exchange session, Alger mentioned such a thing. Derek quickly asked again, Mr. Emperor, then, what about those believers? Why haven't we ever found them? Hobert asked in return, can the Forsaken Land support a large number of humans? Where did the residents of the ruins you found go? Derek suddenly realized that he wasn't as surprised as he thought. This is an evil god. As believers of an evil god, they certainly won't have a good end. He suddenly thought, then what about Elder Lovia? Has she also been affected by the true creator? How should I eliminate her? He would never allow City of Silver to perish like those city-states that believed in evil gods. Don't rush, Hobert said. Until now, do you think your higher-ups haven't noticed Lovia's abnormality? We can change our perspective. Perhaps in the eyes of your shepherd elder, you are also suspicious because you have become stronger through bizarre means. In the days to come, you must not be angry, you must not be reckless, and everything you do must be carefully considered. Have you forgotten what Mr. Hangman said just now? What you shoulder is the hope of the entire City of Silver. First of all, you must not put yourself in a dangerous situation. Hobert's last paragraph was very stern. In Audrey's opinion, it was like a mature and steady older brother teaching a reckless younger brother. Klein and Alger could also feel that the Emperor really wanted to help little son. These words sounded like thunder in Derek's ears, and he lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, Mr. Emperor, I was too reckless. Hobert didn't look at Derek, but said, before you become strong, you must be patient. You have waited for more than 2,000 years, and finally see hope, but you miss the opportunity because you are not patient. What a pity. Derek lowered his head and continued to reflect on his words and deeds. Hobert had already jumped to the next topic. As for the Rose Redemption, this is a free piece of information. The current Rose Redemption is an organization loyal to the true creator. Alger asked, similar to the Aurora Order? No, it's more than one level higher than the Aurora Order. You can't imagine who the first members of the Redemption Rose were. The current Rose Redemption is not the same as the former Rose Redemption. Everyone's reactions were different, but they all felt that the history of the third and fourth epochs seemed too confusing. After removing Furza's sensory blockade, she found that everyone's emotions seemed very heavy again, and even heavier than last time, but because she didn't participate in the transaction, she didn't feel comfortable asking. Audrey suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Emperor, your intelligence is really worth more than its price. If I had 20,000 pounds, I would definitely trade with you as soon as possible. Hobert smiled. Furz then asked the question she had just thought of, how can the Beyonder materials used in the transaction between this Mr. Sun and Mr. Emperor be delivered to the other party's hands? Does the Emperor go to the Forsaken Land to get it? Or does the Sun send it to the northern continent? Neither seems realistic. Audrey said, let me tell you the answer, the high end of the Tarot Club is beyond your imagination. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 318, Chapter 318, This World Has Never Been Fair, Bonus 9. Chapter 318, This World Has Never Been Fair. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. What? Sacrifice. Furz almost jumped up. For a wild Beyonder, sacrifice is generally associated with demons, and it's usually a very bloody sacrifice. But in the Tarot Club, sacrifice can be used to complete transactions between members. This was something she absolutely couldn't have imagined before. Then Furz realized, Mr. Fool can actually accept sacrifices, instead of the life sacrifices she had heard about before. This is a power that only gods possess, right? This is truly an ancient god. Audrey smiled and said, I didn't lie, did I? The Tarot Club is more high-end than you can imagine. She really wanted to tell Furz all about the laws of Beyonder characteristics and the high-end information she had heard recently, so that she could understand how high-end the Tarot Club is. But thinking about the value of that information, Audrey restrained herself from saying too much. At the end of the gathering, it was time to exchange information. Hobert said to the head of the bronze table, Mr. Fool, if I need to ask for leave, can I report to you through prayer? The Fool, Klein nodded slightly, yes. Everyone was stunned, and Audrey simply asked, Mr. Emperor, are you not attending the gathering next week? Hobert smiled and said, it's just a possibility that I won't be attending. Everyone recalled that at the beginning of the gathering, when the Hanged Man initiated the request to jointly explore the ruins, the Emperor said that he had been busy recently. Especially Audrey, who knew the Emperor's identity in the real world, was already considering asking Zio or Furz about Hobert's recent situation after the gathering. Everyone spoke one after another, exchanging information that they thought was interesting. When Klein's spirituality was about to dry up, the gathering ended. Back in the real world, Hobert stared at the ceiling for a while as usual, then got up and continued to go to work at the law firm. Around 5 o'clock, Hobert returned to Banka Street again. He first took out the characteristics of the human-skinned shadow from the Nation of Disorder, and then prayed to the Fool, respected Mr. Fool, I have obtained the materials needed by the world. Please inform him to conduct the transaction. Because the fool is the world, this transaction was quickly completed. In addition, Audrey and Alger had already sacrificed the rewards that needed to be paid at the gathering to the fool in advance. So Hobert not only received the money for £1,200 of Beyonder materials from Klein, but also received a reward of £900 for information trading. Hobert extinguished the candle and erased the symbol belonging to the fool from the center of the simple altar. After getting these two sums of money, Hobert's wealth returned to about £10,000 again, reaching £9,812. Most of this income came from the Beyonder world, and only £62 of income came from the law firm. Hobert put £112 of it in his wallet, waited for more than 10 minutes, and estimated that the fool was no longer watching him. Then he sacrificed the £2,100 he earned today to the nation of disorder. Then, Hobert took a taxi carriage instead of using the ability of travel to return to his home in Empress Borough. He had a hunch that Christian's plan was about to begin in the next few days. He couldn't expose his ability to travel, as it was a life-saving ability at a critical moment. Just after returning to his bedroom to rest for a few minutes, Dofus came to invite Hobert to the living room on the first floor. Hobert thought it was for dinner, but halfway down the stairs, he suddenly noticed that the atmosphere in the living room, which was not far from the dining room, was a bit wrong. In the sofa area, Christian was smoking alone on one side, and on the other side sat a woman in her 30s wearing a military uniform. She had a cold temperament and exuded a pressure that Hobert could feel on the stairs. Looking at the military rank on her shoulders, she was actually a general. Behind the female general, there were also 4 soldiers standing. Hobert saw their military ranks, and without exception, they were all brigadier generals. The two sides confronted each other silently. Although Christian's aura was one level lower than the female soldier opposite him, he still smoked calmly. "Father, do you have guests?" Hobert's words broke the confrontation in the living room. Camilla looked surprised when she saw Hobert, and the pressure on her body decreased sharply. "Yes, come over, let me introduce you." Christian put out the cigarette in the ashtray. "This is Aunt Camilla, this is Bruno, you've met before, now promoted to Brigadier General. And Abel, Benedict, and Cheatman. We are all from the same era, people who have ventured in the southern continent. Among them, there are also Rex's old subordinates. My military merits with Rex are 3 times theirs combined, but look now, they first forced Rex to leave the military camp, and I am still a Brigadier General after so many years, and there is no possibility of being promoted to Rear Admiral in this life." Hobert glanced at them. "Father, I think sometimes being shameless, resorting to dirty tricks, and selling dignity or friends is the key to promotion. Look how fast they have been promoted. This Uncle Bruno must have made great contributions recently, right? He was promoted by 1 level without fighting a war." "Ha ha ha ha." Christian laughed heartily. "That's right. If he hadn't made a contribution, how could Princess Camilla condescend to come to our family's living room?" Bruno's eyes darted around, and finally he simply turned his head away, not looking at Christian and Hobert. Camilla suddenly showed a faint smile. "This is your eldest son, right? Has no one told you that he doesn't look like you, but like Commander Rex?" Christian also smiled. "I heard that you are still unmarried. And ordered your subordinates to kill every female cultivator they see. It is because of your strong opposition that the Church of the Earth Mother had to send a non-planter pathway bishop to Backlund. However, you have the wrong target. The person who defeated you is not a Beyonder from the Church of the Earth Mother." Camilla's face suddenly turned cold again. Hobert reacted. Could this princess be the original owner's father's pursuer? Christian's means of rubbing salt in other people's wounds are really cruel. Bruno and the other 4 brigadier generals probably knew about this before, and they all pretended not to have heard anything at this time. Camilla said coldly, "I know that you have always had grievances about Commander Rex being convicted, but I gave him a chance." "What chance?" "Marrying you and becoming a royal plaything." Christian sneered. "He is a fierce tiger, but you treat him as a hound. So, you have come to this point. Are you going to betray your kingdom and betray your oath?" Camilla was also angry. "Don't you know the face of this world? How have you become like a complaining woman now? All you know is to complain." Christian smiled. "I know that this world has never been fair, and I have never complained, but the things that the lone royal family owes me, I will always take them back. In a way that you would never expect." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 319, Chapter 319, Weak Yet Strong Hobert, Bonus 10. Chapter 319, Weak Yet Strong Hobert. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more 150+ chapters. Hobert tensed up. Judging from the current situation, a fallout could happen at any moment. On their side, there were only 2 sequence 5s and 1 sequence 6, while Camilla seemed to be sequence 4, and the other 4 should all be sequence 5. They couldn't win in a fight, but with Christian and Dofus's strength, they should be able to escape. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, completely unexpected that Christian and Dofus were planning to betray the Lone Kingdom. As a transmigrator, Hobert had no feelings for the Lone Kingdom, and instead found it quite exciting. Camilla shook her head with a sneer. Christian, you still don't understand, some things are not yours to have just because you want them. The gap in sequence can never be compensated for by hard work. You're the one who doesn't understand the situation. Christian stroked the ring on her ring finger. When we were in the southern continent, you only had Rex in your eyes, but you ignored the abilities and wisdom of others. I guess you may not have noticed that my name always appears at the same time as Rex. And Dix and Ulysses, so many people are so dazzling. He said with interest, you wouldn't think I wouldn't have any preparations for a situation like today, would you? Camilla seemed to understand something when she saw the ring. Impossible. Christian slowly took off the ring with a smile, and suddenly the pressure on his body was as suffocating as Camilla's. Bruno looked surprised. When did you advance to become a demigod? Christian sneered. I suspected there was something wrong with you a long time ago. At first, I thought you were a spy for the Fainapotter Kingdom, but later I realized that you were already a lackey of the royal family. Bruno took a step back in surprise. At this time, he still couldn't believe that his good friend and colleague, who he had been with day and night, had quietly become a demigod. Hobert recalled that Christian had been touching this ring more frequently recently. The last time they entered the oil painting together, Christian was always touching the ring. It seemed that he had been unable to hold back for a long time. At this time, Camilla calmed down. We can discuss it again. As long as you don't leave Lone, you can be awarded the rank of Lieutenant General tomorrow, and even Major General. Believe me, even giving you the corresponding title is not a problem. Originally, the 5 people sent by the military could definitely control Christian. After all, in their concept, Christian was only Sequence 5. A demigod suppresses Christian, 2 Sequence 5s deal with Dofus, and 2 Sequence 5s serve as a reserve team. But the current situation completely exceeded control. Christian was also a demigod. It's too late. Christian said, what were those fools in the royal family doing long ago? Hobert smiled. If the royal family couldn't immediately dispatch angels, then there would be no problem escaping from Backlund. Christian should also be aware of this problem. He stood up and said, if we can part peacefully, we are still good comrades. If you insist on fighting, then I'm sorry. After speaking, Christian turned around and walked out. Hobert took the first step, and he felt relieved only after he held the cane in his hand. Wait. Camilla said, you can state your conditions. Now the nature of the matter has changed, any force will try its best to win over a demigod-level figure. But Christian continued to walk out as if he hadn't heard. Camilla had no choice but to say, do it. Christian was prepared, and turned around and said to the brigadier general named Abel, exile. Abel's body quickly faded. Exile is an enhanced version of banishment, which can throw the target into the void and exile them outside the real world. Whether he can come back and when he will come back all depends on luck. Camilla stretched out her hand. Exile is forbidden here. Abel's figure became solid again. This is how the battle between the judges' pathways is, always a lose-lose situation, so Camilla can't use exile and banishment either. As soon as the battle started, Hobert immediately grabbed in the direction of Bruno, and this time he was lucky enough to steal the opponent's prohibition ability. Hobert immediately said, breathing is prohibited here. Everyone was stunned. Of the 7 people in the room, 4 of them often used the prohibition ability, and it was the first time they had heard of prohibiting breathing. While speaking, several Sequence 5s on the other side chased over, and their skills such as whipping and imprisonment all smashed towards Hobert. The reason is very simple, these abilities of theirs have little effect on Christian, but they must be very effective on Hobert. At the same time, the brigadier general named Chipman threw a vase towards Hobert to complete the bribery process. Who knew that Hobert didn't dodge or avoid at all? Imprisonment did imprison Hobert, and there seemed to be a layer of transparent shield around him, making him only able to stand in place and unable to move freely. But whipping seemed to have no effect. The illusory whip opened Hobert's clothes, but failed to hurt his skin at all. Weaken. Chipman's bribery was completed, and he immediately used the signature skill of the Black Emperor pathway. On the other side, Christian and Camilla were already fighting together. The Beyonders of the Judge pathway are known for their strong physique and skill in fighting. When Beyonder abilities can't help the opponent, they usually choose close combat. However, Christian quickly gained the upper hand. In addition to fighting Camilla, he could also attack Chipman, deprive. Just as Chipman's weaken was about to take effect, a layer of illusory black barrier suddenly appeared around Hobert, which actually blocked Chipman's weaken effect. At the same time, the previous imprisonment effect also disappeared. And Christian's deprive really deprived Chipman of his ability to distort. At least 3 minutes later he could use this ability again. After a round of intensive confrontation, except for Benedict who was always ready to support Camilla, the other 3 Sequence 5s had rushed to Hobert's front. At this time, they found that their attacks had not had any negative effects on Hobert. On their way here, Hobert was completely not within their plan. they even thought that the guards outside the villa could deal with Hobert. As disciplinary paladins, as imperative mages, their beyonder abilities include distinguishing whether the person being judged is lying, and distinguishing whether the enemy is strong or weak. Hobert obviously looks so weak, but why isn't he being completely played by them as they imagined? Since they can't tell the difference in beyonder abilities, they have to carry out physical attacks. Hobert had already pulled out his knife in advance, and kicked a pot of flowers towards the three enemies. Weaken. The three sequence 5s felt different degrees of weakening. Are you still reasonable? Why don't our abilities work? His abilities work so well. Although they were weakened, the strength of sequence 5 is here. Abel, who was rushing in the front, dodged the blade that Hobert slashed out, and kicked him away. Abel was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have kicked a piece of steel. Looking at Hobert again, he hit the wall hard, making a muffled sound, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the wall. But Hobert got up and patted the dust off his body as if nothing had happened. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 320, Defection from Backlund. Chapter 320, Defection from Backlund. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Under the siege of three sequence 5s, Hobert could only take a beating, kicked back and forth like a leather ball. However, he quickly realized that none of the three were trying to kill him. It seemed they only intended to capture him. At first, Hobert thought they wanted to use him to threaten Christian, but then he thought again that he might still be receiving favors from Rex. They used to be Rex's subordinates and weren't planning to kill him for the sake of their old superior. Chipman landed a punch, and with the blessing of the zombie spoon, almost knocked Hobert's saliva out. Okay, they may not really want to kill me, but they're planning to cripple me. This passive beating continued for more than a minute, and Bruno, Chipman, and Abel's attacks began to slow down. They gasped for breath, but still couldn't inhale any air. Even for beyonders at the sequence 5 level, a minute of continuous strenuous exercise and holding their breath left their faces flushed. Hobert's previous rule of prohibiting breathing finally took effect, but his prohibition was only at the sequence 5 level. Christian and Camilla were still lively and barely affected. Hobert finally had a chance to catch his breath and cast a healing spell on himself to cure the discomfort caused by oxygen deprivation. With the blessing of the healing spell, he felt he could last another 2 minutes. At that moment, in the middle of the living room, 2 bronze doors engraved with mystical patterns appeared. The doors opened, and Dofus appeared in the illusory space within the door. Go. Hobert knew that Christian hadn't been in a hurry to break out of the door, and he must have had his reasons. Moreover, Dofus had disappeared after calling him down. They must have planned their escape route long ago, so even if Hobert was kicked into the kitchen or punched into the dining room, he would return to the living room and Christian's side as soon as possible. Christian forced Camilla back and reached out to Bruno and the others. Confinement. Under the cover of confinement, Hobert managed to escape into the bronze door. Camilla immediately said, "Teleportation is prohibited here." Christian also entered the bronze door. Only then did Camilla realize that her prohibition was flawed. This was not teleportation at all, but rather walking in the spirit world. Prohibition here. Before she could say the new prohibition, the bronze door had closed. Bruno and the others quickly went out through the windows and doors, gasping for breath in the yard. The guards in the yard were wondering who farted in the house. Or who took off their shoes. Then Camilla came to the door with a dark face, locked down the entire city. She jumped up from the ground, her legs like super springs, jumping to the street in one leap, and then to dozens of meters away in another leap. She had to hurry to the Sodarak Palace to report that the situation had changed. They had actually forced an imperative mage to flee. Hobert and the other 2 quickly emerged from the spirit world. Dofus was using a sealed artifact to walk briefly in the spirit world. With 2 people, their time in the spirit world would be even shorter. Although they only walked in the spirit world for a few seconds, they had already left Empress Burrow. Christian said, "Split up and meet at the agreed place." The 3 quickly separated. Hobert used Blink to enter a clothing store on the street, replaced his windbreaker, which had been ruined by whipping, and his pants, which had been torn by furniture while being used as a leather ball, with a new windbreaker and new pants. Then he used travel to come to 16 Wanbois Avenue, first changed his appearance with the Faceless Man necklace in the abandoned villa, and then found a rental carriage here, asking the coachman to take him to the suburbs. It wasn't even 7 o'clock in the evening, and the coachman was of course willing to take this big job. A few minutes later, the alarm in Backlund was sounded, and the military began to block all exits from Backlund. About a dozen minutes later, the military, with a pre-planned plan, completed the blockade. Airships appeared in the sky, searching the city for suspects. Everyone leaving the city had to be inspected, and even after the inspection, they were not allowed to leave. At this time, Hobert had already arrived in the suburbs. Wanbois Avenue was originally on the edge of the city, and it only took a few minutes to leave Backlund. Although he had successfully escaped, Hobert was still a little worried. He used the divination ability of the faceless necklace to divine whether he would be safe in the next hour. The result was unsafe. Hobert's heart sank, and he immediately jumped from the carriage into the roadside grass and stayed as far away from the avenue as possible. After identifying the direction, Hobert began to run wildly in the fields. Soon he felt a gaze from the direction of Backlund, as if someone was staring at him from behind. He quickly used blink to hide in a farmhouse. Fortunately, the gaze was mainly looking at the situation on the roads outside Backlund and did not notice Hobert, who had quickly hidden. Hobert thought, I wonder if that was a gaze from an angel. Or a gaze from a sealed artifact. It should be a sealed artifact. Angels can't be ready to clean up the royal family's mess at any time. Rashly asking for help from an angel will definitely require some reaction time. Fortunately, I have already left Backlund. If I were still in Backlund, I should have been discovered soon. I wonder about Christian. Forget it, I'd better take care of myself first. They can't be caught. The rental carriage that I rented will definitely be noticed and will definitely be stopped and questioned by the approaching Beyonders or cavalry. I must go to the meeting place immediately, otherwise the pursuers will quickly determine my whereabouts. He glanced at the farmer's family, who were having dinner and were stunned by his sudden appearance. Sorry, I startled you. Hobert bowed politely, while channeling his spirituality into the psychological spoon. You will forget that I have ever been here. Eat quickly, rest early, tomorrow will be another day full of hope. Then he used another blink, and disappeared from the farmhouse. The few people sitting around the dining table were stunned for a second or two before the husband said, What are you dazing for? Eat quickly. The wife said, Rest early. The son said, Tomorrow will be another day full of hope. The husband slapped him, full of hope. Where did you learn this kind of curse word? Hobert noticed that the terrifying gaze had seemed to start looking elsewhere. He immediately used travel again to come to the foot of the mountain at the meeting point. The reason he didn't go directly to the big pine tree was that he was afraid that the royal family and the military had ambushed there in advance. After all, Christian's good friend Bruno seemed to be a snitch, and there was a risk that Christian's plan had been leaked. Quickly climbing up the mountain, by the moonlight, Hobert saw that Christian was already standing under the pine tree, and there was another person under the tree. That person was wearing a white robe and a mask, not Dofus. Christian noticed the inquiry in Hobert's eyes, and he said, This is Mr. Allen, who is here to meet us. Hobert didn't know what the other party's background was, he just politely said, Hello. The other party also politely replied, Hello. The voice seemed a little familiar. At this time, two bronze doors with complex mystical patterns appeared under the big pine tree, and Dofus came out of the door, prepare to fight. Someone followed me. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 321, Chapter 321, Letter of Submission. Chapter 321, Letter of Submission. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The three people under the big tree were all stunned. After the bronze door summoned by Dofus disappeared, two more bronze doors of the same style appeared not far from them. 7 or 8 people came out of it, including Camilla and Bruno, as well as a young man in the formal attire of the Lone Kingdom. The young man came out of the door and first squatted aside and vomited, I would rather walk back than go back from the spirit world. The two groups of people under the big pine tree had already begun to confront each other. Among the pursuers this time were 2 demigods, including Camilla, and the others were Sequence 5 or Sequence 6. This group of enemies was very strong. Camilla said, Just surrender. In 2 or 3 minutes at most, Duke Southville will be here. No, it's the former Duke Southville. You will never be his match. The young man in formal attire finally recovered. He straightened his clothes and said, I am Earl Kane, representing King George, promising Christian the rank of Lieutenant General and the title of Viscount. The king also said, even if you go to other countries, they will at most give you a title, but they will not let you continue to serve in the military. Come back, child, your king pardons all your previous crimes and promises you. Wait a minute. Christian interrupted his long speech, Are you the youngest son of George III? Earl Kane puffed out his chest, Yes, I am serving by my father's side. The merciful king. That's great. The masked man who called himself Mr. Allen said coldly. Christian also smiled, I'm just worried about not having a gift for my new monarch. As he spoke, he took out a small box from his pocket. Hobert estimated that Christian's pocket was like his briefcase, probably an entrance to a certain space. Hobert also immediately recognized the small box in Christian's hand. It was the box that Mr. Ulysses of Tingen City had asked Hobert to bring to Christian. The box opened, and inside was a delicate crossbow the length of a forearm. Compared to the crossbows on the battlefield, this looked more like a toy crossbow, but the entire crossbow body was made of refined iron, and it could give people a strong sense of oppression. Camilla said in surprise, Why is absolute kill with you? Christian smiled and said, This was originally my weapon, but I lent it to Ulysses for a period of time. Protect Earl Kane. Camilla reacted and shouted to Christian, if you kill His Majesty's son, you will. Christian had already unhurriedly placed a refined iron arrow on the crossbow. The people beside Camilla immediately rushed towards Christian. Hobert and Dofus immediately stood in front to buy time for Christian. At this moment, a word suddenly appeared in Hobert's mind, proof of loyalty. George III's son was the best proof of loyalty. Camilla had just shouted halfway when the crossbow arrow in Christian's hand had already been fired. Camilla quickly stood in front of Earl Kane. But the arrow seemed to have eyes, and it turned in front of Camilla and hit Earl Kane's head, who was already frightened. Bang. With a muffled sound, Earl Kane's head shattered like a crushed tomato, and brains splattered all over the ground. Most of the people on the mountain were stunned. That was the king's son. He was killed just like that. It seemed that Christian was determined to betray the lone kingdom. Camilla sighed, the entire kingdom will regard you as enemies in the future. Ha 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 ha. Christian laughed loudly, thank the king for me. He is indeed a good king who considers others. At this time, the people on the mountain felt the pressure from Backlund. The former Duke Southville, the Sequence 2 balancer Dlink Augustus, was about to arrive. T/N, Dlink, skull. Retreat. Camilla said, don't hinder the Duke. In her opinion, the four people opposite could not escape under the gaze of an angel. Christian said, one day you will understand that my departure is the lone kingdom's greatest loss. Goodbye, everyone. After speaking, he turned his head towards Hobert, signaling him to follow, and then jumped onto the tree that still had dense pine needles in winter. Hobert also jumped up, and under the cover of the pine needles, the crown of the tree actually hid a door with magical colors. Christian was the first to enter the door. Hobert sighed about how long Christian had prepared for today, and then entered the door. His vision was occupied by colorful lights, and then he saw the familiar scene of the spirit world. Under Christian's leadership, when the four people returned to the real world again, they were already within the territory of the Faceac kingdom. Here, the lights were bright, and a middle-aged man dressed in the noble attire of the Faceac kingdom smiled and said, welcome to you. Extra. Extra. Brigadier General Christian and his son have betrayed the country. His son Hobert has a bounty of 10,000 pounds. The king vows to let Christian experience the pain of losing a son. Tuesday morning, Cherwood District, Zio, who was about to go out, heard this shocking news, a newspaper, please. After paying the money, Zio took the newspaper from the newsboy and immediately returned home. Just as he entered the door, Furs, with sleepy eyes, came out of her bedroom. Did I just doze off? Why did I hear someone shouting that Hobert had betrayed the country? You're not dreaming. Zio shook the newspaper in his hand. Brigadier General Christian and Hobert have betrayed the country. What? Furs always felt that she had not woken up yet. Zio had already started reading the newspaper. Oh my god, they also killed the king's son. Hobert has a bounty of 10,000 pounds. King George vows to make Christian also taste the pain of losing a son. Oh my god, the same bounty as Kalangos. But Kalangos has his own crew to support him, his own fleet, and can hide in some inconspicuous corner of the sea at any time. But what does Hobert have? He doesn't even have a personal servant. First took the newspaper and quickly read it, then she smiled and shook her head, I must be dreaming. Zio was helpless, took 2 steps forward, and twisted his friend's thigh hard. Ah, okay, I know, I'm not dreaming. First said while dodging, but it doesn't make sense. Hobert is only in his 20s and is already a well-known lawyer in Backlund. He has a bright future. Why would he betray the country? Zio's mind turned quickly today, the key figure may be Christian. Furs also reacted, this won't involve a struggle in the high levels of Backlund, right? Very likely. The two looked at each other for 2 seconds, and almost in unison, Miss Audrey. Furs went back to her bedroom while saying, wait for me 3 minutes, we'll go to Viscount Glane to contact Miss Audrey. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 322, Hobert's Treason. Chapter 322, Hobert's Treason. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Backlund, Empress Borough. Audrey quickly arrived outside Earl Hall's study. She took a deep breath to calm herself and knocked on the door. Please come in. Audrey opened the door. Sorry, father, did I disturb you? Is it true what the newspaper says? General. Christian has defected. In the study, besides Earl Hall, there were also Audrey's elder brother Hobert, and Earl Hall's good friend Earl Wolf. Earl Hall knew that his daughter was friends with Hobert, so he smiled and said, Dear, please come in. We are also talking about this matter. From everyone's expressions, Audrey already understood that this matter was true. Hobert had really defected. He said at the tarot gathering yesterday that he was busy recently. Was he busy defecting? Audrey sat on the soft seat behind her father, only to hear Earl Wolf say, I said long ago that some people are too harsh on Christian. That's right. Earl Hall said, back then, it was he and Rex who stabilized the situation in East Balham, thus laying the foundation for our hegemonic advantage in the southern continent. But Christian, who has a high prestige in the army, has not been promoted for more than 10 years, which has already aroused dissatisfaction among many people. Hobert asked, Father, who is Rex? Earl Hall smoothed his hair with his hand, that was someone from our era. If, alas, there is no if. Maybe Christian has other plans. Or other plots. Earl Wolf suddenly said, otherwise, Christian would not take his eldest son to take risks together. I have met that young man. His future achievements may surpass his father. Earl Hall smiled and said, with Christian's mind, I don't think he would do anything stupid. No matter what, they killed the prince, Hobert said. They can forget about returning to the Lone Kingdom in this lifetime. Earl Hall took the opportunity to educate his son, don't rush to make judgments. Nothing is absolute. Especially when you don't know much about Christian, you should be more cautious in expressing your opinions. Of course, private conversations like ours can be more casual. Audrey observed everyone's expressions. Her father and Earl Wolf didn't seem surprised by this defection, and they seemed to have some intention of blaming the royal family. When the conversation ended, Audrey realized that she should leave. Earl Hall and Earl Wolf seemed to have other things to talk about. After leaving her father's study, Audrey realized that the protagonist of this defection should be Brigadier General Christian, and Hobert may have just been affected. The reason for Christian's defection was because he encountered unfair treatment. Everyone seemed to know about this. No, I have to find a way to confirm it again. Audrey thought of Zio and Furs, and she quickly told the maid Annie, go and ask for Lee for me at the studio, just say that I have urgent matters today and don't have time for art class. She said to another maid, go and prepare the carriage. I'm going to the Viscount's residence. Extra. Extra. Sir Brigadier General Christian defects with his son. His son Hobert is wanted for £10,000. The king vows to make Christian lose his son. Wood District. Jessica, who had just gotten off the public carriage, heard the newsboy's voice. She quickly went over and bought a newspaper, opening it to read on the street. Steam above. They actually killed a prince. Even Jessica, who hated nobles, knew the weight of a prince in the Lone Kingdom. Defected, lawyer Hobert defected. Jessica spent about half a minute accepting this fact. Immediately afterward, she immediately thought that lawyer Hobert had several letters at her place. She was about to quicken her pace, but she forcibly suppressed her thoughts. With such a major defection case, the royal family will definitely launch a series of investigations. Maybe I am being monitored. So Jessica tried to endure, maintaining her usual speed, and arrived at the law firm. As soon as she entered, Raska and several other lawyers rushed over and asked, Jessica, lawyer Hobert, is that true? Jessica said, I don't know the specific situation, just like you. She said seriously, but I want to remind you that no matter what lawyer Hobert has done, his contribution to the legal profession and the contribution to the people at the bottom of Backlund are indelible. Go back to work. Wait for the next arrangement. Entering her office, closing and locking the door, Jessica showed her panic. She rushed to her desk in 3 steps and 2 strides, found the letter Hobert left her, and when she used a knife to open the letter, the knife fell on the ground because she was a little flustered. Picking up the knife and trying again, she opened the letter. Jessica quickly read it. Jessica. When you see this letter, I should have left Backlund. Don't worry about me. I was planning to leave Backlund and seek new development. Give the letter with Lawyer Barton written on it to Barton. In that letter, I will ask Barton to keep our team. I think he should agree. I hope you can continue to fight for the interests of the people at the bottom and vulnerable groups in Backlund, and be the light of this era. I may implicate you in the investigation, but it should only be surveillance and investigation, because you really don't know anything. There are other documents in the envelope, proving that you will replace me in the formulation meeting of the labor law. No law stipulates that the invitation of the Parliament will be terminated due to force majeure and other factors, so no matter what earth-shattering things I have done, it will not affect the legality of you replacing me to participate in the meeting. There must be someone to explain those complicated clauses to the workers. Of course, you will also accept more severe investigations, and may even cause you to be imprisoned, so the right to choose this matter is up to you. Send the other 2 letters to the address above. I will not repeat the specific precautions. If someone sends me a letter or looks for me, please continue to register it. I will occasionally return to Backlund and return to my office. If you have something urgent to find me, summon my messenger. The spell is, I. Summon in my name. A spirit wandering in falsehood, a friendly creature that can be driven, a messenger that belongs only to Hobert Jeffrey. Use the norms of the binary ritual. The spell is in Hermes language or other occult language. Prepare 3 donuts before each summon, that is the reward for sending the letter. Burn after reading. The signature is Hobert. Jessica breathed a sigh of relief. Hobert had already made arrangements. It seemed that he had been planning this for a long time. Then she burned the letter in her hand, put stamps on the letters with Zio and Sherlock written on them, and sent them out with the letters to the customers. The letters from the law firm are all express letters, and I believe they will receive them by the afternoon. Then Jessica took the letter to Barton and went to Barton's office. Backlund, Northborough, in a classical office building not far from the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Daly stopped Leonard, who was holding a newspaper and about to go downstairs. Where are you going? I'm going to the security company to ask what happened to Thomas. Leonard shook the newspaper in his hand. We chatted last Saturday, and he didn't seem to have any troubles, but how could he suddenly defect? Daly smiled and said, don't worry, has the church commented on this matter? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 323, Chapter 323 Fainapotter's Breakfast. Chapter 323 Fainapotter's Breakfast. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Daly's words made Leonard suddenly stunned. Theoretically speaking, with such a major treason case, Hobert's close relationship with the church was not a secret, and the church should have reacted immediately. But it was already past 10 o'clock, and the church still hadn't made a statement. Leonard suddenly realized, in other words, although Hobert has betrayed the Kingdom of Lone, he is still a member of the Nighthawks team, right? Daly smiled without saying a word. Fainapotter Kingdom, Golfito County, Sapphire Resort Villa. The villa is located in the mountainside. It is said that in clear weather, you can overlook the Desi County of the Kingdom of Lone and the sentry posts between the two countries from the top of the mountain. Hobert didn't get up until after 9 o'clock for breakfast. Winter is the off-season for this villa. Now the guests here, apart from Count Bianca of the Fainapotter Kingdom and his guards and entourage, are only Hobert, Christian, and Dofus. Christian had already finished breakfast and was reading the newspaper. Today I discovered that Fainapotter writing and Lone writing have many similarities in writing and spelling. It seems that they both evolved from ancient Fasak. Hobert sat down, and the waiter began to serve him breakfast. The staple food was a Fainapotter specialty, croissants. He ate while saying, this is good news. I think this should help me learn Fainapotter. In Hobert's concept, the writing and languages of the 4 countries in the northern continent today evolved from ancient Fasak, just like the languages and writings of various countries during the Spring and Autumn and Warring Era periods. There are obvious differences, but there are also commonalities. Especially the languages of different countries, which are like distinctive dialects. They seem difficult to understand, but as long as you carefully compare them, they are not difficult to understand. Having been used to eating Lone's toast, Hobert felt that the taste was quite good when he suddenly started eating croissants. Just as Hobert finished breakfast and was drinking the local specialty coffee, Count Bianca came to the restaurant. Guests, how was your rest yesterday? Bianca spoke Loanese very well, and also had a Backlund accent. At the dinner last night, he stated that he had studied in Backlund for a period of time when he was young. The clothing of the Fainapotter Kingdom is very different from that of the Kingdom of Lone. Their hats come in 2 types, one is a tricorn hat, and the other is a round hat with a scarf. The prototype of the tricorn hat popular among pirate captains on the violent seas today comes from Fainapotter. However, the tricorn hat worn by Count Bianca looks more gorgeous, with embroidery, bright feathers, jewelry, metal accessories, embroidered balls, etc. In short, it looks quite heavy. Another significant difference is that Fainapotter's cloaks are very distinctive, with only the right arm exposed and the left arm covered by the cloak. Hobert even believes that their right arms are exposed, perhaps to facilitate waist pinching. As for other clothing, it is similar to the style of Lone, and it is no longer as cumbersome as classical clothing. I rested well. Christian smiled. However, there are some things we need to talk about again. Of course. Bianca smiled. I just received a notice that you are actually a demigod, so the previously negotiated treatment is certainly not appropriate. A demigod defecting from the Kingdom of Lone to the Kingdom of Fainapotter is completely different in nature from a Sequence 5 defecting. Christian was stunned. You already knew, that saves me the explanation. He got up and said, I think it's best to talk in the study or reception room, which can better reflect respect for the other party. After the two left, Hobert became idle again. He suddenly remembered that there was a book placed in the coffin by the tomb owner among the spoils of tomb raiding before. That's a good thing to pass the time, but it's in the Nation of Disorder, surrounded by Count Bianca's guards, so I have to find a chance to take it out and read it. Backlund, Hillston District. Klein, who had been playing cards at the Quelag Club for an afternoon on a rare day off, suddenly heard the next table talking about Hobert. Some people said that Hobert was burdened with such a high bounty at a young age, and he would have to spend his next life like a canary, under strict protection. Some people said that the Fainapotter Kingdom will definitely protect Hobert well. As long as he is alive, he can shame the king. Klein didn't read the newspaper this morning. Hearing everyone discussing Hobert, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, which Hobert are you talking about? Which Hobert else could it be?" One of the card players picked up the newspaper on the table and handed it to Klein. After Klein apologized to the other 3 card players, he took the newspaper to the sofa area to read, and the waiter thoughtfully brought him black tea. Klein spat it out after taking a sip. Treason. The newspaper also had Hobert's portrait and detailed descriptions of his pupils and hair. Klein could confirm that it was the Hobert he knew. Reading further, he also killed a prince, which was enough to anger the patriots of the entire Kingdom of Loan, and may even trigger a war between the Kingdom of Loan and the Kingdom of Fenepotter. While Klein was thinking wildly, the waiter came over and said, "Mr. Sherlock, you have received a letter." Klein was stunned, and suddenly realized that he had only left Hobert the address of the Quelag Club, and his spirituality also told him that this letter should be from Hobert. He looked around to make sure no one was there before opening the letter. The first half was the contact information left by Hobert, the spell to summon his messenger. This reminded Klein of Miss Daly's messenger. As for why Hobert betrayed the country, the letter did not mention it at all. What he didn't know was that when Hobert wrote this letter, he didn't know that in the near future, he would leave Backlund in this way. Continuing to read, Klein didn't expect Leonard to be transferred to Backlund. Then he would have to be more careful in the future and try to avoid running into acquaintances. Seeing the end, Klein folded the letter and stared blankly out the window. Old Neil. Backlund, Cherwood District. Zio and Furs, who had spent half a day at Viscount Glaint's place, took a public carriage back to the street where their residence was located. They learned from Miss Audrey that the upper class of Backlund was not surprised by this rebellion, because they knew the unfair treatment Christian had suffered for a long time. Moreover, this rebellion, even in the case of the death of a prince, would not cause a war between the 2 countries. Even the lone royal family would only summon the Fenepotter ambassador to protest. Audrey's reason was that the entire Kingdom of Loan hated war now, and if this rebellion would cause drastic consequences, her father would not be chatting peacefully with friends at home. When entering the door, Zio looked at the mailbox and found a letter lying inside. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 324, Chapter 324, Hobert becomes famous. Chapter 324, Hobert becomes famous. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Fenepotter Kingdom, Golfito County, Sapphire Resort Villa. Hobert finally got the chance to retrieve the big book from the Nation of Disorder in the washroom. But before he could read 2 pages, Christian called him out. The villa is surrounded by majestic mountains. Although most of the trees have lost their green leaves, and most of the flowers and plants have withered, the scenery of the mountains here is still quite beautiful. Christian and Hobert strolled along the mountain paths around the villa, with Bianchi's guards following at a distance. At first, they just chatted about the local food and clothing. After walking for a while, Christian smiled and asked, "You don't blame me for not revealing any information to you before, do you?" "No," Hobert said, "since I chose to join your plan, I was prepared to trust you completely." "You didn't tell me your plan, it's just that the time hasn't come yet." "That's good." Christian looked ahead and continued forward. "I am very pleased to have your trust." He said, "My suggestion is that you follow me to Fenepotter City and accept the king's knighthood. Bianchi has already conveyed my request. You will be knighted as a baron, and with a fief. Don't expect the fief to be very good, but it will definitely exist." Hobert smiled. "No problem, I was planning to find my own territory when I went to the southern continent anyway, but now that I have one, there's no need to go to the southern continent." Christian, Ed, do you have any other questions? The timing of Earl Kane's appearance is really perfect. Hobert used a statement, but he had already expressed his question. Is this too coincidental? That's right, the timing was just right, we wouldn't have had a chance to kill him if it was any later. That's right, your suspicion is correct. Hobert continued, your treasonous plan doesn't seem to affect the situation in the northern continent. Christian laughed, what are you thinking? How could a sequence 4's treason affect the international situation in the northern continent? Hobert nodded, his guess was correct, treason was just the beginning of Christian's plan. Backlund, in a rented house on Rose Street. Bennett Tamara, who had a pair of large ears, ate dinner while reading the newspaper. Hee, someone has committed treason. This Hobert, who has a bounty of £10,000, looks a little familiar. After a moment's thought, Bennett recalled that he had sent someone to follow him before, so he asked his subordinates, have you investigated Hobert's faith? Bennett was dispatched by the council of the Tamara family to secretly investigate the team that was wiped out on Rose Street. Hobert once used machinery hive mind to scare away the Tamara family sentries when he drove them away before. Bennett didn't think much about it at the time, he only planned to investigate Hobert's faith. If he believed in the god of steam and machinery, then his suspicion could be completely ruled out. If not, the investigation would have to be intensified. The subordinates who were eating together looked at each other, and after thinking for a while, they remembered who Hobert was. Seeing his subordinates' expressions, Bennett knew that they hadn't investigated. Check it out tomorrow, and give me the results by the end of the week at the latest. As he spoke, he cut out the report about Hobert and clipped it into a book beside him, preparing to hunt Hobert after the Backlund matter was over. Bennett had learned before that Hobert was only sequence 7, and at most sequence 6 now. As long as there was no expert protection, he was very confident that he could turn the other party into a bounty. The time came to December 1st, Wednesday, Tingen City. Selina jumped out of the carriage in a hurry and met Melissa at the school gate. Elizabeth, who was studying at the grammar school, was also there. She ran over quickly. Have you seen yesterday's newspaper? Hobert. Elizabeth put her index finger to her lips. Selina understood that it was time for school, and there were many students around. The three of them came to the street corner, and Selina lowered her voice and said, I don't believe that Teacher Hobert would commit treason. But the newspaper wrote it very clearly. The most calm Melissa said, Benson said that this may involve many scandals of the upper class in Backlund, and what we see may only be the appearance. Elizabeth said, my father has similar guesses. No, I have to write a letter to the teacher and ask. Melissa quickly said, don't. The royal family must be investigating Mr. Hobert. Writing a letter at this time will bring you a lot of trouble. Selina was slightly stunned, but I just wrote a letter to the teacher on Monday, what should I do now? Elizabeth and Melissa looked at each other. How would they know what to do? Just as the northern continent entered the cold winter season, on this day of December 1st. The news of Christian's treason with his son, and King George's anger, spread throughout the entire lone kingdom. Some people cursed loudly, some people wondered why they would commit treason, but most people chose to watch coldly. Some people also issued exclamations like, £10,000, he he he. Hobert was completely famous in Lone, even more famous than all the lawsuits he had fought before combined. At the same time, Hobert also became famous in the Feyenopater kingdom. The major newspapers and magazines of the Feyenopater kingdom vigorously promoted the news of Christian's uprising. Here, Christian and Hobert are heroes who resist tyranny and injustice, and spokespersons for upholding justice. In addition to the propaganda for Christian, there are also many tabloids and gossip magazines that fabricate a tragic love story for Hobert. He fell in love with a princess, and the two even prepared to elope, but George III separated them. Earl Kane, who was killed by Christian, played the role of an informant in this story, so Hobert would risk killing him when he led the guards to chase after him. When Hobert saw these reports, he was already on his way to Feyenopater City. The Feyenopater kingdom's welcome to them was very high. Although Christian had not yet been granted a title, the etiquette and specifications for receiving him were equivalent to those of an earl. Hobert also benefited from this, riding in a spacious four-wheeled carriage alone. When he had nothing to do in the carriage, he would stumble and read the Feyenopater newspapers he bought when passing through cities, and ask the surrounding guards about the pronunciation of some Feyenopater words, and learn to read and write Feyenopater language. With the blessing of the extraordinary physique, Hobert's learning ability was very strong. In just 2 or 3 days, he could already communicate with the guards in simple terms. In addition to learning, Hobert would also read the book he got from the tomb in the carriage. This book was all handwritten, and Hobert named it Colin Antigonus's Notes. The content inside is a bit complicated, but the knowledge involved is very high-end. Of course, that is relative to other Beyonders. For Hobert, the most valuable content is some records about the Antigonus family. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 325, Chapter 325, Corruption from the Past. Chapter 325, Corruption from the Past. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Colin Antigonus was the name of the tomb's owner, and he lived before the 20-Year War, roughly 800 to 900 years ago. At that time, Colin's family had become a viscount in the Kingdom of Lone after generations of effort. Viscounts back then had fiefdoms, subjects, and even their own armies, making them essentially local emperors of their regions. Therefore, Colin had the energy to organize the knowledge mentioned in his family's records and trace the origins of his family. The knowledge contained in the notes was very high-end for other Beyonders, but Hobert was basically familiar with it. Even if he wasn't, he could understand the principles with a glance. Hobert knew more about the origins of the Antigonus family than Colin did, because Colin's records started from the 4th epoch. At that time, the Antigonus family had already begun to support the Blood Emperor, and it was during this period that the Antigonus family had some descendants. After the fall of the Blood Emperor and the disappearance of Antigonus, the family members scattered and hid in various countries of the northern continent. Colin's branch concealed their identity and did help the lone royal family solve some problems, which allowed them to become nobles again. The last part of the notes was about the extraordinary history of Colin's branch, and there were several descriptions that Hobert found very interesting. One of them was that Colin's ancestors included 3 demigods who seemed to often hear whispers from their ancestors. So they believed that their ancestor Antigonus was still alive, but they didn't know where he was sealed. One of Colin's demigod ancestors went to search for the legendary Land of Night, said to be the mysterious country where their ancestor came from. Finally, he found a clear clue, believing that the nation of Evernight should be in the Hornassus Mountains. After making sufficient preparations, he went to the Hornassus Mountains to search, but he never returned. Hobert smiled. Of course, he never returned. Even if he found Antigonus's sleeping palace, one glance would have caused him to lose control on the spot. Even a demigod wouldn't be able to handle it. Continuing to read, Colin's ancestors also tried to find the whereabouts of their ancestor Antigonus through sacrifices and prayers. As a result, they actually received a response, but everyone in that ritual lost control or turned into lunatics. Hobert was stunned for a few seconds when he saw this. The more he read this notes, the more it seemed like the Antigonus family's memoir of seeking death. Theoretically, Antigonus had the uniqueness of the Fool pathway. If the sacrificial ritual was correct, it should point to Antigonus. It's just that Antigonus's state, in short, another demigod was written off. Continuing to read, after many failures, Colin's ancestors gave up the idea of finding their ancestor. The only remaining demigod was originally a scholar of yore. He accidentally obtained an beyonder characteristic of the adjacent pathway, Planeswalker. With the help of a hidden existence, he became an angel of the door pathway. Colin's ancestors, who became an angel family, again, were prominent for a while, and this branch became viscounts from that time on. Of course, according to the status of an angel, if they sincerely supported the lone royal family, becoming a duke would be as easy as pie. But they didn't want to have too much contact with the lone royal family. After all, the two sides had been equal in status, but now they had become subordinates of the Augustus family, and they inevitably felt unbalanced. Colin said in the notes that he had seen that angel when he was a child. He only saw that one side before he later learned that the angel had felt some kind of summoning and was going on a long journey. That time, he gathered all the descendants of the family, and the angel divined the future heir of the family. After becoming the heir of this branch, Colin learned that the planeswalker was called Spike Antigonus, and the mysterious existence that had helped him before seemed to be constantly calling him. According to Spike, that existence had a very high status, like a god of the door pathway, but not quite. That hidden existence said that Antigonus's ancestor was sealed in the same place as him. He could project power into the real world and hear his call because of the special nature of the pathway, but Antigonus could not do this. In addition, the information given by this mysterious existence was contradictory, sometimes telling Spike to look for him, and sometimes telling Spike not to go. Hobert's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He seemed to understand what was going on, but he didn't seem to understand. He knew that this might be related to the memory he had sealed in the Nation of Disorder. In other words, what he was seeing now might be quite dangerous. Hobert opened the car window and looked outside, seeing that it was difficult for the guards to see the situation in the carriage, so he glanced at the next few pages, but he didn't have time to read and understand them at all. Then, he entered the Nation of Disorder by squatting and walking backwards. Even from the outside, he looked like he was sitting in the carriage reading a book. Arriving in the Nation of Disorder, Hobert picked up the ring that was gathering dust on the stone platform and put it on. This ring, from the Monster Pathway Sequence 8 robot, allowed the brain to operate at high speed after being worn. Hobert used this ring to recall the content of the few pages of notes that he had glanced at earlier. Looking at Spike's self-description again, Hobert immediately understood that the mysterious existence was Mr. Door. Before becoming an angel of the door pathway, Spike may have been targeted by Mr. Door, or rather, by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Letting Spike become an angel was the beginning of the trap of Mr. Door and the Mother Goddess. Perhaps the planeswalker named Spike heard not only the voice of Mr. Door but also the call of the Mother Goddess. According to the records in the notes, Spike responded to the call and entered the starry sky. Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, shook his head, knowing that he would definitely never return. Who knew that when he recalled the content of the next page, he was surprised to find that Spike actually returned 3 years later. Not only did Spike return, but he also said that he had seen an existence greater than the gods and had become a devotee of that existence. He had returned to spread the gospel of the Lord. Hobert stopped, recollecting, his eyes full of disbelief. He saw that Mother Goddess, and was able to return. Aren't they all meat buns thrown to the dogs? Umitba, forgive me, forgive me. Continuing to recall the subsequent content, it was all Spike's self-described journey. He followed that call and came to a strange planet. There seemed to be traces of human activity there, with huge temples and large-scale cities. But now only wilderness remained. Following the sound of the call, Spike came to a deserted temple. In that temple, there were tall stone pillars and exquisite sculptures. At the end of the temple were magical, overlapping doors. Through that door, you could see a beautiful full moon, which seemed to be the moon hanging in the sky, but it looked so beautiful that you couldn't take your eyes off it. Then Spike heard that sacred voice, and he willingly knelt on one knee, pledging allegiance to that voice, to the moon in front of him. Hobert already understood that this angel named Spike had been corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity. But the corruption seemed very skillful. Hundreds of years had passed, and the seven gods had not noticed the existence of this source of corruption. Moreover, he did not lose his wisdom but hid himself very well. In short, there exists in this world an angel corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 326, Chapter 326, Speculations about the Two Outer Gods, Bonus 1. Chapter 326, Speculations about the Two Outer Gods. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Little Demon for becoming a member, +5. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert fell into deep thought. The mother goddess of depravity had never ceased her attacks on this world, but so far, her power had difficulty projecting directly onto Earth. She could only lure out the Beyonders on Earth, corrupt them, and then help her accomplish certain things on Earth. The corruption of Spike happened before the corruption of Roselle, and the method seemed similar, possibly making the corruption of Spike just an attempt. After Spike returned to Earth, he didn't realize he had been corrupted, he only knew that he had become a devotee of the mother goddess of depravity. Hobert suddenly thought of the Tomb Owner's Curse. Now it seemed that the existence of this book was the Tomb Owner's Curse. If someone read this book without any protection, they would inevitably suffer corruption unknowingly. For a sequence 6, that would be a catastrophe. And Colin, the Tomb Owner, was also corrupted after learning about Spike's experience. However, the mother goddess of depravity's corruption of Spike seemed very restrained. Spike didn't lose his mind, so Colin, who was corrupted by Spike, didn't immediately go insane. But it was certain that Colin and his family members had all become loyal believers of the mother goddess of depravity. Continuing to recall, according to Spike's own account, that great existence gave him 2 tasks in total. Spike gave one of the tasks to Colin and his family members, to go to the southern continent to confirm the status of the bound god, and the status of dark side of the universe for body. This. Hobert found it a bit strange. Why would the mother goddess of depravity be interested in these 2 pathways? Theoretically, the chained god corresponds to the angel king of the prisoner pathway, with the Rose school of thought as its main force. Dark side of the universe corresponds to the true god of the abyss pathway, with the blood sect as its main force. This should be the territory of the mother tree of desire. But then he thought, is there some cooperation between the mother goddess of depravity and the mother tree? Hobert remembered that it was the mother goddess of depravity who corrupted Lilith, and Lilith tricked the mutant king in a battle at the end of the second epoch. This led to the fall of the true god of the chained pathway, which is the prisoner pathway. The later chained god was only a king of angels, probably because he didn't have the protection of a true god's position, making him so easily corrupted by the mother tree of desire. Then the mother tree of desire basically controlled the Rose school of thought, with only Miss Messenger, Miss Bodyguard, and others not affected by the mother tree of desire. This whole operation looked like a conspiracy between the mother goddess of depravity and the mother tree of desire. The former obtained a portion of the moon pathway's power, and the latter obtained the opportunity to corrupt the chained pathway. This is also why Klein initially thought they were an outer god, or a great old one. However, based on the later situation, they should be 2 different outer gods. It is very likely that they had some cooperation before, or that Mother Tree of Desire simply took advantage of the Mother Goddess of Depravity's arrangements, since the Mother Tree of Desire's position is half a grade lower than the Mother Goddess of Depravity, and it can only influence the situation on Earth when there is an opportunity. But why would the Mother Goddess of Depravity be so interested in the 2 pathways of the Mother Tree of Desire in the 5th epoch? Hobert thought for a moment and seemed to have found the answer. The Mother Tree of Desire seemed to have a portion of the Moon and Mother authority in her hands. The Mother Goddess of Depravity was likely conducting some peripheral investigations for those authorities. In other words, the relationship between outer gods is similar to that between true gods. There is cooperation, but they will also be affected by the 3 laws of beyonder characteristics, leading to hostile, or even mortal enemy, relationships. Hobert thought seriously. Even if the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire were not mortal enemies, unless the Mother Tree of Desire returned the authority of the Moon and Mother pathways in her hands to the Mother Goddess of Depravity, they should still be in an adversarial relationship. Unless it involved a transaction regarding authority, Hobert estimated that the Mother Tree of Desire would not voluntarily return the corresponding authority. Thinking of these things, Hobert continued to recall. After Colin inherited the title of Viscount, he ventured to the southern continent 5 times to inquire about information. It was truly venturing because there were no safe passages at that time. Fortunately, with Spike's help, they could use the beyonder abilities of the door pathway to go to the southern continent. At that time, the southern continent had just regained some order, and the Paz Kingdom and the Highland Kingdom were often at war. These wars could be seen as the descendants of Death and the Rose School of Thought vying for control of the southern continent. Hobert's recall came to an abrupt end. He paused for a moment before realizing that he had only seen this far with his previous glance. So Hobert returned to the real world, flipped through a few more pages of the book with a casual glance, and then entered the Nation of Disorder again, starting to recall again. The subsequent content was basically Colin's observations and experiences on the southern continent, including the customs there and information about the main extraordinary pathways, etc. If a scholar studying the history of the southern continent obtained this information, they would definitely cherish it, but Hobert wasn't very interested. Using the method of entering and exiting the Nation of Disorder, Hobert spent a long time before finding the source of that oil painting. It turned out that the oil painting with high-sequence dream abilities in Colin's tomb passage came from the southern continent. It was said to have come from a member of the Blood sect and was an important basis for Colin's search for dark side of the universe, Farbody. Unfortunately, Colin didn't get any definite news about Farbody until the last moment of his life. Colin believed that his divination had gone wrong. This oil painting didn't point to Farbody but should point to other high-level members of the Blood sect, so he brought the oil painting to the tomb. Hobert thought of the scene in the church in the oil painting, the murals around the throne in the sea of flowers, all depicting demons. Perhaps, as Colin guessed, it was the dream of a high-level member of the Blood sect. Dark side of the universe, Farbody is an ancient god of the second epoch. Hobert remembered that this demon god's proposition was to subvert all order and pollute all living beings. His dream must be twisted and full of corruption. However, Hobert saw that the dream in the oil painting was orderly. Although the murals and flower bushes had a unique aesthetic, they were not twisted. At least Hobert wasn't polluted by it. After reading all of Colin Antigonus's notes, Hobert returned to the real world. The first thing he did was to tear off and burn all the descriptions about Spike. Then Hobert used a healing spell on himself, hoping that he hadn't been affected by the corresponding corruption. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 327, Chapter 327 Hobert is still slightly contaminated, Bonus 2. Chapter 327 Hobert is still slightly contaminated. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The convoy welcoming Hobert and the others arrived at Gonaliar, a major city in the southeastern part of the Phaenopotter Kingdom. This is a border town. Passing through a plain from here, one can attack the Desi County of the Lone Kingdom. At the same time, the Lone Kingdom can easily attack from the plain. 6 or 7 out of 10 wars between Lone and Phaenopotter have broken out here. The direction of the Sapphire Resort Villa, where Hobert was previously located, is mostly mountains and hills, with complex terrain, which is not suitable for large-scale troop operations. Gonaliar is a large city with walls, mainly divided into the inner city and the outer city. Outside the city walls, there are also many people living, but whether it is residential houses, shops, or factories, there is a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the outer city walls. The two city walls seem to be 2 layers of artificially constructed social barriers. Outside the city walls are slums and the residences of the lower-class people. Once a war breaks out, their houses will become obstacles for the enemy to attack Gonaliar. If the food stored in the city is not enough, they will be immediately abandoned by the garrison and the garrison commander. Hobert in the carriage side, although the people here dress differently and speak different languages, there are also poor people here, and children who are so hungry and skinny that they are still playing. The people living inside the city walls are the recognized citizens. Only in the inner city can you see the flags of the Phaenopotter Kingdom and the characteristic costumes of this country. The formal attire of the Phaenopotter Kingdom is similar to that of the Lone Kingdom, but people here like to wear high-top boots, not necessarily leather boots, but cloth shoes also have high-top styles. The clothing of people on the streets is not as rigorous as in the Lone Kingdom. Only a few people wear formal attire, and most people wear comfortable round neck tops and loose pants, or double-breasted coats with local characteristics. Entering the inner city, the garrison commander here held a welcome ceremony for Hobert and others. Hobert could only see gorgeous formal attire and the characteristic cloaks of the Phaenopotter Kingdom at formal ceremonies. Most of the high-level people here are from the military, and they are very enthusiastic about Christian. During the dinner, Hobert understood that their enthusiasm was for a reason. They hoped to get some information about Lone's military affairs from Christian. Of course, Christian knew the value of the information in his hands, so he would not talk nonsense, but it seemed that in order to respond to everyone's warm hospitality, he also revealed some things. The garrison commander and others were quite satisfied with this information, but after thinking about it, they seemed to know something, but the key to the information was not clear. This made more than one person sigh. Christian is definitely an intelligence expert. The accommodation arranged by the garrison commander for Hobert and others was very spacious. The decoration style of the Phaenopotter Kingdom is not as rigorous as that of the Lone Kingdom. Their royal family likes rose red, but outside the royal family, they like the 3 colors of red, yellow, and blue, and the decoration colors are brighter. Before returning to the room, Bianchi said to everyone, tomorrow we can transfer to the train, and we will arrive at Phaenopotter City by noon the day after tomorrow, please be prepared. For long-distance travel, the train is much faster than the carriage. If you continue to take the carriage, it may take about a week to reach Potter City. Because Hobert spent too much time in the Nation of Disorder today, his spirituality was greatly consumed, so he quickly fell asleep. He dreamed that he had returned to Colin's tomb, and Colin's remains, which were only skeletons, suddenly sat up from the coffin and said gloomily, "You are back." Hobert's scalp was numb, and he suddenly woke up from his sleep. He found himself camping by a small lake, surrounded by the mercenary team leader Austin and others, who were sitting around the campfire chatting. Hobert looked around, and finally turned his gaze to the tent where Lena, the internal agent of the Intercia Mutual Aid Society, committed suicide. Driven by curiosity, he opened the tent and saw Lena sitting in a pool of blood, her eyes wide open. At this time, the entire dream shook. Hobert looked at the shaking stars in the sky and suddenly realized that this was a dream. "You are back." Lena, who had already committed suicide, suddenly stood up and said in a gloomy voice. This time Hobert didn't feel his scalp numb, but smiled and asked, "Are you still Lena?" Lena was obviously stunned, but then a very eerie smile appeared on her face. "I am you." Hobert shook his head. It was a huge mistake not to burn your body. At that time, he really didn't expect that this tomb robbery would involve outer gods. This made Hobert sigh. The mystical world is so fond of giving people surprises. After Hobert finished saying this, the dream suddenly shattered, and he appeared in the middle of a huge canyon, standing on a suspension bridge in the canyon that could only accommodate one person. Underneath his feet was an abyss, and at the bottom of the abyss was a rushing river. There was something terrible chasing him from behind. He was about to turn around, but reason stopped Hobert from doing so. He didn't know what was chasing him, he only knew that he had to cross this suspension bridge as soon as possible. Taking a step forward, Hobert realized that he had a black cane in his hand. This black cane seemed to give Hobert endless power. The wooden boards under his feet had been in disrepair for a long time, and every step forward made Hobert tremble with fear. Suddenly, the wooden board under Hobert's feet broke, and he quickly jumped to the wooden board in front. Unexpectedly, the wooden board in front also broke, and Hobert fell into the abyss. He felt the gravity, felt the feeling of falling rapidly, and his spirituality told him that if he fell or died here, his spiritual body would also suffer huge damage. He had to find a way as soon as possible. Suddenly, Hobert looked at the cane in his hand. Seeing that he was about to fall to the bottom of the abyss, he immediately gripped the cane tightly. The next second, Hobert's eyes blurred, and he had turned the bottom of the abyss into a life-saving mat with patterns of rivers and stone beaches. The life-saving mat was as soft and glutinous as jelly. Hobert sank into it, and then was gently bounced up, unloading most of the falling force. At this time, a roar came from above the abyss, a roar containing anger and unwillingness. The dream shattered, and Hobert came to a new dream. He was driving a steam car that looked like a tank. Hobert quickly regained his consciousness, knowing that he was still in the dream world. He was observing the steam car's dashboard when suddenly, the car broke down. Immediately afterwards, Hobert was tied to the car seat by ropes from nowhere. Woo! A steam train was speeding towards here. It turned out that the car was parked right on the train tracks. At this time, the black cane appeared again on the passenger seat. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 328, Chapter 328 The True Bell of Order, Bonus 3. Chapter 328 The True Bell of Order. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert struggled to grab the black cane, but he was tied so tightly by the rope that no matter how hard he tried, he was always just a little short of reaching it. The steam train was getting closer and closer, and it was even accelerating. It might crash into him in just 2 or 3 seconds. Hobert forced himself to calm down, and he tried to visualize the zombie spoon. This magical item, which he had been carrying with him recently, appeared almost instantly in his left hand. With the blessing of the zombie spoon, Hobert's strength increased greatly, and his hand was finally able to extend just a bit further, grasping the black cane. Hobert closed his eyes, and the steam car he was in turned into a cardboard cutout with a car pattern, and the ropes binding him turned into thin threads. He suddenly leaped forward, finally breaking free from his restraints. Just as he left the tracks, the train sped past, the cardboard was crushed by the wheels, and the train roared past Hobert's back. Woo-ah! The train's whistle once again turned into an unwilling roar. Hobert gripped the cane tightly with both hands and began to meditate. When he opened his eyes again, he was sleeping in a luxurious room in the inner city of Gonaliar. He was twisting his body, sleeping in an uncomfortable position, with one hand grasping the sealing wax stamp made of order crystal and the watch key on the bedside table. Hobert adjusted his lying position to relieve the soreness in his body. He thought, fortunately, the sealing wax stamp was placed on the bedside table. The power of the Nation of Disorder helped me become conscious in the dream world, giving me the power to change the rules of the dream. As for why he would grab the sealing wax stamp in his sleep, he believed it was his own spirituality trying to save himself. Recalling the scene in the dream, Hobert quickly realized that he had been contaminated by some of the content in Colin Antigonus's notes during the day. Even just glancing at it in the real world, without understanding it, he was still contaminated. The process of contamination was very secretive, and it had not reached an irreversible level. Hobert recalled Lena's words after coming back to life. He believed that the contamination was ongoing, and the part of his astral body that was contaminated in his sleep was seizing control of his subjective consciousness. Those dreams were just a manifestation of this process. If Hobert had been injured or even killed in the following 2 dreams, then his subjective consciousness might also have been contaminated or directly fallen. Hobert rejoiced again. How close. Fortunately, I have the protection of the Nation of Disorder, otherwise I would definitely follow in the footsteps of Spike and Colin. Then Hobert realized a very serious problem. The contamination still existed in his astral body, and it was still expanding. Regarding how to solve this problem, Hobert immediately had 2 ideas. One was to enter the Nation of Disorder to see if there was a way to solve it, and the other was to ask the Fool for help. Currently, the Fool is best at solving various contaminations. After a little thought, Hobert decided to enter the Nation of Disorder first to try it out. Although the Nation of Disorder does not have much operability on spirit bodies and astral projections, its position is there, and there may be some ways. Coming to the washroom, Hobert made sure that no one was monitoring him, and then he entered the Nation of Disorder by walking backwards. T/N, another lord of the bathrooms. As soon as he sat on the Iron Throne, Hobert heard a voice from his body. I didn't expect you to have so many secrets. Hobert saw a mouth appear on his abdomen, and it was this mouth that was speaking just now. Immediately afterwards, eyes and a nose appeared above the mouth, and those eyes were looking at everything around with greedy eyes. If I offer these to the Mother Goddess, she will definitely reward me. Hobert frowned. This face is another me, the corrupted me. Dong. Just as Hobert was preparing to try using the power of order to see if it would work, a muffled and melodious bell suddenly appeared in the Nation of Disorder. This bell was very heavy, so heavy that it tore a gap in the palace that Hobert had built. Hobert felt something and saw the bell tower in the air of the Nation of Disorder through the torn gap. The melodious bell came from there. Ugh! The face on Hobert's stomach let out a scream. The face was like a melted candle, gradually melting, and finally Hobert's stomach had no abnormalities. Hobert looked again at the bell tower, hanging upside down, in the air. This is the Real Bell of Order. A outer god, a corruption of the above the sequences, was instantly dissolved in the bell. Hobert did not mend the gap in the main hall. He wanted to be able to see the Bell of Order whenever he looked up. Then Hobert used a piece of order crystal to transform it into a black bracelet. He planned to wear this bracelet even when he was sleeping, so that he could use the power of the Nation of Disorder in his dreams. Returning to the real world, Hobert was no longer sleepy. He lit a candle and made sure that those dangerous descriptions were torn off before he dared to continue carrying the notes with him. Hobert also found some books from the Feynapotter Kingdom and continued to learn to read and write the Feynapotter language, and he did not feel sleepy until dawn. The next morning, after breakfast, Hobert and others, in the farewell of the Gonaliar dignitaries, boarded a special train and embarked on a journey to Feynapotter City. On the train, Hobert, who had learned English in the AD era, always tried to communicate with Count Bianchi in the Feynapotter language. He knew that the best way to learn a new language is to listen and practice more. It took several years to learn a foreign language in the AD era, but in this world, Hobert was able to communicate in the Feynapotter language with stumbles in just 4 days. Of course, this is related to the fact that the languages of the countries in the northern continent all originate from ancient Feysak. This railway that leads to the capital is basically built along the edge of the plain. On the left, there are many places where there is not even a hill, and you can't see the other side of the plain even if you try your best. On the right side of the railway are continuous mountains. At first, it belonged to Golfito County, and later the mountainous area belonged to Colson County. Hobert still remembered that Christian had talked about the situation in Colson County. There is a small river flowing through the mountains. There used to be a prosperous waterway, but the waterway is now interrupted due to unknown factors. Goods imported and exported from Seville, the largest port in the Feynapotter Kingdom, can only be transported to the capital Feynapotter City by rail or by taking a large detour from the Yawi River in the west. Both freight and travel are very inconvenient. After taking the train north for a day and a half, the shadow of Feynapotter City finally appeared in everyone's sight. Hobert smiled and said, "At least there is no smog here." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 329, Chapter 329 Sequence 1 Attracted by Hobert, Bonus 4. Chapter 329 Sequence 1 Attracted by Hobert. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The royal palace of the Feynapotter Kingdom is called the Alhambra Palace, which in ancient Feysak means Red Castle. It is said that the palace was originally built with red bricks, hence the name Red Castle. Hobert guessed that the brick-making technology at that time must have been limited, unable to produce bricks of other colors, so they could only use the most easily processed red bricks to build walls and houses. Later, after the founding of the Fanapotter Kingdom and its capital being established here, more and more people settled in this area, and the brick-making technology became more advanced, leading to the creation of yellow and blue bricks. Now, there are not many red buildings left in the Alhambra Palace. He felt that this small place was only called a royal palace, and they must be embarrassed to call it an imperial palace. Christian was also a man of the world, and the father and son remained calm and composed as they were led by the protocol officer into the core area of the royal palace. King Ferdinand II of Fanapotter received and praised Christian and Hobert in the Great Hall, where grand court meetings were held, and promised to grant them the titles of Earl and Baron, respectively, the following day. At this moment, Hobert finally had the feeling that, I have really betrayed my country. If it were in the Lone Kingdom, it seemed that it would cost hundreds of thousands of pounds to become a baronet. With that amount of money, Hobert would rather go to the southern continent to form a mercenary group and conquer a territory recognized by the native kings and colonists of the southern continent. Even bribing the colonists to obtain a piece of land of his own wouldn't cost hundreds of thousands of pounds. The next morning, Hobert and Christian, dressed in traditional aristocratic attire of the Fanapotter Kingdom, arrived early at a side hall of the royal palace to wait. The traditional aristocratic attire of the Fanapotter Kingdom mainly consists of ornate robes, leather belts, and long boots. The sleeves of the robes are a major feature, divided into inner and outer sleeves, with the inner sleeves longer than the outer sleeves, looking a bit like short sleeves worn over long sleeves. The belts and long boots are made of leather, which is the military attire of the Fanapotter Kingdom's nobles. According to tradition, the king only bestows titles on meritorious officials after winning a battle, so they usually wear military attire when receiving a title. While waiting, Hobert chatted with Christian about the traditional attire of the Lone Kingdom. You must not like wearing those clothes, Christian said with a smile. I have had the honor of seeing them. They look like a dozen layers of clothes, making it difficult to walk. Thank goodness those clothes have been abolished. As they were talking, the smiles suddenly disappeared from their faces, and their spirituality sensed a huge sense of oppression coming from outside. So they both looked towards the door, where a middle-aged man, also dressed in traditional aristocratic attire of the Fanapotter Kingdom, appeared. He looked to be in his 40s, with black hair and a black beard, and a full beard. He wore a black felt hat and looked very easygoing. Hobert's heart sank. When he came to the palace today, he had seen a statue of this person in the square in front of the palace. He was Philip I, the founder of the Fanapotter Kingdom. A figure who had once been loyal to the Black Emperor Solomon in the Fourth Epoch. Later, he became loyal to the Night Emperor Trunsoest, and after the Night Emperor fell, he founded the country with the support of the six gods. This ancient person is very likely to be a sequence one. The sense of oppression just now must have come from him, but after seeing him, that sense of oppression disappeared. Immediately afterward, the bronze book in Philip I's hand attracted Hobert's attention, because Hobert actually felt the power of the Nation of Disorder in the bronze book. As the current owner of the Nation of Disorder, this was easy to distinguish. However, that power was very weak, giving Hobert the feeling that the bronze book was marked with the power of the Nation of Disorder. Then Hobert realized that the bronze book was very attracted to both him and Christian, and was definitely not an ordinary bronze book. The protocol officers on the side were dumbfounded. They were also responsible for the royal family sacrificial activities, so of course they knew who this easygoing middle-aged man was. Christian was also knowledgeable. After seeing the other party's appearance clearly, he immediately realized something. Southwest he used the court etiquette he had just learned to salute the middle-aged man and addressed him as king. Hobert also reacted and quickly followed suit. While saluting, he noticed that Philip I was staring at his wrist. Hobert's heart trembled slightly. Crap. He was attracted by the power of the Nation of Disorder. What to do? At this moment, Philip I opened his mouth and said in a magnetic voice, I just came to see the guests from Lone. Hobert's mind raced, and he quickly took off the bracelet and held it out to Philip I with both hands, saying in fairly standard Fanapotter language, this is a crystal bracelet that I accidentally obtained. It seems to have some special uses. I am willing to offer the bracelet to His Majesty. It will be my honor. As he spoke, he withdrew the power of the Nation of Disorder from the bracelet, but the material of the bracelet was, after all, from the Nation of Disorder, and it still possessed extraordinary charm. Christian was slightly stunned, looked at the bracelet, and then glanced at Philip I. He had originally thought that Ferdinand II was giving him a show of strength, but Philip I seemed genuinely interested in the bracelet. He was a little strange why such a great figure would notice such a crystal bracelet. Child, I cannot accept your offering for nothing. As he spoke, Philip I casually took off a ring from his hand, placed it in Hobert's palm, and took the bracelet from Hobert's palm. I almost forgot its use. Take this little thing and play with it. To him, the ring now only had the function of an ornament. The moment Philip I's fingertips touched Hobert, Hobert could feel the bell of order in the Nation of Disorder ringing again, and at the same time, the entire nation of disorder experienced a certain tremor, as if the lakes and pools were boiling. Hobert used what looked like an agitated trembling to hide his discomfort. "Thank you for your reward." However, it was not Philip I who caused the reaction in the nation of disorder, but the bronze book. It was as if it had a life of its own and wanted to open itself. Philip I was also stunned. He pressed the bronze book that was about to open with his other hand and looked at the bracelet he was holding. He could feel the extraordinary nature of the bracelet's material. He thought it was the bracelet that caused the bronze book to react in this way. After all, the young man kneeling in front of him was only a sequence 6, and not even on the arbiter pathway, so it was impossible for him to cause the bronze book to react. As an angel of the arbiter pathway, he could not only see the strength of others, but also directly see what sequence they were and what pathway they were on. Holding the bracelet in one hand and pressing on the bronze book with the other, Philip I left step by step. The protocol officer immediately came over and said with a smile, "Congratulations to both of you. To be able to see such a great figure and have him accept your contribution is simply incredible luck." Christian echoed with a smile, while looking at Hobert with an inquiring gaze. Hobert shook his head slightly. Now is not the time to talk about this. He could feel that the boiling in the nation of disorder was still continuing, but he didn't dare to go in at all right now. Fortunately, the conferment ceremony finally began. In collection Black Emperor 298 posts. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 330 Becoming Baron Hobert, Bonus 5. Chapter 330 Becoming Baron Hobert. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Around 9 o'clock, back in the grand auditorium, the investiture ceremony officially began. Ferdinand II, in the prime of his life, wore a classical-style robe, a crown studded with countless jewels, and held a scepter, exuding authority without anger. The nobles who came to observe were mostly dressed in modern attire. Nowadays, the formal wear in the northern continent is quite similar, resembling tailcoats with variations in length, generally accompanied by bow ties or badges. There were also some bishops from the Church of the Earth Mother attending, mostly wearing bishops' robes embroidered with symbols of the Earth Mother. First was the investiture of Christian. He walked to the king and knelt on one knee, first taking an oath, then receiving rewards from the king, who declared him a noble earl and encouraged him to uphold the noble morals and conduct of the aristocracy. Next was the investiture of Hobert, who strode solemnly to Ferdinand II and knelt on one knee. Prompted by the master of ceremonies, Hobert began to swear an oath, the content of which was roughly to pledge eternal loyalty to the king and to comply with the obligations of paying tribute and military service. Then came the awarding ceremony. As a baron, the king would bestow soil and branches representing land and resources. Christian's rewards also included a sword. In ancient times, an earl had the power to declare war on other nobles in the vicinity, and the sword bestowed by the king represented this power. However, in modern times, new nobles are basically titular, without any fiefdoms at all, and the awarded sword is purely symbolic. When it comes to dukes, the king will also bestow a set of silver and copper coins and a copy of the Constitution, representing the duke's power to mint coins and collect taxes, and the power to enact laws within his territory, provided they do not violate that Constitution. Now that the countries of the northern continent have strengthened centralism, dukes have long lost these powers. After Hobert received a leafy branch and a bag of soil, he immediately expressed his gratitude. Ferdinand II said in a solemn voice, "Your territory is in the central Colson County, east of Full Moon Lake, where there are fertile paddy fields, dense forests, and half of Full Moon Lake is your territory." Hobert thought, as expected, it wouldn't be a great territory. He remembered Christian mentioning Colson County before, saying that the mountainous areas there were basically lawless lands. The king would grant the land there to nobles, but it was equivalent to a nominal grant, because most nobles would not go to their territories. Because it is inconvenient to travel there, information is blocked, and there are no famous specialties or minerals. The income there cannot even maintain a noble's normal expenses, and the key is that it is very dangerous. Although he was complaining in his heart, Hobert said, "Thank you for the king's grace." For him, a lawless land may not be a bad place. He estimated that if he could establish a new rule there, the potion would be digested almost completely. At the end of the ceremony, the king announced to everyone that this young man in front of him was from now on Baron Hobert, and his territory from today onwards was the Geoffrey territory, or in the current term, Geoffrey Town. With that, the investiture ceremony ended. The king also gave Christian the post of deputy chief of staff of the capital garrison district, and also rewarded him with an earl's mansion and carriage, but did not grant him a seat in the upper house. Hobert only got the baron's mansion and carriage, and no official position was given to him. After thanking him again, today's ceremony officially ended. Under the guidance of the master of ceremonies, Hobert received his carriage and the keys to the baron's mansion. Driven by the royal coachman, Hobert rode in the carriage bestowed by the king back to the bestowed mansion. After arriving at his destination, the royal coachman bid farewell, and Hobert realized that he didn't even have a coachman. Opening the Baron's mansion, it was dusty and overgrown with weeds, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Hobert led the carriage into the yard, considering whether to hire a few servants to clean it up. But now there is something more urgent than finding servants. Hobert came to a room that looked fairly luxurious, but obviously lacked people, and quickly entered the Nation of Disorder. If he used the power of the Nation of Disorder in Fenapotter City, it would easily attract Philip I, or some old mummy again. But just entering the Nation of Disorder, or simply offering sacrifices or bestowing gifts, would not be noticed by the high sequence of the same pathway in this city. As soon as he sat on the Iron Throne, Hobert saw the pool in front of him churning, and he seemed to hear the echo of the Bell of Order ringing in his ears. Especially the vague figure that Hobert sealed in the pool at the foot of the mountain, its power seemed to have suddenly increased a lot, and it was stepping up the mountain step by step. The water in the pool at the foot of the mountain turned into water column ropes the thickness of arms. These ropes were still wrapped around the vague figure, pulling it and binding it, making every step the figure took very difficult. Hobert sighed. Fortunately, he sealed this figure in the pool at the foot of the mountain before. If it was still in the pool in front of him, he believed that the Nation of Disorder would have changed hands. Hobert mobilized more power from the Nation of Disorder to strengthen the seal on the pool. The figure opened its mouth, as if making a silent roar, but was eventually dragged back into the pool at the foot of the mountain by the ropes formed by the water column. Hobert, who had been quietly witnessing all this, frowned. It was not a good idea to keep this guy in the Nation of Disorder all the time. If he was not careful one day and let him sit on the Iron Throne, he might really lose the Nation of Disorder. But this vague figure represents the family's curse. If he takes it out, he may often hear those crazy whispers afterwards. Hobert didn't want to hear those uncomfortable whispers even once more. If it were ordinary people, listening to those whispers would at most make them crazy, but after becoming a Beyonder, if they were not careful, they might lose control like Elliot. The key is, what method should he use to send him out? After all, Hobert's spirituality can feel that this figure has countless connections with his spiritual body. What kind of carrier should he use to hold him? Hobert sighed and added some roadblocks on the way up the mountain. That's all he could do for now. He planned to wait until he became a demigod and his spirit body was stronger before he could find a way to separate this figure. Then Hobert calmed the boiling pool in front of him. He found that in addition to the stars representing Elliot, Upton, Rafter, and Klein, there were actually 2 more swollen stars in the pool. Hobert did not expect that the number of stars could increase. Originally, he thought that after having 2 initial stars, he would have to rely on his own efforts to develop believers. He spread his spirituality to one of the stars. Suddenly, he saw a young woman wearing the royal clothes of the Lone Kingdom, chatting with several noble ladies in a huge garden. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 331, Chapter 331 That is the Trunsoist Brass Book. Chapter 331 That is the Trunsoist Brass Book. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert had learned some knowledge of court costumes these past 2 days, and he could easily distinguish the costumes of the lone royal family. First of all, those whose clothes are embroidered with the Augustus family crest, or who wear the family badge, represent members of the royal family. The direct members of the royal family will have some metal ornaments on their clothes that are cast with scepters, thrones, or crowns, and the king will also hold a scepter, or usually wear a simple crown. Hobert could tell from the clothes of the young woman in her 20s that she was a direct member of the current royal family, and most likely a daughter or niece of George III. From the small talk of several people, Hobert learned that her name was Alice, and they were discussing the preparation of a court ball. Hobert thought to himself, the nobles of Backlund are really thick-skinned, a prince just died, and they are going to have a ball again. Alice has a beautiful face and a noble temperament. Of course, in terms of beauty, she is still far from Audrey, but in Hobert's impression, she is already a very beautiful girl he has ever seen in this world. Especially her confidence when she moved, which made her seem very special. Hobert withdrew his spirituality. Why did he suddenly have the stars of the lone royal family members? He looked at another star and spread his spirituality over it. He saw a horse farm. A young woman in a Fenapotter military uniform was riding a horse and galloping on the grass. This woman is only 24 or 5 years old, and she also has a good appearance, with some freckles on her face. Her heroic appearance and the smile on her face while riding made a deep impression on Hobert. Since coming to this world, most of the people he has seen are conservative lone women. Most of those noble ladies can also ride horses, but they don't like galloping like the women in the stars. Looking at her epaulets again, Hobert's eyes narrowed. She is a high-ranking officer. This must also be a member of the Fenapotter royal family, otherwise it would be impossible to be a general at this age. And she is a woman. After riding a horse for a while, the female general in the stars jumped off the horse and told the servants and entourage to take care of the horse. She talked to several men who were waiting there in military uniforms. From their conversation, Hobert learned that her name was Ethel, and she is now in the northern theater of the Fenapotter kingdom. Hobert withdrew his spirituality and probably had some ideas. What old mummy Philip I is holding in his arms, wouldn't it be the Trunsoist brass book? That's not right, isn't the brass book in the Church of the God of Combat, and it has been corrupted by the Nation of Disorder. He recalled that he could be sure that although the brass book had the power of the Nation of Disorder, it was not considered corrupted. It can only be regarded as marking the brass book, and because there is the power of the Nation of Disorder in the brass book, it must be difficult to accommodate this uniqueness if it is not the owner of the Nation of Disorder. Hobert also recalled that in his memory, the brass book appeared after the end of the war that swept the northern continent. In fact, he didn't know where the brass book was before that. It's just because he knew that it was corrupted by the Nation of Disorder that Hobert guessed that it was after the fall of Knight Emperor Trunsoist. It was also because of this brass book that Hobert guessed that Trunsoist had found the Nation of Disorder, but it seemed that the opening method was wrong, or he had been corrupted by the outer gods before finding the Nation of Disorder. Now Hobert has a different view. What Philip I is holding in his arms should be the Trunsoist brass book, without a doubt. It is precisely because of indirect contact with the uniqueness of the Justiciar that the Nation of Disorder will have such a strong reaction, and 2 more stars of the Justiciar pathway will appear in the pool. As for why the brass book is not in the Church of the God of Combat, but in the hands of Philip I, Hobert is not clear. Then Hobert realized another serious problem. If Philip I is sequence 1, then as long as he accommodates the brass book, wouldn't he be the king of angels of the Justiciar pathway? Then the lone royal family will be weaker than the Phaenopotter royal family in the future. Thinking of this, Hobert shook his head. He is just a sequence 6. He can't control these things even if he wants to. Let the lone royal family worry about it. After confirming again that the state of the Nation of Disorder had recovered, Hobert returned to the real world. Standing in the somewhat dilapidated courtyard and looking around, Hobert simply went out and called a rental carriage to Christian's mansion. With Dofus around, Hobert estimated that he had already hired servants for Christian. The rental carriages in Phaenopotter are very different from the rental carriages in Lone. First of all, there is a luggage rack on the top, and the luggage rack on public carriages is even bigger. Secondly, there is a design similar to a bumper at the rear of the carriage, and the main body of the carriage is also very different. The lines of the Phaenopotter carriage are more beautiful, and the styles are different. It is not as square and uniform as the rental carriages in Lone. After getting in the car, Hobert remembered that there were only gold pounds in his wallet, and no coins from the Phaenopotter kingdom, so he asked the driver to go to a bank that has foreign currency exchange business first. When he arrived at the bank, Hobert consulted the bank manager and learned about the currency of Phaenopotter. The legal currency of the kingdom is the gold lire, and according to the current exchange rate, 1 gold pound can be exchanged for 1.2 gold lire. The banknotes have 4 denominations of 1, 2, 5, and 10. The monetary system of the Phaenopotter kingdom is the most normal monetary system Hobert has ever seen. 1 gold lire is equal to 10 silver lire. The paper money of silver lire has denominations of 2 and 5, and a large number of 1 silver lire coins are issued. 1 silver lire can be exchanged for about 1.7 salas. This denomination of coin is the most circulated currency, referred to as silver salas. 1 silver salas is equal to 10 copper lire. The banknotes also have denominations of 2 and 5, and a large number of 1 copper lire copper coins are also issued. 1 copper lire is roughly equivalent to 2 pence. Below copper lire, there are also coins cast from common metals such as iron or aluminum. 1 copper lire is equal to 10 lire. Only coins are available in the lire unit. The 5 lire coins are made quite decently, but the 2 lire or 1 lire coins are relatively rough in workmanship, but because the value is too low, there are few counterfeit coins at this level. In Hobert's view, the design of 1, 2, and 5 lire coins is more reasonable than half a penny or a quarter of a penny. Even a quarter of a penny has to be matched with other things to buy some small items. For example, a brush for washing pots, a quarter of a penny can buy 2 or 3, and if you can't use them all, they are likely to be eaten by insects. So you have to buy other items, such as salt or sauce, and use the remaining value of the penny to buy a brush by the way. And the 1 lire coin basically minimizes the value of the currency, so you don't have to buy it with other things. If you take 1 lire, you can probably buy a small item like a brush, which is more convenient. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 332, Chapter 332 Nobles and Fiefdoms. Chapter 332 Nobles and Fiefdoms. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert exchanged 100 gold pounds for 120 gold lire at the bank, first exchanging for 10 banknotes each of 1, 2, and 5 gold lire denominations, and then exchanging for some silver lire banknotes and coins, as well as copper lire banknotes and coins. In Backlund, the coin compartment in Hobert's wallet had been empty for a long time, but now he filled it up. Currently, the currency of the North Continent, the lone gold pound, is strong, which is largely due to Lone's industrial output being almost the sum of the other 3 countries. Therefore, the handling fee for exchanging gold pounds for gold lire is only 0.02%, while exchanging gold lire for gold pounds has a handling fee of 0.5%. Taking a rental carriage again, he arrived at the Christian Earl's manor. Hobert then realized that Christian's manor was not far from his own in a straight line. Their mansions were located in the Huana district, which is like Backlund's Empress Borough. The nobles of Fenapotter City basically lived here. With Dofus in charge, things were indeed different. At Christian's mansion, more than a dozen male and female servants were already cleaning inside and out. Several chefs and assistant chefs, as well as 2 gardeners and 2 coachmen, also began to work, while Dofus changed into butler attire and became the butler of the Earl's mansion. After chatting with Dofus, who was supervising the work, he said that he had also hired a butler for Hobert, 3 male servants and 3 female servants, as well as a chef, an assistant chef, a coachman, and a gardener. Finally, Dofus said, if you have any other needs, you can let your butler hire more. The standard for barons in Fenapotter is no more than 20 servants. I suggest you hire a few more carpenters and bricklayers. I heard that your mansion needs some repairs. Originally, Hobert wanted to borrow Christian servants to clean up his own mansion for a while, but after hearing what Dofus said, he seemed to belatedly realize that he was now a noble, and under the financially permissible conditions, he could no longer use the servants at home to help clean the rental house like before. Thinking of this, Hobert recalled that he still had more than half a year's rent for Blanca Street that had not been refunded, which was more than 100 silver lire. Thinking about it, Hobert wanted to slap himself again. He kept telling himself in his heart, I am a noble now, I am a noble now. He would no longer think about the 100 silver lire. Originally, Hobert wanted to complain that once he joined the Tarot Club, he would become a believer of the God of Poverty, the most direct manifestation of which was being stingy. But on second thought, Hobert realized that it was not his stinginess, but the education he received from childhood in the AD era, which was to live frugally. And the life of a nobleman is all about luxury and waste. Hobert found that he actually disliked and looked down on these nobles who did not have the correct moral standards. In the main hall of the Earl's mansion, Hobert saw Christian sitting on the sofa drinking tea. The main hall had already been cleaned up, and now only here were no servants busy. The father and son sat opposite each other, and Christian's new personal male servant poured Hobert a cup of tea. Hobert took the initiative to say, the crystal of that bracelet was traded at a party. I felt that it was a bit different at the time, and it was not too expensive, so I bought it, but after studying it for a long time, I didn't find out what it was for, so I made it into a bracelet. At the same time, I also used the scraps to carve a wax seal and make a pocket watch key. Of course, he had to lie about this matter. The nation of disorder was his biggest secret at the moment, a secret that he could not tell anyone. Christian slowly nodded, maybe it just doesn't work in our hands. He instructed, keep the wax seal and pocket watch key safe. I have a hunch that they may be of great use in the future. Even the demigod Christian could not see anything special about the wax seal, so Hobert believed that so far, only angels or above could perceive the special nature of the order crystal. But these order crystals still have a considerable effect on Hobert, and they cannot be hidden in the nation of disorder, which would be a huge waste of resources. Christian asked, what are your plans? I plan to return to my territory tomorrow. Hobert now increasingly felt that the territory should be the key to digesting the potion. To have new improvements, he must go to the territory as soon as possible to try to digest the potion. Christian gave an sound, I will help you invite the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Land and Resources to dinner tonight, so we can learn more about your territory. Hobert was slightly stunned, I didn't expect this. Although Christian was a traitor, the position of Deputy Chief of Staff given to him by the King was a genuine high-ranking official, and he had enough face to invite Roderick, the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Land and Resources, to dinner. At the dinner, the host and guests had a pleasant conversation, and Roderick told Hobert a lot of information about his territory. Of course, this was inseparable from the gift that Christian gave to Roderick, which made him quite satisfied. Through the conversation at the dinner, Hobert learned that his territory was considered the most fertile territory in Coulson County. It previously belonged to a viscount who was native to Coulson County. But 6 years ago, the viscount's family died inexplicably in their mansion, and the officials sent to investigate did not find any problems. Later, the royal family learned from Viscount Tootin, west of Full Moon Lake, that the viscount had actually died at the hands of bandits in his own territory. The king seemed too lazy to care about this and divided the viscount's territory into 2. Previously, one half had been in fief to Baron Ronald, but Baron Ronald had never dared to go to his territory. After Roderick heard that Hobert was preparing to go to his fief, his eyes were full of disbelief. He suggested that Hobert hire more bodyguards, and even hiring a team of mercenaries would not be too much. After the dinner, after seeing Roderick off, Christian suggested that Hobert go to his territory alone, and take public transportation, and inquire about the situation of that territory along the way. Roderick only mentioned the general situation, as well as who the surrounding territories belonged to, and whether there was any background, etc. For the details, Hobert had to find out for himself. Hobert also had this idea, and he could not easily expose the secret of his travel ability. Returning to his baronial mansion, the butler and servants hired by Dofus were already waiting in the courtyard. This afternoon, under the supervision of the butler, the servants had cleaned up the mansion. At least Hobert's master bedroom was no problem to move into. Hobert called the butler into the room, informed him that he would go to his territory tomorrow, and gave the butler 50 gold lire to maintain the daily expenses of the baronial mansion, but he had to report the accounts to Mr. Dofus, the butler of Earl Christian, every week. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 333, Chapter 333 Heading to the Fiefdom. Chapter 333 Heading to the Fiefdom. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the blink of an eye, it was Sunday. Hobert woke up early and stared blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling for a while. Even now, Hobert still felt that the week's experience was quite magical. He had gone from being a lawyer to a baron, from a financially sound Backlund millionaire to a noble who would spend 50 gold lire a month even if he didn't eat, drink, or do anything. Hobert sighed, struggling to get out of bed. He was quite busy today. After breakfast, he took a carriage to the palace. He had submitted a request to the king yesterday to return to his territory, and he expected to receive a reply this morning. Nobles returning to their fiefdoms must report to the king. If they also hold official positions, they must also report their work to the king and the prime minister in person, and they can only leave with the consent of both. Hobert didn't hold any position, so he could leave immediately as long as the king agreed. If he wanted to return to the capital, he had to submit an application to the king in advance and could only return with the king's consent, or if the king summoned him back. However, these etiquette are now basically just formalities. Many nobles are almost at the capital before they have their servants submit an application, and the king's court earl can usually approve it the next day. Arriving at the palace to inquire, it was indeed approved. The king doesn't care about such trivial matters, it should be the court earl handling these official duties. Then, Hobert took his baronial-grade carriage to Christian's residence to bid farewell to Christian and Dofus. Christian instructed, when you go to your territory, you have to rely on yourself for everything. Think carefully before you do anything. But there are no powerful enemies there. Just be careful of mercenaries who want to earn the bounty. Also, if you can't solve the problem, run. According to the information Roderick provided yesterday, the Beyonders in the Colson County Mountains are basically local nobles and knights. Even Viscount Teuton, who is like the leader of the nobles in that area, is only a sequence 7. With Hobert's sequence, he should have no enemies in that mountainous area. Dofus then took Hobert to a vacant room in the backyard. This room is prepared for you. If you plan to return suddenly, you can use this room. Hobert nodded to thank him. Having a transfer place made it much easier to return to Fainapotter. After the three of them had lunched together, Hobert returned to the baronial mansion, dropped off the carriage, instructed the butler to repair the mansion, and take care of the horses and carriages bestowed by the king. Then, he changed into a double-breasted coat with Fainapotter characteristics, put on an ordinary cotton hat, and embarked on his journey to his territory. He took a public carriage southeast for an afternoon. Because it was still quite far from Colson County, Hobert didn't gain anything from the idle chat on the carriage. After 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Hobert arrived at the hotel and spent 6 copper lire for a room. Don't expect too much from this room, which is roughly equivalent to 12 pence. At least it should be clean and tidy. It's not that Hobert is overly frugal, but according to his experience in the AD era, appearing too wealthy when traveling outside would attract some unnecessary trouble. Especially in this era when law and order becomes very poor outside the city, it's even more important to avoid being too ostentatious. Hobert asked the front desk for a few candles and sacrificed the Colin Antigonus notes and the ring given by Philip I to the Nation of Disorder. Philip I's sudden appearance earlier had really startled Hobert, so he hadn't performed any sacrifices while in Fainapotter. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first placed the notes on the stone platform there, and then picked up the ring given by Philip I. Using the authority of the Nation of Disorder, he immediately sensed the ring's abilities and negative effects. The abilities were, it can summon a magnificent and pure pillar of light to envelop the enemy, causing the enemy to evaporate, which is very effective against undead creatures and creatures with tainted aura. It can summon a circle of light that spreads outward, bringing light to the earth and giving teammates courage and warmth. It can summon a beam of light to stay on an object for a long time. It can create holy water. The negative effects were, wearing it continuously for 3 hours will cause the spirit to be invaded by the ring, becoming overly fair and righteous, and it is easy to start a fight with someone because a passerby spits on the ground or says a dirty word. Being invaded by the ring more than 5 times will result in losing all reason and only praising the sun. Hobert realized that this was a mystical item from the Bard pathway, probably equivalent to the Sequence 5, Priest of Light level, and the negative effects were also easy to avoid. The old mummy stuff is indeed good stuff. Such a seemingly ordinary ring is worth 7 or 8,000 pounds, or 8 or 9,000 gold lire. Hobert was about to use the power of the Nation of Disorder to reseal it, but after a moment's hesitation, he didn't do so. In case Philip I suddenly remembered his ring in the future and wanted it back, and then saw that it had been resealed, and the sealing power was not low, it would be difficult to explain. Of course, it is unlikely that a big figure like Philip I would want it back, but what if someone else wanted to admire it and notice the Nation of Disorder's seal? That would also be a problem. It's better to just put it in a small box made of order crystal, and put it together with the dream-stealing pocket watch, and take it out when needed. Back in the real world, Hobert sat on the edge of the bed for a while, suddenly feeling a little bored. He took out his pocket watch and looked at it. It was only 6:30 in the evening, and the place he was staying in today was a small town with no entertainment venues at all. There seemed to be only one bar outside, but Hobert wasn't interested in drinking. He lay on the bed and stared blankly for a while, then took out his pocket watch and looked at it again. It was only 6:40, time was passing so slowly. If he were in Backlund, or should he go back to Backlund? Hobert suddenly sat up. Since he was idle anyway, he could go back to Backlund and have a look. Not only could he have a look, but he could also kill and set fires, and do some things that were not convenient to do in Backlund before. For example, stroll around the Rose Street wearing a mask. But he didn't know what the situation was in Backlund now. After a moment's thought, Hobert had an idea. He prayed to himself in the way he prayed to himself, "Great Creator, I need to go to Backlund recently to deal with some matters you have instructed, but I just heard that the previous treason case has put Backlund under martial law. I don't know what the situation is now. Please, Great Creator, convey my question to the believers in Backlund and ask them to answer my question." Then, Hobert came to the Nation of Disorder again, mosaic the scene of his prayer just now, and threw it into the star representing Rafter. The so-called Backlund believers are actually only Rafter. Soon, Rafter gave a response. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 334, Expressing Goodwill to the Church of Mother Earth. Chapter 334, Expressing Goodwill to the Church of Mother Earth. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Rafter responded, "The Great Creator, I can provide relevant information. Backlund was indeed under martial law for 2 days a few days ago. But soon, as the media of the Feyenopater Kingdom reported and confirmed that the father and son had arrived in the territory of the Feyenopater Kingdom, the martial law was also lifted. The current Backlund is the same as usual." Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert retracted his spirituality. The situation was similar to what he had guessed, especially since he and Christian had been ennobled. Backlund would show some anger, but it must be undefended. This is a bit of a blind spot situation. After all, no one would have thought that Hobert would return to Backlund at this time. Of course, Hobert would not go back with his own face, which would only make his bounty even higher. He brought the mask made of mutated fire rose spider and order crystal from the Nation of Disorder to the real world, and then changed his appearance into a middle-aged man with the vicissitudes of face. He also used the ability of the faceless necklace to disguise himself as still lying in bed with paper figures and illusions. Hobert did not go directly to Rose Street, but first used travel to go to a corner of a commercial street, and bought a set of Lone-style clothes in a clothing store. His previous double-breasted coat had obvious Feyenopater style, so he pretended to be a Feyenopater person with a somewhat stiff Lone language to shop, which did not attract the attention of the clerk. After changing into Lone-style clothes, he was less conspicuous when walking on the street. Hobert came to a dark corner on the street again, and then used travel to come to a corner of Rose Street. After confirming that no one noticed him, he walked out of the corner and entered the Harvest Church openly. There were still no believers in the church, and the atmosphere was relatively deserted. Bishop Utravsky was still sitting in the front row, not knowing whether he was praying or repenting. The only difference was that there was an additional vampire servant who was carefully wiping the seats. Emlyn White noticed that the middle-aged man who came in seemed a little strange. He looked up and saw the middle-aged man's face, which had just entered the church, become flat like melting wax. Alarm bells rang in Emlyn's heart. He dropped the rag and became vigilant. But then he thought, this person must be here to make trouble for the giant bishop. Why am I nervous? Maybe I can take the opportunity to escape. Thinking of this, Emlyn put on a smile, and the idea of watching a good show was revealed on his handsome face. He saw that the flat face of the visitor was reshaping his facial features. Finally, he shaped a face that looked a little familiar. Emlyn suddenly thought, isn't this the traitor published in the newspaper? Hobert ignored Emlyn and sat next to Bishop Utravsky with his original face. "Father. You're here," Utravsky said in a flat voice. "Yes, I accidentally obtained the potion formula of Guardian. I don't know if you need it." Utravsky opened his eyes and glanced at Hobert. "The Mother Goddess has already bestowed upon me the formula of Guardian." Hobert took out the mutated fire rose spider. "Then do you need this main ingredient?" Utravsky glanced at the wooden box in Hobert's hand again. I am collecting the main ingredients of Guardian. He asked, what kind of help do you need? I remember I still owe you a debt of £1,800. The debt that the giant bishop said was the debt of the nightmare candle. At that time, Hobert falsely reported the cost of buying this magical item. Hobert had already paid off the debt of £2,000 when he asked Yutravsky to take action against the members of the Tamara family last time. There was indeed a debt of £1,800. However, Hobert had long regarded Yutravsky as having paid off all the debts. Emlyn stretched his ears to eavesdrop on their conversation. He shook his head and thought in his heart, unexpectedly, this big guy looks honest, but he actually owes such a large sum of money. That spider that flickers with light is obviously a beyonder ingredient of a high level. Is being a lawyer so profitable? Or did treason make him rich? I said before that those debts have been paid off, Hobert said. I have a friend who was seriously injured in an action to stop the descent of an evil god. I heard that your church's classical alchemist can refine a realistic body, so I want to ask your church for help so that my friend can move freely again. Bishop Yutravsky stared at Hobert for a few seconds. Many people have asked the church's archbishop to resurrect their friends and relatives, but resurrecting a life is a matter that violates the order of the world's operation. Even the Pope can't do it, and even if he could, he wouldn't do it. Hobert was stunned. Could it be that the information I got is biased? Yes, Yutravsky said, the bodies refined by the classical alchemist are just some puppets. If your friend's spirit body enters the puppet, he will gradually lose his human emotions and eventually become a walking corpse. Hobert then realized that his idea seemed to belong to black magic, or something that evil beyonders would study. In short, serious churches don't do this kind of thing at all. It sounds like there are huge negative effects or backlashes. Hobert pushed the wooden box containing the mutated fire rose spider towards Bishop Yutravsky. Just consider it my expression of goodwill to the Church of the Earth Mother, and I also need the Church of the Earth Mother's goodwill towards me. Yutravsky said, the debt of £1,800 and the process of you helping me solve the problem are enough for the Church to feel your goodwill. No, I need greater goodwill, Hobert said. I am going to my fief, and I heard that there is not even a Church of the Earth Mother in my fief. After arriving at the fief, I can build a Church of the Earth Mother, but I still lack a bishop and several servants. In the Feinapotter kingdom, the help of the Church of the Earth Mother is of course very much needed. Bishop Yutravsky then accepted the mutated fire rose spider. I will convey your thoughts to the church. Hobert nodded and stood up. If you want to contact me, you can continue to send letters to the law firm, but the recipient should be changed to Jessica. After speaking, he took off his hat, bowed slightly towards the emblem of life, and then quickly left the church. Yutravsky closed the wooden box containing the mutated fire rose spider, and continued to close his eyes to repent. Emlyn walked over and smiled. Big guy, I didn't expect you to have dealings with traitors. If I reveal this news to the police, what consequences do you think it will lead to? If you don't want this to happen, let me go quickly. Yutravsky still kept his eyes closed. Will the official extraordinary believe a vampire's words? Emlyn twitched the corner of his mouth. The Sanguine clan is the noble Sanguine clan. As he spoke, he picked up the rag and continued to wipe the seats. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 335, Chapter 335 Backlund's Night. Chapter 335 Backlund's Night. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Bennett, with his large ears, was listening to his subordinate's report. Are you saying the Hobert family's faith is in the Evernight goddess? The subordinate nodded and said, yes, because the newspapers have been frequently publishing news about the Hobert family recently, and information about their family is easy to find out. Bennett stood up from his chair and paced back and forth in front of several subordinates. He has big problems. He has big problems. How could a believer of the Evernight goddess think of asking Machinery Hivemind for help in the first place? For more than 2 months, we have been monitoring and tracking on this street. Almost everyone in the south of the bridge has been monitored by us, but we still haven't found any clues. I knew it, we must have missed something before, it must be so. Now we are clear, the problem lies with Hobert. He said to everyone, let everyone come back, tomorrow we will go to Feinapotter. Before several subordinates could go out to deliver the order, a person in charge of surveillance ran back to report, Captain. The masked man has appeared. In the dreams of the residents of Rose Street, someone had seen a masked man appear on Rose Street on the day of the incident. At that time, Bennett suspected that the masked man must be an important suspect, but since they started monitoring, the masked man has not appeared again. Because of the particularity of the church, it is difficult for them to see Hobert and others entering and leaving the church even in their dreams, so they have not suspected Bishop Yutravsky until now. Everyone in the room was stunned, and then they all looked at Barnett. Bennett slowly sat back in his chair. Maybe there is some discrepancy with my previous guess. The people who attacked our compatriots are not local forces in Backlund at all. They left immediately after they succeeded. A subordinate asked, then, Hobert sighed. Keep an eye on the masked man first. Bennett said, but only 2 people should follow. Don't all of you follow? The subordinate was a little puzzled. Aren't we going to catch him? Bennett said, why did he suddenly appear in Backlund? Maybe this is a trap. Bennett was right, this was indeed a trap set by Hobert. Wearing the original middle-aged man's face, he left the Harvest Church. After leaving Rose Street, he found a corner to change to another face and put on a mask made of Order Crystal. Hobert wandered around Rose Street and deliberately stopped in front of the house Apton had rented. But when he took a taxi carriage to the factory area, he found that only one carriage was following him. The taxi carriage stopped in front of an abandoned factory. This factory was where Hobert, when he was still Sequence 9, worked with Zio to eliminate an outer member of the Aurora Society. After waiting in the factory for half an hour, Hobert was a little disappointed. There were still only 2 people in the corner. It seems that the leader of the other party is very calm. Hobert took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. It was almost 8 o'clock. He couldn't wait any longer, so he had to change his plan. So he started to act, quickly walked out of the factory. Before the 2 people who were staking out could react, Hobert had already used Blink to come to them, and the Tang sword that had already been drawn pierced the heart of one enemy. The other enemy ran away quickly, but Hobert reached out and grabbed him, using the dream-stealing pocket watch to steal his idea of running away. After only a few steps, the enemy stood on the street with a confused expression. Hobert took a step forward and stabbed again, and the 2 Sequence 8s who were in charge of staking out were killed in this way. Hobert used the ability of the Spirit Wine Glass to accelerate the precipitation of the Beyonder characteristics on the 2 people. After collecting the 2 Beyonder characteristics, Hobert saw that the other party still did not take action, so he returned to the abandoned factory and used travel to Nicola Street in the workshop that blocked the outside view. At this time, Bennett and others were actually hiding nearby. He believed that the masked man led his group to the sparsely populated abandoned factory, and there must be an ambush. When the 2 subordinates were killed, Bennett was about to order a rush to rescue, but before the subordinates could regroup, the masked man took away even the Beyonder characteristics. Bennett still did not rush to order to rush over. The masked man's actions almost confirmed his guess. He felt that the masked man's accomplices must be ambushing nearby. Now it was time to compare patience. Whoever exposed the existence of the main force first would become passive. As for the masked man's abilities, they were too far away to see clearly, but it seemed that he was extremely good at close combat, otherwise it would be impossible to solve 2 Sequence 8s in such a short period of time. Watching the masked man enter the factory, Barnett's spirituality felt something, and the sense of danger just now disappeared. He was slightly stunned, and then seemed to realize something, and quickly led people to rush over, searched around the factory. Where was the masked man's trace? Everyone looked at Bennett again. Usually, the captain's decisions were always very wise, and his words and deeds were always very intelligent, but tonight, how come his wisdom and brilliance did not seem to be brought into play? Bennett frowned, and suddenly he shouted, "Damn! Go to Nicola shipyard." While speaking, he took out a sealed artifact in the shape of a pen, put one hand on the shoulder of a helper, and the figures of the 2 gradually disappeared into the spirit world. Time returned to more than 10 minutes ago. Hobert used travel to come to Nicola Street. This street was already empty, only the office buildings or dormitory buildings in the factory were still lit. Hobert quickly came to number 1668. Seeing that the office building of Nicola Shipyard was still lit, he simply used Blink to enter the bathroom inside the office building while no one was around. Hobert heard that the hall outside was noisy, as if a lot of people were gathered. What he didn't know was that Bennett had just sent a message, asking Alva, the greasy-looking Backlund person in charge who liked to smoke cigars, to gather people to support the factory area. Alva only learned tonight that the council had sent a team to secretly investigate the killing of family members. He did not dare to neglect, and quickly gathered people. Because he had not notified in advance, only half of his subordinates had gathered at this time. Hobert in the bathroom did not know these inside stories, but he also guessed that these people might be preparing to support the factory area. So Hobert took out the teleportation statue from the box made of Order Crystal, and used the statue to sense that the people outside were basically Sequence 8 and Sequence 9, with only 3 Sequence 7s and 1 Sequence 6. The person in charge of the Tamara family in Backlund may not be outside at all. Hobert also injected spirituality into the Traveler's Knife. The travel ability had already recovered. If he couldn't beat them, he could escape at any time. So he opened the door generously and walked out openly, all the way to the vicinity of the Tamara family's dozen Beyonders. Some Beyonders reacted, "You are." What greeted him was a knife with a black light. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 336, Chapter 336, A Massacre in Backlund. Chapter 336, A Massacre in Backlund. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Ah. A scream brought the Beyonders in the hall back to their senses. Their long, comfortable lives in Backlund had made them never dream that enemies would come to their stronghold so openly. Order. Hobert thrust his cane into the ground, and the order wood rapidly began to grow, covering the entire hall under its canopy. The canopy continued to grow, breaking through the glass, and encompassing dozens of meters around it. Hobert charged forward and killed another person. That sequence 6 finally reacted. I came, I saw, I recorded. A phantom, slowly turning book appeared in his eyes. Imprisonment. A layer of transparent, amber-like walls appeared around Hobert, imprisoning him in place. This sequence 6 scribe, Boris, Alva's assistant, shouted, "Don't panic, he's just one person." Hobert deliberately didn't immediately break free from imprisonment, hoping that they would surround him under their leader's command. When everyone had gathered around, a layer of illusory black barriers appeared around Hobert, shattering Boris's imprisonment ability. He threw out the disorder stone he had prepared long ago, madness. This time, Hobert threw the disorder stone not far from himself, so that it could include all the enemies, and because he had the protection of the order crystal, he would not be affected by the disorder stone. Almost simultaneously, several sequence 9s lost control on the spot, and half of the sequence 8s also lost control, while the other half stood there struggling to resist the loss of control. The 3 sequence 7s also turned pale, their attacks were hindered, and they dared not use their Beyonder abilities again. Boris took a few steps back, and was only barely able to continue using his Beyonder abilities. Hobert sighed. Sure enough, group attack is the correct way to use the disorder stone. Weaken. Hobert, who had simultaneously completed the bribe process with the disorder stone, immediately used this combo move. The next 10 seconds were almost Hobert's one-sided massacre time. He specifically targeted the sequence 7s and sequence 8s who had temporarily lost their ability to resist. Boris's Beyonder ability attacks were directly distorted by Hobert onto the monsters around him that had begun to attack indiscriminately. In 10 seconds, he killed 7 people, 2 sequence 7s and 5 sequence 8s. Except for the out-of-control sequence 8s, there were no low-sequence enemies left in the hall at this time, only Boris and a sequence 7 briber. It wasn't until Alva and another scribe appeared that the situation changed. It wasn't that Alva was slow to react, but because he was in the manager's office on the 4th floor. When he heard the chaos in the hall and came out of the office, his vision was already occupied by the canopy with its surging oppressive feeling. Although the order wood did not destroy the overall building of the office building, it extended more than 10 meters out of the window. Alva and the gray-haired scribe, Bayard, both had their spirituality warning them that terrible things would happen if they jumped onto the canopy. And Alva's physique was not enough to allow him to jump more than 10 meters. The two found a rope in the utility room, quickly went to the roof, tied one end of the rope to Bayard's waist, and Alva swung him around, throwing the old man out like a meteor hammer. Poor Bayard was already old and had to suffer this crime. After he was thrown onto the roof of the nearby factory, Alva pulled the other end of the rope, ran and jumped out, distorting the distance in front of him, allowing him to jump 4 or 5 meters further. At the same time, Bayard quickly pulled the rope, pulling him out, and finally jumped outside the canopy. Disorder. As soon as Alva entered the hall, he used his strongest skill. Hobert, who could have killed that briber with one strike, suddenly stopped, opened his arms as if he was embracing the sun. Holy light. A magnificent and sacred pillar of scorching light descended from the sky, encompassing the 3 monsters that had already lost control. In the screams of the monsters, they were melted by the pillar of light, leaving only 3 piles of ashes and 3 Beyonder characteristics on the ground. The other monsters, out of instinctive fear of the blazing sun, fled one after another. The pillar of light disappeared, and Hobert came back to his senses, glanced at the still alive and kicking briber. This is the ability of disorder. It always makes the target make the wrong choice. The opponent's main force had arrived, and Hobert dared not be careless. He once again injected his spiritual power into the dream-stealing pocket watch, grabbed in Alva's direction, and stole his bribe ability. Then Hobert grabbed at the gray-haired Bayard and stole his opening door ability. Hobert grabbed at Boris again and stole his record ability. Taking advantage of the 3 stealing efforts, Alva and Bayard had already rushed to the front. Corrosion. Alva discovered that bribe could not be used. Without bribe, the ability of weaken would be greatly reduced, so it was better not to use it. The sequence 5 level of corrosion immediately gave Hobert a greedy thought in his heart. Originally, he planned to continue attacking, but the greedy thought made him choose to pick up the Beyonder characteristics not far from him. Alva rushed over and kicked Hobert in the back of the head. If it weren't for the blessing of the zombie spoon, this kick would have been enough to make Hobert faint briefly. Even if he didn't faint, Hobert flew out and slammed heavily into the wall, creating a spiderweb-like mark. Then, Alva and several companions chose to attack with revolvers. Because Hobert had opened a certain distance between them at this time, they were not afraid of accidentally injuring their companions. The bullets fired by Alva and the other two were ordinary bullets, but the bullets fired by Bayard's revolver, after hitting the enemy, would make the enemy hear crazy whispers and pollute the enemy's spirituality. Hobert originally wanted to withstand the bullets and fight back, but after being hit by the bullets with crazy whispers, his head ached so much that he quickly used the opening door skill he had just stolen to open a phantom door in the wall, avoiding the subsequent whisper bullets. Outside the wall, Hobert used a healing spell on himself. As long as it was not a spiritual or spiritual corruption above the demigod level, it could be directly cured with a healing spell. Then Hobert used blink to return to Boris's side, opened his arms, as if embracing the sun, holy light. The magnificent and sacred pillar of scorching light descended again. Because Hobert had just left the hall, the attention of the four enemies present was outside, and Hobert easily succeeded. Several people were bathed in the sacred light. After the light, the bribe, who had not fully recovered, was ignited by the scorching pillar of light. Even though he was burning all over, he still opened his arms to the sky, praised the sun. The other three were not much better. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 337, Chapter 337, Hobert's Full Force, Bonus 1. Chapter 337, Hobert's Full Force. 100 Power Stone. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The other three were in dire straits. Boris was huddled under the coffee table in the hall, his clothes ignited by the light. However, the attack of holy light on his spiritual body stunned him under the coffee table, and he didn't even think to put out the flames on his body. Bayard was covered in what looked like an amber shell, using a self-dash, imprisonment method to avoid the holy light. But it seemed to be only slightly more effective than hiding under the coffee table. He was red all over, like a cooked shrimp. The attack of holy light on his spirit body left him standing there somewhat blankly, as if at a loss. Alva was in the best condition. He had just distorted the temperature and intensity of the sunlight, and he quickly recovered from his initial surprise. Hobert sighed. From the attack effect of holy light, one can see the difference between sequence 5 and sequence 6. He quickly selected his target and charged with his knife towards Boris under the coffee table not far away. Just as the tang blade was about to fall, Alva, who had basically recovered, quickly reached out, distort. The angle of Hobert's knife was distorted, and it stabbed into the floor beside Boris. Boris also took advantage of this gap to regain some consciousness, and almost instinctively rolled a few times, desperately extinguishing the flames on his body. Hobert gripped the order crystal hilt tightly, and the illusory black barrier reappeared as he stabbed again at Boris lying on the ground. Alva, who was rushing to support his teammate, used his beyonder power again, disorder. However, this time his extraordinary attack was blocked by the black barrier and failed to affect Hobert. Boris on the ground felt the threat from the tang blade, and he quickly rolled left and right, hoping to avoid the attack. But Hobert still stabbed him in the shoulder. At this moment, Alva finally rushed to close range and punched Hobert. Hobert did not engage and immediately dodged. I came, I saw, I record. Bayard recovered some of his condition, and he condensed a flame spear in his hand, throwing it towards Hobert. As an scribe, he had recorded many abilities that could be used in different environments, and some abilities could be used in conjunction with each other. This flame spear accurately pierced Hobert, who was constantly moving. Hobert felt that he could not dodge, so he simply didn't. Thus, the flame spear accurately pierced Hobert. Whoosh! Hobert turned into a paper doll, which was ignited by the flame spear and quickly burned to ashes. This was the ability of the faceless necklace, paper figurine substitute. The real Hobert, however, used blink to appear in front of Bayard and slashed out with his knife. Dawn light. Bayard suddenly emitted bursts of dawn light. Although it couldn't compare to the dawn light of a true dawn paladin, it could make this old man very agile and strong for a certain period. Hobert slashed down, and Bayard dodged dangerously, his clothes torn, but fortunately he was not injured. Alva immediately rushed to support, but his legs were suddenly firmly held by a corpse on the ground. After struggling a few times without breaking free, Alva simply tore off one arm of the corpse. Then two more corpses pounced, trying to entangle Alva. Not far away, two more corpses strangled the neck of Boris, who was still somewhat weakened. As a mentor of disorder, Alva keenly realized that after the holy light ended, the atmosphere around them immediately became eerie, and the order under the canopy seemed to be constantly strengthening the power of the undead creatures. At this time, Hobert, who was chasing Bayard, sighed. Perhaps they had been in Backland for too long. Their cooperation was far worse than that of the Intercia Mutual Aid Society team. Seeing that the black knife was about to strike him, Bayard quickly used flash, which he had recorded long ago but had been hiding. But Hobert also used blink to follow closely. Just as he was about to kill Bayard with a single blow, suddenly, the space around Bayard shattered, and a delicate fine iron longsword blocked Hobert's tang blade. Bennett and his assistant, a baron of corruption, had finally arrived. They immediately joined the battle. Bennett used his long sword to save Bayard, and the Baron of Corruption was about to kick a piece of broken furniture on the ground at Hobert to complete the bribery process. Hobert suddenly recited a spell in ancient Hermes language, Night. The space around him became colorful, and an undead wearing a neat and tidy knight's uniform, holding a white longsword, appeared. It was Hand, who had signed a contract with Hobert. He thrust forward with his sword, interrupting the Baron of Corruption's attack, and then swept his sword horizontally, forcing Bennett to take a step back. Hobert said, entangle them, preferably eliminate one of the enemies. Since using Holy Light twice, Hobert had been using the Order Wood to create an environment that enhanced the power of undead creatures. The blessing of the environment caused Hand to flicker with a faint pale light after appearing, suppressing Bennett and the Baron of Corruption, so much that they retreated repeatedly and didn't even have a chance to use their Beyonder abilities. Hobert went after Bayard again. At this time, Bayard was already in a very miserable state, and one blow would solve him. But at this moment, Alva broke free, distort. Hobert's knife deviated from the target again. He blinked, in front of Bayard, I came, I saw, I record. He refused to believe that he couldn't kill this scribe. The newly arrived Bennett and the Baron of Corruption didn't feel anything, but after Alva heard Hobert shout the words that only a scribe would say, he already had the idea of running away. Is this donkey daying a shepherd? Why is he so all-round? Death. Hobert said in a solemn voice, as if announcing Bayard's death sentence. This skill was the ability that Hobert had just recorded from Christian yesterday using the Traveler's Knife. At that time, he recorded 1 demigod level and 3 sequence 5 level abilities from Christian. Death is one of the sequence 5 abilities. Although it could not exert the full power of this ability, the prisoner Bayard could not avoid it, and Alva's distort could not distort it. Hobert punched Bayard, and the gray-haired scribe fell to the ground, his physical body and astral body severely damaged, temporarily losing the ability to fight and escape. Hobert keenly realized that Alva's attack was not as aggressive as before, and he immediately injected spirituality into the spirit wine glass, gate of the underworld. 2 bronze gates with complex occult patterns appeared, and indescribable eyes looked out from the gates, completely detonating everyone's inner fears. Especially Boris, who had just fought with several living corpses, screamed, covered the wound on his shoulder, and fell to the ground, trembling violently. In collection Black Emperor 311 posts tags. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 338, Chapter 338, Best at Finding Loopholes, Bonus 2. Chapter 338, Best at Finding Loopholes. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to AK for becoming a free member. Pale arms reached out from the bronze gate, grabbing Alva. Hand could handle Bennett and the Baron of Corruption alone. Hobert prepared to kill Alva, completing tonight's hunt and preparing himself for advancement to sequence 5. Alva looked in horror at Hobert approaching him. The disorder and corruption he used were twisted by Hobert onto the Baron of Corruption. This caused the Baron of Corruption to make frequent mistakes, and he had already been stabbed twice by Hand. Thick black blood flowed from the stab wounds, clearly not injuries inflicted by ordinary weapons. Bennett also realized the strength of the enemy at this time, using his sword to block Hand's offensive, retreating a few steps, and stretching out his gloved hand. Suddenly, his figure seemed to become much taller, and his aura became much more majestic, making people afraid to look directly at him. Undead creatures are forbidden here. Hand's attack stagnated, and the color of the bronze gate dimmed a lot. If Hobert hadn't created an order to enhance the power of the undead in advance, Hand and the bronze gate would have had to return to the underworld. Hobert suddenly looked at the glove in Bennett's hand. Why did this glove look so familiar? In fact, this black glove is the same as the black glove that Hobert and the others seized from the Tamara family before. Or rather, it came from the same out-of-control Imperative Mage. The Imperative Mage was wearing a sealed black glove when he lost control. In the moment of losing control, most of the Beyonder characteristics of the Imperative Mage merged with the glove in Bennett's hand. Only a small part of the power mixed with the Imperative Mage's unwillingness, turning an ordinary glove into a sealed artifact. This situation is rare, mainly because the powerful enemy faced by the Imperative Mage created an extremely distorted environment, and Beyonder characteristics merged and split in this state. This is also the reason why the board of directors asked Bennett to secretly investigate this matter, because he had obtained the approval of this sealed artifact, and the sealed artifact in his hand was closely related to the sealed artifact already named 2-356 by the Nighthawks. The black glove in Bennett's hand is a genuine grade 1 sealed artifact, and Hobert immediately felt the pressure from this glove. He was too familiar with this kind of pressure. Christian and Camilla, whom he had seen before, both had this oppressive feeling. He had to find a way as soon as possible, otherwise this mentor of disorder could completely crush him in all aspects with this glove. Hobert reached out to Bennett, hoping to steal a demigod level ability. But Bennett reached out and pushed forward, deprivation. It actually deprived the dream-stealing pocket watch of its ability to steal beyonder abilities. This ability cannot be used again for an hour. At the same time, Hobert also found the loophole in the sealed artifact. Although the glove has the level of a demigod, the person using the sealed artifact is indeed a sequence 5. Hobert immediately said to Hant, who could move slowly, "Buy me some time." The pale light on Hant's sword shone brightly, and he was actually recovering bit by bit. Not only was Bennett stunned, but Hobert was also stunned. What kind of guy did I sign a contract with? He can actually withstand a demigod-level prohibition. Hant thrust his sword at Bennett again. Bennett pushed forward again with his gloved hand. Exile. The white light on Hant's sword flashed again, and he slashed out with his sword. The skill, Exile, was actually broken by him. Unfortunately, Hant doesn't seem to have any offensive beyonder abilities other than the sword in his hand, so no matter how sharp his swordsmanship is, he can only hold Bennett back. Taking this opportunity, Hobert once again poured his spirituality into the traveler's knife. I came, I saw, I record. Suddenly, his figure also became as majestic as Bennett. Exile. It was also Exile, and it was also a demigod-level skill. Hobert also recorded this skill from Christian yesterday afternoon, and it took more than a dozen recordings to succeed. Bennett looked at Hobert in disbelief. He could be sure that Hobert was not a demigod. Before this, Bennett felt that with the black glove in his hand, there were few enemies below the demigod level. But today he encountered an enemy that he in a sequence 5 could not deal with. Bennett's figure slowly faded, and he quickly said, "Exile is forbidden here." But his prohibition didn't work, because he was already in a state of exile, and the influence of him and the sealed artifact in his hand on the real world was rapidly decreasing. If other teammates prohibited it, it would be effective, but it would have to be at least a sequence 5 level prohibition to work, but unfortunately his teammates were overwhelmed and did not have the ability to prohibit. The loophole that Hobert found was very accurate. No matter what level the sealed artifact in his hand was, he was ultimately only a sequence 5. With Bennett being exiled, there was no suspense in the battle situation. Alva took advantage of the underworld gate not being so solid, got rid of the pale arms, and chose to flee the battlefield immediately. Hobert tried to pursue with Blink, but Alva kept distorting the distance, and his speed was not slower than Blink. This made Hobert sigh. A sequence 5 is really hard to kill. Then he was slightly stunned. It seemed that he had just sighed that sequence 6 was really hard to kill some time ago, but tonight he could kill 3 sequence SIXS. Hobert smiled and had to come back and besiege and kill the Baron of Corruption with Hant. This Baron of Corruption was also unlucky enough. He died tonight without using a single beyonder power. Hobert ended the summoning of the Underworld Gate, and as the Underworld Gate gradually disappeared, Hobert stepped forward to finish the job, killing Bayard and Boris one after another. He really killed 3 sequence SIXS. Hobert used the Spirit Wine Glass to extract all the beyonder characteristics in advance, and also found the revolver with beyonder effects from Bird. He also found a set of tarot cards from him. It seems that he often used the ability of astrologer to help people divination. Hant made a great contribution in the battle just now, so Hobert said to Hant, "You choose first." Hant chose a scribe, a briber, and 2 sequence 8 beyonder characteristics. He put away his sword, bowed slightly to Hobert, and disappeared from the real world. Hobert quickly collected the other spoils, and used the fire lacquer seal as a medium to control the order wood to return to the shape of the scabbard, and finally recovered the used disorder stone. Just as he was about to leave with travel, he saw the tarot cards he had thrown on the ground. This gave him a sudden idea of mischief. He picked up the tarot cards, found the Emperor card and threw it in the pile of corpses, and threw the other cards far away. Only then did Hobert pour his spirituality into the traveler's knife. As his figure gradually disappeared, he smiled and said, "Emperor, at the fool." His figure completely disappeared, as if he had never been here. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 339, Chapter 339, Spoils of War, Bonus 3. Chapter 339, Spoils of War. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to ENJD for joining as a Sequence 9, reader, +5. The gunshots from the battle had attracted the attention of the police, and the officers patrolling Nicola Street immediately rushed over. But before them, someone had already arrived at the battlefield. About half a minute after Hobert left the Nicola shipyard, a figure appeared at the entrance of the shipyard. The next second, this figure was already in the lobby of the office building. He was an old man with white hair and beard, with a unique sense of vicissitude, as if he had been traveling all his life. This was Ryan Solomon, the leader of the current Solomon family members. He was the one who had previously obtained the orderwood that could still be used for a few minutes in Tingen City, and he was also the one who had inquired about the recent situation of Henry's family in the suburbs of Backlund. And tonight, Ryan felt that surging power of order again. Unfortunately, he was one step late. Only corpses remained on the battlefield, and even the Beyonder characteristics had been taken away. In other places in the factory, there were still a few monsters attacking living people, but Ryan was not interested in them. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a tarot card in the pile of corpses, the Emperor card. Suddenly, he looked up at the second floor. A woman in her 30s walked out of the office on the second floor. She was elegantly dressed, wearing a veiled hat, and her face was not clear. She had also just arrived. Ryan had not noticed her presence when he entered the lobby. Ryan's eyes narrowed. In her hand, she held a wooden cane, which felt very similar to the wood in his hand that was full of the power of order, except that the wood seemed to have no power anymore. The two did not know each other, but they both realized that the other was a Beyonder on the same level as themselves. So they nodded slightly to each other as a greeting, and then they both looked at the Emperor card. It wasn't until the sound of police footsteps came from outside that they each left. Feynapotter Kingdom, Cantor Town in the southeastern part of the capital. Hobert suddenly appeared in the room. The illusion he had used before had long since invalidation, and at this time, only a paper figure was covered under the quilt. The reason for doing this disguise was to avoid being noticed by the people the king might have sent that he had suddenly disappeared. Hobert guessed that although he had been ennobled as a baron, the king, or the Feynapotter Kingdom's intelligence agency should still send people to monitor him and Christian for a period of time. It's just that their surveillance would be very careful, possibly just watching from a distance. Hobert's previous use of illusion to disguise himself was a cautious approach. Even if the illusion failed, Hobert was not worried, unless the person monitoring him had corresponding sealed artifacts, otherwise they would not have noticed that he had just disappeared. Sitting on the edge of the bed and waiting quietly for more than 10 minutes, Hobert confirmed that there was nothing unusual. Then he took out the spoils of tonight, a revolver with the ability to whisper, an exquisite fine iron sword, and several Beyonder characteristics. The sword belonged to the unlucky Baron of Corruption. It had no special effects, but it was exquisitely crafted and relatively sharp. Hobert, based on the principle of never wasting anything, picked it up as well. Taking off his mask, Hobert relit the candle and sacrificed all the spoils of tonight to the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first picked up the revolver. Using the authority of the Nation of Disorder, he immediately understood the revolver's ability. The gun will automatically enchant the bullets. The enchanted bullets have two effects. One effect is to allow the target to hear whispers that can pollute spirituality, making it difficult for the other party to concentrate. This corruption will last for a period of time. If the Beyonder is in good condition, the corruption will gradually disappear. If the condition is very bad, at some point in the future, the corruption may become the source of losing control. The second enchanting effect is to cause certain damage to the enemy's spirit body, causing the enemy to experience very intense pain, thereby making it impossible to concentrate. In severe cases, it will cause the enemy to faint briefly. The damage to the spirit body will disappear over time. The negative effect is, it is easy to hear mysterious whispers, and it is impossible to distinguish whether these whispers are benevolent or malicious. Perhaps you can grow according to the descriptions in those whispers, or perhaps you will be stared at by some evil existences because of the descriptions in those whispers, and die miserably. Hobert put the gun on the stone platform. The negative effects of this gun were not difficult to avoid, as long as he didn't believe any of the content of the whispers. However, he couldn't keep the gun with him for a long time. These whispers must be full of temptation, and there will always be some descriptions that make people's hearts flutter. Another reason for not keeping it with him was that this gun was probably benchmarked against Sequence 7, and its Beyonder power was likely derived from a Shadow Ascetic Beyonder characteristic. For the current Hobert, he really couldn't look down on Beyonder items of this level. Moreover, since having the Tang blade, Hobert's other hand has become very busy, having to use the Order wood, be ready to throw out the Disorder stone, and then hold the Dream-Stealing pocket watch in his hand, looking for opportunities to use it. Relatively speaking, the Dream-Stealing pocket watch is easier to use than this revolver. The bullets fired can be distorted and may be dodged, but the ability of the Dream-Stealing pocket watch is something that at least demigods and below have no way to avoid. Because he had the Tang blade, Hobert also stored the sword next to the stone platform after checking that there were no highly recognizable patterns carved on the sword, as well as things that could be easily divined. Next were the Beyonder characteristics. Although there were already many Beyonder characteristics on the stone platform, Hobert's love for these magical little things remained undiminished. These things are wealth that will never depreciate in the mystical world. Hobert reached out and summoned the Beyonder characteristics, identifying them one by one. Among them were the Beyonder characteristics of a Baron of Corruption and a Scribe, and the Beyonder characteristics of an Astrologer and a Briber. The others were all Beyonder characteristics of Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 levels, including 3 Barbarian and 4 Sheriff Beyonder characteristics, as well as 2 Trickmaster Beyonder characteristics. The Sequence 9 Beyonder characteristics were 1 Lawyer and 2 Apprentice Beyonder characteristics. Hobert roughly calculated that the harvest from this operation was worth about £13,000 just for the beyonder characteristics, which was about 15,000 gold lire. In one go, he earned back the cost of the traveler beyonder characteristic. It's just that this kind of business can't happen every day. This time, he was able to have such a fruitful harvest because of the previous channeling and advance investigation, which is difficult to replicate. Hobert habitually decomposed the beyonder characteristics. The income he had roughly calculated just now was only the initial income. After decomposing these beyonder characteristics, he could at least double it again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 340, Chapter 340 The Emperor Card, Left at the Scene, Bonus 4. Chapter 340 The Emperor Card, Left at the Scene. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Backlund, Factory District, Nikola Shipyard. Last night, this place was sealed off by the police, with not only police carriages but also a carriage bearing the dark sacred emblem. Because the legal representative of the shipyard is a believer of the Evernight goddess, this case was transferred to the Nighthawks team. Early morning is when the winter smog is at its thickest, but reporters are still waiting outside, waiting for the police to announce the latest information. With a horse's neigh, another carriage with the dark sacred emblem entered the shipyard. Leonard got out of the carriage and looked at the first floor of the factory office building. The doors and windows on the first floor seemed to have been crushed by a surge of great force. All the glass was broken, and the door was directly squeezed down. The entrance looked empty. Leonard quickly arrived at the scene, where two colleagues, Lorata and Borgia, were already present. "Any leads?" he asked. At this time, the bodies at the scene had been cleared, leaving only the tarot card on the ground. Leonard glanced at it. It was the Emperor card. Loretto glanced at Leonard. "This case doesn't seem to have been assigned to the Red Gloves, right? I heard that a tarot card was found at the scene, which is similar to the previous case, so Captain Soest asked me to see if there are any related clues." Loretto said, "Oh, according to our investigation, the deceased were all members of the Tamara family. Through a search of the hall and office, we suspect that several homicides in the past 2 years are related to them. We have not been able to find their den before. Unexpectedly, they used such a large shipyard as a cover. Unfortunately, their spirituality has basically dissipated when we arrived, and there is no way to divine the clues of the murderer. Otherwise, we will definitely find the murderer, give him an award, and send him behind the Chinese gate by the way." Leonard asked, "There seem to be many employee dormitories around, right? Are there any eyewitnesses?" "Yes." Borgia replied, but the eyewitnesses said that when they heard the fighting, they saw the first floor of the office building was shrouded in a layer of black fog, and they couldn't see the situation inside. As Hobert can borrow the power of Nation of Disorder in the real world, the appearance of Tree of Order has also changed. Only near the Tree of Order, or using special items in the distance, can you see its crown clearly. Because the light is distorted by the Tree of Order, ordinary people can't see the appearance of the crown at all from a distance. Leonard glanced at the tarot card on the ground again. The last time a tarot card appeared in a case was when someone reported the discovery of Lenevis. Someone appeared in time on the only way for Lenevis to escape and killed this hateful swindler. At that time, tarot cards were scattered all over the scene, but today's crime scene only has one Emperor card. Could it be that the last time was a crime of passion? And this time it was a premeditated crime. But what is the connection between the two? Could it be that Lenevis has something to do with the members of the Tamara family? What does the Emperor card represent? On the way back, when only Leonard was left in the carriage, he whispered, "Old man, what do you think? Is this the way you should address an elder when asking for advice?" Leonard smiled. "It seems you haven't found any clues either." "That card is the clue." Palez, who was parasitizing Leonard, said, "The main sequence mastered by the Tamara family includes the Black Emperor pathway." Leonard understood. This is a battle for beyonder characteristics, but what does it have to do with tarot cards? Could it be that a mysterious organization with tarot cards as codenames has appeared? The murderer yesterday was a member holding the Emperor card. Palez, that's something the church should worry about. It has nothing to do with me. Backlund, 15 Minsk Street. Klein was stunned when he saw today's morning paper, tarot cards. Why did tarot cards appear at the scene of this murder case? He touched his back, as if there was a huge scapegoat added. According to the report in the newspaper, a major burglary occurred on Nikola Street last night. The brutal murderer killed several security personnel in the office building and robbed all the finances in the safe, reportedly including a large amount of gold and no less than £1,000 in cash. It is worth mentioning that a tarot card was found at the scene, which the police said may be a directional clue left by the murderer. Klein's first thought was copycat crime, because tarot cards were found at the scene of Lenevis's murder, so someone followed him to learn and shift. He suddenly realized that this might be a supernatural case, not a burglary as the newspaper said. Because the Lenevis case was a supernatural case, ordinary people simply do not know the inside story. Unfortunately, the newspaper did not publish what card it was, otherwise that would be a clue. Klein concluded that the murderer must be diverting the attention of the official beyonders. With this conclusion, he also divined that this matter would not bring danger to himself, and Klein breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise he would always have the illusion that his old secrets were being revealed. Backlund, Empress Borough. At Earl Hall's breakfast table, Audrey glanced at the newspaper next to her father's hand. Dear Earl Hall, what's new today? In fact, she had already seen the report. She was also shocked by the appearance of tarot cards at the crime scene. Could this be another action related to the Tarot Club and Mr. Fool? But why did this action kill so many innocent people? And rob those properties? What is the difference between this and a robber? A criminal gang's den has been destroyed, and a tarot card was also found at the scene. Earl Hall had already obtained more detailed information from the Church of the Evernight Goddess. But the fact that it was the den of a Beyonder family could not be discussed at the dining table at home. In the eyes of official Beyonders, all unofficial Beyonders are criminals, and all unofficial Beyonder organizations are criminal gangs. Earl Hall's statement is not wrong. Audrey's eyes lit up. She determined from the details of her father's expression that the case her father was talking about was the burglary case published in the newspaper. I knew it, Mr. Fool's believers would not be robbers. She showed enough curiosity. Criminal gang. Why leave tarot cards? What card is it? Earl Hall casually said while drinking morning tea. As far as I know, it's an Emperor card. The bacon on Audrey's fork almost reached her nose. Emperor card. Is it Hobert? Fortunately, Audrey's control over her expression is now very superb, and she did not show too obvious shock. She thought, is it really Hobert? Isn't he in the Fainapotter kingdom? Right, he has a magical item with travel ability, maybe he really came back. Goddess. Hasn't he betrayed the country? Why would he still eradicate criminal gangs in Backlund? Who? Wait a minute, the tarot gathering is in the afternoon, I must ask clearly in person. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 341, Chapter 341 There is only one Amon in the world, Bonus 5. Chapter 341 There is only one Amon in the world. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Fainapotter Kingdom, Cantor Town. Hobert got up early and started a new journey today. There are two routes from Fainapotter City to Coulson County. One is to start from Fainapotter City and follow the Tidy River by water, but now because there is no direct passenger ship to Buga City, the capital of Coulson County, it takes a lot of time to wait for the passenger ship, and the whole journey becomes about 3 days. The other route is the land route that Hobert is taking now. Because there is no direct train to Coulson County, he can only take a carriage to the train station in Cont Town and take a 6.5-hour train to reach Buga City. Generally, people go to Coulson County by train and return by boat. On the train, Hobert learned more information about Coulson County. Only the southern mountainous area of Coulson County was regarded by the king as a fief for the nobles, and the northern part was still ruled by the county government. However, after the freight of the Tidy River was blocked, Buga City was also marginalized. This is the reason why this capital city does not have a direct train to the capital. In recent decades, the entire northern continent has started a wave of large-scale railway construction. And Buga City lost its importance 5 or 60 years ago, and did not catch up with this wave of development. There is no railway or shipping from Buga City to the south. You may have to ride a horse or walk along the Tidy River to reach Hobert's fief. The passengers on the train are not sure how many days it will take. I just heard that there are many bandits along the way, so be careful. Hobert arrived in Buga City at about 1:30 in the afternoon. After getting off the train, he first saw the small train station and the somewhat dilapidated urban area. The decline of a waterway has a huge impact on the cities along the way. Hobert also felt it was very strange. Why didn't the Fainapotter Kingdom try to re-dredge the waterway? Of course, now is not the time to think about this question. Hobert found a hotel that looked fairly clean, asked for a room, and closed the curtains as if preparing for a nap, but was actually waiting for the Tarot Club time to arrive. Although he had asked about the leave process before, he had never asked for leave, which meant that he could attend the party normally. At 3 o'clock, the grey mist drowned Hobert's sight, and he reappeared in the magnificent Great Hall, sitting at the ancient bronze long table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. With Justice Audrey's crisp greeting, this week's gathering officially began. Although Audrey had too many questions to ask Hobert, she still insisted on greeting all the members first. During the greeting process, she found that the son had obvious anxiety. So Audrey asked, "What are you worried about?" The son Derek did not hide it, and immediately told the whole story of his successful, pretending to be sick, and being sent to the bottom of the round tower for isolation and treatment. Finally, he asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, it is said that there is a god-level sealed item at the bottom of the round tower that can close and isolate the bottom of the round tower. Will that sealed item discover that I am participating in the tarot club? The fool, Klein replied, normally, it won't be able to find out. In fact, he didn't know either, but he didn't find any power trying to invade this grey mist, so he answered like this. However, Klein did not say anything definitive. He continued, but some magical items have unique effects. Hobert felt that he had learned again, what is the highest level of beating around the bush. It seems like he said something important, but it seems like he didn't say anything. The naive Derek was relieved when he saw that Mr. Fool gave a positive answer. I don't know what kind of unique effect it has. This is one of the highest secrets of City of Silver. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered the neighbor at the bottom of the round tower, and blurted out, have you heard of a person named Amon? Hobert now wants to send little son an Amon card. You don't know how difficult a guy you have provoked. Hanged Man, Alger asked, why did you suddenly ask this question? Derek briefly described the conversation with the search team leader in the next room. 42 years ago, a search team encountered a person who claimed to be Amon in the depths of darkness. They invited Amon to City of Silver, and Amon agreed. But on the way back, Amon disappeared. The members of that exploration team returned to City of Silver and went crazy or lost control one after another, leaving only the captain alone, who was locked in the room next to Derek. Everyone looked at Emperor and Hanged Man. It seems that only these two members can understand this kind of weird thing and problem. Alger saw that Emperor had no intention of answering, so he said, in the fourth epoch, more than 1,500 years ago in our country, or even longer, there used to be a family that possessed strange powers. They belonged to the Tudor dynasty, and their surname was Amon. Even in that era when there were many high-sequence powerhouses, this family's surname was a taboo. Why? Audrey asked this question before Derek had time to ask. Alger said, according to the information I have learned, the Amon family is a blasphemer family. It is said that they have mastered the secret of stealing the power of gods. Also, the Amon family claims to be descendants of the ancient sun god. Derek was confused. There is no ancient sun god in his knowledge of mythology. So he looked at Mr. Fool with a doubtful look. Klein thought, I don't know either. Of course, he can't show the fool's ignorance, he can only pretend to be uninterested in this topic. Derek saw that Mr. Fool was not interested, and looked at Emperor again. Hobert thought for a while and said, the answer to this question is also very valuable, but considering that you are facing great danger and will not have the opportunity to pay the reward recently, I might as well reveal some information to you. Very dangerous? Mr. Emperor, do you think so too? Derek asked in surprise. The elders of the six-member council also think so. Hobert was slightly stunned and did not react for a while. Is it because I have read the original work, so I sound the alarm when I hear Amon? Alger took a breath and said helplessly, if you don't think so, you are not normal. The fact that he is the only one alive in the entire exploration team is enough to show that he has a big problem. Hobert nodded. He still underestimated the simplicity of Little Son. Derek had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. Furs, who was listening with great interest, resisted the urge to reach out and cover his face. There are not many teenagers as simple as this now. Then everyone looked at Emperor, waiting for him to reveal more information. Emperor did not disappoint them. Hobert said, the ancient sun god we are talking about is the omniscient and omnipotent god you are talking about. Also, there is only one Amon in this world. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 342, Chapter 342, Mr. Fool's Path, Bonus 6. Chapter 342, Mr. Fool's Path. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The giant hall in the mist fell silent immediately. Klein had some guesses about the ancient sun god, so he wasn't surprised to hear Emperor say that, but he was surprised by the description after Emperor, there is only one Amon in the world. So we must cherish Amon. This sentence is very strange. Alger, who also had rich knowledge of mysticism, had similar questions. Does Mr. Emperor mean that the Amon family now has only one member left? And that member is now in the forsaken land of the gods? Audrey, through observation, found that Hobert's expression was very serious when he said the latter sentence, and he seemed hesitant to speak. There is a huge secret hidden behind this sentence, but Hobert doesn't seem to intend to make that secret public now. Furs, who heard this relatively high-end information in the extraordinary world for the first time, seemed to have a new definition of the high-end nature of the Tarot Club. This Emperor seems to know a lot of information about gods. This is too blasphemous. She thought of the high-end transactions that everyone had with Emperor in the previous two gatherings. Could those be information about the gods? If that's the case, this might as well be called the blasphemer gathering. The most shocked was Little Sun. The ancient sun god is the all-knowing and omnipotent god. Then he was the first to react and ask, Mr. Emperor, that all-knowing and omnipotent god, I mean the ancient sun is now. Hobert glanced at Little Sun before saying, you can think that he has fallen. Derek immediately felt a sourness in his nose and almost cried. He had made such guesses more than once before, but when he got the accurate answer, the grief and despair in his heart were still indescribable. He would not doubt the accuracy of the news from Mr. Emperor, because Mr. Emperor's performance has always shown that he knows the process of the ancient sun god's fall, but the knowledge value involved in this information is too high, so Mr. Emperor said it is worth 20,000 pounds. At this time, the world asked the Emperor, in a hoarse voice, is the formation of the forsaken land of the gods related to the fall of the ancient sun god? Hobert nodded, yes. Derek stabilized his emotions. Mr. Emperor, what should we do? What should the City of Silver do? Where are you now? Derek was slightly stunned before honestly returning, I am of course in Mr. Fool's divine kingdom. Who is the deity at the head of the bronze long table? The Fool, Mr. Fool. Aren't the Tarot Club members around you your partners? Haven't they provided you with help? Derek seemed to gradually regain hope. Thank you, Mr. Emperor, I understand, the old hope is gone, but we have ushered in new hope. I also thank everyone for their help all the time, especially Mr. Emperor and Mr. Hangman. I have learned a lot of knowledge and ways of dealing with things from you. Audrey was also a little moved. At this moment, she felt that the members of the Tarot Club were a loving family. Klein and Alger weren't so excited, because the other members had always had a transactional relationship with Little Sun. Although they had taken care of Sun, those helps were not selfless. It's just that Emperor has created the atmosphere here, and they can't say these two straightforward things. Furs, who had been watching, also had a feeling of unity is strength, but she joined the association late and didn't have a strong sense of ownership of the Tarot Club. Alger asked again, Mr. Emperor, what do you mean by saying that there is only one Amon in the world? Hobert pondered for a while before saying, I can't tell you the details until Miss Justice becomes a psychiatrist. Alger understood and asked, why? Hobert said to himself, next, I will popularize the abilities of the Marauder Pathway Demigod. To be honest, this information is also very valuable, but to solve the problems encountered by Sun, everyone must know this information. Alger realized something, recalled the relevant information of 0-08, and did not continue to ask. Hobert said, Sequence 4 of Marauder is called Parasite, which can parasitize in the bodies of other Beyonders or ordinary people, and it is difficult to be detected. The world asked, was the captain of the City of Silver parasitized? Theoretically, yes. Hobert said, this can also explain the encounter of that team. They met Amon. Amon parasitized into the body of one of the team members, so Amon disappeared. Everyone sighed in their hearts, there is such an ability. Audrey then sighed, where did Hobert learn so much mysterious knowledge? Could it be that his father is a scholar? I haven't heard that Brigadier General Christian was born in a powerful Beyonder family. Furs also sighed, the weird event that sounds so weird was actually explained clearly by Emperor. Is this the real face of the extraordinary world? It looks mysterious and weird, but there are actually some operating principles hidden behind it. Derek asked again, Mr. Emperor, why are the other team members crazy? Also, is Amon really a descendant of the all-knowing and omnipotent God? Who said that the Amon they met must be a demigod? Hobert smiled, let me talk about some of the abilities of the high sequence of the Marauder Pathway. High sequence Beyonders can steal other people's fate, and can perceive whether the person in front of them is related to them by observing other people's fate. Hobert put emphasis on the word relationship. Klein immediately understood, that is to say, if I know too much information about Amon, then when Amon sees me, he will be able to perceive that I know him very well. No wonder we have to wait until Miss Justice becomes a psychiatrist before we can tell everyone more detailed information. Like 0-08 before, even if we know too much information about Amon in the Tarot Club, we can ask Miss Justice to hypnotize us and forget these information after leaving the Tarot Club. Alger, so that's how it is. This is as weird as the high sequence of the Spectator Pathway. Derek pondered for a few seconds, and gradually understood the reason why Mr. Emperor did not answer his question directly. Then what should I do? Amon's ability is too weird, Derek feels that he has no way to solve this problem at all. Of course, pray to Mr. Fool. Hobert smiled, Mr. Fool should be very interested in Amon. Klein behind the grey fog tried his best to deny in his heart, don't talk nonsense, I'm not interested at all. But he still manipulated world and asked, why do you say that? Hobert said, as far as I know, Marauder, Apprentice, and Seer are adjacent pathways. Except for Furs and Klein, the other members suddenly realized, Mr. Fool is one of the gods of these three pathways. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 343, Chapter 343 The Emperor is Hobert, Bonus 7. Chapter 343 The Emperor is Hobert. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters, almost reached ch. For the members of the Tarot Club, the question of what pathway Mr. Fool belonged to was bordering on blasphemy. The education they had received since childhood made them not even dare to think about it. However, Emperor seemed to already know which pathway the deity Mr. Fool belonged to. And Klein, sitting at the head of the table, felt an increasingly strong urge to strike Emperor with lightning. But sadly, the Fool did not have such authority. He could only mobilize the power of the Sefirah castle to exude sufficient pressure and glare at Emperor. Everyone felt that chilling power and lowered their heads, not daring to speculate any further. Audrey even thought to herself, if Hobert continues like this, he might be punished by Mr. Fool one day. After all, this was Klein's territory. Hobert, who knew when to yield and when to stand firm, quickly said, "Apologies, Mr. Fool. I gleaned some information from offering sacrifices to you and receiving your blessings. I have never actively speculated about you." Alger was stunned. What clues could be obtained from the sacrificial and blessing rituals? Others had the same question, including Klein. If I had known, I wouldn't have scared Emperor. Otherwise, I could have manipulated the world to ask him what he saw in the ritual. But now the atmosphere is so tense that it's not good to ask again. Then Klein said in a deep voice, "This is the last time." Hobert quickly replied, "Yes, yes, yes." After a few seconds of silence in the hall, Audrey's question broke the silence. "Mr. Emperor, what do you mean by stealing fate beyond our power?" Hobert replied, "It refers to stealing the fate of the target. For example, a high-sequence being of the pathway steals the fate of a member of the Tarot Club, then he can replace that member to attend the meeting, and none of us will notice." Everyone felt a chill down their spines. This ability was too bizarre. Then, everyone turned their attention to Little Sun, suspecting whether he was the original Sun. Hobert added, "I was just making an analogy. The master of this grey fog space, Mr. Fool, can definitely discern such methods." Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, including Klein. Klein thought, "I didn't even know I had such methods." As expected of the adjacent pathway to the seer, the main focus is also on mystery. Furs asked curiously, then if he steals the fate of a husband, wouldn't the wife and children at home also treat him as their husband or father? Where did the original husband go? Theoretically, that's how it is, Hobert said. The person whose fate is stolen will become a stranger in the eyes of his former acquaintances and relatives. Because he has no fate, his connection with reality will gradually weaken, and eventually disappear into the void. If, during this process, the fate is returned, he can exist in this world again. Furs sighed, what a terrifying ability. The existence of such beings makes one dare not believe whether the people around them are still the same as before. Hobert smiled and said, "Fortunately, there are very, very few people with this ability." Furs felt that she was not comforted at all. Little Sun asked, "Then after the meeting, should I immediately pray to Mr. Fool?" "It's best not to," Hobert said. "Since he has been sealed at the bottom of the round tower, it means that your superiors are also aware of his problem, but it is not clear what the specific problem is." He also followed up, "At this time, you should pretend that you don't know anything. When a real danger occurs, don't rush to ask Mr. Fool for help, but first ask the superiors of City of Silver for help. If you encounter a life-threatening danger, then consider asking Mr. Fool for help." Hobert nodded, as expected of the political commissar Dow, impeccable in terms of details. Derek nodded seriously, carefully noting the instructions of Mr. Emperor and Mr. Hangman. "Mr. Emperor, of course I know how advanced the information you revealed today is. For this, I am willing to pay you 3 sequence 8 level main materials as a reward after this incident is over." Hobert was slightly stunned and nodded, thinking to himself, Little Sun is still conscientious. With Derek taking the lead, Audrey also said, "I also heard this information and asked questions. I will use giving you certain help in the future as a reward for this information." Alger also had to make a statement, "I will also provide help within my ability in the future as a reward." Although his reward was similar to Justice's, adding, "within the scope of my ability," made it different, only indicating that helping with a small favor was no problem. Furs also followed Hanged Man's example in expressing her position. Although the world was a little unwilling, he also stated that if Emperor needed anything, he would lend a hand. After this issue was discussed, Audrey remembered to offer Roselle's diary to Mr. Fool. After Mr. Fool's reading time ended, Audrey said again, "Mr. Emperor, I have a question I want to discuss with you separately." "Mr. Fool, I request to communicate with Mr. Emperor separately." Hobert was slightly stunned and nodded. Klein isolated the hearing and vision of the others. Audrey asked straight to the point, "You are currently in the Feinapotter Kingdom, right?" Hobert smiled, "You guessed my identity in the real world after all. Didn't you also guess my identity?" Klein behind the grey fog was stunned, not expecting Emperor and Justice to know each other. Then Audrey asked, "Why did you betray your country?" Klein's "What the heck" almost blurted out, "Mr. Emperor is Hobert. Hobert is a bandit, cough, Hobert is the Emperor. No wonder when I first met Hobert, I felt his aura was so familiar." Hobert glanced at the Fool with the corner of his eye, Audrey thought that the fool, who was like a god, must know the identity of every member of the tarot club, but in fact, he didn't know. He smiled bitterly and thought, knowing is knowing. There is not much loss in Klein knowing that Emperor is Hobert, and some problems don't need to be concealed anymore. To be honest, I don't know the specific reason, Hobert replied. Audrey was slightly surprised. Of course, she could observe that Hobert was telling the truth. Could there be some unknown secrets inside? But she didn't care too much about what those secrets were, and asked again, you were implicated by Sir Christian and had no choice but to betray your country, right? Hobert smiled, you can understand it that way. He knew that Audrey had a near-obsessive sense of justice, so he didn't explain further. Hearing this answer, Audrey felt much more comfortable in her heart. Did you rob the Nikola shipyard last night? Klein, Alas, I was careless in recruiting people. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 344, Chapter 344 A Private Communication with Audrey, Bonus 8. Chapter 344 A Private Communication with Audrey. Thanks to Force for advancing to Sequence 9, Reader. +5. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Although Klein sighed about recklessly pulling people in, he had no malice towards Emperor or Hobert. On the contrary, he hoped to gain more high-end knowledge from Emperor. Therefore, even with such a sigh, Klein didn't intend to kick Hobert out of the group chat. Immediately afterward, Klein understood the source of Emperor's knowledge. It might not all come from his family, but also from a hidden organization. After all, Hobert had the Creator backing him. But since Hobert was a devotee or believer of the Creator, why didn't he seek help from the Creator when faced with the madness brought by the curse? Klein gave several answers in his mind. For example, the Creator was not very good at solving curse problems, so Hobert prayed to me. Another example was that Hobert had also sought help from the Creator while asking me for help. It was probably from that time that Hobert began to receive the Creator's attention. But only thinking to this point, Klein didn't intend to seek further confirmation, because he had indeed received help from the Creator before. Now that he showed no signs of losing control, it meant that it was not an evil god. And through his contact with Hobert, Klein could also perceive that he was a lawyer with a sense of justice, a trustworthy teammate. As for whether he was a traitor, Klein didn't care too much. Since that was the case, Klein was also willing to be a trustworthy teammate to Hobert. Almost in an instant, Klein's mind wandered a lot, and then he continued to listen to the conversation between Justice and Emperor. Hobert answered Audrey's question, what robbery? Yesterday, I was planning to kill a mentor of disorder from a Beyonder family, but I failed. Audrey was taken aback. Then you're not injured, are you? Not really. After all, I now have the ability to travel. If I can't beat them, I can still run away. Hobert didn't want to reveal too many details of last night's battle. Audrey said, oh, and then said, the newspaper said you robbed all the cash and gold in the safe. Hobert was stunned. How could I forget the safe? This was a loss that the fool had suffered. Back then, no, it was at some point in the future, when he impersonated the hero bandit to kill the human trafficker Capim, he regretted not searching the safe. Hobert asked, did the newspaper say how much wealth was in the safe? It said there were a lot of gold and no less than 1,000 pounds of cash. Hobert smiled and shook his head. There was a fierce battle at the time. I really didn't have time to take care of it. Audrey covered her mouth and chuckled. It seems the reporters don't understand the inside story either. Then she asked, why did you kill that mentor of disorder? What is the origin of the family that is hostile to you? Are they all vicious criminals? If I advance again, I will be promoted to mentor of disorder. Hobert said, the people I killed were all members of the Tamara family. This family and the Amon family we just mentioned are both nobles of the Tudor Empire. This family controls the lawyer, arbiter, and apprentice pathways. If you hear any news about them, you can choose to tell me. I will return to Backlund to start hunting again. As for their character, they certainly use their strongholds in Backlund to do a lot of bad things. Although they are not as bad as the Aurora Order, they are not good people either. Hobert certainly knew that Audrey paid special attention to moral issues. In her opinion, it was necessary to determine that the other party was of bad character before killing them. Such a view cannot be said to be naive or simple, but only because she has experienced too little to have such persistence. A noble girl under 20 years old, who has been well protected by her family since she was a child, has not yet fully come into contact with society. It can only be said that she still lives in her own world. At the same time, based on his life experience in the Common Era, Hobert knew that such a concept could not be persuaded by persuasion, but only by letting her experience it and think for herself. Hobert remembered that Miss Justice gradually became less naive after working at a charity. At the moment, Hobert was unwilling to have ideological contradictions with Audrey over such trivial matters, so he said that the Tamara family was not good people. Audrey smiled. I knew it. You must have known that they were not good people before you took action. She said in her heart, these reporters are really too bad. They actually portrayed Hobert as a cruel robber. Hobert cleared his throat. As a friend, I have something to remind you of. Audrey was taken aback. Tell me. I said some laws of Beyonder characteristics before. You should be able to understand that Beyonders of the same pathway and adjacent pathways are very likely to be enemies unless they belong to the same organization. Audrey nodded slowly, as if she understood what Hobert meant. Hobert continued, as a person with Beyonder abilities, I will not randomly harm an ordinary person, but I don't mind punishing some people or things that I don't like. It's like an adult who won't randomly beat or scold a child, but if the child is too naughty, they have to teach them a lesson for their parents. Klein behind the grey fog felt that Emperor's values were too much to his liking. Audrey nodded. I understand. This is a very correct concept. Hobert waved his hand. Continue to listen to me, but when we face Beyonders, it's different. Whether you want to or not, once you become an Beyonder, you have to accept the fact that Beyonders of adjacent pathways are enemies, and you have to accept the fact that other Beyonders may regard you as an Beyonder characteristic, or a wealth, at any time. Do you understand what I'm saying? In the mystical world, besides wonder and mystery, there are also darkness and haze. Audrey nodded seriously. Emperor first. No, Mr. Hobert, I understand what you mean. She sincerely said, thank you very much for your reminder. I will carefully contact every Beyonder. Every Beyonder may be a potential enemy. She smiled brightly again. Fortunately, I met like-minded Beyonders in the Tarot Club, Beyonders who can be trusted enough. Hobert smiled slightly and did not continue this topic. If you have any urgent matters to contact me, Zio has my emergency contact information. You can. Speaking of this, Hobert suddenly realized that the atmosphere was a little wrong. The smile on Audrey's face seemed to disappear. Hobert immediately understood where the problem was. At that time, I was being monitored by the royal family. Contacting Zio would not attract their attention, but if I contact you, it will definitely affect your father's political career. For the sake of you and your family, of course I can't contact you. The smile on Audrey's face reappeared. I knew it. You will make the most stable choice at any time. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 345, Chapter 345 The Various Parties of the Tarot Club, Bonus 9. Chapter 345 The Various Parties of the Tarot Club. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Audrey's smile returned, relieving Hobert. Behind the grey mist, Klein marveled at Hobert's quick reaction. Before he could fully understand why Miss Justice was unhappy, Hobert had already responded. Audrey then asked Hobert, why did you think of leaving an Emperor card at the scene at the time? Hobert spread his hands, because I am the Emperor of the Tarot Club. Then, as if realizing it belatedly, he said to Klein, who was seated at the head of the table, sorry, Mr. Fool, the situation was urgent at the time, and I didn't have time to pray for your instructions. At that time, I simply thought that since I am a member of the Tarot Club, of course I should use what I am doing to expand the reputation of our Tarot Club. Klein behind the grey mist, I believe you. He said in a solemn voice, remember to pray for instructions in the future. Hobert quickly said, definitely, definitely. Audrey smiled and said, fortunately, Mr. Fool is a merciful god, otherwise you would have been punished by him long ago. Klein sighed, it's getting harder and harder to lead the team. He was already considering whether to let the world spout nonsense at the Tarot Club, and then easily crush him to set an example, and then create a new account. After the separate exchanges ended, the Tarot Club continued. This week, apart from Hobert and Little Son, no one else had two rich experiences. Alger made an appointment with Hobert to explore the ruins of the elves around the weekend this week, and then came to the information exchange session. First took a deep breath and said, before attending the gathering, I saw a report in an early newspaper saying that a brutal robbery occurred in Backlund, and the murderer left a tarot card at the scene. Audrey glanced at Hobert, who pretended not to see it. Alger asked, are you sure that was the news from the early newspaper? Since it was the news from the early newspaper, why did she only see it at noon? Furs was too embarrassed to say that she didn't get up until noon. She sighed in her heart, it's not that I'm lazy, but the bed in winter is too lovely. Hobert generously admitted, I did it. But the report is not true. I was fighting a Beyonder opponent. The dead were all his subordinates, and no ordinary people were involved, nor did I rob their safe. Furs was stunned. She had suspected that a member of the Tarot Club had done it, but she didn't expect the Emperor to admit it so readily. Then she realized that the Emperor seemed to be quite strong, killing several Beyonders in Backlund without being caught or tracked. Alger was already guessing in his heart whether this was an action authorized by Mr. Fool. After a few more exchanges, this Tarot Club ended. On the Berserk Sea, in a small port on Oravi Island, the Blue Avenger, which was recently in a state of repair, was parked at this unofficial port. In the port, there is a small hotel, which is a resting place specially for pirates who are not convenient to show up in the cities on the island. Alger, with blue hair, sat up from the bed in one of the rooms, pulled open the curtains, as if he had just finished a nap. He sat by the window, looking at the azure sea outside and the occasional seagulls flying by. Alger couldn't help but think, which pathway does Mr. Fool belong to? His pathway is not as obvious as those of the orthodox gods such as the Lord of Storms and the Evernight Goddess. Fortunately, Mr. Fool has been popularizing information such as pathways to godhood to us, otherwise, he would have died miserably with just the 3 pathways listed by the Emperor. Mr. Fool is doing this to disintegrate the foundation of the gods' beliefs, which seems very obvious. So the Emperor has repeatedly blasphemed the gods, and not only has Mr. Fool not punished him, but he seems to be supporting him. After all, Mr. Fool has also revealed the information of the blasphemy slate. Alger sighed in his heart, because of the influence of the Emperor, I can now speculate about the gods so casually. This may be the result Mr. Fool wants. This way, there will not be too much psychological pressure when betraying the Storm Church in the future. Then he returned to the original question he was thinking about. First of all, the Marauder pathway can be basically ruled out, which seems to be a pathway mastered by the Amon family. If it is a high-sequence beyonder of the same pathway, Mr. Fool must be more interested in Amon. Then there are only the Seer and Apprentice pathways left. Alger knew some of the abilities in these 2 pathways, but he found that he knew too little about the abilities above the demigod, and he couldn't make an effective judgment at all. Should I ask him for advice when exploring the ruins with the Emperor? Thinking of this, Alger shook his head. I can't let others know about my thinking about this question and my interest in this question. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver, bottom of the round tower. After the tarot club, Derek returned to the real world. He sat there cautiously for several seconds, and after finding no abnormal changes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from behind Derek. Where have you been just now? It's the leader of the exploration team who lives next door to him. Derek froze suddenly, his muscles tensed, and his hair stood on end. How is he behind me? How did he appear in my room? What about the seal? What about the effect of that sealed item? Derek did not look back, but immediately raised his hands to his jaw, as if praying. The narrow room suddenly became bright, and pure beams of light entwined with flames fell from the roof, hitting the place where the sound came from. Derek, who turned back to observe the strike effect of his ability, saw that that sacred beam he prayed for suddenly became thicker and brighter, so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. A lightman separated from the beam of light and pounced on the exploration team leader in the corner. The exploration team leader quickly disintegrated and melted away in the burning and shining of the lightman. Just as he was about to disappear completely, a strange phantom suddenly appeared behind him. The phantom was wearing a black classical robe, a pointed soft hat, a wide forehead, a thin face, and a monocle made of crystal. When Derek regained his sight, he found that the chief Colin Iliad, with grey hair and deep nasolabial folds, appeared beside him at some point. Derek was stunned for a moment, and then opened his mouth with some surprise. Your Excellency, Chief. Colin nodded slightly. We have always known that there is a problem with him, but in order to find out what the purpose of that person named Amon is, we deliberately did not directly eliminate him. Unfortunately, until today, he was very normal, but too normal. Why do you think he suddenly mutated and suddenly tried to penetrate the seal? What do you think is the difference between you and others? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 346, Chapter 346, Mr. Fool shows his power, bonus 10. Chapter 346, Mr. Fool shows his power. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. If it were old hands like Alger, Hobert, or Klein, they would realize upon hearing the word chief and his question that it was definitely a death trap for someone with secrets like themselves. But Derek, after all, was inexperienced in the world, and actually seriously considered it, perhaps because of my pathway. He had just received information from the hangman today that Amon claimed to be a descendant of the ancient sun god, which is why he mutated. Colin listened expressionlessly, sizing Derek up and down for a few seconds. What were you doing in the room just now? Derek was still thinking about the relationship between the sun pathway and the descendants of the ancient sun god, and didn't immediately realize what the chief was asking. After understanding, he realized that he had just attended the tarot gathering. Could this be the reason? He recalled Mr. Emperor's words. Mr. Fool should be very interested in Amon. As far as I know, Marauder, Apprentice, and Seer are adjacent pathways. Similarly, Amon should also be very interested in Mr. Fool. But of course, these thoughts could not be told to the chief. Derek replied, I was trying to practice some beyonder abilities just now. Derek was just short of saying directly, Chief, please think about my pathway. If you think carefully and seriously, you won't care what I was doing just now. Colin quietly looked into Derek's eyes, and after a dozen seconds, he said, unfortunately, what appeared just now was not Amon's main body. Before he appeared in your room, did you notice anything unusual? No. Derek shook his head firmly. For the next dozen seconds, Colin quietly looked at Derek again, making Derek feel hairy all over. Just as Derek was about to say something, the chief said, "Your condition is stable, you can go back." Okay. Derek breathed a sigh of relief, walked along the aisle, and left the bottom of the round tower. After closing the door, Derek carefully observed his surroundings for a while, sat on the edge of the bed and began to report the experience just now to the fool. After the report, he felt a lot more at ease, and a wave of drowsiness came over him, so he lay down and soon fell asleep. Not knowing if he was talking in his sleep, Derek suddenly said in his sleep, "The fool." Interesting. Backlund, 15 Minsk Street. After the tarot gathering, Klein first took a nap. After waking up, he began to consider how to deal with the werewolf Beyonder characteristic in his hand. This Beyonder characteristic was the trophy he obtained last week for helping Miss Bodyguard defeat the enemy. Klein didn't plan to sell it immediately at the tarot gathering, so as not to attract the attention of the Rose School to the members of the tarot gathering. He didn't know if he could sell it at the tarot gathering. After all, the Beyonder characteristics of the prisoner pathway were not very useful, and it was obviously difficult to get rid of them. At this moment, he heard a prayer from above the grey fog. Returning to the grey fog, Klein saw that the star representing the sun was expanding, spreading its spirituality, and he heard the prayer of Little Sun, learning about what happened at the bottom of the round tower. Klein also had a similar guess to the sun, that it was likely that the other party had noticed the tarot gathering, noticed the fool pulling people in a secretive way, and suddenly became abnormal. This made Klein couldn't help but gasp. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could detect the aura of the grey fog, and he also felt the horror of Amon. Klein believed that Amon would never be so easily eliminated. He spread his spirituality to the star of the sun, wanting to see if there were any abnormalities in Little Sun. With just one glance, Klein's eyes froze. A transparent and illusory figure was wrapped around the sun. He had hands and feet, but twisted around the sun like a python. In the hazy picture, one could vaguely see that the illusory figure was wearing a black classical robe, a black pointed soft hat, and a monocle made of crystal on his face. The sun was completely unaware of all this. Even Klein, who had seen many strange events, was taken aback by the other party's strange methods, and vaguely understood the other party's purpose, to reside in the sun's spiritual body, waiting for the next tarot gathering, and sneak into the grey fog without anyone knowing. At that time, my control over this mysterious space might be stripped away. Then Klein realized that he had to respond, either find a way to completely eliminate Amon from the sun's body, or temporarily exclude the sun from the tarot gathering. Having already read the Book of Secrets, Klein quickly thought of a way, prying the power of this grey mist should be able to solve Amon. He needed Little Sun to cooperate in the secret rite, and he also needed a tool to pry the grey mist. Klein's eyes turned to the blasphemy card that Hobert had bribed him with. According to his previous research, although the blasphemy card had no mystical effects, its rank was quite high and it could be used as a tool to control the grey fog. He deduced it several times in his mind, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he responded to Little Sun, "I know. I have something for you to do, to test whether this ritual is effective." Klein simply waited on the grey mist. Soon, the ritual on Little Sun's side began, and Klein immediately felt that this grey mist had established a closer connection with Little Sun. Immediately afterwards, the entire mysterious space trembled slightly, and the static grey-white mist showed obvious flow. The crimson star corresponding to the sun shone brightly. Without spreading his spirituality, Klein could see the sun closing his eyes and praying. The transparent figure on the sun raised his head back and looked upwards, the crystal monocle flashing slightly. He stretched out a hand, slowly grabbing towards the edge of the red star. Even though his hand was rapidly withering, it did not affect his determination to grab the edge of the star. Klein's eyes narrowed. In his opinion, it was like Sadako crawling from a blood-red well to the grey mist. He quickly carried out the next plan, took the death card to suppress the power of this mysterious space being pried, and at that moment, he felt the surging power above the grey mist begin to submit to his own spirituality. But there was still a lack of guidance. After a little thought, Klein immediately had a way. He conjured a paper doll and used the death card to surround the surging power around the paper doll. Suddenly, a tall figure with a pale white light appeared in front of Klein. A pair of wings grew out of the figure's back, a full 12 pairs. The tall figure became sacred and full of the aura of death. The figure moved forward and overlapped with the red star of the sun. Suddenly, the illusory figure on the sun quickly lost its vitality, his skin turned pale and festered with muscles, and soon only a skeleton composed of white bones remained. But he still did not yield, still staring upwards with his protruding eyeballs. Until the bones of the skeleton broke, collapsed in the illusion, until the monocle shattered and disappeared into the void. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 347, Chapter 347 The Curse of the Nighthawk, Bonus 11. Chapter 347 The Curse of the Nighthawk. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Derek seemed to see a tall figure, filled with the aura of death and shimmering with a ghastly white light that could turn everything in the world to ash, appearing beside Mr. Fool. Behind him were pairs of enormous wings, 12 pairs in all. An archangel. Derek recalled the relevant lessons. The colors shimmering on this archangel were very similar to those possessed by powerful undead, a terrifying radiance that robbed one of all joy. Could this be an archangel of the death pathway? Indeed, beside the fool, there were angels serving him. The tall angelic figure stepped forward, as if disappearing into the void. Derek immediately realized that he now possessed many of the weaknesses of undead creatures, as well as knowledge of undead magic. There was also some knowledge he couldn't understand, such as towering, hidden pyramid-shaped tombs. Just as he was savoring this knowledge, an image appeared in his mind. Although the image was somewhat blurry, Derek could still make out that the person in the picture was himself. His gaze sharpened. What is that blurry figure wrapped around me? How did I not notice it? A black classical robe and pointed hat, and a monocle made of crystal. It's Amon, or rather, an avatar of Amon. Immediately afterward, a tall angelic figure exuding an aura of death pounced on Amon's phantom. Amon's illusory figure rapidly lost its vitality, its flesh began to rot, and finally, even its bones seemed to crumble weakly, leaving nothing behind. That Amon didn't die. He evaded the sealed artifact at the bottom of the round tower and the attention of Chief, and parasitized my spirit body. Derek's eyes suddenly widened. Mr. Fool discovered it and eliminated him. Derek's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally landed. Praise you, great Mr. Fool. Then, his throat felt a little uncomfortable. He drank a few sips of water, but it didn't help. The discomfort continued to increase, and he began to cough violently, coughing as if his internal organs were about to rupture. Derek couldn't stand up from the coughing and bent over until his throat tickled, and he coughed up a translucent little worm. It was the length of a thumb, with rings nested within rings, dividing itself into many segments. Derek stared at the little worm in his hand for a while. He looked around to see if anything was amiss, then hid the little worm, planning to ask the other members about this little worm at the next gathering. Above the gray fog, Klein, seeing that little son was fine, returned to the real world with peace of mind. Klein first recalled the mystical ritual, just now, and then thought about how just an avatar of Amon had stirred up the City of Silver and the Tarot Club, causing chaos. If it were the main body, how powerful would it be? As he thought, he began to consider the magician's acting principles, spending a fulfilling afternoon in constant thought and deduction. Fainapotter Kingdom, Buga City. While Klein was saving little son, Hobert asked for scissors and paper from the front desk, preparing to cut out a few more paper figures. In yesterday's battle, he used paper substitute for the first time. To be honest, he was a little envious of Klein. This ability was really useful. Although the faceless necklace's paper substitute ability could not be used continuously, Hobert still planned to keep a few paper figures on his body for emergencies. The 2 paper figures he carried with him were made by Jessica when he was in Backlund. Although they were a bit abstract, it didn't affect normal use. A dozen minutes later, Hobert looked at the paper figure in front of him. What the heck am I cutting? I was even embarrassed to laugh at Jessica before. At least the paper figure she cut out looked like a person, but what I cut out. He suddenly thought of a curse. Nighthawks are all bad at crafts. Am I, an outsider, so deeply affected by this curse? Forget it. Hobert thought, when I get to my fief, I'll have servants to help me cut them. If I use the paper figures I cut out, it might even affect the effect of paper substitute. After all, as a substitute, it doesn't look like a paper person at all. When returning the scissors to the front desk, Hobert chatted with the landlady. After learning that the hotel also provided paid meals, Hobert generously ordered a dinner for 6 copper lire and a breakfast for 1 copper lire the next day. The landlady's attitude towards Hobert immediately became 3 points more enthusiastic. At this time, it was much easier for Hobert to inquire about the situation in the southern mountainous area of Colson County. According to the landlady, many nobles in the southern mountainous area were not in their own fiefs. The bandits there were more like the rulers of those territories. They did all kinds of evil, vying for territory and often engaging in large-scale armed fights. In addition, the southern mountainous area was not cut off from Buga City. Some small steamships were still running on this route, transporting some goods to the mountainous area. A steamship captain had just checked into the hotel this afternoon. The landlady suggested that Hobert ask the captain if he was willing to take a guest into the mountainous area, which would be faster than walking and riding a horse. Hobert took out a silver lire with a beautiful luster and asked the landlady to introduce him. The landlady immediately agreed. Perhaps because of this 1 silver lire, the landlady, who was in her 40s and still had charm, mysteriously said, "There is another piece of news that I only tell you, don't tell others." There are many monsters living in Full Moon Lake in the mountainous area. I heard that when the full moon comes, the monsters come out of the lake to snatch the livestock of the residents on the shore. It is said that they also like human flesh and blood. If you go to the mountainous area, you must stay away from Full Moon Lake. Hobert was slightly stunned. My fief is on one side of Full Moon Lake, how can I stay away? Originally, he was about to believe that there were monsters in Full Moon Lake, but thinking that the landlady said, I only tell you, when she opened her mouth, this news seemed a bit hearsay. When Hobert went to the restaurant for dinner at the designated time, he saw Wayne Vernal, the captain of a small steamship with a messy beard. After the landlady's introduction, Wayne knew Hobert's purpose and spread out 5 fingers, 5 silver lire, you have your own cabin, but it's not very big. Hobert nodded, no problem, I'll pay before I disembark. After agreeing on the price, the two chatted. Coincidentally, Wayne was a resident of Jeffrey Town, but now it's still called Wright Town. Wright was the surname of the previous Viscount. However, Wayne was unwilling to say more about the internal situation of the mountainous area. He only said, the area around Full Moon Lake is a hell. City people like you may not be able to stay for even a minute. This made Hobert even more curious about what kind of place his territory was. The next morning, after Hobert had dinner, he followed Wayne to the port and saw the small steamship, Hippopotamus. The hull was only the size of 2 locomotives, which was indeed not very big for a steamship. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 348, Chapter 348 The Unrestrained Kindness of the Church of Mother Earth, Bonus 12. Chapter 348 The Unrestrained Kindness of the Church of Mother Earth. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Wayne led Hobert down the narrow aisle to the door of a cabin. Hobert heard the sounds of a man and woman having sex inside. Wayne rudely hammered on the door with his fist. How many times have I told you not to bring women into the guest rooms? Sorry, uncle, I'll be done right away. The young man inside kept his word and finished quickly. The cabin door opened, and a charming woman in bright clothes and light makeup walked out, adjusting her skirt. She was not shy about the 2 men standing at the door. Instead, she solicited business, especially from Hobert, who looked fair-skinned and handsome, saying she would give Hobert a discount. She only left when Wayne waved his hand impatiently. Then a young man came out, fastening his belt and wearing a flattering smile. Wayne introduced him as his nephew, Seal, who worked as a helper on the ship. Seeing that there was a guest on this return trip, Seal immediately said, I'll change the sheets for you right away. Hobert had originally wanted to go back to the deck to avoid this temporarily, but then he thought that this was the life of the lower class in this era, and there was nothing to avoid. The so-called guest cabin was just a small cabin with only enough room for a bed and a chair. Fortunately, there was a window, so the cabin didn't feel stuffy. However, this window was just slightly above the water surface, giving people a feeling of suffocation. Although Seal changed the sheets, the room still had a musty smell. Hobert didn't have any psychological barriers, but he wasn't willing to sit on the bed right away. Wayne instructed, no matter who asks you along the way, you say you are a crew member on the ship. Remember, if you let it slip, you will have to pay for the extra money. Hobert nodded first, then asked, why do you say that? You'll know when you get into the mountains. Wayne turned around and began to busy himself with firing up the boiler, oiling the steam engine, and preparing to set sail. Hobert sat in the chair, listening to the voices of the uncle and nephew as they worked and talked. Wayne asked, didn't you say that the slut was asking for a high price? Why did you still go to her? But she's good-looking, and that moaning sound, by the Earth Mother, I feel like my legs are still shaking. You're useless. Next time I'll take you into the city and go to the House of Pleasure, so you can see what a real woman is. Hobert thought, as an uncle, shouldn't you be stopping your nephew from this kind of behavior? Why are you taking him? Then he realized that he had been in this world for so long, but his values were still somewhat out of sync with the people of this world. Hobert had mainly been in contact with conservative lone gentlemen before. After leaving Backlund, he felt that he was seeing the true face of this world. At about 9 o'clock, with a dull whistle, the Hippo officially set sail. On the not-so-spacious deck of the Hippo, there were many goods that had been fixed yesterday. Behind the ship, a raft-like structure was connected with iron chains, and it was also neatly filled with goods. In addition, a live goat was tied to the raft, bleating. Hobert didn't know if it was food or some local custom for boatmen. Seal worked hard in the cabin to add coal to the boiler. Wayne in the driver's cab above carefully steered away from the port, cursing almost every other sentence, not knowing whether he was cursing the other ships or Seal. Hobert sighed. He didn't expect his first boat trip to begin with some swear words that he couldn't quite understand with his current Highlander language level, as well as Seal adding coal and the steam engine turning. Because it was downstream, the ship quickly accelerated. After more than 2 hours of sailing, there were some hills on both sides of the river, which soon turned into continuous mountains. They officially entered the mountains. Hobert occasionally went to the deck for some fresh air, but the deck was too narrow, and the river surface in winter was very cold. He stayed in the cabin most of the time. The boiler was also in the cabin under the deck, so there was no need to worry about heating. Hobert was even sweating a little. The steamboat continued to sail until dusk, when the boat actually began to dock. Hobert came to the driver's cab and asked, "Have we reached our destination?" Wayne said with a cold face, "We have to pay taxes to those bastards." He glanced at Hobert. "Remember, just say you are a helper on the ship." Hobert was stunned. Although he had seen houses on both sides of the river, he didn't expect that there were county government officials collecting taxes here. Soon, the steamboat approached a simple port. At this time, many people were already standing on the wooden dock. Hobert first saw a person in a bishop's robe standing proudly on the dock, while the others on the dock were either kneeling or bowing. Hobert was stunned again. Is this the custom here? Just collecting taxes, and they are kneeling and bowing. Is it necessary to be so polite? Mother Goddess be praised. Seal, am I seeing things right? Is that a bishop? Wayne asked in surprise. Yes, uncle. Seal was even a little surprised. A bishop has appeared in southern Carlson, the local name for the southern part of Carlson County. The light of the Lord has returned. Hobert then realized that the people on the dock were paying their respects to the bishop of the Earth Mother Church. As soon as the ship docked, Wayne and Seal almost immediately jumped onto the dock, repeatedly asking the bishop for blessings. The bishop was a middle-aged man who looked very amiable. He smiled and blessed the uncle and nephew, then asked Hobert on the ship, "Are you Baron Hobert?" Wayne was surprised. He didn't expect that this passenger, who looked well-dressed, was actually a nobleman. But where was his honor guard? Why wasn't he wearing noble attire? Hobert nodded. "May I ask who you are? I finally caught up with you. I didn't expect you to travel by water." The bishop smiled and introduced himself. "I am Bishop Simpson. We have received the goodwill you conveyed through Bishop Utravsky. Can we go ashore and talk as we walk?" "Of course." Hobert jumped ashore, not expecting the Earth Mother Church to react so quickly, and even send a bishop to extend goodwill to him. The people on the dock watched Bishop Simpson and the young Baron leave, then began to discuss why the bishop was here. The people who were originally standing on the dock, as if afraid that Wayne and his nephew would run away, grabbed them and asked questions. On the other side, Hobert walked along the riverbank with Bishop Simpson. Simpson said, "I heard that you want to build a church on the side of Full Moon Lake in your territory, and you hope that we can send a bishop." Hobert nodded. "Yes, you have also seen the enthusiasm of the locals. I think the church should continue to spread the light of the Earth Mother here." Bishop Simpson suddenly smiled bitterly. "We withdrew from the mountains because we would be polluted here." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 349, Chapter 349, Corruption of the High Level, Bonus 13. Chapter 349, Corruption of the High Level. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to CR0W for gifting a membership. Someone will advance to Sequence 9, Reader soon, +5 bonus. Hobert paused for a few seconds before reacting. "Are you saying that Full Moon Lake, or rather, South Colson, has contamination affecting Beyonders?" "No, only we are easily contaminated." Bishop Simpson said, "Even ordinary Mother Goddess missionaries, if they stay near Full Moon Lake for too long, their faith will become strange. Currently, Beyonders of other pathways won't be contaminated as long as they don't get close to the center of Full Moon Lake." Hobert guessed, could there be a sealed artifact of the planter pathway in the lake? Bishop Simpson glanced at Hobert. "It seems you have extensive knowledge of mysticism, which saves me some explanation." He sighed and added, "The church has sensed your goodwill, but we also have our difficulties. The Archbishop has approved me to tell you the secret, hoping you can understand our difficulties in withdrawing from here." Hobert nodded slightly, listening attentively. Bishop Simpson organized his words. "The whole thing started 58 years ago, on a summer night. According to the locals, the red moon that day seemed particularly crimson. Around midnight, a meteorite fell from the sky and crashed into Full Moon Lake. Initially, there were not many casualties, only a lot of crops were flooded. But the next day after the disaster, the clergy in southern Colson County, to be precise, the church's Beyonders, lost control one after another. An archbishop who was sent to solve this problem was also contaminated. To this day, this archbishop still dares not leave the Fountain of Life. If it hadn't caught up with you here, I wouldn't have continued forward. We will send another missionary to contact you. Fountain of Life, like Chasm of Storms, and Tenebrous Heaven, is the headquarters of the Earth Mother Church, and also the divine kingdom of the Earth Mother when the gods were still on land. The power of this contamination exceeded Hobert's imagination. He didn't expect that even a saint would be contaminated. Simpson continued, "Soon, some fish-like monsters appeared in Full Moon Lake, attacking merchant ships and cargo ships passing by. Moreover, those ships that passed through the center of Full Moon Lake also experienced various strange things in their subsequent journeys. For example, some crew members would profess their love to the beer barrels or the boxes containing goods on the cargo ship, hoping to do something beyond friendship. For example, some crew members suddenly grew wheat ears on their heads, and the wound would bleed non-stop after cutting them off. Hobert's first thought was that this seemed to belong to the authority of Moon and Mother. Bishop Simpson continued, in short, these bizarre events seriously affected shipping. The Phaenopoda royal family sent 3 groups of people one after another to try to solve this problem, but without exception, they were contaminated after investigating the central location of Full Moon Lake. One of the law enforcers was also contaminated and lost control as a result, causing huge losses to the royal family. Later, Duke Oliver Latin of the royal family and our Pope decided to join forces to solve this matter, but they also failed. Hobert couldn't hide his surprise, they both failed. The Pope must be an angel, and the royal Duke is likely to be an angel like Duke Southville of the Lone Kingdom. 2 angels failed to solve this matter. Yes. Simpson smiled wryly again. The Pope's investigation result of Full Moon Lake is, it's not difficult to solve, but it can't be solved. Hobert chewed on this sentence. Not difficult to solve means they can completely solve it, but why can't it be solved? So we can only abandon the mountainous area of Cowelson County. Bishop Simpson continued to explain, both the church and the royal family made a planned withdrawal. Since then, the royal family has ordered the blockade of this convenient waterway, and instead used the Yaoi River in the west to transport goods and passengers from the port to the capital. Hobert asked, what about the residents here? The bishop replied, ordinary people will not be contaminated by Full Moon Lake. Hobert was stunned. I have read the Holy Book of Life at Bishop Petravsky's place. I remember the Bible depicts that all life is equal, right? Bishop Simpson smiled, that's right, this is the essence of the Holy Book of Life. It seems you have read the Bible carefully. Hobert thought to himself, I'm not discussing academic issues with you. Immediately, he realized that, for the church and the royal family, they had no legal responsibility or guilt for abandoning the believers and people here and withdrawing. Hobert finally understood, this is the way to govern the world, in this world. The church and the royal family seem to think that we have tried our best, but we have not solved the problem. Sorry, we have to withdraw. We have fulfilled our responsibilities. As for what impact this decision has on the people, it is not within our scope of responsibility. You can completely follow us, but you don't go together, what can we do? Hobert smiled. Although he had never tasted the bitterness of leaving his hometown, just thinking about it made Hobert feel bewildered and insecure. Especially in this era of relying on one's own small plot of land for survival, how big a disaster would leaving one's hometown be? However, Hobert did not continue to discuss this issue with Bishop Simpson, but asked, in other words, only after the contamination of Full Moon Lake is resolved will you send a bishop here? Bishop Simpson nodded, yes, but I don't have any hope for this. Therefore, I also brought some information about Colson County to show our sincerity. Hobert nodded, please speak. Many of the bandit gangs here are peripheral organizations of the Theosophy Order. It is said that the Theosophy Order has a considerable stronghold in the mountainous area, Simpson said. In addition, according to reliable news, traces of the Blood Sanctify sect have appeared in the mountainous area, seemingly members of the Andariel family. It is said that the Aurora Order also has a small stronghold here, but its power is not as strong as the Theosophy Order and the Blood Sanctify sect. Currently, there are a total of 4 barons and 1 viscount still in their fiefdoms in the mountainous area. They have various backgrounds. Some are the last symbol of the royal family's influence on this land, some are our partners, and some are said to have already joined those secret organizations. Hobert had the urge to cover his face. The situation in this mountainous area is too complicated. After the royal family and the church withdrew, this place has completely become a place to hide dirt and filth. Simpson finally said, however, they are all secret organizations. As long as you don't actively provoke them, they won't cause you trouble. Hobert smiled, I am not comforted. He paused and said, I have my own messenger. If I have any questions I want to ask you, can I write to you? Of course. Bishop Simpson left a mailbox address. I will also reply to you with my messenger. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Page with curl add saved terms close. Chapter 350, God's Favored One Hobert, Bonus 14. Chapter 350, God's Favored One Hobert. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After unloading some cargo, the hippopotamus set sail again. After it was completely dark, Wayne stopped Seal from adding more coal. By about 9 o'clock in the evening, the steamboat was basically gliding forward. Wayne and his nephew were noticeably more respectful to Hobert, perhaps because they knew he was a nobleman, perhaps because the bishop had taken the initiative to invite Hobert for a conversation, or perhaps both. Although there were no churches of the Earth Mother in the mountains, the people here seemed to have an even more devout belief in the Earth Mother. The people on the dock who were preparing to collect taxes were not actually tax collectors from the county government, but local bandits. They clearly knew that Hobert was a passenger, but they did not collect any extra fees. According to Wayne, normally each passenger would have to pay 5 silver salas as tax. In Hobert's view, this was simply robbery. Now, when Hobert asked about the situation in Jeffrey Town, Wayne would answer honestly. Firstly, Hobert knew that although it was now the middle of winter, the vegetation on both sides of Full Moon Lake was still full of vitality. Flowers bloomed and fruits ripened in all seasons there, and the crops grew much faster than in other places, and the crops even grew in winter. Secondly, there really were monsters with fish heads and limbs in Full Moon Lake. Now, no one dared to live on the shores of the lake anymore. People had to guard the shore every day, and as soon as a monster appeared, they would ring the alarm bell. The night would lead the villagers to fight the monsters, and many fertile farmlands on both sides of Full Moon Lake had been abandoned as a result. People were often injured or bitten to death in the fighting. Seal's father died of his injuries after being scratched by a monster. For the past 6 years, the residents of Jeffrey Town had truly lived a hellish life. After being exploited by the 2 knights in the territory, they had to be exploited again by the Lord in the mountains. The entire South Colson knew that the harvest around Full Moon Lake was abundant, but very little of it actually ended up in the hands of the people. Many people even lived in hunger and cold. And the so-called Lord was the bandits who killed Viscount Wright 6 years ago. They had never been punished, but instead had become the rulers of this area. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The rulers of this area had obtained their power through immoral and illegal means, and the people under their rule had gradually become immoral as well. At the end of the conversation, Seal's eyes sparkled. "Noble Lord, are you a chosen one of the Earth Mother? Are you here to end the Dark Age here?" Hobert was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Although I have not received direct guidance from the Mother, perhaps my coming here is truly the Mother's arrangement, just like the stories of those saints in the Holy Bible of Life." He tried to do as the Romans do. Even if some decisions were his own initiative, he could claim that they were God's arrangement. Hobert smiled in his heart. This way I can shift a lot of responsibility to God. Sure enough, shirking responsibility can make people happy. After ending this conversation, Hobert returned to the so-called cabin, lay on the bed, and looked at the dark ceiling, thinking about his conversation with Bishop Simpson in the evening. He first thought of that imperative mage, who had been corrupted and had caused some losses to the royal family. Hobert remembered that Christian had mentioned this information in Backlund, but he had only heard of this level of information and did not know that the royal family had also sent angels to try to solve this problem. Then the sentence, "It's not difficult to solve, but it can't be solved," appeared in Hobert's mind again. After thinking for a while, he still had no clue. When Hobert went to the deck to relieve his bloating, he glanced at the crimson moon above his head and suddenly thought of another description from Simpson. According to the locals, the red moon that day seemed particularly crimson. Hobert suddenly felt something. He understood what the problem was. Sure enough, when he returned to the cabin, locked the door, and entered the nation of disorder, the knowledge that he had left behind here immediately made him understand what was going on. The meteorite that fell into Full Moon Lake was very likely an outer god, and there was a good chance that it was an invasion of Earth by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. For unknown reasons, the shield above South Colson that day seemed to have a certain loophole, so the crimson moon looked particularly crimson. The Mother Goddess took advantage of this opportunity to project some power to the ground with a meteorite. Logically speaking, it should not be difficult to seal these powers, but because this was an outer god, or rather, a pillar's corruption, its status was extremely high, causing the 2 angels to fail. Perhaps only a true god could seal it, but now the 7 true gods were all in the astral world, and the Earth Mother simply had no time to take care of this. Even if the Earth Mother had time, she might hide far away. After all, Lilith had already been burned by the Mother Goddess once, and would definitely not give the Mother Goddess another chance to corrupt her. Hobert could be so sure that it was the Mother Goddess's corruption, in addition to Bishop Simpson's description of the Crimson Moon, also because the Beyonders of the Planter pathway in South Colson were more likely to be corrupted. Even ordinary missionaries of the Earth Mother Church would gradually change from worshipping the Earth Mother to worshipping the Mother Goddess if they stayed here for too long. After understanding this problem, Hobert suddenly realized that he might have a way to solve the problem in Full Moon Lake. The 2 angels had said that the problem was not difficult to solve, but they lacked the sequence. And what Hobert lacked the least was a high sequence. Even if he was corrupted, he only needed to enter the nation of disorder once and listen to the sound of the bell of order to easily solve it. However, before solving this problem, he still needed to be cautious, observe for a period of time, and find a more stable method before taking action. Returning to the real world, Hobert fell asleep in the sound of water in the gently rocking cabin. The next journey was very peaceful. The hippopotamus docked 3 more times and paid taxes 3 times. The cargo on the deck and rafts gradually decreased, and finally began to head to the last stop, Jeffrey Town, which was also right town in Wayne and his nephew's words. Hobert paid the fare, but Wayne resolutely refused to accept it. Hobert took back 2 silver salas and pushed the remaining 3 silver salas to Wayne. Help me find a butler. Wayne then accepted the 3 silver salas. He thought for a while before saying, York and Philip are both more suitable. York is a well-known clever fellow in town, and Philip used to work in the right Viscount's mansion. Hobert nodded. Notify York to come and find me in a while. Wayne nodded repeatedly. As soon as the boat docks, I'll have Seal notify him. Lord, look, Full Moon Lake is here. The scene in front suddenly opened up, and a relatively regular circular lake appeared in front of Hobert. As Wayne had said before, even though it was winter, there was still a pleasing green color on both sides of the lake. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 351, About Hobert's Miracle, Bonus 15. Chapter 351, About Hobert's Miracle. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After entering Full Moon Lake, Wayne immediately turned the rudder and sailed along the shallows by the lake, saying that if he went through the center of the lake, something terrible would happen. And walking on the shallows requires caution, as you can easily run aground if you're not careful. Wayne slowed down the boat and, while carefully steering, shouted to Seal, "Go get the sheep." Hobert took the opportunity to ask the question in his heart, why bring a live sheep on the boat? Wayne stared ahead, not taking his eyes off the front, and said, if we encounter a monster in the lake in the shallows, it may crash or capsize the boat. As soon as you see a monster, throw the sheep into the lake, so they will be busy eating the sheep and won't bother us. Hobert nodded. It sounded like running a boat here was more dangerous than on the high seas. Monster. Seal shouted, pointing to the center of the lake. Wayne roared, we're not blind. You son of a bitch, kill the sheep quickly. There were a few swear words in the middle, which once again exceeded Hobert's understanding. He looked towards the center of the lake, and on the slightly rippling surface, there was indeed a behemoth rushing towards them. The monster looked like a large crocodile, but it had a head similar in shape to a carp, with scales on its body, and it seemed to have strong limbs. Seal's hand holding the knife trembled so badly that he couldn't find the large blood vessel in the goat's neck after trying twice, which made the goat want to cry. What are you trembling about? Wayne rushed out of the cockpit and was about to snatch the knife to kill the sheep himself. At this moment, Hobert, who had been standing on the deck, suddenly said, no need to kill it, the monster is swimming away. He concluded in his mind, monsters have very low intelligence and it is easy to distort their goals and intentions. Clang. The knife for killing the sheep fell to the ground, and Wayne knelt on the ground. Your Excellency, you are truly a devotee of the Earth Mother. Even monsters avoid you. He had encountered monsters many times in the lake, but he had never encountered a situation where a monster suddenly left during a hunt. Wayne grabbed Seal from the side and made him kneel down as well. You should still be missing a manservant. My nephew is quite clever and diligent. Let him be your manservant. The well-informed Wayne knew that he had met a noble, but unfortunately he only had 2 daughters. If he had a son, he would immediately let him be a manservant to this noble. Hobert asked Seal, who was kneeling on the ground belatedly, are you willing to be my servant? The goddess is blessed. I am willing to follow you forever, to serve you forever, Seal said excitedly. Hobert nodded. The first 2 months are a trial period. During the trial period, it's 3 silver salas per week. After that, I will increase your salary depending on your performance. Also, call me your Excellency or Lord. This salary is only about 5.5 salas per week, but in this remote place, there is nowhere to spend money. 3 silver salas is the salary Seal receives for helping on Wayne's boat, which is said to be the highest salary in Right Town. Wayne was happy to see that His Excellency had accepted Seal, so he hurried back to drive the boat. After landing on the dilapidated dock, Hobert looked around and saw that many of the fertile fields by the river were indeed overgrown with reeds. Seal packed up a bit and helped Hobert carry his bag to the Viscount's residence. After passing through a reed field, they gradually encountered some town residents working in the fields. When everyone saw a well-dressed stranger, they gathered around to ask Seal who that was. The residents' accents had some local dialects, and Hobert had to listen carefully to understand what they were saying. Seal puffed out his chest and said, this is our new lord, a devotee of the gods. From now on, this place will be renamed Jeffrey Town. Everyone was a little surprised. Like the surrounding territories, once there was no lord, they never welcomed a new lord again. Some places had not had a lord for more than 50 years. Hobert did not reject Seal calling him, the goddess is blessed. He learned from Seal that when Viscount Wright was alive, there was still a school in the town, but now, the school had been abandoned for several years. In such a territory, the title, goddess is blessed, was far more useful than lord. Seal was a little regretful that he had to follow closely behind His Excellency, otherwise he would have boasted about the miracle he encountered in the lake just now. Since the Wright family was killed, there had been no owner there. When Hobert opened the door and entered, it felt like entering a haunted house. Facing the weed-filled house, Hobert ordered, "Clean up a room, I want to stay tonight." Seal put down Hobert's bag and immediately found a room with doors and windows. The furniture inside was long gone. Seal drew a few buckets of water from the well in the backyard and cleaned the room first. Then he came out and asked, "Your Excellency, the old carpenter Ted in town sells furniture. Would you like to buy some furniture for you?" Hobert nodded, "A bed, a desk, a chair. Let him deliver them and I will pay him later." Seal was quick and soon returned with a few people carrying several pieces of furniture, and he also bought new quilts, pillows and other necessities on credit for Hobert. At the same time, a man in his 30s who looked very shrewd came with him. The man was dressed decently. He took off his somewhat old but clean top hat and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, I am York. I heard from Seal that you intend to hire me as your butler." "That's right." Hobert was very satisfied with this manservant, Seal, 2 months of probation, with a weekly salary of 5 silver salas during the probation period. After 2 months, a new weekly salary will be determined based on your ability. York was overjoyed. "Your Excellency, I am happy to serve you." Hobert threw him a purse. "From now on, you are the butler. There are 80 silver salas in here. Go pay the bills first. You will be responsible for the expenses of the mansion in the future. Bring me the accounts every week." When he exchanged gold lires before, he exchanged 2 bags of 1 silver salas coins. After these few days of travel, he found that silver sols were indeed the most used currency. The people around, including York, were stunned for a second or two. In this remote place, 80 silver salas was a huge sum of money. While everyone was sighing at the new lord's wealth, they quickly went about their business. York suggested to Hobert that he hire 2 or 3 more manservants tomorrow, hire a cook, and then prepare to repair the mansion. Hobert nodded and agreed to each of them. In the evening, Hobert asked Seal to buy some food in the town, and had a casual dinner. York and Seal had nowhere to live in the lord's mansion, so after Seal boiled water for Hobert to wash his feet, the two left the lord's mansion and returned to their homes. After nightfall, there were no lights in the town. After confirming that there was no one outside, York left his yard with a bag on his back and went straight to the dock. When he arrived at the wooden dock, he found that Wayne's boat was still lit, which was great. Jumping onto the boat, York pulled out a dagger and pointed it at Wayne, who was busy in the cabin. "Take me to Buga City, quickly. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 352, Chapter 352, Hobert establishes his authority, Bonus 16. Chapter 352, Hobert establishes his authority. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Wayne, who was stoking the furnace in the cabin, was startled to see York. You really came." York was taken aback. "What do you mean?" As he spoke, he touched the money bag hidden on his waist, and he immediately felt confident. A weekly salary of 5 silver salas is indeed a generous job, but who knows how long this lord can live. In a few days, the lord living in the mountains will come to collect taxes. How can a lord alone be a match for those people? I'm afraid I'll only get a week's salary. If I don't leave here, this bag of money will only benefit the lord in the mountains. However, York could understand Wayne's surprise, but what did Wayne's words mean? Wayne glanced at the position of the passenger cabin, and then smiled. "Sorry, my boat won't leave until the day after tomorrow." York shook the dagger in his hand. "Then don't blame me for being rude." Wayne picked up the fire hook. "Others may be afraid of you, but I'm not." York found it strange. Why was Wayne so tough tonight? Just as he was about to rush up and teach Wayne a lesson, the door of the passenger cabin opened, and Hobert, wearing a noble's cloak, walked out step by step. "Steward York, where are you going with these public funds so late at night?" Seal tactfully moved a chair out for Hobert to sit on. York looked at Hobert sitting unhurriedly on the chair, and an invisible pressure made him take a few steps back. But the money bag on his waist gave him new courage. He sneered. "My uncle used to be a guard in the Viscount's mansion. I learned fighting from him. The 3 of you are no match for me." Wayne and Seal only saw the lord get up, and then a black light flashed. York's arm holding the dagger had already flown to the boiler. Looking at the lord again, he only had a cane in his hand that looked a little longer and thicker. "Ah!" York screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his severed arm. Hobert winked at Seal, who went over and searched York's waist for the money bag, and handed it to the lord with both hands. At this time, the young man was extremely excited. Just like his uncle said, "Following such a lord, I will have a future." Hobert took the money bag, counted out 10 silver salas, and threw them to York, who was rolling on the floor of the cabin in pain. "You're fired. These 10 silver salas are your severance pay." He threw another 1 silver salas to Wayne. "Clean up the cabin yourself." Blood gushed from York's arm, spilling everywhere. Then, Hobert quickly left the cabin, quickly left the dock, and disappeared into the night. At this time, the uncle and nephew in the cabin looked at York, who was lying on the ground screaming. Seal said, "Let's throw him into the lake. The smell of blood will attract monsters and they will eat him." York endured the severe pain. "No, don't." The knowledgeable Wayne said, "The Lord didn't kill him, why would you kill him? I also find it strange, why didn't the Lord kill him? Idiot, you have to be smarter when you follow the Lord in the future. The Lord is using this dog to promote his martial virtue." As Wayne spoke, he took out the branding iron that had been burning red in the furnace. "Originally, I was wondering why the Lord wanted me to light the furnace, and why he wanted to heat the branding iron red." As he spoke, he stepped on York's shoulder with one foot and placed the branding iron on York's severed arm. In the sizzling sound, in York's hoarse screams, Wayne said to himself, "So that's what it's for." The red-hot branding iron burned the blood vessels at the severed arm, causing them to contract and shrivel, and the bleeding finally stopped. Hobert returned to the Lord's mansion and glanced at the dilapidated mansion from the roof. The area is not small, with a front yard, a side yard, and a garden. Building a house on such a large flat ground in the mountains is already a luxury. Hobert returned to the somewhat cold room, took off his cloak, and after arriving at the fief, he felt that the potion showed signs of loosening. This made Hobert once again determined that the Baron of Corruption does not refer to a fixed title, but refers to having one's own territory or domain. Hobert remembered that the Sequence 8 Sheriff of the Arbiter pathway, the Beyonder, has a certain connection with his own domain. As for the Black Emperor pathway, it was not until Sequence 6 that there was a corresponding connection. But it was just a connection. Hobert believed that even in his own territory, the Baron of Corruption's abilities would not be strengthened accordingly. Lying on the bed, Hobert began to think about how to digest the potion. Coming to the territory is the first step, and establishing one's own rule here is the second step. Tonight's interception of York was Hobert's action to open up the situation in Jeffrey Town. The 80 silver salas given to York was prepared by him long ago, just to give him a test. When York left the Lord's mansion at night, Hobert knew from his expression that York had not withstood the test, so Hobert called Seal to wait for York on the boat. And deliberately not killing York, as Wayne said, York's existence is a deterrent to the people. In this place that has been in a state of lawlessness for 6 years, don't expect to use some great principles to make the people submit, you must use some means. And Hobert's work in the AD era made him read records of the Grand Historian and Ziji Tongjian, and he does not lack such means. Many books read or ideas generated in the AD era were useless in that era, but they have a use in this world. In addition to these methods, Hobert also decided to renovate the Lord's mansion on a large scale, preferably making it known to everyone. In addition, he wanted to organize local braves and completely control the land use rights in the territory. Thinking about it, Hobert fell asleep. The next morning, he looked at the dilapidated roof and once again made up his mind to repair it as soon as possible. When he got up, Hobert was surprised to find that the potion had already shown signs of digestion. Hobert was a little strange and began to seriously summarize what caused the potion to start digesting, but he did not summarize anything after a long time. Until he saw Seal with 2 dark circles under his eyes. "Didn't sleep well yesterday?" "Yes." Seal smiled and said, "Yesterday night when we carried York back, many people heard York's screams and came out to ask what was going on. Then my uncle and I started talking about the miracle on the shoal yesterday, and how you expected York to defect and how you punished York several times. In the morning, the people in the town basically knew the Lord's martial virtue." Seal learned the word martial virtue from his uncle last night. After speaking, Seal was somewhat proud. This morning, when he walked on the street, many residents of the town became respectful to him. Hobert nodded, "I see. This is the reason why the potion is digested." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 353, Chapter 353 The Second Housekeeper Selection, Bonus 17. Chapter 353 The Second Housekeeper Selection. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Keep sending power stones, close to 200. Hobert understood that letting the people in his territory know of the Lord's existence was a way of digesting the barren aspect of the Baron of Corruption. In other words, if the people in the territory acknowledged Hobert as their lord, Hobert's potion would be digested accordingly. This method of digestion wasn't necessarily limited to his own territory. If a Baron of Corruption opened a factory, as long as the workers acknowledged him as the boss, his potion would be digested accordingly. In fact, opening a factory was an easier way to digest the potion than managing a territory. After all, the workers were paid and would definitely acknowledge the boss's position. However, the Baron of Corruption wasn't just about people's acknowledgement of a leader, there was also the corruption aspect. Corrupting the minds of those around him should also be another way to digest the potion. Or rather, corruption and Baron had to be present simultaneously for the potion to be digested effectively. In any case, Hobert woke up in a great mood today. He took out a copper riso from his pocket and flicked it to Seal, "A reward for you." Seal caught the coin. Thank you, great Baron. He thought to himself, my uncle was right. The Baron really wants us to spread his fame. If something similar happens in the future, we must let everyone know. Hobert then said to Seal, by breakfast, then notify Philip to come for an interview, and make preparations. I'm going to inspect the territory today. Seal agreed and was about to leave when both master and servant noticed a middle-aged man peeking in at the door. Seal smiled, Baron, that's Philip. Let him in. Philip had a proper appearance and was neither servile nor overbearing. He seemed to have learned etiquette, as he bowed to Hobert in a formal manner. Hobert asked, who told you to come? Philip lowered his head and replied, I heard that a new baron had arrived, so I wanted to ask if you needed a servant. Our family has served the barons for 3 generations. Even my name was given to me by the old Viscount Wright. If you have any needs in this regard, I am at your service. Hobert nodded. He had heard before that nobility was hereditary, and positions like butlers and senior manservants in noble families were also hereditary. I was just about to have Seal look for you. Hobert smiled, I would like to hire you as my butler. Philip was sincerely apprehensive, Baron, I was only a senior manservant before. My abilities may not be sufficient to fulfill the duties of a butler. It doesn't matter. Hobert smiled, you should know the responsibilities of a butler, right? I do. That's fine then. Your probationary period is 2 months, with a weekly salary of 5 silver salas during the trial period. Hobert then took out his money bag, there are 80 silver salas inside. You will be in charge of the manor's finances from now on, and you will submit the accounts to me for review every Monday. Philip declined once more before respectfully accepting the money bag. After breakfast, Hobert took Seal to inspect his territory. Backlund City Hall, 8:30 a.m. At the instruction of Earl Wolf, the servant Quincy invited Miss Jessica into the meeting hall. Jessica took a deep breath, preparing to face the meeting in her best condition. As expected, as soon as she entered the venue, Gusta and the other 4 representatives of the Chamber of Commerce questioned Jessica's legitimacy, citing Hobert's treason. Jessica, who had seen a lot of the world with Hobert during this time, was neither servile nor overbearing. As far as I know, none of the laws and regulations of the Lone Kingdom stipulate that the seat that lawyer Hobert gave me is illegal. Although he has been deprived of all political power in the Lone Kingdom, I have not. At this time, Hobert's teachers and several law professors also said, this young lady is right. We can't just let the young people be at the forefront. We old bones all believe that her seat is legitimate. Jessica was very touched. She certainly knew that this was Hobert's previous persistence, which had earned the support and affirmation of the legal community for what Hobert was doing. Gusta said to Jessica in a sinister tone, then be prepared to accept the investigation. I believe you are an accomplice of the traitor. Whether I am an accomplice or not is not up to you to decide, Jessica retorted coldly. In fact, she had been questioned twice last week, once by the police in a normal interrogation, and once by the other party using beyond her powers. Because Jessica really didn't know anything, and with the bail of lawyer Barton, Jessica was quickly released. But today, Jessica knew that just by appearing here, she would be confirming that she was Hobert's accomplice, and she was ready to face the coming imprisonment. Especially after seeing the 4 worker representatives, she felt that what she was doing was definitely worth it. As Jessica expected, after the meeting began, the 4 worker representatives couldn't understand the convoluted and grammatically complex legal clauses at all. These were still workers with a certain level of education that the church had found. Without Jessica's explanation, it would be meaningless for them to come or not. It was thanks to Jessica's explanation that the law professors listened to the workers' views and realized that many legal clauses were not applicable at all. For example, the original compensation period was within 3 months, but they learned from the workers that if compensation was not received within a month after a work-related injury, the worker might starve to death. Or the worker's family would be broken, and then the worker would starve to death on the street. In this way, the compensation would lose its payment object and would no longer need to be paid. So the law professors withstood the enormous pressure and changed the 3-month compensation period to 3 weeks. The meeting lasted from morning to afternoon, and the previous bills were almost unrecognizable. After the meeting, Jessica saw the police waiting outside. Gusta had already called the police during the meeting break. If it weren't for Earl Wolf's obstruction, the police would have probably taken Jessica away at noon. Faced with these police officers, who were obviously from special departments, Jessica was relieved. Just as she was about to be arrested, a man with a scar on his face, wearing a suit, stepped forward and showed his credentials to the police. I am Borja of the Special Operations Department. I am under orders from my superiors to protect lawyer Jessica. She can accept your questioning, but I must be present. Another gentleman, wearing glasses and looking like a university professor, also showed his credentials, stating that he had received the same order. Their credentials, in addition to the police badge, also had the emblems of the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of Steam and Machinery respectively. The following experience was more magical for Jessica. The police, or rather the people from MI9, did question her, but the scarred face and the university professor sat beside her. The MI9 people were very polite, so polite that Jessica felt it was a bit unreal. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 354, Chapter 354 Jessica summons Hobert's messenger, bonus 18. Chapter 354 Jessica summons Hobert's messenger. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Open Dagger for continue to act as a Sequence 9 reader. Jessica couldn't believe that she had been released after being questioned. Moreover, when getting off the carriage, Scarface and the university professor each made a promise that if she encountered similar problems again, she could seek help from the Church of the Evernight Goddess or the Church of Steam and Machinery. Jessica didn't expect that she, a wild Beyonder, would gain recognition from official Beyonders in this way. As soon as she returned to the law firm, a colleague told Jessica that someone was looking for her. Arriving at the reception room, Jessica saw a middle-aged man. He was wearing a scarf, obscuring his face, and she only knew that he was a large, fat man. Jessica had a slight impression of him. She remembered that one day this fat man and several companions had waited for lawyer Hobert at the firm. His name seemed to be Austin. Jessica remembered correctly. This was Austin. Upon seeing Jessica, he stood up and whispered, "If you can still contact Hobert, please warn him to be careful. 3 mercenary groups have gone to the Fainapotter Kingdom to take his head for the bounty." Before Jessica could react, Austin pushed open the door and left. Jessica was first worried about Hobert's current situation, and then she decided to summon Hobert's messenger tonight to relay this warning. Even if there were people from MI9 monitoring, she would still summon it, because this was a very urgent matter. When Jessica arrived at her office, she found a letter lying on her desk. The letter wasn't there when she left. Picking up the letter, the envelope read, "Find a way to get this letter to him." The him referred to Hobert, of course. Holding the letter, Jessica sighed. Although lawyer Hobert had left Backlund, his friends still cared about him. Then she thought that the people from the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of Steam and Machinery today might have protected her out of consideration for Hobert's reputation. Jessica remembered that she had helped Hobert send letters to the 2 churches before. After work, Jessica bought 3 discounted donuts on the way back and then went all the way to the Empress Borough, to their new residence. The protector of the new residence was also the reason she dared to summon the messenger. Even if someone was monitoring, they would only dare to observe from a distance. Carrie rested early today and was already recording her work insights and some inspiration. Jessica was afraid that Carrie would worry about her, so she didn't tell Carrie about her great adventure today in advance. Now that the matter was over, Jessica told Carrie about her experiences today and her plan to summon the messenger later while eating dinner. Carrie exclaimed, "Fortunately, you came back safely, otherwise I wouldn't know where to find you." The Church of Steam and Machinery didn't disappoint in this matter. Carrie and Jessica were both believers of the god of steam and machinery. After dinner, the 2 prepared the altar. After Jessica confirmed the ritual procedures with Carrie again and again, Jessica chanted the incantation in Hermes. In my name, I summon. The spirit wandering in the void, a friendly creature that can be driven, the messenger belonging solely to Hobert Jeffrey. As soon as the incantation was finished, a gust of wind suddenly blew around the altar, the candlelight turned pale green, and the atmosphere in the entire room became strange. Suddenly, the candlelight of one of the candles became higher and thicker, as if a phantom door opened from the candlelight, and a coffin floated out of the candlelight and stood upright in front of Jessica and Carrie. This coffin gave the 2 people enormous mental pressure. Creak. A crack opened in the coffin, and a fair hand stretched out. Jessica then reacted and put the letter in that hand. But the fair hand did not retract, and after a second or 2, it reminded, "Donuts." Jessica, who was performing a similar ritual for the first time, reacted, "Oh, sorry." She also put the donuts in that hand. The fair hand retracted, the coffin returned to the spirit world, and the candlelight became normal. After a long while, Carrie said, "This messenger's level is definitely very high." Fainapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Town, time returned to the morning. Seal took Hobert to stroll around the town just below the Lord's Manor first. Although it was called a town, it only had 3 streets, 1 horizontal and 2 vertical. Some residential houses were scattered among them. Looking down from the Lord's Manor, the town seemed to have some scale, but when Hobert actually arrived in the town, he found that many houses were abandoned. 9.5 out of 10 shops were closed. There was basically no activity in the town during the day. The shop owners saluted Hobert after seeing him and confirming with Seal, and some people cursed York's betrayal and praised the Lord's fairness. Hobert was quite satisfied with this effect. However, after leaving the town, no one knew Hobert, and even no one knew Seal. According to Seal's introduction, in addition to Jeffrey Town, Hobert's territory also included more than a dozen villages and the fiefs of 2 knights. The villages were isolated, and after learning that there was a new lord, the villagers were respectful to Hobert, but they all showed a sense of alienation. Hobert was not a spectator, but he could also see the subtext of their expressions and eyes. I hope this lord can last a few more days. At lunchtime, Hobert asked Seal, is Viscount Wright a very respected lord in everyone's eyes? Seal pondered for a moment before answering, many people miss the era of Viscount Wright's rule. Hobert nodded. In that case, this Viscount Wright was at least a qualified lord, and any lord's rule was better than the current chaotic era, so everyone would of course miss him. In the afternoon, they arrived at the territory of Knight Grave Duke. In this remote place, the knight's territory was just a slightly larger village. As soon as they entered the territory, 2 squires with cold weapons came up to question them. After hearing that Hobert was the new lord, the 2 squires were full of disbelief, but one of the squires immediately went to report to the knight. After a while, a knight in his 50s came out on a white horse. He did not dismount, but asked coldly, are you the one who claims to be the new lord? Dismount. Hobert said coldly. Knight Grave Duke's first reaction was to obey the order of the young men in front of him, but he resisted the urge to dismount and said, I have not received the relevant documents. Hobert took 2 steps forward, jumped up, grabbed Grave's collar, and threw him to the ground. This is the document you want. The squires immediately raised their weapons at Hobert. Hobert glanced at them and fully activated his corrosion ability. The surrounding squires immediately cursed each other, and some even wrestled together. Hobert glanced at the white horse. Knight Duke, after this lord arrived at the fief, not only did you not greet me, but you were also rude to this lord. Now I will fine you 1 white horse as an example. Grave struggled to get up, already wearing a smile. Yes, yes, the white horse is yours. Hobert rode the white horse, and Seal led it proudly. The master and servant left triumphantly. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 355, Chapter 355 The Courier Lady's Request, Bonus 19. Chapter 355 The Courier Lady's Request. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert had memories of riding horses in his mind, but they were a little rusty because he hadn't ridden in a long time. However, as long as he didn't gallop, riding slowly wouldn't be a problem. Leading the horse, Seal excitedly said, I didn't expect that the Night Lord, who could fight a monster alone, would be thrown to the ground by the Baron. Baron, if I have the opportunity to receive your grace in the future, and you teach me combat skills, can I become as powerful as you? Hobert smiled, it's possible, but you have to be mentally prepared. If there's a chance, I'll test your psychological endurance. If you have talent in this area, I'll make you my captain of the guard in the future. Seal was so excited that he gesticulated wildly. He tried hard to restrain himself to appear more composed, but he still couldn't help but chuckle. Hobert's territory was divided by a small mountain range. On this side of the mountain were Jeffrey Town, 8 villages, and the territory of Knight Duke. On the other side of the mountain were 5 villages and the territory of Knight Lewis. In addition, the middle mountain range was relatively gentle, and there was a flat area on the top of the mountain, where there were also 3 villages. Baron, it's getting late. Let's go to the top of the mountain and the other side tomorrow. Seal hesitated and said, going to the other side of the mountain requires passing the original church. Hobert nodded, the murderer who killed Viscount Wright, the so-called Lord, lives there, right? Seal, yes, they are a group of robbers. They not only don't care about our lives, but also desperately levy taxes from us. Hobert said, we'll leave early tomorrow and pay them a visit. Yes. When they returned to the Lord's mansion, it was already dusk. As soon as he entered the door, Hobert felt that the mansion had changed greatly. The weeds in the yard were gone, and an old man and a young man he didn't recognize were trimming the flowers and plants in the yard. The original stone slabs and floor tiles on the ground were all highlighted, and although it still looked a little dilapidated, it already had a bit of the feeling of a noble mansion. When Philip saw Hobert returning, he quickly greeted him, Baron, today I hired a dozen people to clean up the yard and rooms, and also found the original gardener and his son to help you trim the flowers and plants. I also found a few carpenters and masons to come and repair the Lord's mansion starting tomorrow. Hobert nodded, you can arrange it. Dinner was still bought back from the town by Seal. Hobert moved into a larger room. Philip said that the Wright family had died in the main hall, and none of the rooms were stained with even a drop of blood. After dinner, Hobert called all the servants over and warned them that no one should go to the courtyard where he lived between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. the next day. To the surprise of Seal and others, Hobert returned to his bedroom alone and took out the oil painting and the 2-handed sword that he had never used, using the method of bestowal. Hobert planned to use the oil painting to stand guard for himself in the future. The oil painting would be activated from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. After being sealed, the oil painting would not be affected by negative effects within 10 hours of use. As the owner of the oil painting, Hobert would not be affected by the curse of the oil painting and the invasion of dreams, but if a stranger broke in, he would definitely be cursed by the oil painting. As for the 2-handed sword, it had no use in Backlund. Now Hobert had the final say in the surrounding dozens of miles. Not to mention a two-handed sword, no one would care if he carried a steam rifle on the street. Before Hobert could activate the oil painting, he felt something and saw a wall suddenly become illusory, and a coffin floated out of the illusion and stood in front of Hobert. It was the messenger. A letter flew out of the crack in the coffin and landed in Hobert's hand. Hobert glanced at the envelope. It was Jessica's letter. He noticed that the messenger didn't disappear immediately, so he asked, "Didn't Jessica pay you?" This remote place, where would he go to find donuts? No. There was a crisp female voice from the coffin. "Tell your friend, if she uses donuts that are about to go bad as payment again, I will kidnap her to the spirit world and have her make donuts for me for 3 months." Hobert smiled. "I will definitely warn her in my reply." That's outrageous. How can she use donuts that are about to go bad as payment? The coffin then disappeared into the spirit world. Hobert opened the letter in the candlelight. There were 2 more letters and several folded pieces of paper in the envelope. The pages were Jessica's letter to Hobert. She briefly described that after she sent out the letters Hobert had asked her to send last Tuesday, she and her colleagues were interrogated by the police and MI9. She spent 3 days in the detention center and paid a large bail before being released. As Hobert had expected, Barton retained Hobert's team, and Jessica is now the senior lawyer of this team. Jessica also talked about what happened in the Parliament today, and the church's help to her. Finally, she mentioned Austen's warning, telling Hobert to be careful and guard against. Hobert glanced at the oil painting hanging on the wall. He hung the oil painting to guard against those mercenary teams who wanted to earn bounty. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Originally, I was a member of the mercenary club, but I didn't expect to become the target pursued by the club's mercenaries. In addition to lamenting, Hobert went to read the other 2 letters. One of them was Selena's letter, which was similar to the previous letters, all asking for some mystical knowledge. However, the knowledge she asked for this time was much more professional and was already approaching mystical knowledge. After opening the other letter, he realized that it was Harvey Hayden's letter. At the Sapphire Resort, Christian had mentioned Harvey Hayden, who was indeed a soldier brought out by him and Rex. Hobert had only caught a few petty thieves with Harvey Hayden. It was during that operation that Hobert ran into George III Travel. Harvey Hayden was also reminding Hobert to be careful of the 3 mercenary teams, and listed the strength of the 3 mercenary teams. The captains of the Cold Night Squad and Prairie Wolf Squad were both Sequence 5, and although the captain of the Blizzard Squad was Sequence 6, there were also 2 Sequence 6 members in the team, so their strength should not be underestimated. In addition, Harvey Hayden also heard that MI9 had also organized people to assassinate Hobert. He told Hobert to be vigilant. After carefully reading the letter, Hobert began to reply. He briefly instructed Jessica a few words and told her that the donuts used as payment in the future must be fresh. Then Hobert wrote back to Selena and Harvey Hayden, respectively. Hobert had previously exchanged mailing addresses with Harvey Hayden. After writing the letter, he was stunned. He didn't have any donuts. There was no way but to go to Fainapotter City. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 356, Chapter 356, Hobert begins his operation, bonus 20. Chapter 356, Hobert begins his operation. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert could have also used travel to deliver the letter directly to Backlund, but after all, he had just caused a scene in Backlund some time ago, and it would be troublesome if the official Beyonders were prepared. Putting on his cloak again, Hobert used the ability of travel to arrive at the room prepared for him in the Christian mansion. This room was relatively secluded. Hobert observed that there was no one outside, then jumped onto the roof to avoid the servant sight and came to Dofus's room door. He knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside, "Come in." Hobert entered and quickly closed the door. "Good evening, Mr. Dofus." Dofus's expression was still so stern that it was impossible to tell his mood. "You've arrived at the fief." He paused and then said, "The Earl is not at home. He went to a banquet today." "Yes, I've arrived at the fief." Hobert briefly recounted his journey to the fief, and then took out the £700 in cash that he had prepared in advance. "Please, Mr. Dofus, help me exchange this money for reso tomorrow. I want more silver lire coins. Just exchange some gold reso coins for me, either coins or 1 or 2 gold lire denomination banknotes. In Jeffreytown, you basically don't need to spend gold lires." Dofus nodded and took the money, counting it in front of him. Then he also briefly talked about Christian's recent situation. Christian showed off his talent slightly and was highly valued by Ferdinand too. Now he is leading a reform in military logistics. Hobert probably understood that Christian's current situation was very similar to that of a lone minister. The king was using his lack of background to carry out some reforms that would definitely offend people. This was one of the reasons why Christian was valued. Another reason was that Christian did have talent and wisdom. While being used by the king, he could also ensure that he would not be killed by the king to quell the anger brought about by the reforms. At the end of the conversation, Hobert asked, "Where can I buy donuts nearby?" "There are some in the back kitchen." "Are they fresh?" "As far as I know, they just came out of the oven around 5:23 this afternoon." After saying that, Dofus got up and went out. A few minutes later, he brought back 7 or 8 donuts. After chatting for a few more words, Hobert really couldn't chat with Dofus anymore, so he got up to say goodbye, took the donuts, and left directly using travel. Back in Jeffrey Town, Hobert set up the altar and summoned the messenger to send the letter out. Hobert ate 2 donuts, feeling that the taste was not bad, and then he turned on the oil painting and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Hobert closed the oil painting and came to the front yard. Philip, who lived in the Lord's manor, had already gotten up early and was instructing the gardener and his son which flowers and plants to prune today and where to plant some flowers, etc. Hobert nodded. Philip had withstood the test and could be trusted to serve as the butler. After breakfast, Hobert called Philip over. "It's time to find a chef and a kitchen helper. We can't just buy food for every meal. In addition, regarding the renovation of the mansion, I have a new idea. Build a large stove in that room. The stove must be built underground, and then open each floor, leaving a 1-brick-high space under the floor, seal it well, and then lay the floor. Finally, use sealed passages to connect the large stove to the space under the floor of each room. Remember that the position of the fire should be lower than the position of the passage, and you must also find a leeward place to emit smoke." Hobert explained his idea to Philip with both words and drawings, so that Philip roughly understood it. Philip exclaimed, "A very unique design. This can make all the rooms warm, right? What is it called?" "Yes, it's called Fire Dragon." Hobert added, "As for the craftsmen to repair the mansion, in addition to finding craftsmen in the town, we must also recruit people from various villages, 2 people from each village." Philip was stunned. It seems that we don't need so many people." Hobert smiled and explained, "This is to let them know that they have a new lord." Philip nodded, "Yes." Hobert asked again, "Do you have any sons?" "Yes, I have 2. Let one of them come to work." Hobert said, "Come over now. I will continue to inspect the territory in a while. It looks more decent to have 2 servants. Also, you can notify the servants of the original Lord's manor that whoever wants to come back to work can come back after negotiating the salary." Philip hesitated and said, They all have some concerns." Hobert glanced at the buildings on the mountain. "I understand. Organize a group of people in a while to clean up the warehouse first, and wait for your son to come back to report the news." Philip was slightly stunned, but did not ask why. Soon Philip's eldest son, Roy, arrived. Seal had fed the horse and resaddled it. After everyone was ready, Seal led the way in front with Hobert's 2-handed sword on his back. Hobert rode in the middle, and Roy followed behind. It took more than an hour for the 3 of them to climb the relatively gentle hillside. Looking down from here, the full moon lake was full of water vapor, setting off the 2 banks like a fairyland. The scenery was really good, but the messy vegetation on the mountain affected the landscape. Hobert was thinking that if a railway track was laid here and a small train was set up, it would be much better than some scenic spots in his impression. There were several mountaintop fields on the mountain, which looked quite fertile. Although it was winter, they were still green, and the crops were growing quite well. According to Seal, since more than 50 years ago, the land around Full Moon Lake has been able to harvest 4 crops of grain every year, and the yield has been doubled. Unfortunately, what people get now is not as much as when they harvested 2 crops before. As soon as they arrived at the top of the mountain, 7 people came forward to greet them. They claimed to be subordinates of the Great Lord, and looked quite arrogant. There was also a large building complex on the mountain. Previously, this was the Church of the Earth Mother, but now it has become the Lord's Mansion of the Great Lord and the Second Lord. Hobert sneered and said to the arrogant people in front of him, "Just running errands, what's so great about it? Get in front and lead the way." Several people were about to draw their swords, but they still endured their anger and led the way in front. Although the church on the mountain was not as large as Hobert's Lord's Mansion, the buildings looked very solemn. It was just that the decorations symbolizing harvest had been removed, which looked a bit nondescript. The church also had a large courtyard. A man in his 30s with a thick beard, who looked very rough, stood at the gate of the courtyard to greet him. "Welcome, Lord. I didn't expect that after 6 years, a new lord would come to this land." This man was the Great Lord. As soon as Hobert arrived, he heard that a new lord had arrived, but he didn't pay any attention to it at all. He planned to go and scare this kid when he collected taxes in a few days. Maybe this young master from the big city would be scared away, but last night he learned from Knight Duke that the new lord wasn't beyonder. The Great Lord had not yet inquired about the background of this kid, so he looked particularly polite today. Hobert nodded pretentiously. "It's good that you know who I am. You guys move out of here yourselves. I want to turn this place back into a church." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 357, Chapter 357, 1 Step, 1 Kill, Bonus 21. Chapter 357, 1 Step, 1 Kill. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The 20-plus people at the entrance, including the so-called Great Lords, were dumbfounded, and so was Seal, who came along. Hobert spoke so casually, as if he were just deciding what to have for dinner. However, each of these people had more than one blood debt on their hands. How could they obediently move away? Yesterday, Seal had even discussed today's itinerary with his uncle Wayne. Wayne believed that Sir Hobert had no helpers in the territory and would first promise some benefits to the Great Lords to gain some ruling power, and then slowly squeeze them out after having some helpers. But Seal didn't expect that the Sir would immediately ask the Great Lords to move. Everyone was silent for a full 4 or 5 seconds before the 20-something second Lord smiled and said, "We will of course carry out the Sir's orders, but you have to give us time to find a new place to live." He smiled and said, "We have prepared a table of wine and food, please come inside, sir, and we can talk while we eat." Hobert nodded, handed the horse to Roy, and then took Seal into the house with him. The room where Hobert was invited was the place where the church used to hold worship services, but the holy emblem of life in the church had long been removed, and the seats on the ground had also been removed. Now there is only a large solid wood table with tableware already set on it. Hobert only had himself and Seal, one sitting and one standing, while behind the 2 lords opposite him stood 20 or 30 people. Seal swallowed nervously, and despite being in the mountains in winter, he broke out in a cold sweat. After the 3 people sat down, just as the second lord was about to order the dishes, Hobert coldly asked, "Did you kill Viscount Wright?" The second lord finally couldn't bear it any longer. "This is our lord's mansion, not Bugas City, nor Fainapotter City. How dare you be unreasonable to a nobleman?" Hobert drew his 2-handed sword and slashed at the second lord. He had already observed that only these 2 lords were Beyonders, and only of the low sequence. So Hobert didn't intend to waste words with them at all. Anyway, none of the people in this room were good people, so he would just start a massacre. Although Hobert's sword was sharp, it was dodged by the second lord. His movements were very agile, and every action seemed very light. The others drew their cold weapons and rushed towards Hobert. Hobert sneered, slightly sideways, and rushed forward. The 4 people in front of him felt like a train had hit them, directly knocking them away. While still in midair, blood spurted from their mouths, and they didn't land until they hit the wall. At this time, the necks of the people who were knocked away tilted, and they died directly. When the Great Lord and Second Lord saw that the new Sir was so fierce, they turned around and left without thinking. Hobert went after the Second Lord first, because he noticed that the Second Lord's sequence seemed to be higher than the Great Lord's. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the second lord shouted as he fled, I am a theosophy." Hobert reached out and grabbed, stealing the second lord's thought of escaping, and went up with a sword to cut him in 2, "I don't care what you are." After speaking, he turned to chase the Great Lord. The Great Lord didn't know why, but he didn't run towards the door. As a result, he was blocked by Hobert. In fact, he was affected by Hobert's corruption and made the wrong choice. Looking at the Great Lord's subordinates again, some wanted to escape, and some cursed those who were escaping as cowards, and they even started fighting among themselves. Seal in the crowd hugged the scabbard of his 2-handed sword, shivering, not daring to move, feeling the warmth coming from his crotch. Hobert sighed in his heart, this is the correct way to use corruption. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the Great Lord quickly explained while retreating, "I was not prepared to kill the Wright family at all, it was Amos. It was the second lord who kept encouraging me to kill. I don't know what happened that day, but I actually killed a viscount. I swear. That was not my intention." Hobert probably understood. Of course, he knew that the second lord named Amos was trying to tell him that he was a member of the Theosophy Order. Hobert remembered that the Theosophy Order was actually a vest of the Demonist sect, so Amos was likely an instigator. And before the instigator was the assassin, so Amos's movements were so light. At this moment, the Great Lord retreated to the wall. His panicked expression suddenly turned into a pursed smile. The wall behind him became illusory. He used the ability of opening doors to pass through the wall. Hobert nodded. He remembered that the Theosophy Order had many Beyonders of the door pathway in addition to the witch pathway. The Great Lord's ability matched this information. Hobert used a blink to chase out, and in the Great Lord's horror, he also cut him in 2. Returning to the room with the huge solid wood table again, Hobert held the sword in both hands and slashed at the crowd. He seemed to be practicing swordsmanship, and he seemed to be cutting melons and vegetables. Every sword he struck reaped 1 or 2 lives. The bandits in the other courtyards heard the screams coming from the main hall. They rushed over to support with weapons, but because the people inside were screaming so desperately, they didn't dare to go in and check. Soon Hobert ended the lives of more than 20 people, took off his blood-stained cloak, and threw it on the table over there. There was still a bandit who was seriously injured, struggling to crawl out. Hobert handed the hilt of the sword to Seal. This is the first test, kill him. Hobert was pointing to the bandit who was crawling out. Seal took a deep breath, took the somewhat heavy two-handed sword, and quickly chased after him, but when he got close, like when he killed the sheep last time, his hands trembled violently. Hobert didn't urge him, just watched quietly. Just as the bandit was about to crawl out of the room, Seal, who had been shivering for a long time, finally gritted his teeth and stabbed forward. Ah! Stabbed in the bandit's leg. Seal quickly retracted his sword and stabbed again. Ah! Stabbed in the bandit's butt. This was not the end. Seal stabbed the bandit's lower back and shoulders one after another. Just when Hobert couldn't stand it anymore, Seal stabbed the bandit in the back of the heart, finally ending this round of torture. Hobert saw a look of fear and excitement twisted together on Seal's face, and saw the light flashing in his eyes. Hobert was quite satisfied with the effect of this corruption. But there were no obvious signs of digestion of the potion. Hobert wondered if something was wrong. Did he have to use the ability of corruption to make his subordinates dark and greedy? Was Seal's mental state not twisted enough now? Was it not enough to digest the potion? Or was the direction wrong? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 358, Chapter 358 Hobert's Successful Harvest, Bonus 22. Chapter 358 Hobert's Successful Harvest. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert stepped out and glanced at the bandits outside the door. One of the bandits with a gun immediately shot Hobert, hitting him in the chest. Just as everyone was about to cheer, they saw the Baron calmly patting away the smoke and dust from the bullet hole, then kicking up a stone, hitting the head of the gunman. This stone was like a shrapnel, smashing a hole in the bandit's head, killing him on the spot. The momentum of the stone diminished slightly, hitting the shoulder of a person behind him, knocking him to the ground with a scream. Only then did everyone react and turn to flee in a swarm. Hobert casually picked up a few stones and threw them out as if at random, and several more corpses appeared in the yard, but a few bandits still escaped. This group of people had been scared out of their wits, and they dropped their weapons on the ground, not worth worrying about at all. Hobert did not chase these small fries, he needed their mouths to spread his prestige. Without Hobert saying anything more, Seal came out of the house, killed the bandit in the yard with a sword, and then respectfully returned the two-handed sword to Hobert. Hobert put away his sword and said to Roy, who was already dumbfounded, "Go back to the manor and have your father bring the gathered manpower over. I estimate that these bandits have accumulated a lot, and the three of us can't move at all." Roy first spun around like a headless fly, and then quickly ran down the mountain, shouting as he ran, "The two lords on the mountain are dead, and this territory has changed hands." Hobert nodded, very satisfied with Roy's reaction. He asked Seal to move a chair for him and sat in the sun, and asked Seal to collect the weapons in the yard and house, and see if there were any other people, and find the bandits' warehouse. Seal first collected the weapons, and then, holding a knife, went to the back to search. Hobert estimated that the time was about right, picked up the two Beyonder characteristics, and packed them in a box made of order crystal. Just as he went back to sit down, Seal drove out several gorgeously dressed beautiful women from the backyard, who had been kidnapped to the mountain by the two lords for pleasure. Hobert let them go back, but these women refused. They used to be the lord's women, and now they were nothing after going back, and had to continue farming and doing rough work. This made Hobert once again lament the moral corruption of this territory. He said coldly, "Either go with your lord, or get out of here." One woman asked, "Where is the lord?" Hobert, "He's lying there resting." When they saw the lord with his internal organs spilling all over the ground, they screamed and left, some vomited a few times, and also screamed and left. Watching their departing figures, Hobert suddenly sighed, the ability of corruption is not to make people's hearts dark and greedy, but that everyone has a morally corrupt side, and corruption is just a catalyst. Seal sighed, what a pity. It was a pity to let these women go, as beautiful as they were. Hobert said coldly, "Your performance today was good, but in the future, as my subordinate, if you can't control what's in your pants, I'll castrate you." Seal was so frightened that he quickly pleaded guilty, and then went to find the bandits' warehouse. More than 20 minutes later, Seal returned and took Hobert to the bandits' warehouse. The backyard of this church had been used by the bandits as a place to raise pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks and geese, and there were also 2 horses. As for the bandits' warehouse, it was mainly grain. Hobert did not expect that such a small fief could accumulate so much grain. It can be seen that the land here is indeed very fertile, but it is a waste to just pile these grains in the warehouse. In addition, there are many dried fruits. For agricultural products, dried fruits are very valuable. But there were not many valuables. Seal only found some gold salas and silver salas in the rooms of the two lords, all of which were coins, adding up to only more than 50 gold salas. Although this was already a huge sum in the mountains, if they only accumulated so little wealth in 6 years, then the nobles would have gone bankrupt long ago. Moreover, it is said that 6 years ago, they robbed all the savings of Viscount Wright, but now there is not a single noble's object in the entire church. Even if Hobert did not use telepathy, he knew that most of their wealth and harvests must have been handed over. Because the Theosophy order did not have much demand for grain and dried fruits, they were piled up here. Soon, Philip came up with dozens of men, and many of them vomited when they saw the corpses in the church, but when they saw the accumulation in the warehouse, they sighed how could these dozens of bandits eat so much grain. Hobert called Philip over and ordered, "Move everything in the church to the manor's warehouse, especially the weapons and valuables. You must supervise it well, and don't let anything be lost." Only then did Philip completely understand that this land had indeed changed hands. He said, "Baron, the manor's warehouse may not be able to hold so much grain. Then build a few temporary warehouses." Hobert continued, "If there are not enough people, find more, and don't worry about spending money." Philip nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes." Hobert continued, "Call a few people to find 2 young adults from each village, and build a large pile of wood outside the church, and let those young adults carry the bodies out and burn them. Burn them at night, the fire must be big enough, and everyone in the entire territory must see it, preferably Viscount Teuton across the lake can see it. When burning the corpses, you must tell them that I have avenged the Wright family, and now I'm their Viscount. Only by establishing a new rule in a rough way can there be a chance to correct the people's moral values here." Philip may have recalled his old master, and tears flashed in his eyes. "I will definitely explain it to them clearly." Hobert added, "Also, find the graves of Viscount Wright and his family, and after the manor is repaired, I will rebury them according to the specifications of the Baron." Hobert has a lot of operations like this in his mind. Philip knelt on the ground while shedding tears. 6 years ago, I buried the Baron's family with a few male servants, and I know where they were buried. Hobert helped Philip up. Everything is in the past. Philip stared blankly at the Baron in front of him, feeling like he was in a dream. Hobert waited until after lunch, but did not wait for a response from the Gnostic Society, so he continued to ride his horse and inspect the territory with 2 servants. When he inspected the territory of Knight Lewis, who had already received news from all sides, greeted him from afar with a very respectful attitude. Hobert said that his servants did not have mounts, and Lewis immediately offered 2 donkeys. Hobert nodded, and the inspection of the territory ended successfully. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 359, Chapter 359 Loyalty and Recognition are the key, Bonus 23. Chapter 359 Loyalty and Recognition are the key. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. 200 Power Stone Chapter. In the Lord's Manor, located roughly halfway up the mountain, Hobert saw the great fire on the mountainside. The fire was indeed large enough to turn Full Moon Lake red, as if burning away the sins and miseries of this fiefdom. Hobert estimated that not only could Baron Teuton across the lake see it, but so could half of southern Colson. The bigger the fire, the better the effect. Then Hobert began to consider his next actions. The Theosophy order had been silent, which made Hobert cautious and vigilant. To this end, he took out the cursed jade stone, blessed by the Mother Tree of Desire, from the Nation of Disorder. If the Theosophy order wanted to play rough, he wouldn't mind giving them a blessing. At the same time, with the Lord's power firmly in his hands, the next step was to implement his rule. However, Hobert had not been able to find any household registration or population records for the Lord's Manor. Upon inquiry, he learned that in this mountainous area, there was no custom of registering households. So the next step was definitely to register households. Only by knowing how many people were in the territory, how the population was distributed, and the age ratios could Hobert carry out the next stage of governance, and in future projects, he could always keep the utilization of human resources within controllable limits. He activated the oil painting, and Hobert fell asleep while pondering. In the Teuton baronet's mansion across the lake, the 30-something, prime-of-life Baron Teuton watched the great fire across the lake without saying a word. Finally, a sweat-drenched subordinate ran in to report, "My lord, I've found out that the new baron on the other side killed the original 2 lords. It is said that he even killed more than 20 bandits with his bare hands. This fire is burning the bandits' corpses." Baron Teuton asked, "Bare hands?" The scout hesitated for a moment before saying, "I heard it from the new baron's manservant, so it may not be entirely accurate." The manservant's original words were even more exaggerated than bare hands, something about a favored one of the gods, who had received the blessing of the earth goddess, and that even a mouthful of saliva could kill a bandit. Something about the great lord begging for mercy, but the baron still announced his crimes and executed him. Baron Teuton did not continue to dwell on these details. He looked across the lake and said, "This baron has some tricks up his sleeve. This isn't just a fire, it's a complete declaration of his sovereignty." Then he smiled and said, I hope he can still have a proper response when the people from the Theosophy order come knocking. Baron Teuton thought to himself, but there are only two paths in front of that Baron. One is to get out or lose his life here, and the other is to be a dog of the Theosophy order. On a mountain dozens of miles away from Jeffrey Town, a stunningly beautiful lady stood there, watching the distant firelight and smiling. His name is Hobert, right? A lady behind her, equally beautiful, replied, yes. His strength should not be weak. Go talk to him tomorrow and see if you can become his Baroness. Wouldn't it be more convenient for us to just kill him? The stunningly beautiful lady smiled and said, I just learned some new information from the outside world a few days ago. You can't kill him, and it's best not to kill him. Cooperation is the best option. Yes. Waking up from his dream, Hobert stared at the roof for a while, sighing that life as a baron was truly fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday. He closed the oil painting, and Hobert suddenly realized that the effect of yesterday's fire exceeded Hobert's imagination, and it had digested nearly a third of the potion in one fell swoop. Hobert felt that something was wrong. If it was just to make the people recognize his identity as Lord, the potion could not have been digested so quickly. This was a sequence 6 potion. It was inherently difficult to digest. With questions in his mind, Hobert still prayed to the Fool, hoping to arrange with Hangman to explore the elven ruins tomorrow. He quickly received a reply from Hangman, no problem. Arriving in the front yard, the renovation of the Lord's manor had already begun. At this time, 40 or 50 people were busy inside the manor. Hobert saw submission and fear in their eyes. Yes, that look was undoubtedly fear. Some people were even trembling with fright. This made Hobert reflect on whether he had gone too far yesterday. But he soon felt that this was also a good thing, as it could establish his rule in the fastest possible way. While eating breakfast, Hobert suddenly understood why he had digested a third of the potion so quickly. It was precisely because of the fear of the people. He finally understood the inherent meanings of corruption and Baron. First of all, he had already figured out Baron before, which was that the people in the fiefdom recognized his identity as Lord. This recognition was not a one-time thing. For example, Hobert's punishment of York could make the people recognize his identity as Lord, and the fire could make the people recognize his identity as Lord again. Hobert showed the authority of the Lord time and time again, and the people recognized his identity as Lord time and time again. This was the process of acting. And corruption does not simply refer to corroding the hearts of those around him. Hobert believes that it is the loyalty shown to him by the people of the territory because of fear, which is the essence of corruption. Baron is just a title, and corruption is just a process. The ultimate goal is to constantly make the people recognize Hobert's identity as Lord, and to constantly make the people show loyalty to Hobert, even loyalty generated out of fear. No matter what the purpose, whether it's buying people's hearts or making the people fear, as long as they can show a certain degree of loyalty, the acting of the Lord, or rather the Baron of corruption, is completed in another aspect. And the reason why it is called Baron of corruption is because after sequence 6, there is the ability to corrode, so corrupting the hearts of those around him, making them greedy and dark, and then using their desires to control them and make subordinates show enough loyalty is the simplest process. So the potion name is Baron of Corruption, not Loyal Baron. Hobert smiled and sighed. This pathway is really the shadow of order, and so many loopholes can be found in the name and digestion method of the potion. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. He had tried it yesterday and found that he was really not the material to corrupt others. Obviously, if Seal indulged in women, he would be more likely to achieve the goal of corrupting the other party's heart, but Hobert still reminded him, because he believed that his subordinates could not be lechers, which seemed to be the most basic moral requirement for subordinates. After finishing breakfast, Hobert was about to call Philip to give new instructions. Philip came himself. My lord, there is a beautiful lady outside the door requesting to meet with you. Since it was a pretty lady, she was probably from the Theosophy order. Hobert said, please invite her in. After a while, a tall lady, although not gorgeously dressed, but very beautiful, entered the door. Seal's eyes immediately went straight. Hobert cleared his throat. Seal suddenly felt a chill in his crotch, quickly turned his face away, and dared not look again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 360, Chapter 360 Cooperation, not Confrontation. Chapter 360 Cooperation, not Confrontation. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The beautiful lady introduced herself with a smile. My lord, you can call me Helen. Every glance and smile of hers exuded a captivating charm and beauty. Even Hobert had to silently remind himself, she used to be a man, to maintain his composure. Seer, the ordinary man beside him, was breathing heavily. Hobert said to him, you go out first. I'll have a private conversation with Miss Helen. Yes, sir. Seal felt like he was escaping. Only after he got outside did he breathe a sigh of relief. Uncle was right, my knowledge is still too shallow. This is a real woman. Those women at the docks who solicit business are, well, just SOSO. Then, he wondered how the Lord would talk with the beauty inside. The scene inside the room was far from as sordid as Seal imagined. Hobert remained seated in his chair. You shouldn't use beyond our abilities on my servant. I wasn't using it on him, I was using it on you, Helen said with a charming smile. It might be impolite to say this, but I must tell you, I've met a lady who is more beautiful and has a better temperament, so my standards for beauty are relatively high, Hobert said with a smile. You can withdraw your ability, and we can talk about some practical matters. Oh. Helen's eyes flickered. No wonder Ms. Monica said this Baron was cooperative. Did he sleep with a member from somewhere else? That certainly makes it easier to establish a cooperative relationship. Helen indeed stopped using her beyond her abilities, but her every move still attracted the attention of the opposite sex. Hobert asked, May I ask what brings you to me? I heard you didn't bring your wife. I don't have any plans to get married yet. Helen smiled, I didn't say I wanted to marry you. I just want to be your mistress. Hobert reached into his pocket and took out a wooden box. Can I take your words just now as a willingness to cooperate? Then this is my sincerity for cooperation. As he said this, he pushed the wooden box towards Helen. Helen was slightly stunned. She opened the wooden box and looked. There were two beyonder characteristics, one instigator and one apprentice, which should be the beyonder characteristics of those two idiots who were killed yesterday. But if you want to cooperate with me, you must cooperate with me personally, and you can't bypass me to cooperate with others in my territory, Hobert said seriously. From now on, in my territory, only I have the final say. Although Hobert would try to restrain himself and would not cooperate with the Theosophy order in bed, he would not completely refuse cooperation in other fields, as long as it did not harm the people in the territory or his own interests. Hobert had thought about it last night. Before the Earth Mother Church sent people, this was a necessary compromise. It was impossible for him, a Sequence 6, to challenge the Theosophy order, the Blood Sanctify sect, and the Aurora order at the same time. And Hobert would never cooperate with the Aurora order and the Blood Sanctify sect. The former were a bunch of lunatics, and cooperating with them was courting death. The latter regarded human life as worthless, and their cruelty and bloodiness had far exceeded Hobert's bottom line. After thinking about it, establishing some cooperation with the Theosophy order was still acceptable, but Hobert also understood that such cooperation could not exceed his bottom line. One of Hobert's bottom lines was not to engage in bad activities with witches, otherwise it would be easy to become addicted, and before he could corrupt others, he would fall first. Growing up reading Eastern classics, Hobert had a particularly thorough understanding of human nature. He knew that he was not a saint, so he simply rejected everything that might make him degenerate, at least he could barely be a gentleman. Helen was silent for a few seconds. Hobert's reaction was a situation she had never considered before coming. After a few more seconds, she said, You seem to know us very well. Hobert answered irrelevantly, My father has some power in Fainapotter City. Helen nodded, I understand. Hobert thought, That's what you understand yourself. I didn't say anything. He said, I have my purpose in coming here, but my purpose is not you. Don't try to infiltrate my territory anymore. I don't care what you do here. On this basis, we can have some mutually beneficial exchanges. This is what I think is a feasible cooperation framework. Helen thought for a while and then said, I will come again tomorrow and give you an answer. Hobert smiled slightly, I look forward to your reply. After seeing Helen off, Hobert called Philip again, I heard that there used to be a school in town. Yes, sir, but without the Lord's mansion salary, the school has been disbanded. What about the school teachers? Some teachers have left here, and some local teachers have stayed. Hobert ed and said, Call those teachers here. Philip thought that the Lord was preparing to restore the school and quickly sent 2 male servants with quick legs to call people. Soon, 1 woman and 2 men, the only 3 remaining teachers here, came. They were all locals who had tried to venture out, but without exception, they all failed and returned to farming. Decades ago, compulsory education began to be popularized throughout the northern continent. Although nearly half of the people in the Fainapotter kingdom were still illiterate, the other half who had school experience would be qualified workers or servants. They had sufficient learning ability and comprehension ability to make them competent for this industrial age position. However, in this remote area, at least 80% of the people were illiterate. This was still the result of the efforts of Hobert's predecessor, Viscount Wright. In those territories that had not had a lord for decades, the illiteracy rate was close to 100%. I'm going to restore the school, Hobert said straightforwardly. Your salaries and benefits will be the same as before. The Lord's mansion will pay you every week, starting from today. The 3 teachers were all pleasantly surprised. Being a teacher was certainly better than farming. The work was easy, and they were generally respected. They immediately bowed to Hobert and expressed their praise for the Lord. But I have to have someone repair the school first, Hobert said with a smile. So before the school is repaired, you will come to the Lord's mansion to work first. The specific work content will be designated by me personally. The three people nodded repeatedly, expressing their willingness to follow Hobert's arrangements. Hobert instructed, your task for the next 2 days is to find 15 people who can read and write and teach them how to fill out this form. Next, I need them to do a statistic. Their weekly salary is 2/3 of yours. The three people were all stunned, feeling that the Lord's instructions were strange, but they were still very focused on learning the form given by the Lord. They were unfamiliar with the highly efficient form. Hobert explained it to them for more than an hour before finally explaining the role and usage of the household registration popularization form. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 361, Chapter 361 Landing on the Mysterious Island. Chapter 361 Landing on the Mysterious Island. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. On Saturday night, Hobert once again used travel to arrive at Potter City. In the room prepared for him, there were already 2 large bags full of silver sol, as well as a small bag of gold lire coins and banknotes. Hobert once again went to Dofus and asked him to help purchase a large quantity of paper, pens, ink, stationery, etc., because Hobert had only learned at noon that the paper in his territory was relatively scarce. The next morning, Hobert was sleeping soundly when his spirituality woke him up. Someone was gently fiddling with the latch. Hobert was stunned. A thief. He looked out the window. It was almost dawn. If it were for work, he would be late, right? At this time, Hobert smelled a faint fragrance, and he roughly understood who was outside. He extended his spirituality to the oil painting, confirmed that the oil painting hanging on the wall was still open, and quietly waited for the other party to walk into the trap. After 2 or 3 attempts, the latch was opened by the other party. Sure enough, Helen walked in with a smile. Your Excellency, wake up. What a wonderful scenery. The monster with eyes on its chest appeared from the oil painting and unceremoniously sent Helen a curse. Helen looked surprised and retreated repeatedly. Clatter. A piece of glass on the window shattered, and Helen used mirror substitute to avoid the damage of the curse. She didn't know when she had a short sword made of ice in her hand, and while agilely dodging the monster's claws, she pierced the monster's heart. The monster disappeared into the void just like that. What are you here for? Hobert asked. Helen immediately put on a bright smile. I'm here to see you. If I were you, I wouldn't be in the mood to use charm on the person in front of me. This oil painting is a very strange sealed artifact. As its owner, I will not suffer most of its damage and negative effects, but it has already marked you and will try to kill you when you are most vulnerable or asleep. Helen was shocked. What should I do then? Hobert shook his head. I don't have any good solutions. I think you'd better ask your elders or superiors for help as soon as possible. In fact, he didn't want to completely solve Helen's problem but wanted to give her enough deterrence. Of course, Helen would not doubt Hobert's warning. She withdrew her charm ability. I'm here to tell you that the elders have agreed to your cooperation plan, but I have to stay in your lord's mansion as our liaison for cooperation. Okay, I won't give you any orders, but you have to abide by the rules I give you. Hobert said, the first rule is, don't enter my bedroom without my permission in the future. It's very dangerous for you. Helen nodded and left quickly without having time to bargain with Hobert. Hobert still got up at his usual time. After closing the oil painting, he came to the front yard for breakfast. He first inquired about the progress of the Lord's mansion renovation and the work progress of the 3 teachers. Then, Hobert told Philip that he was going out today. After rejecting the servant's request to follow, Hobert found a deserted corner and used travel to first reach a corner of a cemetery in Conant City, Desi County, which was exactly the cemetery where Hobert had previously killed 2 Judgment Group sentries. In the cemetery's forest, Hobert put on a mask and once again used travel to enter the spirit world, reaching a lobby port in the northeastern part of the Berserk Sea and the southwestern part of the White Whale Sea in one breath. This place is far from the center of the colony. This port city of considerable size is a paradise for pirates and adventurers. Of course, official beyonders are also stationed here. Pirates can squander money here at will, but if the bounty is too high, or they have committed overly cruel or bloody crimes, they will also be arrested by official beyonders. On this island, there are still many small private ports, providing hiding places for some pirates. The place where Hanged Men Alger and Hobert met was a forest outside a private port. Alger also made some disguises, such as sticking on a beard and changing into local clothes, but he didn't directly wear a mask like Hobert. After meeting, Hobert asked as soon as he opened his mouth, "Are you ready?" Alger was stunned before saying, "Ready." He was puzzled. Didn't they need to confirm each other's identities? He had prepared a few obscure passwords. Hobert grabbed Alger's shoulder. "Please keep repeating the general location of that ruin in your mind." Alger couldn't help but ask, aren't we going to confirm each other's identities? We're going on an adventure, not to the Red Theater. Hobert smiled and said, if I find out you have a problem during the adventure, I have plenty of ways to make you die without knowing why. Alger nodded, that was indeed the case, so he began to constantly repeat the location of the ruins in his mind as Emperor said. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him became colorful, and the trees and flowers seemed to be splashed with a layer of oil paint. Passing through this bizarre scene, the two came to the spirit world. Hobert instructed, don't make eye contact with the creatures of the spirit world. Alger quickly lowered his head and continued to locate this travel. Hobert noticed that the surrounding spirit world space was gradually distorted. Some places seemed to be boiling, and whether it was mist, strangely shaped spirit world creatures, or things like rocks and castles, they were constantly tumbling. Hobert speculated that they should have entered the spirit world outside the safe sea lanes of the Berserk Sea. Just as he said, the spirit world is completely a smooth road compared to the Berserk Sea in the real world. The journey was relatively smooth. When the space in front of the two became bizarre again, they left the spirit world and were standing on a beach of an unfamiliar island. The scenery around the island made the two of them gape. Thick, dark rain clouds were almost connected to the sea surface. They were like iron barrels, surrounding the island tightly. At the top of the rain clouds, there was a patch of clear sky. This gave Hobert the feeling of being in a deep well. Directly above the island was a round clear sky like a well opening, and all around were impenetrable well walls. On the well walls, strong winds raged and lightning flashed, and the rain clouds could be seen moving rapidly. Hobert even suspected that he was in the eye of a huge hurricane. Alger also sighed, I've seen a lot of maritime wonders, but this is the first time I've seen such a sight. Then the two looked towards the island, and Alger immediately recognized several beyonder creatures, including storm green-winged eagle, blue shadow falcon, and dragon-eye sea eagle. In the sea, there were also agate jellyfish, blue-eyed electric eel, and so on. The main materials formed by these beyonder creatures were what he was going to use, or had used before. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 362, Chapter 362 Hunting in Two-Dimensional Space. Chapter 362 Hunting in Two-Dimensional Space. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert and Alger looked again at the interior of the island. Except for a few mountains in the middle, the rest of the island was relatively flat. One side of the mountain was obscured by a thick fog, and the sunlight could not penetrate it, making it impossible to see the scene beneath. In the areas without fog, although the trees on the high mountains could be seen clearly, there seemed to be several large mirrors placed haphazardly on the island, as if reflecting scenes from different angles out of nowhere. Hobert pondered for a moment and said, this island is located within the Berserk Sea. Although it looks relatively normal, the space here should have some integration with the spirit world, so some spaces should be in a distorted state. Also, because this island has the beyonder characteristics of a sailor pathway saint, the harsh weather has been driven away from the island, forming the scene we see now. Alger nodded, which was similar to his guess, there are many extraordinary creatures of the sailor pathway here. If you can help me hunt the blue shadow falcon and the dragon-eyed sea eagle, I will give up a chance to choose spoils. Okay, Hobert said. What does the blue shadow falcon look like? That one is. Before Alger could finish speaking, Hobert opened his arms as if embracing the sun, sacred light. The blue shadow falcon, which was flying well in the sky, was immediately submerged in the thick holy light. A few seconds later, the blue shadow falcon, burned into a roasted chicken, fell from the sky. The sudden sacred light startled the birds in the sky and the extraordinary creatures on the ground, all flying away or fleeing the beach. Hobert asked, which one is the dragon-eyed sea eagle? Somewhat surprised, Alger quickly pointed, that one. He originally wanted to use the sapphire scepter to summon a hurricane to fly himself into the sky to hunt, asking Emperor to cover him, but before he could react, Emperor had already completed the hunt for the blue shadow falcon. Hobert locked onto the target, distortion. The dragon-eyed sea eagle, which was about to escape, had its intention distorted by Hobert and suddenly turned its head and flew back. 2 or 3 seconds later, the dragon-eyed sea eagle seemed to suddenly realize that its direction was wrong. It quickly increased its altitude, hoping to stay away from the two terrible humans on the beach. But after 2 or 3 seconds of brewing, Hobert solemnly said, corrosion. The rationality in the dragon-eyed sea eagle's eyes disappeared. For some reason, it just wanted to peck to death these two hateful humans in front of it. Hobert held the tang knife and waited on the beach. When he felt the height was right, he decisively drew his knife and chopped off the dragon-eyed sea eagle's head. Thump. The dragon-eyed sea eagle, split in two, fell on the beach, its headless body twitching. Alger was surprised by the strength of Emperor and quickly went to collect extraordinary materials. Only to hear Hobert, who had sheathed his knife, say, I didn't expect the creatures of the sailor pathway to be so irritable. Alger's movements paused slightly, thinking, you have the nerve to say that, you are more like a folk of rage. Before even exploring the island, you use such a powerful, sacred light. What if it awakens some existence on the island? But soon he continued to dig out the dragon-eyed sea eagle's eyeballs, and although the feathers of the blue shadow falcon had been basically burned off, it was still alive. After Alger killed it with a dagger, the beyonder characteristics quickly began to converge on the few feathers that had not been burned by the sacred light, and soon those feathers turned into crystals. He couldn't quite believe that the main materials he had been waiting for so long had been collected in this way. For Alger, just after landing, this adventure had a satisfactory gain for him. After he collected the main materials, he found that Emperor had been observing the situation on the island. He suddenly understood that Emperor using sacred light as soon as he came up was not because he was reckless. It was more like a test, testing the island's reaction. The two observed for a full minute, and the island did not change in any way. Hobert said, we'd better get closer. If we encounter an accident, use travel to leave immediately. Alger nodded, and then very consciously took out a machete to chop the vegetation in front of him, clearing the way for the two. There was no trace of humans on this island, but many mystical creatures or plants settled here. The two walked forward, hunting mystical creatures and plants. They successively obtained a sequence 7 and 2 sequence 8 main materials. The blood of these creatures and the juice and fruits of the plants were also very good materials. Because it was still morning, the exploration action today was not urgent, so the two patiently collected these materials as well. Until they encountered an area where the light was obviously different from the surrounding area. The two stopped warily to observe. This was the mirror-like scene they had seen on the beach. In front of them was also a jungle, and they could see the mountains not far away, but the light and colors were very different from the surroundings, and every time a gust of wind blew, these places with different colors would be blown back and forth. In other places, the wind only caused the leaves or the canopy to shake, but in those places where the colors were different, the entire tree, even the entire space, was shaking, as if the scene in front had become a curtain painted with realistic paintings, and the entire curtain shook when the wind blew. Hobert picked up a stone from his feet and threw it in. After the stone entered the area with different colors, it also changed color, but the stone still landed, rolled a few times, and remained motionless on the ground, becoming part of the curtain. Then Hobert began to do the second experiment, breaking off a branch and extending the front half of the branch into the curtain. When he took it back, the front half of the branch had become a thin layer. This was a very wonderful sight. Below was a normal branch, and the branches and leaves above looked normal, but they had no thickness. Especially the circular branch, which looked circular from the front, but only had the thickness of a piece of paper from the side. This scene once again amazed Alger. This is. Hobert seemed to understand something. Could this be two-dimensional space? Ah. Alger heard this term for the first time. Hobert said to himself, I forgot where I saw it. The spirit world is actually a four-dimensional space to some extent, so theoretically, two-dimensional space must also exist. Seeing Alger's confused face, he threw the branch in his hand directly into the two-dimensional space and found a leaf to face Alger. If you only look at one side, there are only two dimensions, length and width. Then he laid the leaf flat, looking at it this way, the leaf has thickness, and thickness is the third dimension. Alger was also a smart man and immediately understood what Hobert meant. Then what is the fourth dimension? Hobert spread his hands. I don't know. An old man with a messy head of gray hair once said it was time, but it doesn't seem to be, at least not in this world of mysticism. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 363, Chapter 363 The Bloody History of the Elves. Chapter 363 The Bloody History of the Elves. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert explained, the fourth dimension is definitely not length, width, and height, but an additional dimension on top of length, width, and height. In that dimension, we are like paper figures in 3 dimensions. However, thinking about how we could travel through closed spaces in the spirit world, the fourth dimension must be able to easily jump out of the other 3 dimensions. It's like drawing a circle on paper. If there were 2-dimensional creatures, the circle would be an insurmountable barrier for the creatures within. But if we have the third dimension, we can simply walk and step out of a circle on the ground. Alger exclaimed, this is a very logical new discovery. Its theory seems to be very mature. Hobert smiled and shook his head. In short, we have to walk around this kind of 2-dimensional space. You saw just now that once you enter it, you lose your thickness when you come out, and we become paper figures. This reminded him of a very classic science fiction novel he saw in the AD era. Alger nodded, but then he had a new question. When we return from the spirit world to the real world, why don't we feel the damage caused by the dimensions? Hobert smiled and said, that's because we are returning from a higher dimension to a lower dimension. A higher dimension can contain a lower dimension, just like there are planes in the real world. So when we enter a higher dimension, we as lower dimensions will not be harmed by the dimensions. But when a higher dimensional creature enters a lower dimension, such as the two of us entering the two-dimensional space in front of us, then we will lose our thickness. I don't know if there is a way to recover it. Anyway, I haven't thought of a way to recover it. The two of them talked about this issue while detouring around the two-dimensional space in front of them. Alger was a little strange. Then where did these two-dimensional spaces come from? Theoretically speaking, the spirit world is a high-dimensional space, but I have never heard of any place that corresponds to a two-dimensional space. Hobert was also a little puzzled. It doesn't seem to be a product of the fusion and distortion of the real world and the spirit world. He didn't understand where it came from specifically. These two-dimensional spaces are not difficult to bypass, and they show no signs of expansion, like fruit particles in jelly, with a clear distinction from the surrounding space, but irrelevant. The two of them had to detour while trying to stay away from the mist as much as possible. Although the mist looked harmless, who knows what the scene inside the mist is like. Today, we can explore the area outside the mist first, and it will not be too late to explore inside the mist when we have time in the future. They walked until noon and arrived at the mountain in the center of the island. At the foot of the mountain, they found a freshwater stream and some long-abandoned elven ruins. At the same time, they saw a building like a palace. This building has a typical elven style and looks relatively well preserved. The two of them were prepared and brought some food and water. At this time, they each ate a simple lunch and rested for a while before starting to explore the palace. After entering the main hall, Hobert discovered that this should be a temple. In the middle is an altar and a statue covered with dust, and the surrounding walls are murals. However, the statue is very strange. It is a multi-angled, multifaceted, and multi-edged crystal-like structure. Each of its sides is engraved with some mystifying symbols, as if each side represents a different meaning. Hobert was stunned for a long time before asking Alger, "Have you seen this kind of statue? Is this a statue? Could this be the abstract image of the Elf King?" Alger shook his head. "I have never seen such a belief." Then Hobert was attracted by the murals on the wall. The order of the murals is from left to right, one after another. The first picture is a battle scene. The main character in the mural is an elven king with pointed ears and blue hair. He is stepping on the waves, surrounded by storms, and holding a lightning spear. Hobert believed that this should be the image of the Elf King. He is leading the elves to fight against the dragons. This depicts a war in the second epoch. It seems that the elves living on this island have a long history. The second picture is still the Elf King, fighting against a great figure exuding sunlight. Alger guessed, is that the eternal blazing sun? No, is it the ancient sun god? Hobert nodded and went to see the next mural. As a result, this mural depicts a scene of hell on earth. A group of people holding crosses and emitting light from their other hands are hunting elves. Some elves were beheaded, some elven women were being insulted, and some elves' heads were cut off and hung on spears, like a declaration or deterrence. This is definitely the dark history of the ancient sun god, but Hobert felt that this should be the truth of history. When the spiritual leader and power leader of a race fall at the same time, most elves should be slaughtered or enslaved. After all, although the ancient sun god is much more rational than the ancient gods, he must still have a distorted and crazy side. His divinity is greater than his humanity, and he will not stop his believers from carrying out such massacres. Only a part of the elves, under the protection of the saint, escaped to some islands to survive. Hobert didn't think this was so cruel, because before that, humans were the ones who were enslaved and slaughtered. The next mural shows the elves performing some curses, and on the other side, the sun fell to the ground. Hobert pondered for a while before he understood. The elves on this island believe that their curse caused the ancient sun god to fall. They may also know that such an idea is a bit far-fetched, but it is more refreshing for them to draw it like this. A stone door separated the murals. Hobert passed through the stone door and continued to look down. On the new murals, an elven leader is leading the elves to fight against a group of people wearing storm church costumes. Alger's heart tightened when he saw this mural. Although the costumes of the storm church on the mural are clearly different from the current ones, he certainly knew that this represented the people of the storm church. He didn't expect that there was such a history. Hobert believed that this battle should have taken place in the fourth epoch. It is said that there were still many elves on the sea at that time, but by the fifth epoch, elves and giants had basically disappeared. Of course, they would not disappear for no reason. That was a history of human rise. Whether on land or at sea, humans became the undisputed protagonists, and the remaining elves could only escape to small islands like this at the edge of the world to live. Continuing to look down, the history of this group of elves did not end there. Suddenly, one day, the sea suddenly became violent. The elf saint holding a scepter and wearing a golden ring blocked the violence of the sea around the island, forming a spectacle like an iron barrel. Immediately afterwards, the saint holding the scepter seemed to hear a voice from the void. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 364, Chapter 364 Infiltration from Higher Dimensions. Chapter 364 Infiltration from Higher Dimensions. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. This mural is somewhat abstract. The saint on the previous mural, who drove away the violent weather, is listening intently towards a dark place. This should be something that already happened in the fifth epoch. The violent weather on the sea before should represent the scene when the Berserk Sea formed. No one knows what that saint heard, but the elven race changed their faith from then on and erected new idols. The last mural depicts a bloody sacrificial scene. A tall elf lies on the altar, his face full of pain, while the priest is cutting open his chest and heart. Hobert said, the elven race living here probably died out in this kind of bloody sacrifice, and their leader seems to have been corrupted. Alger nodded, feeling as if he had just witnessed a heavy and bloody history. Then, the two of them looked at the stone door behind the temple. There was a crack in the stone door, and a cold wind blew out from inside. The two of them pushed open the stone door together, revealing a cave connected to the mountain, like a long and dark corridor. Hobert injected his spirituality into the warm ring and then wiped his staff with his hand. The staff immediately emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the path ahead and covering Hobert and Alger in a layer of sacred light. After passing through the corridor, they arrived at a spacious cave. Both of them were surprised after seeing the scene in front of them clearly. In this cave, there were actually two formations, with many elf mummies standing neatly. They must have turned into mummies immediately after death, or died as mummies, otherwise, the remains could not have been preserved so well. In front of the small altar in the middle of the cave, there was also a kneeling mummy, who was probably an elf priest. Hobert and Alger carefully came to the altar, and their eyes narrowed. The symbol drawn in the center of the altar was actually the symbol representing the Lord of Storms. Hobert looked at the surrounding mummies again. There were men and women, old and young, some with beyonder characteristics, but most did not have any. If they only saw these mummies, the two of them might have thought it was a bloody sacrificial scene, but with the symbol on the altar, everything became strange. Why would the last remaining power of the elven race in the North and South continent paint the symbol of the Lord of Storms, whom they regarded as a deadly enemy, on the altar? Inside this cave, there was another cave. Since they had already come here, of course, they had to continue exploring. The two of them moved forward again, passing through a not very long cave. Some mystical symbols were drawn on the stone walls of the cave. Hobert, who was quite knowledgeable, roughly understood that they seemed to be common symbols representing seals. After passing through the cave, they arrived at another spacious cave, which contained many corpses lying in disorder. Only skeletons remained of the corpses inside, and each skeleton had an beyonder characteristic. Alger could even feel that some of those beyonder characteristics were sequence 6 or even sequence 5. There were also many seemingly brand new ornaments on the skeletons, which must be magical items. They've struck it rich this time. However, neither of them immediately bent down to pick up the beyonder characteristics in front of them but carefully observed the surroundings. Hobert's staff emitted a more dazzling light to illuminate the entire cave. They had the same idea, to find out the cause of death of these elves first. The light from the staff allowed them to see a headless corpse sitting cross-legged at the deepest part of the cave. Hobert noticed that the corpse was holding a staff in its hand and wearing a golden ring on its finger. Around the headless corpse, a head, a heart, lungs, a liver, and kidneys were floating and slowly moving. The corpse also had several circles of intestines wrapped around its waist. No one knows how long the corpse has been there, but there were no signs of decay, and the approximate structure of those internal organs could still be seen clearly. The corpse's torso was cut open, and those internal organs should have come from inside the corpse. However, the head floating around the corpse was obviously cut open. Not only the head but also other internal organs such as the heart had traces of being cut open, and even the intestines seemed to have been cut open if one looked closely. Hobert and Alger looked at each other and recalled the bloody sacrificial scene in the mural. "Who are you?" Just as the somewhat shriveled head floated to the front of the corpse, a solemn and old voice suddenly echoed in the cave. The voice spoke in Elvish, but Hobert and Alger, who often came into contact with mysticism, could understand it. Hobert replied in broken Elvish, "My companion is a descendant of the elven race. He has received a great guidance to come here and inherit the power of his ancestors." Alger was stunned. He didn't expect that Emperor could make up such a lie so easily. But he could also understand that he didn't know whether the headless corpse in front of him was an evil spirit or something else. But the other party should have intelligence. Hobert's words elevated the purpose of their actions from digging graves to inheriting the power of their ancestors. Moreover, Alger's blue hair indicated that he did have elven blood, so Emperor's words were not entirely lies. "That's really great," the voice said. "I've been waiting for helpers for too long." Hobert was stunned. "What helpers?" "Helpers to kill me." The cave became silent. After a full 10 seconds, Hobert asked, "Are you serious? Do you still need to be killed again? Your head has been cut off, and your heart has been cut open, okay? Maybe my words are beyond your comprehension, but I'm really not dead yet." The voice sighed. "We were cursed, a curse from the astral world. You should have seen it when you came in. The last elven group in this sea area was destroyed. Hobert was not interested in that curse, because it might indicate great danger. Killing you will end that curse. No, killing me will completely prevent the descent of that power from the astral world. The voice explained. Suddenly one day, something unknown happened in the sea area, and the spirit world was distorted and merged with the real world. In the distorted spirit world, we heard a voice that claimed it could help us kill Leonard and regain our former glory. So we changed our faith and erected new idols. But that was the beginning of the disaster. We should not have listened to his bewitchment and prayed to him for power. When he descended on me, I felt his malice. In order to prevent his continued descent, I could only make sure that my body had no enclosed places, so I cut off my head, cut open my skull to expose my brain, so I dug out my heart and cut open the atria and ventricles, so. Okay. Hobert said, no need to say it in such detail, we all understand. It's good that you understand, hurry up, come and kill me. Many people in the cave wanted to kill me back then, but they all failed. But after so many years of struggle, I have taken the initiative of this body, and it is easy to kill me. Hobert thought for a while, sorry, but I refuse. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 365, The Evil Gods Plot. Chapter 365, The Evil Gods Plot. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Emperor's refusal was so blunt that Alger was somewhat surprised. Although he had no intention of becoming a so-called helper, he also didn't plan to refuse. Instead, he intended to respond in a way that neither agreed nor refused. However, considering his strength, Alger always positioned himself as a guide, a second-in-command, during this expedition. Therefore, although he didn't agree with Emperor's approach, he didn't voice any objections. The old and solemn voice didn't seem to expect that Hobert would refuse so thoroughly. After a long while, he asked, Child, don't you know how much disaster the arrival of an evil god will bring to this world? It is because I know that I refuse, Hobert said. I noticed just now, the scepter and ring in your hand, which reminded me of the murals I saw in the temple before. I also noticed that on these skeletons in front of us, there are also 2 rings of the same style as the one on your hand. If my spirituality is not a problem, judging from the beyonder characteristics around them, the 2 elves wearing the rings were both sequence 5 before their death. In terms of strength, I think this kind of ring should be similar to the symbol of leadership among the elves. And the scepter in your hand represents the power symbol of the highest leader. The old voice said, You guessed right, this ring has a symbolic meaning you can hardly imagine. But what does this have to do with refusing my request? It has a lot to do with it. Hobert said, squatting down and saying to Alger, for example, this beyonder characteristic of the elves. You are a beyonder of the sailor pathway. Feel it, is this an beyonder characteristic of sequence 5? Alger was slightly stunned, but immediately showed the shrewdness of an old hand. He took the beyonder characteristic handed over by Hobert, held it in his hand, and pretended to feel it, saying, yes, it is an beyonder characteristic of sequence 5. After speaking, he smoothly put the beyonder characteristic into his pocket. The whole movement was exceptionally smooth. Hobert, who was squatting on the ground, continued, Look, how exquisite this ring is, how beautiful this pendant is, all of which are showing his distinctiveness in identity. While saying this, he smoothly put the ring and pendant into his pocket. The movements were equally smooth. Most importantly, before he died, his face was facing the outside of the cave. Hobert seemed to be trying to divert the attention of the old voice, and immediately pointed out the key point. This shows that he didn't die in the process of preparing to kill you, but rather died while trying to escape outside the cave. Associating it with the last mural in the temple, what you said about not allowing your body to have any closed places should be about creating a container for the arrival of the evil god in the astral world, that is not a sacrifice. And after countless experiments on the elves on this island, all of which ended in failure, you, the leader of the elves, a saint, tried to become a container for the evil god. Perhaps because of your demigod physique, the experiment of creating a container for the evil god was finally successful. But at the same time as the success, the evil power descended, causing all the leaders of the elves in this cave to lose control and die. Child, has your thinking always been so abnormal? The voice seemed to be amused. If the evil god has already arrived, it will trigger a catastrophe in the north and south continents. The key is that you, who are so close to me, would have died long ago. Hobert said seriously, that's because the priests and the elves outside the cave realized that they had made a big mistake. So they and the priests sacrificed their lives to their mortal enemy, the Lord of Storms, allowing the Lord of Storms to immediately descend and seal you in this cave, in this body. Although I belong to a different race from them, I think they are very respectable people. If I'm not mistaken, as long as this body is destroyed, you will descend again, right? Lord Evil God. In fact, the reason why Hobert initially suspected that there was something wrong with this corpse was the corpse itself. In the cave outside, it was full of mummified corpses. If there was a skeleton among them, Hobert would definitely suspect that there was something wrong with the skeleton. Similarly, the cave inside was full of skeletons, and there was only one corpse without any signs of decay, then it must have a big problem. Hobert therefore became suspicious, and then launched some series of deductions and associations. The cave fell into silence, and Hobert slowly raised his hand and placed it on Alger's shoulder. In fact, the reason why he said so much just now, first was to naturally pick up certain spoils, and second was to disrupt the other party's attention. When Hobert realized that there was something wrong with the corpse in front of him, he knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully today. Whether he refused or agreed, the other party could not easily let them go. Evil gods would not be satisfied with some ambiguous answers. Rather than answering according to the other party's intentions, it would be better to simply overturn the table. Of course, Hobert would take such a risk, which was inseparable from his travel ability. The corpse suddenly raised its withered arm holding the scepter. The elves have a saying, "Too smart people tend to die early." Hobert felt that the entire cave seemed to be filled with electricity, and he quickly used travel to escape. But the space in front of him and Alger had just become illusory, and immediately returned to normal. The solemn voice said, "No one can escape from here." Lightning and thunder suddenly flashed in the wide cave, and lightning bolts fell from the top of the cave. Hobert and Alger quickly separated to avoid them. Alger's balance ability allowed him to make acrobatic-like movements to avoid the dense lightning. Distort. Hobert could only use distort to dodge repeatedly. If he really couldn't dodge, he had to use paper figure substitute. Even so, he was still struck by lightning, his hair and sweat standing on end, and his whole body was pitch black. Even if Hobert had the blessing of the zombie spoon and the strong physique of the Baron of Corruption, he was still paralyzed by the electricity and his movements were stiff. And Alger's sapphire scepter showed a huge effect at this time. Even if he couldn't avoid it, he could use the scepter to slightly deflect the lightning. Fortunately, both of them were old hands. In the process of avoiding the lightning, they had already approached the exit. Hobert, who had been struck by lightning, scrambled and stumbled, and fled into the cave in a mess. Alger was not much better. Even if he was not struck by lightning, the hair on his body stood up, and there were many charred marks on his clothes. Hobert looked back and saw that the corpse had appeared behind them. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys floating around the headless corpse were all in full view, and even a strange fishy smell could be smelled. It's just that this corpse could not leave the cave inside. Seeing the two of them escape, its somewhat withered head showed an angry expression, and its brain was moving around in its skull in anger. Hobert and Alger didn't dare to stay and hurried out. But after walking a few steps, a hurricane blew in front of them. Whoosh! The hurricane was terrifying, and the two of them quickly fell against the wall to reduce the area of contact with the wind. Hobert's two hands were like steel claws, clasping the cracks in the stone, so as not to be blown back by the wind. Alger did not have such great strength, nor did his body have such great strength. He was blown back again, and was about to be caught by the headless corpse. Hobert quickly stretched out a leg for Alger to grab. But the wind was getting stronger and stronger, and it was not a solution to continue like this. The two of them would be blown back into the cave sooner or later. Hobert's mind raced, and he suddenly thought of the cursed jade he had taken out of the Nation of Disorder a few days ago. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 366, Chapter 366 A Polite Young Man. Chapter 366 A Polite Young Man. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The second time Elliot bribed the creator, the main offering was a sealed artifact that looked like a sleeve. Because the negative effects of the sealed artifact could not be sealed again, Hobert simply crushed it. While obtaining the beyonder characteristics of a zombie, he also received a blessing from the Mother Tree of Desire. With Hobert's current abilities, he couldn't completely eliminate the remaining power of the Mother Tree of Desire, so he transferred this power to a stone from the Nation of Disorder. This formed a manipulable, high-level blessing. It could make the target spontaneously believe in the Mother Tree of Desire from the bottom of their hearts. Hobert originally intended to use this curse against the people of the Theosophy Order. The people of the Theosophy Order are still relatively rational and willing to cooperate with Hobert, so the cursed jade stone has not been used. Hobert, unable to move in the gale, realized that now was the time for the cursed jade stone to come in handy. He shouted to the back, "In my left pants pocket, there is a piece of jade. Take it out and throw it to the back." Hobert didn't know if this jade stone would work, but it was the highest level thing he had on him now, and it wouldn't be a burden to throw it. Hobert didn't dare to throw the Disorder Stone and the Order Crystal randomly. Alger struggled to reach out, tore open Hobert's left pants pocket, and a piece of jade twisted with red and green fell out, quickly falling to the back under the blowing of the hurricane. The hurricane suddenly stopped. Only a muffled voice was heard saying, "Mother Tree of Desire." Hobert and Alger took the opportunity to run out quickly. When leaving the cave, Hobert saw that the headless corpse was holding the jade stone tightly in one hand, and fresh blood was flowing from the head, heart, and other parts suspended around the body. The old and solemn voice from before said, stay here with me, and never think about going out. The muffled voice said, I didn't expect this jade stone to awaken your will again. Hee, this is not my main body, what's the use of you keeping me? The old voice, this is a punishment for me, and also a punishment for you. The last scene Hobert saw when leaving the cave was that the headless corpse, with blood flowing from its torso, sat down again, and the expression on its head became peaceful, no longer angry. Hobert guessed that the cursed jade stone might have awakened the unwillingness and remorse of this headless corpse, as well as the guilt of bringing the disaster of extinction, and the desire not to let the evil god succeed. The consciousness of the elf saint awakened, suppressed the will of the evil god again, and no longer sought to break the seal. Fortunately, the cave between the two caves was not long, and the two quickly came to the outside cave. After such a strong wind just now, there was no change here. Whether it was an illusion or not, Hobert and Alger both seemed to feel the gaze of the mummified corpses. Hobert, who was in front, stopped, wanting to take off his hat, but found that it had already been blown away by the wind. He tidied up his clothes, bowed solemnly to the high priest in front of the altar, and then bowed deeply to the mummified corpses on both sides. Hobert said unhurriedly, please accept the respect of a human being, thank you for your contribution, thank you for your selflessness, you are respectable people. Alger was stunned and followed suit. After speaking and bowing, Alger felt that the eerie gaze he had felt just now had disappeared. Hobert bypassed the altar before continuing to flee for his life, as if the one who bowed just now and the one who was running for his life were two different people. Alger hurried to keep up, feeling that he had learned a lot from this exploration, such as being polite to the corpses in the ruins. Finally, they arrived at the outer temple, and the two immediately realized that something was wrong, because it seemed to be night outside. The exploration of the temple and the cave just now took them only 2 hours in total. The two also took out their pocket watches to check and confirm that it was after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Hobert once again used the power of the ring to make the cane shine brightly. Bypassing the polygonal statue, the two saw a thick fog outside the temple. The misty area they had seen before now covered the elven ruins at the foot of the mountain. Hobert tried again, but still couldn't use the ability of travel. He took out the potion he had bought from Viscount Klein earlier with a blank expression, opened the potion to restore spirituality and restore power, drank half of it, and handed the other half to Alger. They had consumed a lot of spirituality and strength when they were escaping just now. Although the recovery effect of the potion was very slow, it was better than nothing. This time, Hobert walked in front and entered the mist. I should have thought of it when I saw the two-dimensional space. There may be a problem with the space here. And that evil god seems to have authority over space, so it's impossible to use travel in front of him. Hobert smiled and said, we are lucky, or we should thank the elves for their dedication and thank the Lord of Storms for the seal, which sealed the evil god in that corpse. So the evil god can only use the abilities of that elf saint. Even if the evil god showed a little bit of his own power, we would have lost control and died. Alger didn't say a word. At this time, he was glad that this exploration was in cooperation with the Emperor. If he was alone, he would not have been able to escape from the hurricane just now. Moreover, he realized that with his knowledge, many problems would be unclear because he did not realize those clues, which would eventually put him in danger. The two walked one after the other for a while, and both found that something was wrong around them. They did not see the elven ruins, nor did they see the forest and the two-dimensional space in the mist. The land under their feet was very desolate, as if it had not seen the sun for a long time. Alger took out his compass, and the pointer turned around like it was drunk, but it didn't point north. Hobert looked at the compass and said, we have entered the area where the spirit world and the real world merge. For us and the compass, the north is now suddenly left and right, constantly changing direction. Alger asked with his eyes, what should we do now? Hobert pondered for a moment, keep moving forward. Whether we completely enter the spirit world or return to the real world, we will be safer than we are now. He said, if it doesn't work, we can still pray to Mr. Fool. I just don't know to what extent the dominator of the spirit world now dominates the spirit world. Can he help us out of trouble? Dong dong dong. Just then, a knocking sound came from the mist. Hobert and Alger immediately became alert. Not only did Hobert not make the light of the cane brighter, but he also made the light weaker. In the mist with extremely low visibility, they listened carefully. Dong dong dong. The sound suddenly appeared behind them again, and it sounded closer. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 367, Chapter 367, Ghost in the Mist. Chapter 367, Ghost in the Mist. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the dense fog, where one couldn't see their own fingers, a thump, thump, thump sound suddenly echoed, as if it were sometimes in front and sometimes behind. Alger said, I think I also hear the sound of waves. Hobert pondered for a moment, this place already possesses some characteristics of the spirit world. We can't use the concepts of distance and position from the real world to determine our location. Perhaps we think we're standing still, but our position is constantly changing. He paused and added, let's head towards the sea. At least that's a point of reference. However, the closer they got to the sea, the louder the thump, thump, thump sound became. The two stopped again. Although neither of their spiritual senses issued a warning, based on their experience, strange sounds in this kind of fog often foreshadowed bizarre powers or terrifying things. So, the two tried to walk in the opposite direction of the sound, but as soon as they started walking, the sound was still behind them. After a few steps, the thump, thump, thump sound reappeared in front of them. They tried several times, and it was always like this. Instead, they were getting closer and closer to the source of the sound. It seems like it's targeting us, Hobert said, checking his magical items. Or we're in a state of mutual attraction. Since we can't escape, let's go. We'll see what's making the sound. Alger had a similar idea and followed closely. Soon, a huge dark shadow appeared in the fog ahead. Hobert seemed very generous when he spoke earlier, but when he saw the huge dark shadow, his steps became exceptionally cautious. Thump, thump, thump. The sound rang out again, not far ahead. Alger suddenly said, it looks like a stranded ship. He was an old pirate who had spent his life at sea, and things on the sea were his area of expertise. After Alger said that, Hobert realized that the behemoth in front of him did indeed have the shape of a ship's bow. Thump, thump, thump. The sound seemed to knock on their hearts, making their chests feel heavy. Why was such a sound coming from the ship? Taking 2 more steps forward, they saw a figure under the ship, swinging a hammer and striking the hull. The figure holding the hammer stopped his movements and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who's there?" Hobert retorted, "Who are you?" "Of course, I'm a sailor from the Ariane. The storm just now ran us aground. We're waiting for the tide to rise. Before the tide rises, the captain told me to repair the leaks in the bottom of the ship." Hobert and Alger's gazes pierced through the fog and saw the sailor. He had a pair of pitch-black eyes, the eyeballs were completely black, with no whites. The sailor's hair was disheveled, making it impossible to see his exact appearance. He wore a relatively neat sailor's uniform, holding a hammer in one hand and several planks of wood under the other arm. Except for his eyes, the other person's appearance seemed completely normal, but the place where he appeared was not normal. The two experienced old foxes, although very vigilant in their hearts, didn't show it on their faces. Hobert even looked at the bottom of the ship in a convincing manner. "You've worked hard. It looks like this ship suffered considerable damage in the storm." In fact, the ship was already broken into 2 pieces, but not completely broken. All the masts were broken off, and there were 4 or 5 large holes visible in the hull. Fortunately, it was on the shore. It was estimated that it would sink immediately upon entering the sea. Hobert looked at the iron hammer in the sailor's hand and the planks of wood in the other hand. Even if he had a shipyard, he would have a hard time repairing the ship. "Yes," the sailor said. "The storm just now was really big. The captain said that even the underworld was blown open. He. But even so, we didn't lose sight of our target." Hobert smiled insincerely. "Your captain is quite humorous." He asked, "What is your target?" "Of course, it's the Trunsoist Empire's number 1. The sailor pointed his finger forward. "Look, it's right there, it hasn't gone far yet." Following the sailor's finger, the fog in front of Hobert and Alger suddenly parted, and they saw clear skies again, and cumulonimbus clouds stretching from the coast to the sky. Crack! On the cumulonimbus cloud, a huge lightning bolt flashed past, illuminating a huge ship shadow in the cumulonimbus cloud. Hobert felt goosebumps all over his body. The ship was estimated to be at least a dozen stories high. The huge sails were like they were full of wind, pushing the giant ship forward rapidly. Hobert said in surprise, "That's the legacy of the Trunsoist Empire." Alger said, "The legend of the Trunsoist Empire's treasure is true." Ha 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 ha. The sailor laughed loudly. These despicable Trunsoist people built this big ship, preparing to set a trap for the emperor of the great undead empire. But the wise underworld emperor discerned all of this. He grabbed the small island where this big ship was built, which was originally close to the northern continent, and moved it to a location close to the southern continent, and then issued a curse from the undead kingdom to them. But these Trunsoist people really didn't tarnish their reputation. They actually drove the ship away, so we were ordered to chase after them and sink them. The fog reappeared, obscuring the sky and cumulonimbus clouds again. Hobert quickly calmed down from his shock. He remembered that in the room where Lester stored the corpse of the ancient death god, there was a note left by Duke Southville, which recorded this matter. At that time, Mr. Azek said that the Underworld Emperor had not yet stepped into the trap when the Night Emperor fell. It was probably because of the Night Emperor's fall that the Underworld Emperor noticed the trap and destroyed it. In any case, this was an old case from more than 1,000 years ago. Hobert didn't continue to think about it, but smiled and said, I wish you success soon. We won't disturb your work. The sailor stared with his completely black eyeballs. You haven't told me yet, who are you? Why are you here? Hobert and Alger both felt that this dilapidated ship in front of them, or rather, some kind of power on the ship was awakening, and a surge of terror permeated the surrounding fog. Hobert was too familiar with this kind of fear. Before, in the ruins of the Trunsoist nobles, his mind had suffered enough from the ravages of this fear. But at this time, he had to remain calm, so Hobert took a deep breath and said, We are messengers who transport the dead in the nearby sea area. We encountered you in this special fog. As he spoke, Hobert poured his spirituality into the spirit wine glass, allowing his body to exude the aura of the undead. The sailor asked again, Are you here to guide me to the great undead kingdom? No, Hobert said. Your captain wasn't joking. The storm just now really blew open a hole in the underworld, so you can see us. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 368, Chapter 368 Attitude is Everything. Chapter 368 Attitude is Everything. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert genuinely believed that the captain wasn't joking. The massive storm they had encountered was likely a storm generated by the Berserk Sea. And there might be a saint on board who sensed the changes in the underworld and the spirit world, which was why he said that. Of course, the sailor didn't know that he was already a spirit world creature, but did their captain have such a concept? Hobert's lie, told without batting an eye, worked, and the surging sense of fear didn't continue to spread. The sailor also smiled and said, We are all serving the great underworld emperor. Yes, after all, he is the final resting place of all living beings. Hobert affirmed again, It's just that our positions are different. The sailor had no further doubts. I hope we can chat more when we meet again in the future. Goodbye, you two. Hobert smiled and said, Goodbye. He and Alger could still feel the sailor's gaze, so they had to remain calm and leave step by step. It wasn't until the mist obscured their vision, until the dong, dong, dong sound rang out again, that the two quickened their pace and finally started running. After running for more than 10 minutes, the two saw a two-dimensional space ahead. After cautiously bypassing it, they finally heard the familiar bird calls from the forest. After running a few more steps, they finally saw the high cumulonimbus clouds, the azure sky, and the dense forest. The two were surprised to find that they were now in the elven ruins. They quickly left along the way they came, and after more than an hour, they finally returned to the beach where they had landed. Looking at the island again, it still had high mountains and forests, a two-dimensional space that looked like a huge mirror from a distance, and the mist on the side of the mountain, which seemed to remain constant. Hobert and Alger exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of surviving a disaster. Hobert smiled and said, This is what adventure is all about. During the adventure and right after it ends, you always feel like you'll never take such a risk again in your life, but in a couple of days, you start to miss the adventure, and in another couple of days, you can't wait to go on a new adventure. Alger nodded, That's the standard adventurer's mindset. The two laughed heartily. Everything terrifying and life-threatening they had encountered today became a part of their memories. Although it was only a little after 3 in the afternoon, the sky on the island, like the bottom of a well, was already somewhat like dusk. Hobert reached out and put his hand on Alger's shoulder, and the space in front of them became illusory. They finally successfully entered the spirit world, which had obvious distortions. A few minutes later, they appeared in the forest of Oravi Island. The two took out the spoils of this exploration and placed them on a stone in front of them. There was a pendant-like mystical item, an Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 5, a ring with a special pattern, 3 Beyonder materials, and corresponding blood, juices, and fruits. Of course, there were also the main materials formed after the deaths of the Blue Shadow Falcon and the Dragon Icy Eagle, but according to the previous agreement, these two main materials belonged to Alger, and he would give up one chance to choose spoils. So Hobert used his first chance to choose spoils to select the mystical item. In the second round of choosing spoils, Hobert had the priority, and he took the Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 5. Alger chose the main material of Sequence 7 level and the corresponding blood. In the third round of choosing spoils, Hobert took the ring, and Alger took a main material of Sequence 8 level and the corresponding fruit. When it came to the last spoil, Alger was about to say that he would sell the materials in the next 2 days and split the proceeds, but Hobert spoke first, Let's sacrifice it to Mr. Fool. Alger was stunned and didn't quite understand what Hobert meant. Hobert explained, We chatted with the evil god in the cave for so long, we may have been secretly contaminated, so we should ask Mr. Fool to examine us. For this, we should of course offer sacrifices. In fact, it was mainly to remove the contamination from Hanged Man Alger. Hobert had the Nation of Disorder, so he wasn't afraid of this kind of contamination. Alger felt like he had learned another trick, but this sacrifice is too shabby. Would Mr. Fool accept it? Hobert smiled and said, This mainly depends on our sincerity. Otherwise, we don't have anything that Mr. Fool would be interested in. If we really made Mr. Fool interested, we might have to sacrifice another card. Hobert deliberately emphasized a card, and Alger immediately understood that Emperor was talking about the blasphemy card, that is, a complete pathway. Alger nodded. Acting with Hobert today, he had felt more than once that he really lacked high-level knowledge, such as the high-dimensional and low-dimensional things Hobert had said before, which still gave him a headache when he thought about them. Seeing that Alger agreed, Hobert quickly set up the altar and recited the honored name of the Fool in Hermes. Respected Mr. Fool, we encountered a sealed evil god during this exploration. I suspect that our spiritual bodies may have been contaminated by the evil god unknowingly, so we ask for your help and ask you to check our spiritual bodies. For this, we are willing to offer and beyonder material obtained in this exploration, as well as the corresponding spiritual juices. We know that you may not be interested in these sacrifices at all, but this represents our attitude of dedication and respect to you. Hobert certainly knew that Mr. Fool would be very interested in this. The beyonder ingredient could be sold for £300 without any problem, and those spiritual juices were also worth £30 or more. These sacrificial words were more for Alger's ears than for Mr. Fool's ears. Alger also realized today that the sacrificial words were not fixed and that you could also flatter the gods. Then he thought, no wonder Mr. Fool could tolerate Emperor blaspheming the gods at the tarot gathering. First, this was tacitly approved by Mr. Fool, and second, it might be related to the fact that Emperor knew better how to deal with the gods. He also recalled Emperor's lie in the mist just now. He had been prepared to fight hard at that time, but he didn't expect Emperor to simply portray him and himself as people from the ghost ship. This made Alger have to sigh that sometimes the more you know, the easier it is to avoid some battles. As Hobert said, a dozen seconds later, the sacrificial gate of the Fool appeared and accepted their sacrifices. Immediately afterwards, Hobert and Alger were pulled into the hall above the grey fog together. Just as they came back to their senses, a polygonal transparent crystal with magical colors fell out of their bodies. Alger's eyes narrowed. The shape of this crystal was similar to the idol enshrined in the Temple of the Elves. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 369, Chapter 369, Mr. Fool's Exorcism Function, Bonus 1. Chapter 369, Mr. Fool's Exorcism Function. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to GAAP Spectre for joining the Church of Miss Raven, +1 bonus. Alger saw the crystal falling out of his body, looking like a polygonal object, but within the polygonal object seemed to contain some illusory stars. He could see clearly all the structures inside the crystal, as if it were completely open, displaying all its structures to people. This reminded Alger of the scene when he first saw the spirit world, as if countless detailed pieces of information appeared before his eyes, and he felt that his eyes simply couldn't handle it all. Later, he would automatically ignore some information, and he no longer had such troubles. At this moment, Alger suddenly understood what Emperor meant by the fourth dimension. The two crystals, as if alive, bounced around on the bronze table, emitting desperate roars, mysteries. Boundless grey fog began to flow onto the bronze table, tightly wrapping the two crystals, crushing them, and disappearing into the void. Alger noticed that throughout this entire process, the mighty and powerful Mr. Fool didn't even lift a hand, everything was resolved so effortlessly. Little did he know that this grey fog, in resisting external intrusions, was like the bell of order in the nation of disorder, completely automated. Hobert quickly stood up and bowed to the Fool, praise the Fool. Alger also quickly stood up, praise the Fool. The Fool, Klein asked, what is his current state? Alger was slightly stunned before realizing that the Fool was asking about that evil god. Mr. Fool knows who we encountered. Mr. Fool refers to the evil god as a he, so he probably knows that evil god. He thought to himself, yes, Mr. Fool certainly knows what existence we encountered. The desperate roar of the crystal was mysteries. That should be another image of Mr. Fool, or rather, Mr. Fool's image in ancient times, when he was in good condition. Since the crystal recognized Mr. Fool certainly knows which evil god we encountered. Alger sighed, feeling that he had actually shown his face in front of two gods today. Of course, Hobert knew that this was Klein's way of asking indirectly, but he still said in a respectful tone, his avatar seems to be sealed by the Lord of Storms in a cave. We are too low-level to know the specifics, nor are we very clear about which evil god it is, but from my observation, that avatar is not in good condition and cannot infiltrate any power into the real world. Mr. Fool nodded slightly, go back. Hobert and Alger's vision was covered by grey fog, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to the forest. Hobert neatly cleaned up the altar, and then smiled at Alger, now let's talk about the ownership of that island. Although you provided the location information, I provided the means to get to that island. I think that island should be our joint discovery, and all the property on it belongs to us jointly. Alger said somewhat helplessly, you are right. If I need extraordinary materials from the island, I will inform you in advance and go to the island to find the materials I need, Hobert continued. As for the cave and the mist, there is also a huge wealth, but before we become demigods, no one can enter the cave again. Until we find a way to seal the evil god, we will pretend that the beyonder characteristics in the cave and the ghost ship in the mist do not exist. For safety reasons, your idea is correct. This was also the helpless part for Alger. Emperor has the ability to travel, but he does not. So, although the extraordinary creatures on the island nominally belong to both of them, Alger must have the Emperor's help to go to that island again. And the Emperor can hunt the beyonder creatures on the island as he pleases, only needing to inform Alger after the hunt. But Alger also thought that his Sequence 6 main materials were complete, and the Emperor had a copy of the Sequence 5 beyonder characteristics, so he wouldn't have to worry about potions for a long time in the future. So, for him, it would only be a loss of some property, and this result was acceptable. Hobert extended his hand, happy cooperation. Alger shook his hand, happy cooperation. Hobert took 2 steps back, and the space behind him became illusory. The illusory space quickly swallowed Hobert. Alger stood in the forest for a long time, feeling that today's adventure was the most thrilling and wonderful one so far. Hobert still returned to the cemetery in Conant City first. He took off his mask and realized that he was very disheveled at this time. His hat was blown away, his clothes were covered in scratches, especially his pants, which had a large tear ripped open by Alger. Hobert had no choice but to change his appearance first, and after waiting for a minute, he used travel to go to Feinapotter City, bought a new set of clothes, and found a public bathhouse, spending 5 copper lire to get a private room to take a bath. Generally, taking a bath in a public bathhouse only costs 1 to 2 copper lire. It's not that Hobert wanted to flaunt his aristocratic status by getting a private room. Nobles usually have their own luxurious bathrooms, and even beautiful maids to wash them. It was because Hobert had too many magical items on him, each of which was worth several thousand gold lire. If someone stole one, he would have to spend energy to find it. Nowadays, public bathhouses can be seen everywhere in the countries of the northern continent, but before Roselle the Great became the consul, bathing was still a very unfamiliar thing for many nobles and ordinary people. Many nobles never bathed in their lives, and ordinary people just took a shower in the rain. Why did perfume become popular among the nobles? It was to cover up the smell. In this regard, Hobert still had to thank Roselle. Coming out of the bathhouse, Hobert finally regained some of the appearance of a Feinapotter nobleman, but his hair was still standing on end and couldn't be combed down no matter what. Finally, Hobert used the ability of the faceless necklace to restore his hair to its original appearance. Using travel again to return to his fief, Hobert had just entered the door when Seal came out to greet him. "Lord, that lady said she wants to live in the Lord's mansion." Hobert glanced at Helen standing on the other side of the courtyard, and Helen responded with a flirtatious wink. Hobert smiled slightly and called Philip over. "Arrange a room for this Miss Helen. She will enjoy the same diet and living environment as me. But without my permission, no one is to disturb this beautiful lady, and no one is to obey this lady's orders." After speaking, he smiled at Helen again, but this time Helen was not in the mood to wink at Hobert anymore. Hobert returned to his room, and after confirming that there was no one in the courtyard, he opened the oil painting again. Then, using the method of sacrificing himself to himself, he sacrificed the pendant, beyonder characteristics, and ring to the Nation of Disorder to disinfect them. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 370, Chapter 370 High Dimension Overseer, Bonus 2. Chapter 370 High Dimension Overseer. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Congratulations to Alratzi AZ for advancing to Sequence 9, Reader, +5 bonus. As Hobert expected, these mystical items and beyonder characteristics had once witnessed the descent of that evil god and were indeed affected to some extent. The pendant and ring were fine after listening to the chimes of the Bell of Order. If it weren't for the Bell of Order disinfecting them, Hobert would often carry the pendant with him, and he would definitely be contaminated after a long time. The former owner of the beyonder characteristic died from losing control, so it was severely contaminated and could not be taken directly. So Hobert simply crushed it with the power of disorder, and the contamination in the beyonder characteristic easily dissipated. Hobert planned to divide this beyonder characteristic into 5 parts. Alger, the Hanged Man, was a potential customer for the Ocean Songster. The other Sequence 9 to Sequence 6 opportunities would be dealt with through other channels. Then Hobert took the pendant in his hand again, and using the authority of the Nation of Disorder, he quickly understood the pendant's ability. It can use the ability of Lightning Strike to create a lightning attack with a paralyzing effect on the opponent, which is very effective against undead opponents. It can fly in low altitude for 3 minutes, it can dive underwater and move freely for 1 hour, it can create sharp wind blades to attack enemies, it can control a small area of water. Hobert could guess most of the negative effects. Wearing the pendant makes you prone to irritability, and even when there is no advantage, you will use all your potential out of anger to fight the enemy to the death. After wearing it continuously for 1 hour, the wearer's actions tend to become reckless, and they will attack as soon as they sense hostility. Hobert summoned the power of order to seal it again as usual, otherwise who could stand becoming an irritable old man after wearing the pendant. Even if he could exert all his potential, he would still die if he encountered a demigod opponent now. After being resealed, the negative effects have been greatly improved. The wearer is prone to irritability and recklessness when using this pendant, and will try every means to defeat the enemy until there is no other way. Although it is still easy to become irritable and reckless, at least it won't fight the enemy to the death, and it will only be affected when using the pendant. The negative effects have been greatly improved. Originally, Hobert planned to leave it in the Nation of Disorder temporarily, but after recalling the pendant's abilities, Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, sighed. The Tyrant pathway has many attack skills, including 3 elements, lightning, wind, and water, and most of the skills are biased towards being strong and fierce. With this pendant, Hobert felt that his strength could reach a new level, and it would be a pity to leave it on the stone platform to gather dust. After thinking for a while, Hobert had a proper way to use it. Whenever I encounter an enemy that is difficult to defeat, I will run away quickly and not use the pendant. If I encounter an enemy that I am confident I can deal with, I won't be afraid of fighting him to the end. Thinking of this, Hobert decided to name the pendant the Ocean Pendant, and take it out to use. At this time, Hobert remembered that he had not named the ring given by Philip I, so Hobert named it the Light Ring according to his naming habits. After dealing with the mystical items, Hobert's eyes turned to the last trophy, the golden ring. Taking the ring in his hand, Hobert found that the ring was not made of pure gold, but rather a colored gold material, and the colors were very bright under the light. On one side of the ring, Hobert found a simple pattern, depicting a tortoise carrying a snake on its back. Although the brushwork was simple, it was very vivid. Hobert thought for a while, but couldn't recall any place in the North and South continent where this pattern was popular. Instead, he thought of the image he had seen in the Common Era, Xian Ming. He was the sea god, wind god, and plague god of the Eastern world, or rather the Western continent. When he appeared in the image of a tortoise and a snake, he represented the image of the sea god, also known as Xuanwu. When he appeared in the image of a human face and a bird body, he represented the power of the plague god. So it is understandable that the elves, who have modified the Western continent culture, would carve the pattern of Xian Ming on the ring. Hobert threw the ring on the stone platform over there. He felt that although this ring had no extraordinary effect, it should have a significant effect in a certain occasion or a certain place. After dealing with the 3 trophies, Hobert began to review today's adventure. In fact, when entering the Sefirah castle, Hobert, who had recovered the memories related to the outer gods, had already realized that what he encountered today was not an evil god, but most likely the high-dimensional overseer. Among the outer gods in Hobert's memory, it seems that only the high-dimensional overseer can form a close logical chain with the clues found on the island. Hobert did not know the specific abilities of the high-dimensional overseer, but since the title contains the word high-dimensional, it should represent that he has relevant authority in terms of space. Moreover, slightly different from the door pathway, he seems to be able to manipulate low-dimensional space. The spatial magic of the door pathway, explained by the scientific concept, in Hobert's mind, is to open up a 3-dimensional space in the 4th dimension, and use the 4th dimension to accurately find the entrance to the open 3-dimensional space no matter where you are. No matter how closed a 3-dimensional space is, from the perspective of the 4th dimension, there are countless ways to bypass obstacles. Just like what seems to be an insurmountable obstacle for 2-dimensional creatures is just a circle on paper for 3-dimensional creatures. For the 3-dimensional world, or for the real world, because the 4th dimension is not restricted by the real world, spatial magic can open the 3-dimensional space established in the 4th dimension at any time. The above is the authority of the door pathway in terms of space, and the high-dimensional overseer also has the authority to manipulate low dimensions. The 2-dimensional spaces on the island are the evidence. So in addition to the spatial authority of the door pathway, he seems to also have the authority to distort the real world into 2-dimensional space. That's right. Hobert believes that this should be an extreme distortion, or a corresponding spatial grafting, has been done. In addition, the high-dimensional overseer can obviously find loopholes in low-dimensional space from high-dimensional space. Space, grafting, loopholes, this makes Hobert guess that the high-dimensional overseer possesses certain authorities close to the Lord of Mysteries. Of course, this is just Hobert's guess. After all, the authorities of the outer gods and the outer deities in the cosmos are quite distorted, and it may be an unknown authority. But in any case, it is beyond doubt that the high-dimensional overseer has the corresponding authority of space. He should have used the spirit world to corrupt the elf saint. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 371, Chapter 371, Missing a Baroness, Bonus 3. Chapter 371, Missing a Baroness. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert recalled the murals he had seen in the temple. It was after the formation of the Berserk Sea that the elven sages heard the voice from the darkness. What Hobert was also concerned about was that the murals did not depict the misty area, or rather, the place where reality and the spirit world intersected. Connecting these doubts with the high-dimensional overseer, a relatively rigorous chain of logic formed in Hobert's mind. After the formation of the Berserk Sea, although the elven sages blocked the stormy weather outside the island, they could not prevent the collision between the spirit world and the space on the island. The high-dimensional overseer used the spirit world to bypass Earth's protection in the astral plane and project a weak force onto this special area, polluting the sage and the remaining elven population in this sea area. As a result, they changed their faith and tried to bring the high-dimensional overseer into the world. The process of the high-dimensional overseer's descent caused violent chaos in the space on the island, which is why so many two-dimensional space fragments appeared, and why 1/3 of the island was shrouded in mist, becoming a place where reality and the spirit world merged. Hobert had described what happened next in the cave. Because the elves were already sacrificing their lives to the Lord of Storms when the mist appeared, there were no descriptions or clues about the mist in the elven ruins. This was the most logical guess Hobert made based on the available clues, and he believed it should be close to the truth. Then Hobert thought of the Trunsoist Empire, which looked even bigger than an aircraft carrier, and was located in a corner of the Berserk Sea. Like the legends, it was as big as a city, but he didn't know if the passengers they expected were members of the Trunsoist family or the underworld Emperor Salinger. Since this was a trap, he wondered what its specific abilities were. Thinking of this, Hobert shook his head. He had too little information to make a logical guess. However, thanks to the ghost ship he encountered in the mist, Hobert had some guesses about the location of the Trunsoist Empire. It should have been blown by the storm to the place where the spirit world and the real world merged. It was hard to say exactly where, but it was certainly within the unexplored area of the Berserk Sea. After figuring out these questions, Hobert took a deep breath and brought the ocean pendant into the real world through bestowal. At this time, it was already dark. Hobert temporarily closed the oil painting, rested for half an hour, and came to the front yard for dinner. To his surprise, Helen also appeared at the dinner table. When she learned that today's dinner was only stewed mutton and fainapotter noodles, she said, "Your lordship, you are also a nobleman, how can you eat these things?" Hobert used chopsticks. Yes, he had the carpenter who repaired the mansion specially make him a few pairs of chopsticks, which were just a little longer and thicker than he had expected. Fortunately, Hobert's strength had also improved a lot, so he could use them fairly smoothly. After eating a mouthful of noodles with chopsticks, Hobert sighed. This was the correct way to eat noodles. Using a knife and fork to eat noodles was too boring. After chewing the food in his mouth, Hobert said, "Tell the chef in advance what you want to eat. As long as the request is not too excessive, let him try his best to satisfy you." It was just a little food, Hobert certainly wouldn't be stingy. "I want to eat you." Helen stuck out her tongue and licked her tempting lips lightly. Hobert was a little helpless. Using charm at the dinner table is very unappetizing. Helen smiled and put away charm. "At least it proves that you are a normal man." As she spoke, she happily ate her dinner, and the plate of mutton in front of her seemed even more delicious than before. After dinner, Hobert returned to his bedroom again, and then used travel to come to Christian's mansion. The paper, pens, ink, stationery, etc. that he had asked Dofus to purchase had been neatly piled up in the room. When Hobert went to thank Dofus, he learned that Christian had not gone out to attend the banquet today, so he and Dofus went to Christian's living room to meet. During the chat, Hobert roughly talked about the situation of his territory. Christian said, "If you really can't deal with those hidden organizations, I can take action to deter them. It's not good to have a witch staying in the mansion." Then he changed the subject. "Maybe there is another way." Christian smiled and said, "Now I am also a favorite in front of the king. Although I have offended some dignitaries because of the reform, there are also many people who want to use my power to obtain more political resources. So they use the simplest and most effective trick, marriage. But your mother and Donna and Tyran are coming to Fainapotter City in a few days. They seem to have just remembered at this time that Earl Christian has a wife." Hobert asked, "Are mother and the others okay?" "They left Backlund so early that they were not affected." Christian explained, and continued, "And Donna and Tyran have never been famous, so they have set their sights on you. In the past 2 days, more than a dozen nobles and arms dealers have hoped to send their daughters and dowries to your territory. I can arrange a marriage for you. The woman's family's power can help you develop the territory, and you can also use your wife or her family's power to contain the representative sent by the Theosophy Order, but don't expect to get love in this marriage." This made Hobert slightly stunned. He remembered the last time he was so popular was in high school. At that time, he was tall and handsome and could play basketball. Hobert smiled wryly. "Can I refuse?" He had so many secrets on him that he really didn't dare to find a confidant he didn't trust at all. "Yes." Christian smiled and said, "But unless you are like me and have a wife on the way, it is difficult to refuse the enthusiasm of the nobles." He paused and said, "Especially when you have made some achievements in your territory, maybe earls and dukes will ask the king to intervene in your marriage. At that time, you won't be able to refuse even if you want to." Hobert thought for a while. "Give me a few days to think about it." Christian nodded. of course. Back in his territory, Hobert thought for a long time, wondering if he should accept Christian's arrangement. So he changed his mind. Do I need a wife now? No, what I need is a shield, a trustworthy and close partner, but I don't need a wife. Then the problem is simple, I can hire a wife. Hobert seemed to have found a solution and fell asleep in constant fantasy. Early the next morning, Hobert looked at the Lord's mansion under renovation and asked Philip, the mansion is about to be repaired, and I have regained control of the territory. Do you think there is anything else I lack as a baron? Your lordship, you are still missing a baroness. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 372, Chapter 372 A New Round of Tarot Club, Bonus 4. Chapter 372 A New Round of Tarot Club. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert nodded slightly upon hearing Philip's reply. Perhaps with a baroness, he could better play the role of baron. Then he needed to find a baroness as soon as possible. However, there was a more pressing matter today. Hobert called over the 3 teachers and the 15 literate individuals. Have you mastered those forms? After receiving affirmative responses, Hobert instructed them to move the paper, pens, and stationery from his courtyard to the front yard. All right, now, using the previous forms as a guide, transcribe at least 3,000 new forms. The deadline is within 2 days. During his inspection of the territory, Hobert estimated that there were just over 2,000 people under his rule. Everyone was stunned, which meant they had to produce 100 forms per person per day. The female teacher said, Your Grace, this is an impossible task. They had tried it these past 2 days and could only produce 1 form in about 15 minutes, 4 forms in an hour. It would take 25 hours to complete this workload, but there are only 24 hours in a day. Hobert took the paper and pen and smiled. I know this task is challenging, but as long as you pay attention to the methods, it is not too difficult to complete. You have a total of 18 people, who can be divided into 2 groups. Then, break down this form into 9 equally sized parts, with each person only responsible for the same part. This will greatly improve efficiency. I suggest dividing it into these 9 parts. Give it a try. They divided into groups and tried it according to Hobert's instructions, completing a form in nearly 2 minutes. But instead of being discouraged, they were very happy. Of course, they knew that after drawing dozens of them, they would become very proficient in their respective processes, and then a group could probably produce a form in 1 minute. Hobert smiled again. If you complete the task, you will receive double pay for these days. The enthusiasm of the dozen or so people was completely mobilized. Hobert glanced at the motivated group and returned to his room alone to drink tea. After lunch, Hobert came to check again and found that more than 400 forms had been produced. If they worked overtime in the evening, producing 1,500 forms today should not be a problem. In the afternoon, Hobert took a nap and woke up around 3 o'clock, attending the tarot gathering on time. When the members reappeared in the giant-like hall, sitting at the long copper table that seemed to have a long history, this week's tarot gathering officially began. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The tarot gathering entered the first segment, Miss Justice's greetings. While Justice Audrey greeted everyone individually, Hobert was thinking about the candidate for Baroness. Today, he already had some ideas. He could ask a female member of the tarot gathering to become his wife. Although they were all in Backlund, Hobert's travel ability perfectly solved this problem. They could be in Backlund in the morning without affecting their role as Baroness in Jeffreytown in the afternoon. The current candidates were 3, Justice Audrey, Magician Furs, and Zio, who had not yet joined. Just as Audrey was greeting him, Hobert had already quietly eliminated her. The reason was simple, she had no freedom at all, and he believed she had no interest in being a Baroness. Although it was only a cooperative relationship, Hobert felt that the probability of Audrey agreeing was very small. Unless he personally went to propose to Earl Hall and won Audrey's heart. Hobert knew that, at this stage, this was impossible. First, because he was only a baron, and a baron whose fief was in a remote area. Such a proposal would only be ridiculed. Secondly, he was now a traitor, and Earl Hall would certainly not take this risk. So Hobert turned his attention to Furs. Miss Magician was very suitable. First of all, she was already independent and had enough freedom, and she didn't have a proper job, her working hours were flexible. As long as he offered a price that made being a baroness more profitable than writing books, and then explained the concept of cooperation to her, so that she wouldn't feel any psychological pressure, the probability of success should be high. Moreover, Fur's image was also very good. Although she had not received noble training, her detached and lazy temperament was more attractive than that of a noble. Hobert also remembered that Fur's figure was quite impressive. She might not have Helen's charm when using bewitchment, but with his support, suppressing the other party was not a problem. If it were Zio, it would be difficult to say. Helen would only think that Hobert was a pervert who liked a student who is still in grammar school. This would not only be difficult to suppress Helen, but would also make her more excited, and perhaps even try to sneak into Hobert's room. Audrey, who had finished greeting, felt that Hobert's eyes were a little strange today, and his body language seemed to be planning something. However, her attention was quickly drawn to son Derek. Son was obviously a little anxious. Furs also felt that Emperor seemed to be staring at her chest for a moment, but another thing prevented her from thinking about this issue in detail. Just last week, another case occurred where tarot cards were left at the scene. This time, the cards left at the scene were Death and Judgment. Hanged Man Alger was in a very good mood. He had become a sequence 6, so this old fox did not even notice Emperor's strangeness. Next was the time for everyone to contribute their diaries. Alger contributed 3 pages of his diary and communicated with Mr. Fool separately, not knowing what information he had exchanged. However, Alger looked unusually excited after the separate communication, as if he had exchanged for some information that he thought was important. After Fool Klein finished reading the diary, Alger turned his head and asked, "Son, what did you learn from the former captain of that exploration team?" Derek honestly replied, "He is dead." Dead. The other members were a little surprised, but Emperor's surprise was obviously half a beat slower. Derek briefly described what had happened a week ago. When he heard that the captain had suddenly lost control, Alger asked, "So, which elder saved you?" Derek's mouth opened little by little, his face full of surprise. Alger spread his hands. "According to your description, the high-level members of your City of Silver are consciously letting people contact that guy to see if they can extract useful information from him. Then they will definitely carefully observe the changes at the bottom of the round tower. This is obvious. As long as you have enough knowledge, you can easily see it." Audrey said somewhat depressedly in her heart, "I didn't think of that." First stroked her hair with a sense of shame, "I didn't see it." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 373, Chapter 373 Amon's Worm of Time, Bonus 5. Chapter 373 Amon's Worm of Time. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The son Derek said admiringly, "Yes, just as you said, the chief appeared in time and used the sealed artifact to solve the out-of-control person." The Hanged Man Alger frowned slightly. "Not long after you went back from the tarot gathering last time, the former captain of that exploration team lost control." Derek nodded seriously, and then continued to tell the story. When he talked about praying to Mr. Fool as soon as he got home, Alger interrupted his description. "Wait a minute, you said you just experienced such a weird and terrible thing, and the chief let you go home. And when you got home, you didn't do anything else, and you started praying to Mr. Fool." "Yes." Derek replied blankly. Alger sighed. "You have had contact with that strange Amon. Do you think the chief will be completely relieved after just checking you once?" "In my experience, the chief will definitely send someone to monitor you in secret, and you have undoubtedly exposed your specialness. Don't doubt this. If even the chief is not cautious, your City of Silver will not be able to continue to this day in such a harsh environment." This. Derek's eyes gradually widened, and he increasingly felt that Mr. Hangman was knowledgeable and made sense. Then he panicked a little and said, What should I do? I went out of the city for patrol normally last week, and I also used my merits to exchange extraordinary materials owed to Mr. Emperor everywhere. Will this deepen the suspicion of me?" Alger smiled. "You don't have to worry too much. The chief should just suspect that you are parasitized, and will not think about the tarot gathering. You can slowly find a way to solve this problem." Derek calmed down a little and honestly said, "I was indeed parasitized by Amon at that time." "What?" Alger blurted out, almost leaving his seat and posing in a fighting stance. Audrey and Furz's emotions also became tense. Derek quickly added, "This was discovered by Mr. Fool. He obtained Mr. Fool's consent and manifested the scene of himself being parasitized by Amon, and the scene of Mr. Fool sending the angel and destroying Amon. The extremely oppressive angel with 12 pairs of wings made everyone feel dazzling. Especially the lifeless and very sacred temperament, especially the brilliance emitted from the angel's feathers, even the picture manifested by Derek made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Then everyone was shocked by the scene of Amon being melted. Although it was just an avatar, it was the avatar of Amon, known as the Blasphemer. It was so easily destroyed. In addition to being shocked, Alger recalled the scene of Kalangos' death. What else is there to question? Kalangos was clearly killed by an beyonder of the death pathway of high sequence. It is very likely that the person who killed Kalangos was this angel of the death pathway. In this case, everything corresponds. After being shocked, Audrey turned to excitement and couldn't help but fantasize. Although this is taken for granted, and I had expected it, it is still exciting. Only gods can drive angels. Furs recalled what happened before. She clearly just asked Mr. Fool to help interfere with the divination, but she saw a 12-winged archangel descending, covering her spirit body with its wings. She said in her heart, "It is indeed an angel, and this is indeed Mr. Fool's routine operation. casually dispatching angels to help members of the gathering to get rid of the crisis. Klein, who was sitting in the fool position, slowly looked around and clearly noticed Miss Justice's respect and enthusiasm, and noticed Mr. Hanged Man's shock and excitement. Didn't you always regard me as a god before? Why do you still have this expression when you hear about angels? It seems that the deterrent effect of indirect proof is always not as good as direct display. Maybe it's also because the Emperor always blasphemes gods at the tarot gathering, which makes Mr. Fool's position in everyone's mind decrease little by little. Suddenly, they feel enough shock. This is also good. At least Mr. Fool's position has been raised a lot at once, so as to avoid members wanting to challenge Mr. Fool's majesty. Hobert thought of another thing from this. Although the members of the Balk family have heard of the Creator and the deeds of Eliot, no one still believes in the Creator. It is very likely that the Creator has not directly shown their powerful power in front of them. Hobert recalled the umbilical cord of the evil god's offspring, and the completely black eyeballs. He could completely find an opportunity to show the power of the Creator's servants. Sure enough, crossing the river by feeling the fool, he will definitely be able to play the role of the evil god well. Derek couldn't quite understand the reactions of the other members. In his opinion, isn't it normal for a god, a great existence, to have angels serving? He waited for a few seconds before saying, after Amon's avatar was purified, I coughed up a small worm. Do you know what it is? With the help of the fool, Derek manifested the translucent worm, with 12 transparent rings on it. Audrey and Furs looked over curiously, and shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they had never seen it. Klein and Alger had some guesses, but one had to maintain the image of the fool, and the other was not confident in his relevant knowledge, so they did not speak. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to the Emperor. This is a worm of time. Hobert said affirmatively, it is the carrier for Amon to create avatars. Alger, who had some doubts about this, quickly asked, regarding worm of time, many people suspect that it is actually the name of a sequence potion. Hobert smiled and said, this is not a conflict. Alger immediately understood what the Emperor meant, only by reaching a certain sequence can one use a worm of time. Yes. Hobert said, however, you can use worm of time after reaching a high sequence, but the sequence is potion. Because this information is still somewhat valuable, and it will not bring danger to Little Sun if it is not clearly stated, Hobert did not make further explanations. However, everyone basically understood the concept of worm of time. They were all grateful that the Emperor was there, otherwise Mr. Fool would not be interested in this kind of small matter and would not make an explanation, and they could only guess randomly. Derek asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, what can it be used for? I mean the dead worm of time. Before the spirituality disappears, it can be used as the main material for certain rituals, and the main material for certain advanced spells. Hobert smiled and said, but you shouldn't need it for the time being, unless you want to pray to Amon for power. Alger, who has rich knowledge, asked, can't you pray to other existences for power? In theory, you can. Hobert said, for example, Mr. Fool, or the legendary Mr. Door, but I think it's best to wait for a while before making similar prayers to Mr. Fool. Klein's eyes narrowed, Mr. Door. Alger originally wanted to ask why, but seemed to understand what the Emperor meant. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 374, Chapter 374, Overthrow the Political Commissar and Take Action Again, Bonus 6. Chapter 374, Overthrow the Political Commissar and Take Action Again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Although Alger guessed the answer, the others didn't quite understand the meaning of Emperor. Before Derek could ask, Audrey, with her insatiable curiosity, preemptively inquired, Mr. Emperor, why can't we make similar requests to Mr. Fool now? Klein was also very curious about this, because with the experience from the last gathering, the Fool didn't rush to flare up. Hobert smiled and said, of course, it's because Mr. Fool has more important things to attend to now and won't respond to such prayers. If Mr. Fool were willing to respond to this, he would have you cooperate in related experiments. He thought to himself, I can't possibly say that Mr. Fool needs to reach sequence 6, or preferably sequence 5, before he can respond accordingly, right? Audrey naturally heard the implication in Mr. Emperor's words. Associating it with the previous attempts made under Mr. Fool's instructions, she immediately understood, Mr. Fool's power to influence reality is not yet sufficient to make such responses. She recalled, from the initial attempt to pull people in, to the later attempts with honorific names, and then to the attempts with sacrifices and bestowals, Mr. Fool is gradually deepening his influence on the real world. If Mr. Fool asks Little Sun to cooperate in making talismans one day, it will indicate that Mr. Fool's power has further recovered. Finally, Audrey was puzzled. How did Hobert perceive these pieces of information, as well as the previous speculation about Mr. Fool's pathway? Furs and Derek both sensed that the Emperor's words seemed to have hidden meanings, but Furs didn't immediately understand the Emperor's hints because she had joined the Tarot Club for a relatively short time. And although Derek had made some progress during this period, he had only progressed to the point where he could hear that Mr. Emperor had hidden meanings, and it was difficult for him to immediately understand what the Emperor was specifically referring to. Klein smiled, so I will have such abilities in the future. I wouldn't even know if others didn't tell me. Observing that Mr. Fool didn't express his opinion on this, Alger confirmed his previous guess. Without a doubt, Mr. Fool is gradually escaping his predicament. Judging from how he tolerates the Emperor expressing these remarks, he doesn't mind other members of the Tarot Club guessing this information. Perhaps Mr. Fool needs the Emperor to explain it. Alger then sighed inwardly. This can prove that the Emperor really knows how to deal with gods. This is an advantage that other members don't have. Thank you, Mr. Emperor, Derek said with a slight bow. Hobert waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. Then Derek spoke of the matter that had been making him anxious. The exploration team led by Elder Lovia of the Shepherd has returned. They have completed the exploration of the half-destroyed temple of the fallen creator. And I have noticed that the personalities of several team members I am familiar with have undergone certain changes. Alger said with an assertive tone, they have been contaminated by the true creator. Then what should I do? Derek asked anxiously. I have already reported to the chief, but the chief doesn't seem to believe me very much. Even Furs, who was adhering to the principle of speaking less and listening more, couldn't help but remind him, that's because your chief suspects that you have been possessed by Amon and are plotting something detrimental to City of Silver. This made Derek even more anxious. Alger pondered for 2 seconds and then said, actually, your chief should also be starting to pay attention to the Shepherd and the members of that exploration team at this time. The reason why your City of Silver has been able to continue to this day is that the higher-ups still have the most basic vigilance. They won't let go of every possible threat. The only problem is that they don't pay enough attention. He paused and then carefully considered his words. Perhaps you can use this matter to clear your suspicion. Find an opportunity to make a certain exploration team member show enough abnormality and have a conflict with him. In this way, your Council of Six will be able to notice something is wrong and increase their attention. And at the same time, you hand over the Worm of Time, saying that during the conflict, you suddenly became dazed and didn't know what happened. You only vaguely heard someone shouting, "True Creator." When you came to your senses, you had already coughed up that worm. Involving evil gods, many methods and abilities cannot be used. Your chief will logically guess that Amon's clone had a conflict with the mental corruption left by the true creator and eventually perished into a dead worm. The surveillance on you will definitely be reduced a lot because of this. If you behave yourself for a while, the suspicion will be completely gone. Audrey opened her mouth slightly and thought, why does Mr. Hangman seem so skilled in this area? Hobert once again sighed inwardly. This is the true level of the political commissar. Yesterday, when I went on an adventure with him, he couldn't even fart for half a day. I even doubted if this was really the original second-in-command of the Tarot Club. Thinking about it now, I showed enough strength and toughness from the beginning of the exploration. His caution and silence were the smartest way to handle it. Smart people know when to shut up. Derek's eyes lit up as he listened. He felt that Mr. Hangman was indeed trustworthy and had come up with such a good idea. Then he asked, then how should I make the members of the exploration team show a sufficiently abnormal state? The always taciturn World said, I have an item here that has been mentally contaminated by the fallen creator. I can lend it to you, but its value is very high. If you lose it, you will have to make certain compensation. Next, Alger finalized the plan for Little Sunday. Derek prepared to look for an opportunity after returning and prepare for this operation. At the same time, he knew that he would not be able to sacrifice to Mr. Fool for a while, so he planned to sacrifice the 7 sequence 8 main materials that he had already exchanged for before the operation to repay Mr. Emperor's previous debt. The remaining 2 main materials would have to wait for a while to repay. After the son's matter was resolved, the World asked in a somber voice, Mr. Emperor, do you know any information about Mr. Dor? Alger was stunned. He had also heard the Emperor's description of Mr. Dor just now. Since he could compare Mr. Dor with Mr. Fool, does it mean that he is also an ancient god? Hobert nodded. In an exploration, I learned some information about Mr. Dor. Later, I learned some related information through other channels. I think I have a relatively comprehensive understanding of Mr. Dor's intelligence. The World said, I want to know the relevant information. What reward do you need? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 375, Chapter 375, The Exiled Mr. Dor. Chapter 375, The Exiled Mr. Dor. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The World added, I also learned some information about Mr. Dor, but it is not comprehensive. Hobert thought for a moment and then said, I have 3 pieces of relevant information here, which are Mr. Dor's experience, Mr. Dor's condition, and what I learned during the exploration, Mr. Dor's influence on the real world. I think these 3 pieces of information should be difficult for you to obtain. Each piece of information is worth £600. You can pick one of them to trade to verify the level of my intelligence. Alger quickly said, you too, can I also participate in this transaction? Through the previous transactions, he certainly knew that the Emperor's relevant information was definitely worth more than its value. Now that Alger has just been promoted, the key is that the 2 main materials did not cost him his savings, and the sequence 5 main material is also settled. He plans to digest the potion while being a pirate, saving up gold pounds to buy the sequence 5 main material and potion formula. Now Alger is relatively wealthy, and being a pirate is also a very profitable industry, which gives him enough spare money to buy some high-end intelligence that he would never have the opportunity to buy elsewhere. Hobert nodded. If 2 people trade, each person only needs to pay £350 per piece of information. Audrey quickly raised her hand. Me too, me too. £250 per person per piece. Klein twitched the corner of his mouth. 3 250s. The price is so affordable that Furs also wants to trade 1 or 2 of them, if I also participate. £200 per person per piece. Little son Derek also said a little embarrassedly, I also really want to join the transaction, but I'm going to owe money again. Hobert smiled and said, it doesn't matter, if you participate in the transaction of all 3 pieces of information, you will have to pay 2 sequence 8 level main materials. If all 5 people participate, it will be £170 per person per piece. Klein behind the grey fog resisted the urge to click his tongue. He once again witnessed the Emperor turning an £1,800 deal into £2,550. And everyone still looks excited, as if they have made a big bargain. However, Klein did not object to this, because in this way, even if he participated in 3 transactions, the cost would be controlled within £600. Klein believes that Mr. Dor is mentioned many times in Roselle's diary. If his savings allow, it is quite worthwhile to spend £600 to learn about relevant information. Hobert smiled and said, since everyone is participating in the transaction, there is no need to trouble Mr. Fool to shield the senses of some members. He paused and then said, let's start with the first question. Mr. Dor is the ancestor of the Abraham family. Furs couldn't help but exclaim, the ancestor of the Abraham family. Hobert nodded, yes, is there any problem? Of course, he knew why Furs exclaimed, but he didn't want Furs to know that the Emperor was Hobert yet. Even if he talked to Furs about the contract wife, he planned to directly ask the messenger to send a letter and talk to Zio and Furs separately. Furs quickly said, no, there is no problem. She felt that the Emperor's current answer was worth £170. At the same time, she believed that she was the biggest beneficiary of this transaction, because for her, she needed to know these answers more than other members. Hobert continued, during the 4th epoch, Mr. Dor supported the Blood Emperor in the Tudor Empire. In a battle, he was exiled by the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms. Klein behind the grey fog, exiled by 2 true gods together. I previously thought that Mr. Dor was just an angel-level existence, but now it seems that his position is higher than I previously imagined. Audrey was a little surprised, exiled by 2 true gods. In this case, this Mr. Dor is very powerful. Could it be that he is an ancient god like Mr. Fool? Or is it that as long as the ancient gods with the title of Mr. are more powerful? Alger sighed in his heart, this is the second piece of information I have learned about the Lord of Storms in the past 2 days. Before participating in the tarot meeting, for me, the information about him was only recorded in the Book of Storms. Little son Derek had previously traded information about the 7 gods with other members. He knew the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms. Sure enough, the Emperor's information often involves the struggle between the true gods. The most surprised was Furs, who participated in this transaction for the first time. Night. Evernight Goddess and Lord of Storms. This is a battle between gods. Is the ancestor of the Abraham family so powerful? It takes 2 gods to join forces to exile him. Also, why aren't you surprised? This is a battle between gods. This is the first time I know that gods have some connection with their real-world selves. After calming down a little, Furs gradually understood, the previous transactions they conducted, the £2,000 level transactions that the Emperor said, all involved the information of the gods. Oh my god, what kind of gathering am I participating in? Audrey asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, why did the goddess and the Lord of Storms exile Mr. Dor? Hobert smiled and said, the answer to this question is a gift, because they both supported the Trunsoist Empire of the Night Emperor at that time. Furs realized that this was actually the relevant content of the 4 emperors in the history textbook. Could it be that the war between the 4 emperors involved a war of gods? Hey, why don't you look surprised again? Do you also know these things? She seemed to recall her experience of not being able to keep up with her classmates' learning progress because she had taken sick leave when she was in school. Audrey then asked, the Night Emperor has the support of the gods, why didn't he win the final victory? The value of this question is very high. Hobert smiled and said, I dare say that I am definitely an expert in this area. Let me think about it. Based on the information I have learned, this information is worth at least £5,000. Audrey and Alger were both stunned. This is a whole level higher than the £2,000 information. It seems that the Night Emperor's failure is a very critical piece of history in the Fourth Epoch. Klein, the history of the Fourth Epoch is much more complicated than I imagined. Hobert then said, the second piece of information is Mr. Dor's current state. Does anyone want to withdraw? Firs originally planned to only listen to one piece of information, but now she changed her mind. Klein was thinking about whether to let the world withdraw from the transaction. After all, even if the world's senses were closed, the fool could still hear the following transaction. But thinking about how long he had been getting free information, Klein was really embarrassed to play this kind of trick. The key is that the information given by the Emperor is worth the price, making him feel that it is worth paying a certain price. No other members wanted to withdraw, so Hobert continued, it is said that Mr. Dor liked to roam the stars before becoming an angel. During that process, he was contaminated to a certain extent. After he became the King of Angels, he was sealed and exiled in a battle. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 376, Chapter 376 King of Angels. Chapter 376 King of Angels. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. World asked, King of Angels. Alger then asked, by whom was he corrupted? Audrey also belatedly realized, such a powerful existence was actually corrupted. First thought of the information she had learned from Mr. Fool and Hobert, and she thought, could it be that the corruption of Mr. Dor triggered the Abraham family's curse? But if that's the case, the Abraham family should know where the curse came from. But the truth is that the Abraham family doesn't seem to know the root of the curse either. She found that the information she had obtained was not enough for her to make an accurate judgment, so she followed up with, is the corruption of Mr. Dor related to the Abraham family's curse? Alger suddenly looked at the magician. Before she joined the Tarot Club, we did discuss the Abraham family's curse, but since then, we have never discussed this issue. Why does she know about the Abraham family's curse? Could it be that Miss Magician is a member of that family? Audrey had a similar guess, and she looked at Firs. She seems very concerned about the answer to this question. Is she being troubled by this curse? Why haven't I heard Firs mention anything about the Abraham family? Firs was a little confused. Why are they looking at me like that? Oops, I exposed my relationship with the Abraham family, but thankfully, it won't cause too serious consequences. Hobert smiled and said, I will answer your questions one by one. The most core value of the second piece of information lies in the concept of King of Angels. Do you remember the uniqueness I mentioned before? Well, Miss Magician, and, oh, right, Mr. World, if you want to understand the concept of uniqueness, you can trade with me or other members. I think this information is a very favorable price at £600, and again, you can't get such high-level information in other gatherings even if you spend £6,000. Okay, let's get back to the topic of King of Angels. A sequence 1 who accommodates the uniqueness of that pathway, or accommodates another sequence 1 uniqueness, is the King of Angels. At first, this seemed like just a title, but later, it gradually evolved into a level between sequence 1 and a true god. Klein used his clown ability to control his expression and body movements, so that's how it is, which means that after accommodating uniqueness, there will be a qualitative change, but it hasn't completely reached the level of a true god. Alger was a little excited. The 7 gods should have all experienced this stage. I wonder what kind of opportunity they waited for to complete the process of becoming a god. Audrey shook her head and smiled. Here we go again, once a week. This is another blasphemy against the gods. If Hobert's blasphemous remarks are put together, it would be a shocking paper for the entire extraordinary world. The title of the paper could be, How to Become a God. Derek memorized it carefully. Of course, he knew that this was very, very high-end information, so high-end that the entire city of Silver would not have any records of it. Firs was stunned for a moment before she understood. Sequence 1. True God, the end of the potion sequence is the path to becoming a god. Oh, my God, this is really a blasphemous idea. Why do you all still look so matter-of-fact? What did I miss before? And this is a description of the process of becoming a god. It's only worth £170, don't you find it strange? Is the Tarot Club too high-end, or am I too ignorant? Soon she had the answer, I am too ignorant. Hobert continued, it's not that Mr. Hangman didn't ask the key question, but I can't tell you about the existence that corrupted Mr. Dor right now. Because in this giant hall, we are protected by Mr. Fool, so it's okay. When we leave this hall, it doesn't matter if we only know her name, but if we know any detailed information about her, we will be corrupted severely. Having the relevant information about Adam and Amon before, Klein wasn't too surprised by this. There seemed to be some unknown existences in the astral world. It's more dangerous than I thought. Hiss then Roselle communicated with Mr. Dor so many times, wouldn't he also be corrupted? Alger, there are existences in the cosmos that can corrupt beyonders. Furs, so terrifying. Then it's better not to know. As for Miss Magician's question, Hobert said again, this involves the third topic I want to talk about. Does anyone want to withdraw from the transaction? Since not, let's continue. He paused and said again, in an exploration of a ruin, yes, it was an exploration of a ruin. I found a document similar to a notebook. It records a saint being bewitched by Mr. Dor, successfully advancing to sequence 2, and then being bewitched to go to the astral world and being corrupted in the process. I won't go into details about how he was corrupted. Everyone just needs to know that the angel later returned to the real world, and he may still be active in the real world to this day. If anyone has a channel, they can report this to the church. His name is Spike Antigonus. Audrey said in surprise, he is definitely an envoy of an evil god. Klein was surprised at first, that angel is named Antigonus. His experience is so similar to Roselle's. But then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Roselle still had at least some caution, and was not bewitched to release Dor, nor did he try to find Mr. Dor. Wait, it's just that as far as I know, he was not bewitched and did not try to find Mr. Dor. Emperor ended up in such a miserable situation, could it be related to Mr. Dor? Alger didn't have any surprises. He has always been in the sea, of course he knows how vast this world is. Of course, a corrupted angel has his hiding place. Furs, this world is so dangerous. I'm just a sequence 8, why do you want to let me know these things? Hobert finally said, now I will answer Miss Magician's question. The time of the blood moon is when Mr. Dor is awake, and he is trying to communicate with the members of the Abraham family. First thought of Mr. Fool's previous answer to similar questions, he doesn't necessarily want to hurt you, he's just asking you for help. She smiled wryly, what a deadly rescue. Furs then said, thank you for your answer. You're welcome. Hobert smiled, if you agree to be my contract wife, we would be a couple, no need to be so polite. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 377, Chapter 377 Normal Transaction Process. Chapter 377 Normal Transaction Process. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After finishing the deal about Mr. Dor, Furs belatedly realized that she had spent a full £510 today. This was close to half of all her savings. She sighed inwardly, fortunately, I'm not in a hurry to advance yet, otherwise my remaining savings won't be enough to buy the sequence 7 potion formula from Hobert. Although Zio had a way to summon Hobert's messenger, and they were very eager to know Hobert's recent situation, they were afraid of being monitored, so they had not dared to write to Hobert. Seemingly the more active world in this gathering said again, I want to sell an werewolf be under characteristic, who wants it? How much are you willing to offer? Besides Hobert and Alger, the others didn't even know which pathway the werewolf beyonder characteristic belonged to, but Alger wasn't interested in it. Although Hobert knew where this beyonder characteristic came from, he still asked, did you kill a Rose School beyonder? When did you kill them? Except for Little Sun, everyone else had heard of the secret organization Rose School, but only Alger and Klein knew the main pathways of the Rose School members. Yes. World smiled with a hoarse voice, you seem to know them very well. Well, I witnessed a large-scale battle against them. Hobert answered vaguely. Audrey was curious, when did Hobert witness this battle? How come I never heard him mention it? Klein also sighed, Emperor's experience is really rich. The others didn't know Hobert, so they didn't feel anything about it. I eliminated this werewolf more than half a month ago. World replied. Hobert pretended to think for a moment, £1,100. If you agree, we'll trade. He explained, although a normal sequence 7 beyonder characteristic is worth about £1,200, I have to wait for a while before I can sell it, and I have to bear certain risks. Also, you know, the beyonder characteristics of this pathway are not popular throughout the entire northern continent. Purchasing beyonder characteristics above sequence 9 was a surefire profit for Hobert, but he had lost 2 sales channels from the Military Intelligence 9 and the Church of the Evernight Goddess, and he needed to find new channels before he could sell them. World immediately nodded and said, deal. He certainly knew that this was already a very good price, and he knew that Emperor was currently in Fainapotter, so even if he sold it immediately, it would be difficult for the Rose School to suspect him. After they finished the transaction, Audrey curiously asked, gentlemen, which pathway does the werewolf extraordinary belong to? Hobert said, prisoner. Audrey nodded, I've learned about another new pathway. Furs asked, does beyonder characteristic refer to the substance that condenses on the body after a beyonder dies? Why is there an beyonder characteristic? She had seen transactions of beyonder characteristics in her previous actions with Hobert, and knew that it was equivalent to the value of the sum of the main materials of that sequence. When she and Zio discussed it privately, they seemed to vaguely understand the principle of the generation of beyonder characteristics, but they didn't know enough about it. Everyone looked at Emperor. After all, this was the information that Emperor had peddled at the tarot gathering before. Hobert said, "This is very important information in the mystical world, you seem to know a part of it, I want to know what you already know before I can price this transaction. If you are worried about this, you can ask Mr. Fool to witness." If it was at another gathering, or before today's transaction, Furs would have suspected that this was Emperor trying to get information out of her, but not now. How could the Emperor, who knows so much high-end knowledge, try to get information out of her in this regard? "Mr. Emperor, I trust you completely." Furs said, "I know that beyonder characteristics are things that condense sometime after an extraordinary dies, it is equivalent to the value of the corresponding main materials, although it is a bit disgusting, it can also be used as the main material. I and a friend guessed that it might be the potion that the beyonder had taken before, but I don't know why it would recondense after the beyonder died." Hobert nodded, "You only know the principle, but you don't know the specific laws. I think, completing the remaining related laws should be worth about £200. 2. First thought about her remaining savings of only £600. Mr. Emperor, can I use a chapter of Spirit World Encounters in exchange for relevant information?" Hobert smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, I am not interested in the relevant chapters. If other members are interested in Spirit World Encounters, they can trade with Miss Magician. That is also your knowledge, I don't care." Alger and Klein had no intention of trading, and Little Sun was not very interested in Spirit World Encounters either. Only Audrey was interested in Spirit World Encounters, and through observing Hobert's body language and tone, she knew that Hobert really didn't care, and seemed to be encouraging everyone to conduct this transaction. After a little thought, Audrey immediately understood, Hobert should have recognized that Magician is Furs, so he hopes to take care of a friend. But to complete the remaining laws of beyonder characteristic immortality, it is indeed worth this price. If the price is set too low, it is disrespectful to me. After all, I spent hundreds of pounds before to find out the answer. So Audrey initiated a transaction with Furs, and after hearing the answer, Furs had a feeling of enlightenment, and understood many things at once. After this transaction, World said again, "Help me pay attention to the mutated pituitary gland of the Faceless Hunter, and the hair of the deep-sea Naga." The digestion speed of the Sequence 7 potion was faster than Klein had expected. He estimated that he would have a chance to advance to Sequence 6 before the new year, so he had to quickly prepare another main material, as well as auxiliary materials that were not common on the market. Alger said, "I know where to sell deep-sea Naga's hair. How many strands do you want?" "The transaction can be completed tomorrow." Klein needed 3 strands, but he asked for 5, which cost him a total of £500. Audrey, who had successfully joined the Psychology Alchemists, also promised to use her channels to help Mr. World pay attention. The transaction session ended here, and the exchange session began. Audrey said with a shallow smile, "Last week, an interesting case happened in Backlund. 2 tarot cards, Death and Judgment, appeared at the scene. The protagonist of this case is called Messenger of Death. It is said that he represents the judgment from death." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 378, Chapter 378 The Great Adventure of the Emperor and the Hanged Man. Chapter 378 The Great Adventure of the Emperor and the Hanged Man. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert was stunned. Messenger of Death. It doesn't sound as good as Hero Bandit, Black Emperor, but Death should make the spirit body more solid, which in theory should be more practical for Klein. The other members first looked at Mr. Fool together. After all, everyone just learned today that Mr. Fool has an angel who serves the death pathway, and tarot cards were left at the scene. This seems to be another case related to the Tarot Club. Of course, everyone didn't dare to look at Mr. Fool, so everyone turned their attention to Emperor again. Hobert spread his hands. "If I did it, I would only leave the Emperor card." Everyone looked at each other. Is there a beyonder of the death pathway here? So everyone thought of that angel of the death pathway again. Even if the angel wouldn't care about such trivial matters, it must have something to do with that angel. Audrey had no choice but to continue. The victim is the wealthy Capim. Many rumors point to him as the largest human trafficker in Backlund. According to witnesses, a gentleman exuding the aura of death and pale white light was seen at the scene. People suspect that he is a messenger sent by the god of death to judge Capim. After Audrey simply recounted the news she saw in the newspaper, Klein behind the grey fog chuckled, "My attendant made a humble contribution to this matter." Sure enough. Audrey cheered in her heart. Furs, who had been very concerned about this, thought, "This is the second Tarot Club related thing I have encountered in reality." The Tarot Club members commit crimes very frequently. Political Commissar then began to center on the 2 elements of Capim and human trafficker to start related brain supplementation. Little Sun was not interested in this, and Hobert smiled. "Klein's potion is almost digested." Klein added leisurely, "He has gained 2 beyonder characteristics left over from this incident, and hopes to sell them as soon as possible. The 2 beyonder characteristics correspond to Sequence 8, Sheriff, and Sequence 7, Interrogator, respectively. Everyone suddenly realized that this was the Beyonder pathway controlled by the lone royal family, so everyone started their own associations again. And Klein was a little disappointed that Miss Magician was not interested in this. He originally thought that Miss Magician would immediately ask for the price, after all, she has a friend of this pathway. To Klein's surprise, Emperor asked again, "Mr. Fool, how much is your attendant going to sell these two Beyonder characteristics for?" Klein was slightly stunned, £600 and £1,200. "I want them," Hobert said almost without thinking. His next package of plans to revitalize the territory's economy requires a large number of Beyonder characteristics. These lovely Beyonder characteristics that can be reprocessed by him are never too many. Even Audrey marveled at Hobert's wealth. He has continuously acquired 3 Beyonder characteristics today, with a total value of £2,900. Klein also sighed, is it true that treason makes people rich? But then he thought of the reward that Emperor earned today. Emperor is so rich, it also has something to do with his sufficient knowledge reserves. After exchanging information about the messenger of death, Audrey asked again, Mr. Emperor, Mr. Hangman, what have you gained from your exploration? Hobert smiled, there are many gains, but also enough thrills. He began to talk about the adventure experience that happened yesterday. Regarding their hunting operation when they first landed on the island, Hobert described it lightly, as if the two extraordinary creatures known for their agility were as easy to kill as 2 hens. Alger added, the hunting of these 2 extraordinary creatures was so easily completed thanks to Mr. Emperor's ability. Klein glanced at the 2 of them. Before this, Hangman has been maintaining his position as second in the Tarot Club. After this adventure, Hangman recognized Emperor's strength and now has the performance of willingly becoming third. Audrey also noticed that Hangman seemed to be taking care of Hobert's feelings. Hobert continued to talk about it. When he talked about the 2-dimensional space, he felt the scrutiny from a fool, but he had already prepared for this. At this time, Audrey's curiosity made his previous preparations more natural. Audrey asked almost immediately, 2-dimensional space. What a fresh theory. Hobert smiled, when I was studying at Backlund University, I established a good friendship with a physics professor because of a trivial matter. Once when chatting, he talked about this theory. It is said that the prototype of this theory came from Emperor Roselle, but many professors also believe that this theory is just the Emperor's fantasy. Because there is a lot of controversy, professors will not talk about these things in class, and generally will not use them in their papers or books. His statement was well thought out. Alger and Little Son did not go to university and could not distinguish the truth of these words. First studied at a medical school, and Audrey's courses were conducted at home, and they could not verify it either. Klein is a serious university graduate, but he is a history student, which is a world apart from the physics department. Besides, how can the university in the county compare with the top universities in Lone? So other members have no way to verify the truth of these words. Even Klein said in his heart after hearing the name of Emperor Roselle, sure enough. Hobert felt that the gaze from a fool gradually disappeared, and he knew that his rhetoric was successful. At this time, First sent another assist, I seem to have heard a science fiction writer also mention a similar theory. Hobert was not surprised. The ideas of some science fiction writers are indeed advanced, because they only care about thinking and don't need to prove it, while some scholars will be cautious enough before they are sure of a certain theory. He didn't plan to recognize Klein now, otherwise he wouldn't know how to get along. It's better to talk about it when he needs to gain Klein's absolute trust. Hobert continued to talk about it. When he heard the part about fighting wits with the evil god, everyone sweated for Emperor and Hangman. Fortunately, Emperor was alert enough and did not let the evil god succeed, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Then he talked about the experience in the mist. Hearing that even ghosts were tricked by Hobert, not only Klein but other members also exclaimed, can there be such an operation? Then Audrey asked first, Mr. Emperor, is that stranded ship the legendary ghost ship? Hobert said, I don't think it is a ghost ship in the purely mystical sense. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 379, Chapter 379 The Various Parties of the Tarot Club. Chapter 379 The Various Parties of the Tarot Club. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Even in the Beyonder world, exploration experiences like those of the Emperor and the Hanged Men are relatively rare. Hearing that the Emperor was going to express his opinion on that ship, everyone turned curious gazes towards him. Hobert explained, as far as I know, there is a kind of ghost ship on the sea that has the ability to self-repair, and even the ability to self-drive, requiring only a few crew members to operate it. It is said that as long as it does not suffer a fatal blow, it will never sink. Alger was stunned, his ship was such a ghost ship. There is also a kind of ghost ship that can only be seen under certain conditions, Hobert said. I've heard of some ghost ships that constantly wander in a certain sea area, and people can only see them in the mist or in extremely bad weather. The light on it, on the Erie Sea, is as terrifying as will-o'-the-wisps. Even if you ignore it, bypass it, and sail for a while, it will reappear in the same way on the path ahead. Some people have tried to board such ghost ships to investigate, and they saw circles drawn on the sea chart in the captain's cabin, indicating that it was constantly circling in a fixed sea area. Of course, more people who board such ghost ships never return. The atmosphere in the Great Hall instantly turned cold, and everyone had the feeling that they were listening to Hobert telling a ghost story. Hobert paused and then said, "I think such a ghost ship can already be considered a creature of the underworld or the spirit world. It probably became a resentful spirit-like existence for some reason. The existence of resentful spirits is because they have enough obsession. A ship that sailors have poured too much emotion into may also, under certain coincidental circumstances, generate something similar to obsession, allowing it to wander between the spirit world and the real world." Everyone felt that the Emperor's statement was novel but also very interesting, and theoretically valid. Finally, Hobert said, "Like the stranded ship we encountered, the sailors and the ship itself may not have realized that they are dead and sunk. I don't know if the saint on board is in the same state as the ship and the sailors, but they should be in a very strange state. They think they are not dead yet, so they are still alive in the place where the spirit world and the real world meet, still repeating the same work every day. If no one disturbs them, this state may last for a long time. According to common sense, a saint should not be so confused that they don't even know if they are dead or not." However, the situation at the time was special. Hobert estimated that when the underworld emperor fell, the impact on the death pathway, high sequence beyonders was very great. Perhaps that saint lost control because of this and turned into a monster, which made the state of that ship so strange. After Hobert finished speaking, Furs exclaimed, "Mr. Emperor, your logic is really too strong. Although these are all your guesses, they are convincing." Hobert nodded slightly, "Thank you for your compliment." Klein also finally understood why the hanged man would willingly give way. The calmness, rationality, and extremely strong logic that the Emperor showed in the exploration process were indeed admirable. He couldn't help but think, is this the characteristic of the lawyer pathway? Cold-blooded, highly intelligent, with extremely strong logic. After everyone's praise, they talked a few more words, and this tarot gathering ended. Hobert returned to the real world and spaced out as usual. Then he went out and ordered the chef to make some donuts. The two chefs in the kitchen were both chefs of Viscount Leiter before, one of whom was good at making various desserts. It was the first time that Sir Hobert had given an order, which made the chef put in his best effort and use his best skills to deal with it. Hobert returned to his bedroom to write a letter to Furs. The content of the letter was very simple: "I will go to Backlund tonight at 8 o'clock to meet with you and Sio. Please be sure to be at home, and there should be no one else at home." The signature was Hobert. When the donuts were ready, Hobert tasted one, and the taste was pretty good, so he summoned the messenger. "Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver." Derek, who already knew he was being monitored, simply sacrificed to the fool without concealment and requested the fool's gift. After obtaining the item full of true creators' spiritual corruption that Mr. World had mentioned, he began to ponder how to find an opportunity to clash with the members of the exploration team. Just as he was thinking about this, a member of the exploration team actually came to his door. Derek immediately realized that while he was suspicious of Elder Lovia the shepherd, she was also suspicious of him. This team member should have come to test him. Fortunately, with the guidance of Mr. Hangman, Derek remained calm in the face of danger. After confirming that there was a watcher sent by the chief in the corner of the room, he began his performance. He invited the team member into the house and chatted with him. For a moment, Derek was almost tempted to eat the food that the other party brought. Fortunately, he knew that this member must have a problem, resisted his appetite, and looked for an opportunity to let the other party come into contact with items with spiritual corruption. Just as Mr. Emperor and Mr. Hangman had guessed, the other party instantly lost control. In the ensuing fight, Derek's acting skills were always online. After killing his opponent, he still had the energy to re-sacrifice Mr. World's things to the fool. Then he began to cough violently until he coughed out the worm of time and, according to the guidance of Mr. Hangman, said that he was mentally trance-like, said that he heard the true creator, and then handed in the worm of time. After the chief heard the report from his subordinate and Derek's lies, he was indeed fooled, thus clearing Derek of most of the suspicion. Backlund, Cherwood Borough. After Furs returned to the real world, she sat alone on the edge of the bed, savoring the information she had obtained from the Emperor. Although she felt very sorry for her expense of £510, she had to say that the information was really worth the price. As the Emperor himself said, only the tarot gathering had this high-end information. Throughout the afternoon, Furs was thinking about the Abraham family and fantasizing about the adventures of the Emperor and the Hanged Man. Until the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold, as if something with great mental pressure had suddenly appeared in the air. Just as Furs was about to open her spiritual vision, a letter suddenly flew towards her. She instinctively reached out and caught it, and the huge mental pressure immediately disappeared. Furs then reacted and threw the letter on the bed. She jumped up, ready to escape outside. Suddenly, Firs thought of the messenger that Hobert had mentioned. She then mustered up her courage to open the envelope. Sure enough, it was Hobert's letter. He is going to sneak back to Backlund tonight. Firs realized that this was a big deal, and she quickly went out to find Zio to discuss it. Fainapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Town. Hobert was preparing to complete the sacrifice to the Fool before going to meet with Zio and Firs. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 380, Chapter 380 Hobert's Fiancé. Chapter 380 Hobert's Fiancé. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert also came back to his senses after attending the tarot gathering. I painstakingly wasted so much effort, and I still have to pay back £860 to Klein. The income regarding Mr. Door's information was a total of £2,550, but £510 of it from Little Sun were paid with 2 Sequence 8 level main materials. And now Little Sun is still under review, and will be difficult to pay for a while. So Hobert's immediate income is only £2,040, and Hobert spent a total of £2,900 at this tarot gathering, so he has to sacrifice another £860 to the Fool. However, when he saw the 3 Beyonder characteristics and the 7 Sequence 8 level main materials from Little Sun, Hobert forgot about the £860. Hobert recognized 3 of these 7 main materials, which were Raging Grass, one of the main materials for Barbarian. He waited patiently for a while before sacrificing these Beyonder characteristics and extraordinary materials to the Nation of Disorder, and used the Power of Chaos to crush the Beyonder characteristics, allowing them to separate and recoagulate. Hobert prepared a little, and at 7:55, he used Travel to go to Backlund. Zio and Firs, who had been sitting in the living room waiting, suddenly saw the space in front of them become illusory, and a familiar figure walked out of the illusion. Good evening, ladies. Zio covered her mouth. Oh my God, Hobert, what was that ability just now? Hobert smiled and said, an ability that Firs will have in the future. It only takes about 2 minutes to travel from the Fainapotter Kingdom to Backlund. Firs shook her head. It made us worry for nothing. We thought you were going to sneak into Backlund to carry out some sabotage activities. We even prepared to hide in the East Borough for a while after being targeted by the MI9 people. There's no need for that. Hobert said, you moved out of the rental house early, and the MI9 people will only do a simple investigation at most, and will not monitor you. And the ability of Travel is very hidden. It is difficult for them to find my trace. The 3 people sat around the dining table, and Firs poured a cup of tea for Hobert. Why did you betray the country? If it were ordinary friends, Firs would not ask this question, but with her understanding of Hobert, Hobert would not be angry because of such a question. This involves high-level power struggles and unfair treatment of my father by the military. Hobert took a sip of tea. As for me, I followed along in a daze. Firs and Zio nodded, which was similar to what they had learned. Zio asked again, how is the Fainapotter Kingdom? Is their government department really as inefficient as the rumors say? Hobert was stunned. I don't know much about this. I was made a baron and am now in my own fief. Firs, we saw it in the newspaper. I remember you said that your current potion name is Baron of Corruption. Being made a baron should be what you call seeking new development, right? Thank you for paying so much attention to my movements. Hobert paused and said, this time I came back because I encountered a trouble and needed a very trusted friend to help, so I thought of you too. This made Zio and Firs very happy. Of course, they would be happy to be trusted by friends. Firs immediately said, if there is anything you need help with, just say it, we will definitely do our best to help you solve your troubles. They had secretly made up their minds that they owed Hobert so many favors before, they must help Hobert with this favor. Before Zio could express her opinion, Hobert clapped his hands and said, that's great, in fact, that favor is also very simple for you. Firs nodded, you say. Be my baroness. The room was quiet for 3 seconds, and then Zio and Firs blushed together. Zio said, oh, Hobert, this is too sudden. I mean, you are not even engaged, and you have not even met each other's parents, and your wedding room should. Zio, that's not the point. Firs looked at Hobert, this joke is not funny at all. Hobert smiled, this is not a joke. A secret organization sent a lady to monitor me. I need a baroness to deal with her. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome and capable. Many nobles in Fainapotter want to stuff their daughters to me. At this time, I realized that I needed the assistance of a trustworthy baroness, so I thought of you, Miss Firs. But Firs but for a long time, and didn't know how to describe her current feelings. Zio didn't know whether to say congratulations at this time, or to carefully ask Hobert's views on marriage. Hobert smiled when he saw Firs's embarrassment. It's not really becoming my baroness, it's more like a contract couple. You can think of the baroness as a profession. Well, I plan to spend £2,000 a year as a reward for hiring you. I can lend you a magical item with travel. You can freely travel between Feynapotter and Backland. We declare to the outside world that we are husband and wife, but in reality, we are still good friends, and nothing beyond friendship has happened. Firs breathed a long sigh of relief, and at the same time, she found that she felt a little lost in her heart. Hobert drank the tea in the cup. Sorry, I just scared you. I had no other way but to ask you for help. Firs thought of her confident look just now, and suddenly felt a little blushing. Contract couple, this seems to be the beginning of a standard romance novel. She also saw Hobert's sincere expression, thought of her trust in Hobert, and the idea of repaying Hobert's favor a long time ago. Firs considered for about 5 or 6 seconds, nodded and said, Hobert, I am willing to help you, but please follow your promise just now. Hobert immediately said, Don't worry, I will pay you £1,000 as a deposit tomorrow morning. Firs's cheeks turned red again. I'm talking about contract couple. Hobert smiled, No problem, since you agreed to help, then I will pick you up in the living room tomorrow morning and go to the fief to adapt to the environment there first. Oh, by the way, remember to prepare a suitcase, like you came to my fief from afar. He got up and said, Well, you too, I won't disturb your rest. After speaking, Hobert used travel to leave. The living room was quiet for a while, and Zio smiled, Congratulations, Baroness. Firs glanced at her, I still lack a maid, why don't you pretend to be one? The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Hobert appeared in the living room again in the costume of a Feynapotter noble. Firs came out of her room. She was obviously slightly dressed up. The yellow dress set off her slender waist and long legs, and her unique lazy temperament became particularly charming. Hobert's eyes swept over Firs's figure, and it was no problem to suppress Helen. He stretched out his hand, Please, my fiancée, Miss Firs. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 381, Chapter 381 The Mistress of This Territory, Bonus 1. Chapter 381 The Mistress of This Territory. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Welcome, responsible sloth, to the Church of Miss Raven. Here's a bonus chapter. Leaving the spirit world, Hobert said to Firs, You don't need to be so nervous. Look how beautiful the scenery is here. Just think of it as a vacation. Firs took a deep breath. This is the first time I've been in such close contact with a man. How can I not be nervous? By close contact, she meant holding Hobert's arm. Hobert thought for a moment that a girl would naturally be nervous coming to an unfamiliar environment. There was no need to demand too much composure from her. On the way back to the mansion, everyone respectfully saluted Hobert, calling him Lord, and secretly sizing up the beautiful lady holding his arm. Only then did Firs truly feel that she had arrived in Hobert's territory. Reaching the entrance of the Lord's manor, Hobert loudly announced to the busy people, This is Miss Firs, my fiancée. She has just arrived from afar. From today on, Miss Firs is the mistress of this territory. The people who were repairing the mansion stopped their work and paid their respects to Firs. Philip breathed a sigh of relief. Although this lady's attire didn't look local, her clothing and grooming showed she had good upbringing. He just hoped the Lord wouldn't be blinded by beauty. He was truly afraid that one day the Lord would openly marry that seductive woman he kept in the courtyard into the baronial manor. Helen, who came out to watch the excitement, curled her lips and said, holding arms. What's there to be shy about? After the two made an appearance at the door, Philip stepped forward to invite Firs to the room prepared for her. The room prepared for Firs had been cleaned up overnight. It was in the same courtyard as Hobert's room, separated by a study. Hobert's residence and the main hall had already been repaired, and most of the Lord's manor's renovation was complete. As soon as she entered the room, Firs felt a wave of heat engulf her. She didn't see a fireplace, but the room was very warm. The room's decor wasn't very luxurious, but it was very elegant. All the furniture and supplies were new. There were no complicated etiquette or the need to maintain her composure at all times, which made Firs feel much better. After letting Philip leave, Hobert took out a paper bag. This is the deposit I promised you yesterday. Firs smiled and said, to be honest, I just planned to come and help. Besides, it feels weird to take your money. No, this money represents my respect for you, Hobert said seriously. I know how much determination it takes for an unmarried lady to offer this kind of help. It represents both my respect and our friendship. You must accept it, or I'll feel bad. Firs then accepted the paper bag. Then, what do you need me to do? Rest first, Hobert said with a smile. What I need you to do has already been done, which is to make an appearance in front of everyone. I think by tomorrow at the latest, everyone in town will know that the Lord's fiancée has arrived. Oh, right, Helen will still be dining with us at the same table for lunch. That's your first test. Don't give her a friendly face. You have to show some of the presence of the Baroness. Don't worry, I'll help suppress her. Don't be nervous. Firs took a deep breath. Okay, I'll work up the emotion. Then, Hobert let Firs rest. He first looked at the progress of the forms and then called Philip to start working on serious matters. Hire another 40 or 50 people. Starting tomorrow, build a tomb for the right family. Philip said, Lord, we don't need that many people. 20 or 30 people can finish it in 3 or 4 days. Hobert was stunned and, after inquiring, learned that the nobles of the Feyenopotter kingdom, or rather the nobles of the entire northern continent, did not have the tradition of elaborate burials. The tombs they built weren't very luxurious or spacious, only a few times larger than ordinary people's graves, with a stone tablet and a thicker coffin. At most, they would bury some of the deceased's favorite toys, jewelry, utensils, etc., or whatever the deceased requested to be buried with them. Hobert recalled his previous tomb raiding experience. The tomb of that Viscount of the Antigonus family was indeed not large. If it weren't for those traps, the tomb passage wouldn't have been so long. Moreover, there weren't many treasures in the tomb, and many of the things buried were of little value at the time. It's just that these things are now antiques after being dug up. Then find 30 people and start building a tomb for the right family tomorrow, Hobert said. Have your son Roy help out. You still need to keep an eye on the Lord's manor here. Philip nodded. Yes. Hobert then said to Seal, find some helpers and notify everyone in town to come to the Lord's manor tomorrow to register their household. Tell them that after registering, each person will receive 10 NEA of grain. Nega was a common unit of measurement in the Feyenopotter kingdom. Hobert had tested it by hand and found that 1 NEA was not much different from his impression of 1 gene, approximately 0.5 kilograms, in weight. Currently, Feyenopotter only had 2 units of measurement, 1,000 neg was 1 fania. Philip estimated that the grain seized from the bandits was at least several hundred fania. Hobert certainly wouldn't let this grain sit in the warehouse and rot. In addition to being food for the workers of the Lord's manor, it had a greater use for Hobert. He instructed Seal, I don't care what method you use, make sure everyone in town registers tomorrow. You can scare them by saying that if they don't register at the Lord's manor, they'll be considered unregistered and will be taxed double in the future. Go to the steward to get the fees for hiring helpers. This was the first time the Lord had given him a task, and Seal took it very seriously. Don't worry, Lord, I will definitely get it done for you. Hobert nodded. Tomorrow, go to the surrounding villages to notify them, dividing them into 2 groups, and have them come to register the day after tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. In short, the household registration must be completed within 3 days. You decide how to divide them. Then he instructed Philip, tomorrow, prepare 15 tables in the front yard. In addition to the repair workers, have all the male servants, gardeners, and grooms put down their work and maintain order in the front yard. Prepare enough grain to distribute, and have trusted people distribute it, don't be shortchanging. Also, only give grain to those who have seen in person and have completed registration. Finally, Hobert instructed, find 2 younger maids to help the future Baroness clean up the room every day, but unless the Baroness allows it, it's best not to have the maids follow her around. You can have the maids take the Baroness to tour the territory. Hobert increasingly found that the lazy furs was very suitable for the job of Baroness. He had heard Zio say that furs could go a month without cleaning her room. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 382, Chapter 382 Meeting the Parents, Bonus 2. Chapter 382 Meeting the Parents. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Welcome, Lambda, to the Church of Miss Raven. Here's a bonus chapter. After giving instructions to his subordinates, Hobert returned to his study and took a sip of tea. The study in the Lord's manor had been renovated yesterday, and Hobert finally didn't have to handle everything in the bedroom. He used travel to once again arrive at Christian's mansion in Feyenopotter City. Coincidentally, Christian was home today. After meeting him, Hobert quickly told him, I found a lady to help, and she has agreed to be my wife. You can announce to the public that I will be married soon. Christian smiled slightly, it's good to be young, to be able to encounter love at first sight. Then he asked, where is she from? How old is she? What do her parents do? She's from Backlund. Hobert didn't plan to hide anything, a year or 2 older than me. Her father is a military officer, currently in the southern continent. Her mother has passed away. Christian instructed Dofus, have the kitchen prepare a table of Backlund specialties for lunch. He further instructed, invite that lady over for lunch. The 3 of us will dine together. Hobert was stunned, she's in Backlund, quite far away. Don't you have travel? Christian said with a smile. All right, I'll go ask her. Hobert had originally come to ask Dofus for help, but Christian's interruption completely made him forget his purpose. Using travel again to return to the Lord's manor, he knocked on the door and entered Furz's room. Furz was still pondering what attitude to take when facing the witch Hobert had mentioned. Hobert smiled and said, the exam question has changed. You have to come with me to see my father. Ah. Firs jumped up from the armchair. This is too sudden. You don't need to be so nervous. Meeting my father is easier than fighting wits with a witch. You don't understand, Firs said with a wry smile. This was meeting the parents. Even as a contract wife, meeting the parents was 100 times more nerve-wracking than meeting a woman who was seducing her man. But since she had agreed to help, this was a test she would have to face sooner or later. Firs dressed up carefully again, tidying her clothes meticulously. All right, let's go. Hobert laughed. It's not like you're going to your death, relax a bit. He extended his arm, and Firs naturally took it. The moment she took Hobert's arm, Firs felt as if strength was being transmitted to her from Hobert, making her less nervous and lost. Taking a deep breath, Firs followed Hobert into the spirit world. At noon, only Helen was left at the dining table in the Lord's Manor. She said unhappily, "What's so good about eating outside? Where can it compare to the food in the Lord's Manor?" Arriving at the Count's mansion living room, Firs smiled and said, "Hello, sir." "Hello, hello." Christian was very satisfied with the young lady's appearance, dress, and demeanor. Hobert rarely saw his adoptive father smile so happily. Lunch was already prepared. In the huge dining room, there were only the three of them. Firs was initially a little unaccustomed to being served by servants, but after a few dishes, she got used to it. The atmosphere at the dining table was very harmonious. Firs breathed a sigh of relief. Christian wasn't as fierce as rumored. On the contrary, he was a gentle and refined gentleman. Sure enough, some newspaper reports can't be trusted. The conversation during the meal made Christian very satisfied with Firs's conversation and knowledge. In his opinion, Miss Firs was more suitable to be Hobert's wife than those flashy noble ladies. After lunch, the three of them returned to the living room, but there was an extra wooden door in the middle of the living room, with Dofus guarding the door. Christian introduced, "Miss Firs, this is my gift to you." Saying this, he twisted the doorknob and opened the door. Behind the door was not the scene of the living room, but a scene of rich and colorful illusion. He smiled and said, "This is a traveler's door. By establishing a mystical connection, it can be linked to another door in the northern continent. I heard Hobert mention that you used to live in Backlund. If you miss home, you can go back through this door at any time." Firs was stunned. This. Hobert thought to himself, Christian really has a sealed artifact corresponding to the traveler here. Christian continued to explain, "I'll tell Hobert the specific way to establish the connection later. You can set an opening incantation. Recite the incantation and then open the door. If you don't recite the incantation, even if you open it, it's just an ordinary door. This is too precious." Firs quickly declined, "Uncle, I can't accept it." Hobert smiled and said, "If he gives it to you, just take it." But. Firs glanced at Hobert, "But we are a contract couple. The reward you gave me is £2,000, and just listening to the function of this door, it must be worth thousands of pounds." Hobert met Firs's eyes. "Don't worry, it's okay." He simply laughed and said, "It's okay, I'll help you accept it." After chatting for a while, Hobert asked Dofus to hire a railway surveying and railway design engineering team from Fainapotter City. He wanted to build a small railway in the territory. Then he hired a design team. He wanted to build a villa for the nobles to relax. After speaking, he handed the £1,000 he had prepared to Dofus as a deposit and related expenses. If there was any surplus, it would be placed with Dofus as a reserve fund for the Baron's mansion in the capital. Firs was secretly surprised. Hobert spent £2,000 in one day. She knew Hobert was rich, but she didn't expect him to be so rich. In fact, Hobert also felt a little heartache, but some money had to be spent. Even if Hobert didn't want to digest the potion, he planned to build the territory, which meant he would have a base of his own, which meant more income. After chatting for a while, Hobert carried the wooden door and took Firs back to the Lord's Manor. Hobert first asked the craftsman to remove the door from Firs's room to the study and replace it with the wooden door he carried back. Without injecting spirituality while holding the doorknob, this is an ordinary wooden door. While changing the door, Hobert returned to his room and used travel to go to Backlund. After working for more than an hour, Hobert shattered the void and appeared in Firs's room. "Okay, you can try it." The wooden door on the Lord's Manor side had already been replaced and cleaned. Hobert reminded, "The incantation you recite when you first inject spirituality will be its future opening incantation." Firs had already thought about the incantation. She held the doorknob and injected spirituality, Backlund. After the wooden door opened, it was a colorful illusion. Firs stepped into it and only felt a daze before seeing her friend Zio's smiling face. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters.